Chapter 1541. But for some reason, he just felt that lying was fine if he could achieve his goal this way. It was as if he often did this. But he was afraid that she would see through his clumsy lie. Ning Jiuma's thick eyelashes trembled even more. His eyes were filled with panic, beautiful and pitiful. His hand suddenly tightened, as if he was hugging her like this. She wouldn't hit him, scold him, and leave him. Wei Wei Bai was numb from Ning Jiuma's hug, and her blood couldn't flow freely. If she hadn't said that she wanted to eat lunch, Ning Jiuma wouldn't let go of her. Wei Wei Bai rubbed her numb wrist while squatting on the pork belly and pig offal with a small stove. Under the strict guidance of the system, all kinds of sauces were finally put in successfully. The system even shouted, "This thing is very simple. Just take a clay pot, throw in the meat and seasonings, and watch the heat. So just watch and don't move yourself." Every time Wei Wei Bai cooked, it was worried that the opposite sex would come out. The Hand of Dark Cuisine was simply a title prepared for her. It didn't understand why the food made by a human could be so disgusting. The steps were clearly similar, but Wei Wei Bai was unique and could turn the food into poison. Wei Wei Bai also knew the level of her skills, the level of poisoning people to death. So under the guidance of a system, she squatted and watched the pot. If the system didn't say that she was familiar with it, she definitely wouldn't touch the pot. Ning Jima also squatted beside her. She sat on a small stool and sewed clothes. He helped to hold the clothes and used the residual heat of the small stove to dry the clothes. This way, the clothes would smell good. Wei Wei Bai felt that this cold palace was actually not difficult to endure. There was no lack of food and drink. After all, no matter how crazy Ning Jiuma was and how much the Empress and Emperor hated him, he was still of the royal bloodline. Those who bullied Ning Jiuma were actually cannon fodder sent by the Empress. However, most of them were wise enough to protect themselves and quietly carried on with their own work. They didn't save people, nor did they hit people when they were down, unless there was a conflict of interest. Just like how the Imperial Kitchen didn't actually take advantage of Ning Jiuma. It was just that he didn't care. So although the things he took were things that princes could eat, they were definitely leftovers from other palaces. Then it was Ning Jiuma's turn. It wasn't the Imperial Kitchen's fault that Ning Jiuma was often hungry. It was the fault of the people serving Ning Jiuma. They didn't give Ning Jiuma enough to eat and even humiliated him. Therefore, a mentally handicapped child became even more mentally handicapped. Wei Wei Bai glanced at Ning Jiuma, who was obediently squatting beside her to dry the clothes. He seemed to have sensed her gaze and immediately turned his head. His eyes immediately became sparkling. Although half of his face was missing, the remaining half of his face was as exquisite as a work of art. This made him look a little cute when he smiled. Wei Wei Bai shivered. She felt that Ning Jiuma's face was going to cure her problem of being obsessed with good looks. The more he looked at him, the more he found him pleasing to the eye. Even the disfigured half of his face was pleasing to the eye. Sure enough, the longer one stayed with a person, the weaker one's resistance to that person. No matter how ugly one was, one wouldn't be ugly after getting used to it. The system saw that Wei Wei Bai was looking at Ning Jiuma with a strange gaze. It turned back to look at the blocker. The OK bandage from last time had expired, so it bought another dozen and continued to paste it on. And that red line, although it strengthened their relationship and made it easier to increase their favorability, but it would also affect Wei Wei Bai's mood changes. Chapter 1542. The system stared at the red line on Wei Wei Bai's wrist, then it raised a repair box. Where did the scissors go? This red line was a hidden danger. Not only would it be struck by lightning if it returned to the modern world, more importantly, it would accelerate the development of Wei Wei Bai's feelings and increase the burden on the shield. It was better to break it. While the system was looking for the scissors, the pork belly was already in good condition. Of course, after going through Wei Wei Bai's hands, it was still accidentally burnt. It was burnt, but the taste was still okay. At least it could be eaten. Wei Wei Bai fed Ning Jiuma a piece of pork belly. A big man, thin and frail. His life was really miserable. Ning Jiuma was very obedient. He sat quietly beside Wei Wei Bai. She fed him something, even if it was burnt food. He also felt that the bitter taste of the burnt food in his mouth was delicious. Wei Wei Bai felt that she really raised a retarded son. It was rare for the retarded Ning to have a good day. Fragrant clothes, soft food, and a little palace maid who took care of him. Even if he was stupid, he knew that this was really good. Such a beautiful day passed by easily. At night, Wei Wei Bai found more candles and oil lamps. She even found a lamp filled with oil. She lit the lamp and a few more candles. The palace finally lit up. Wei Wei Bai had a leisurely life, so she rummaged through most of the palace. She even pulled out a big box of books. Maybe it was because they were well preserved, but the books didn't have any dust. Wei Wei Bai had nothing to do, so she casually flipped through the books. She didn't have any resistance to the vertical layout of the words. After all, she had transmigrated to so many ancient planes. She was used to these things. Ning Jimal lay on the bed obediently, quietly covered with the quilt. He lowered his eyes and stared at Wei Wei Bai, who was reading. He pursed his lips, feeling a little uneasy. He couldn't bear to sleep like this. He was afraid that she would be gone when he woke up tomorrow. His simple and stupid heart only had one simple thought. She gave him delicious food, played with him, and made him comfortable. She was the best person in the world. When he saw her sitting by the bed, he couldn't help but stretch his hand out of the blanket and secretly grab a tassel on the belt of her palace dress. The dresses of the lower-ranked palace maids were all the same. To make the people in the palace feel festive, they had to wear pink dresses. Only high-ranking palace maids could have a few more sets of different dresses. In the past, whenever Ning Jioma saw these palace maids wearing dresses, he would feel like he was looking at a scourge. But when he looked at Wei Wei Bai, he found that she looked better than anyone else. Ning Jioma silently learned another word. Good-looking people. Wei Wei Bai felt the grip on her belt tighten, so she glanced at his hand without batting an eyelid. His fingers were very thin, but the shape of his knuckles was very delicate and beautiful. His fingers were as slender as bamboo. If he had more meat, just his hands alone would be enough to amaze others. She flipped through the pages and suddenly asked, "Your Highness, do you want to listen to a book?" It was a book of songs. Wei Wei Bai randomly picked it up. There were all kinds of books in those books. Even the top one was very profound, and some old antique books that needed to be studied. Ning Jioma didn't know anything about books, but he was afraid that she would leave, so he immediately widened his eyes and nodded dryly. Wei Wei Bai chuckled softly. She casually flipped through the pages and softly read the poem. The more simple and understandable ones were nothing more than a fair lady, a gentleman's dream, or the so-called beauty on the other side of the water. Chapter 1543. Suddenly he paused. The clean bedding and the mended clothes. The warm charcoal fire not far from the bed. The windows were covered with rice paper. And the sweet smell of food in his mouth. These were all things he didn't have before. Even if she was a spy, she was the most patient and scheming one. Her care was not like those damn people from before who were not the same in front and behind. She was good to him and wanted to test him. She couldn't squeeze out a minute to take care of him. Ning Jioma placed his finger on Wei Wei Bai's neck and thought for a long time. Only then did he retract his hand. He would spare her dog life. When he was cured of the poison in the future and didn't need anyone to serve him, he would deal with her. Ning Jioma took out a sachet from under the bed. He put on the tip of Wei Wei Bai's nose, and she fell into a deeper sleep. Ning Jioma wanted to kick her off the bed, but he was afraid that new problems would arise and remind her. After all, the medicine in the sachet had not been used for a long time. He didn't know if it was effective. Ning Jioma snorted coldly and could only push her into the bed with a sullen face. Then, he threw the blanket over her. Wei Wei Bai slept comfortably. Her pink lips rubbed against his pillow, and her beautiful and cute cheeks were flushed. Like the flowers in the imperial garden, they were bright red and indescribably beautiful. Ning Jioma frowned and suddenly turned to leave. He was poisoned too deeply. After waking up, he actually looked at a spy. Was he stupid? The system looked at the favorability from when Ning Jioma wasn't stupid. The favorability collapsed from 20 to -30. Then, it climbed from -30 to -15. This strange up and down collapse of the favorable impression points. It was indeed an increase unique to idiots. Ning Jioma walked to the window and opened it. A figure was squatting by the window. Ning Jiuma said coldly, "Teach those eunuchs who came today a lesson." The eunuch outside the window whispered, "Your Highness, are you going to kill them?" When Ning Jiuma had been awake all these years, the lines he had set up in the palace had begun to take effect. Even the emperor had Ning Jiuma's men by his side. However, he had been crazy for too long, causing those people to not dare to make a sound. After all, he was afraid that his crazy master would suddenly reveal everything. They would all be finished. Every time, they would only dare to move when Ning Jiuma personally gave the order. Most of the time, everyone was trying to find the antidote. Only the antidote could ensure that Ning Jiuma would wake up at any time. Ning Jiuma leaned against the window. Under the moonlight, his dark eyes gave off a cold feeling. Not to the extent of killing them. Leave them alive and let them slowly suffer. He spoke softly, but it was even scarier than usual. The eunuch outside the window responded softly and respectfully. Then he lowered his voice and said, "Your Highness, I brought the information you wanted on that little palace maid." Ning Jiuma's fingers paused slightly, and his obscure eyes darkened a little. Then he stretched out his hand. "Give it to me." He actually looked a little impatient. The eunuch immediately presented a few pages of paper. After Ning Jiuma took them, he pushed the window closed. The eunuch outside the window also knew that his master was chasing him away. He could only leave immediately. Ning Jiuma flipped over the paper in his hand and looked at it for a while. His thin lips curled into a cold smile. "You've hidden it well." The information above listed the more important things that had happened to Wei Wei since she was young. Chapter 1544. She didn't have any interactions with the palace and didn't know any high-ranking officials or nobles. Even entering the palace was because her family had starved to death. What clean background. Of course, there were plenty of palace maids and eunuchs with such backgrounds. But to be able to come to his side and treat him so well, if there was no motive, was it possible? Ning Jiuma's suspicious and vicious nature made him wary of any kind of goodwill. If he was crazy, he might still rely on someone. But he wouldn't. So Wei Wei Bai's information might be someone else's. Ning Jiuma put the paper on the fire and burned it expressionlessly. Then he slowly walked to the bedside with his hands behind his back. His posture was very noble. Although his slender figure was a little thin, he still had the dignified bearing of the crown prince. He slowly bent his body, half of his hideous face hidden in the shadows, like a demon. The other side of his face was exceptionally delicate and exquisite. Comparing the two sides, the ugly one was uglier, and the beautiful one was more beautiful. It was even more strange and terrifying. The dim light shone on Wei Wei Bai's sleeping face. Her slender body was faintly discernible under the quilt. Her porcelain-white face had the same characteristics as before he was disfigured. She was likable and cute. When he was still a child, before his face was chiseled, even his selfish and vicious father liked him when he smiled. And Wei Wei Bai was like him in the past. Everyone liked her when she smiled. He just didn't know what kind of black heart was under her cute smile. Ning Jiuma looked at her for a long time and suddenly sneered. "I'll let you take care of me for a few days. Let's see how long you can endure." Who would be willing to take care of a fool? Even when facing their own children, there were times when they were impatient. Not to mention a strange lunatic, a lunatic who couldn't bring her any benefits. Ning Jiuma lay back on the bed and decided not to alert the enemy. He couldn't find out Wei Wei Bai's identity at the moment. Then her identity would be very deep. It would be good to make use of this kind of spy. Ning Jiuma was full of schemes and tricks. He resisted the urge to kick Wei Wei Bai away and crawled into bed. The blanket was filled with her warm breath. Ning Jiuma was used to being alone and couldn't get used to such a warm and clean smell. He held his breath and froze. Once he calmed down, his mind replayed the scene of her smiling gently today, washing his hands, cutting his nails, mending his clothes, and feeding him. He couldn't help but reach out and pat his head. He cursed in a low voice. "You have no ambition. Trash. Do you think she's good just because of this little bit of fawning?" It was nothing more than a dark little mouse. In the past, when he was crazy, he didn't let anyone get close to him. Ning Jiama was very dissatisfied that only this little palace maid could make him, who had lost his rationality, get close to her. Suddenly, a soft hand patted his chest. Ning Jiama trembled and his body stiffened. He didn't dare to make a sound. Wei Wei Bai just turned over and put her feet on his thighs. Then, she hugged him and continued to sleep. When Ning Jiama came back to his senses, his breathing became heavier and he was so angry that he was trembling. She had no sense of propriety. Or was she trying to seduce him? Ning Jiama sneered. He had seen through this kind of old trick. He was about to push her away when he touched a soft place. It was warm. What the hell was this? Chapter 1545. Ning Jiama, who had no experience and no opportunity to come into contact with this aspect, was stunned. Then his face turned red and his hand suddenly retracted. Wei Wei Bai didn't react, but Ning Jiama couldn't calm down. He stuffed his hand under the blanket and pretended that he didn't touch the thing in front of her chest. The thought of kicking her away slowly disappeared from his muddled mind. When his sober mind was eaten away at the last moment, he realized that he was already hugging the little palace maid. He fell asleep just like that. The system looked at the boundless bullet screen surrounding it. Its head was full of huge question marks. What the hell? Are the bullet screen, now, so strict that it's blocked when you're just sleeping? Or did the male lead do something that needs to be blocked? But the favorability rose to -10. Then, the favorability suddenly rose to 20 again. The system looked and understood. Oh, Ning Jiama is retarded again. Wei Wei Bai woke up on time. She opened her eyes and yawned as the sun rose. Ning Jiama was still sleeping like a pig. She actually woke up in his arms. Wei Wei Bai didn't have any problems. After all, a retarded person was similar to a cat or a dog. Would you feel anything when you woke up and saw a cat in your bed? Probably, but it was just that the bed was a little warmer. The quilt was probably made of cat fur. Wei Wei Bai saw that it wasn't raining today. The sky was faintly bright. It seemed that there would be a sun today. There was finally a sun. It was raining so hard that people were going to get moldy. Today, they could dry their blankets and clothes. The charcoal fire was almost used up because of drying the clothes and the palace. Wei Wei Bai took the list that she hadn't used in the past and went to get breakfast first. She smiled cutely and had a sweet mouth. The chef saw that she came early. The food wasn't even cold yet, so he gave it to her. He even gave her a few more steam buns because of her cuteness. The chef even said, "Little girl, the newcomer doesn't know anything. If you want to help in the kitchen in the future, I can find a job for you." This was the greatest kindness the palace could show to a person. After all, everyone knew that there was no future for those who stayed by Ning Wang's side. Moreover, he might die one day. The chef also saw that Bai Weiwei was honest and cute, so he was kind. Usually, everyone was very cold, and this bit of kindness was very precious. However, Weiwei Bai revealed a brilliant smile. "Thank you, uncle, but my master is very good. I have to serve him well." When the chef heard this, he thought, "Isn't this a fool? What was so good about a lunatic?" Of course, this was the limit of his warning. If Weiwei Bai wanted to die, it was none of his business. Weiwei Bai returned to Prince Ning's long grass cold palace with the food box and the charcoal. After putting down the things, she took out the porridge and placed it on the small stove to warm it. Just as she was about to boil some water, she suddenly realized something and looked up at the bed. Weiwei Bai's expression turned cold. "Tongzi, where's idiot Ning?" The system had been keeping watch for the entire night, and its eyelids were so tired that they started to droop. When it heard Weiwei Bai's words, it immediately woke up. Then it opened its heaven's eye. "He went to look for you." But he got lost in the rockery beside the lotus pond. Weiwei Bai could only accept her fate and look for her silly cat. She walked toward the rockery beside the lotus pond. The rockery here was simply the best scenery in the harem. Everyone knew that the emperor liked rocks. Therefore, in a local area, the ministers and officials hurriedly sent a lot of strange stones. Chapter 1546. In the end, it couldn't even be called a strange stone anymore. It should be called a small mountain. As a result, a large area around the lotus pond became a maze of strange stones. Weiwei Bai had the navigation system and easily found the lost Ning Jiama. From afar, she saw Ning Jiama's messy long hair, his sloppy clothes, and his unique, confused expression. He was standing in a stone cave, and no one knew what he was looking at. He looked like a fool. Wei Wei Bai saw him like this and slowed down her pace to quietly walk behind him, intending to give him a surprise attack. But just as she was about to call out to him, suddenly a series of ambiguous, wet, and familiar asterisk sounds came from beside her ear. A woman's coquettish and enchanting voice sounded. "Ah, Your Highness, give it to me. Deeper, deeper." A rough male voice snorted coldly. "You little vixen, if I don't kill you, Imperial Father will be satisfied with you?" This kill was not the same as kill. The woman said coquettishly, "The Emperor is old." These words seemed to please the Crown Prince, and the two of them started talking again. When Wei Wei Bai heard this voice, wasn't this scene a must for a melodramatic palace drama? The Crown Prince and the concubine were having an affair. In the end, the concubine would either kill the Emperor or be poisoned to death by the Emperor. This explosive news made Wei Wei Bai want to hold her forehead. She was so unlucky to encounter such an eye-piercing scene. Ning Jiuma seemed to have just noticed someone behind him. He turned around and saw Wei Wei Bai. He immediately cried out in surprise. Wei Wei Bai saw his silly behavior and immediately covered his mouth without hesitation. She turned around and pressed him firmly into the gap between the stones. When he cried out, the Crown Prince immediately rushed out to silence him. Ning Jiuma looked at her strangely and blankly, as if he didn't understand why she didn't let him speak. Wei Wei Bai quietly whispered in his ear, "Your Highness, be good, don't make a sound." The two people's bodies were very close to each other, sticking closely together. Even their auras were intertwined. Ning Jiuma's lips were pressed against her palm. There was a strange numbness in her soft palm that made him tremble. His ears turned red, and he didn't make a sound. Finally, the adulterous couple was done. Then there was the sound of clothes rustling. Then a man with an ashen face and an expression of overindulgence staggered out of the cave. He was on his last breath. Then an imperial concubine came out. Her clothes were a little messy, but her figure was enchanting. With one look, it was obvious that she had been nourished. Wei Wei Bai and Shi Guang were practically stuck in a crevice, forming a blind spot, so the people who went out did not see them. The Crown Prince and the concubine left as if nothing had happened. Wei Wei Bai heaved a sigh of relief and slowly let go of Ning Jiuma. Then she said with a serious expression, "Your Highness, don't come out alone in the future in case you encounter something bad." Ning Jiuma blinked innocently, as if he didn't quite understand her words. Then he asked softly, "Bad things? Are they fighting?" Wei Wei Bai said perfunctorily, "Yes, demons are fighting." She couldn't explain to a mentally disabled child what the great movement that drove the history of human reproduction was. She was afraid that explaining for a long time would pollute this fool's pure heart. Ning Jiuma frowned in confusion. "Seeing them fight makes me uncomfortable." Wei Wei Bai asked casually, "Where are you uncomfortable?" Ning Jiuma thought about it blankly, then pointed down obediently. "Here." Wei Wei Bai. Fast fast fast. Chapter 1547. Ning Jiuma, a grown man, pointed at his private part in a daze. If it wasn't for the loose robe, nothing could be seen. Wei Wei Bai might have kicked him out of reflex. Of course, thinking that he was mentally retarded, she forgave his hooligan-like posture. After all, for a man with almost zero IQ, pointing at his private part was no different from pointing at his fingers and toes. Ning Jiuma saw that she didn't react and seemed to think that she didn't know where he was feeling uncomfortable. He quickly reached out, grabbed her hand, and was about to press it down on his lower body. "It's here. It's very uncomfortable, very uncomfortable." He didn't know how to describe it. It was hot, itchy, and painful, making him feel at a loss. But in the next second, her hand broke free. "Your Highness, what are you doing?" Bai Weiwei's expression was righteous as she coldly shouted. Ning Jiuma was stunned. He clenched his fingers, but he only grasped the air. His thin lips trembled, and his eyes turned red. He hid his hand behind his back. Then he lowered his head, not daring to look at Wei Wei Bai, as if he didn't know what he had done wrong. Wei Wei Bai was just maintaining her image. After all, she was a little palace maid. Even if she was calm, she couldn't say that she was an experienced driver, although she could help him calmly. But this didn't fit her image. Even if Ning Jioma was a child, Wei Wei Bai didn't want her image to break. So when she saw Ning Jioma's bullied look, she frowned and said awkwardly, "Your Highness, you have grown up." Ning Jioma looked up blankly. Because he came out in a hurry, he didn't even tie up his hair. He was tall and slender. She was used to seeing half of his disfigured face. She felt that his eyebrows were more beautiful. So when he pursed his thin lips and looked at people with innocent eyes, there was always an innocent and pitiful look. In fact, Bai Weiwei could also pretend to be like him. After all, she didn't know how many times she had pretended to be cute and innocent. But his acting wasn't as natural as Ning Jioma's foolishness that came from his bones. Wei Wei Bai saw that he was still in a daze and had no choice but to reach out her hand. Ning Jioma's aggrieved eyes immediately turned into a joyful smile. He immediately held her hand. He held her hand tightly, afraid that Wei Wei Bai would abandon him again. Wei Wei Bai had no choice but to lead him to Ning Palace. After returning home, Ning Jioma sat awkwardly, but he didn't dare to say anything. His lower body was still burning hot. He was afraid that if he continued, Wei Wei Bai would find him troublesome and leave him again. Ning Jioma's face turned red as hot sweat broke out on his forehead. He hugged his leg and was a little annoyed at himself for feeling so uncomfortable. Wei Wei Bai came in with hot water for washing his face. She saw the little fool Ning Jioma hugging his legs bitterly, looking like he was about to cry. The corner of her mouth twitched. She really couldn't stand how this fool could be so stupid. To say that he was as stupid as an animal was an exaggeration. Animals could reproduce naturally. He didn't even know what it meant to feel uncomfortable. Wei Wei Bai sighed. "I'm a little palace maid who doesn't know anything about the world. How can I teach him such things?" The system was using scissors to cut the red string. What was this red string made of? It was too tough. Hearing Wei Wei Bai's words, the system's fingers trembled as if it had been caught doing something bad. After all, cutting off someone's red string meant ending the host's marriage. This was going to be struck by lightning. But thinking that this red string belonged to Yi Yuxuan, it had no choice but to cut it. Quick! Chapter 1548. The two of them were already sick of each other. If there was a red string, would it trip it up every day? The system was afraid that the host would be suspicious, so it immediately replied, "It's okay." The ancients were very dirty. The original host family was a mountain village. Those old women and married middle-aged women basically carried small stools and stood at the door every day, saying dirty words. The original host worked in the fields and knew everything. Wei Wei Bai nodded in understanding. That's right, she wasn't a lady. The big girls who worked in the fields basically knew a little more than that. Bai Weiwei suddenly had a look of realization. It turned out that a palace maid could also be dirty. The system saw Wei Wei Bai and understood. It felt that the host should educate Ning Jioma, then let Ning Jioma solve it himself. So it continued to squat and cut the red string. Where did that dabbler fortune teller get the material? Was this a steel cable or a red string? Wei Wei Bai had an idea. She put the basin on the shelf. Then she looked up at Ning Jioma, who was squatting into a ball with red ears. He probably thought that he was sick, so he didn't dare to move and try to get through it. "Your Highness." Ning Jioma felt that his whole body was warm, but he didn't know why. When he heard Wei Wei Bai's voice, his ears suddenly moved, and his thin red face became even redder. His Adam's apple moved. He didn't know why, but he felt even more uncomfortable. Wei Wei Bai saw that he lowered his head, his long hair was messy, and his white neck was exposed. The skin on his neck was also red. If it was a normal person, wouldn't they be able to suppress it quickly? Why was this big fool getting more and more serious? Wei Wei Bai, who was like an old mother, squatted down and said softly, "Your Highness, are you still feeling uncomfortable?" Ning Jioma shrank back, as if he felt that Wei Wei Bai was too close to him. He felt that when she leaned over, that sweet smell made him feel even more uncomfortable. A big man was trying to shrink himself into a ball. He was as pitiful as an ostrich. He didn't even know where to hide. Wei Wei Bai accepted her fate and softly advised, "Your Highness, this is very normal. You will feel better after you do it yourself." The word comfortable was probably because her voice was too soft. For no reason, there was a hint of ambiguity. Ning Jioma clenched his fists so tightly that his nails dug into his palms. He felt that he was very bad. He actually wanted to fight with her. Ning Jioma, whose mind was in a mess, was afraid that he would hurt Wei Wei Bai. His eyes were red, and his throat trembled as he said with difficulty, Don't care about me. I'm sick. I'll be fine after I sleep." He was very strange now. He clearly saw the two demons fighting, although he didn't know what they were doing. But when he saw the white meat, he felt disgusted. But for some reason, when she pressed him into the crevice of the stone and her soft body rubbed against him, he suddenly felt something. He began to feel uncomfortable. He even wondered if he had been poisoned. Was he going to die? The more Ning Jiuma thought about it, the redder his eyes became. Tears were about to fall. Go quickly. He was useless. He was going to die. He didn't want to burden the little palace, made to see his rotting corpse. It was like those corpses that he had seen in the well. They were all soaked and rotting. It was very disgusting and very ugly. He would probably become like that when he died. Suddenly, a kiss landed gently on his forehead. It was as light as a butterfly. It was incomparably gentle, but it instantly made Ning Jioma's body stiffen. Chapter 1549. All right, where's the host? Could it be that the host was educating the male lead about hygiene, so the bullet screen should be blocked as well? The bullet screen was getting stricter and stricter. The system didn't think much of it and continued cutting the red string. Ning Jioma followed Wei Wei Bai even more closely, just like Wei Wei Bai's little tail. He followed Wei Wei Bai wherever she went, drying the clothes and blankets, helping to clean the table, wipe the dust, and throw away the useless charcoal. He felt very happy. For the first time in so many years, he wasn't afraid of the day. As long as he saw Wei Wei Bai, his mood would soar. In the evening, Bai Weiwei untied the hairpin that held his hair together and then combed his hair one by one. Under the light, her slender figure swayed on the wall. Ning Jioma stared blankly, feeling that this life was like a dream. Suddenly, he asked, "Will you leave?" In the past, those palace maids and eunuchs had always come and gone. Everyone hated him, and he hated them too. So when they left, he didn't care. Only Wei Wei Bai, he didn't want her to leave. Wei Wei Bai stopped combing his hair. After a moment of silence, she put down the comb and walked in front of him to hold his hands. She tilted her head and revealed a gentle smile. "Your Highness is really silly. How can I leave? I am your Highness's palace maid." She was wearing a simple pink palace dress. Her skin was glowing, and her black hair fell in front of her chest, reflecting the smile in her eyes. It made Ning Jioma's eyes bitter for a moment. He didn't quite understand what was surging in his heart. This feeling was very sour, but more than that, it was happiness. He didn't understand other words, so he could only happily repeat, "That's good. It's good that you don't leave." Wei Wei Bai was very patient. She coaxed him to bed and told him bedtime stories. She said that she would spoil him like a son. Wei Wei Bai racked her brains to let Ning Jioma feel the warmth of her family. Ning Jioma was also very easy to coax and fell asleep happily. Wei Wei Bai sat by the bed for a long time. When she was sure that he was really asleep, she yawned and pried his hand away from her and put it under the blanket. Then she came to the side of her small bed, shook off the bedding that had been hung out to dry today, and then crawled into the bedding. Today was another successful day of gaining favorable impression points. At this rate, he would be able to complete the mission in minutes. She fell asleep with a smile. What a beautiful plane. Silly sweet targets. He couldn't wait to have a few more. In the latter half of the night, Ning Jioma suddenly convulsed. He trembled all over and opened his eyes painfully. His confused mind gradually cleared up. Everything that happened today almost made him explode with anger. This woman was not only shameless, she was also a slut. He actually dared to be so disrespectful to him. Ding! The male lead's favorability is -20. The system was as tired as a dog. It squatted beside the half-cut red line and heard the notification of the favorability increase. It was clear as day. Oh, Ning Jiumal was normal again. The side mission was stuck, and the download was slow. The system also didn't remind Wei Wei by that the favorability of your family had collapsed again. Anyway, when she woke up, the favorability would still recover, so it was too lazy to remind her repeatedly. Ning Jiuma's face was gloomy as he fiercely got up from the bed. He took out a pair of scissors from the drawer and rushed to the bedside. Then, without hesitation, he was about to stab her neck. "How dare you? How dare you be so rude to me, pervert?" Because the system was hungry, it was holding a melon and eating when it saw this scene. It was so shocked that it dropped the melon in its hand. Damn, what did it miss? Why did Ning Jiumal look like he had lost his chastity and want to fight with Wei Wei Bai? Slashed it. Chapter 1550. The system was about to stop Ning Jiuma's crazy murder. The scissors in Ning Jiuma's hand suddenly stopped. The wild madness in his eyes turned into a kind of red coldness. Then, the system heard him muttering to himself. "It's too easy to die like this. How dare you treat me like this? I'll make you wish you were dead." System, what did the host do to make her wish she was dead? Even if she raped you, the host should be the one at a disadvantage. Unfortunately, Ning Jiuma didn't feel that Wei Wei Bai was at a disadvantage. He felt that he was the one at a disadvantage. He turned around, his face as cold as the ice in the mountains, incomparably fierce. Ning Jiuma's face was dark. He took out the sachet and almost covered it, making Wei Wei Bai faint. He really wanted to suffocate her to death. The system looked at the host who was sleeping like a pig. If it wasn't for the after effects of the infinite strength, the quality of her sleep would have exploded. With the host's vigilance, she would have been woken up by Ning Jiuma. Seeing that Wei Wei Bai was sleeping soundly, Ning Jiuma raised his foot, wanting to kick her to death. His feet didn't listen to him and stopped in midair. Then, he gritted his teeth and looked at her gloomily. Coincidentally, he saw her light pink lips slightly open. It seemed that the suffocation made her feel uncomfortable. Ning Jiuma's body felt like it had been electrified. The image of her kissing him suddenly came to him. The delicate degree of her lips was even more fragile than tofu, but it was 3 times sweeter than tofu. Ning Jiuma's breath heated up, as if there was a poisonous fire burning in his throat. He suddenly turned around fiercely, gritted his teeth, walked to the window, and opened it. The eunuch squatted outside the window and said softly, "Your Highness, we have evidence of the crown prince's adultery with the imperial concubine." Ning Jiuma thought of what he saw with Wei Wei Bai in a rockery today. She pressed him into the crack of the stone, although it was considered to be protecting him. But she really didn't have the slightest bit of respect for him. She didn't even call him a servant, and kept saying that she was mine in front of him. Could it be that in her eyes, he was a lowly commoner? She did not respect him as a noble prince at all. In fact, he had suffered a lot of humiliation. In this palace, other than his confidants, there were also the old people his mother had left for him. Indeed, no one would think highly of him. But when he thought about how Wei Wei Bai was also one of them, his heart burned with discomfort. Ning Jiuma's aura became even colder and more terrifying. The eunuch under the window was still reporting in a low voice some of the recent important matters in the imperial court. But for some reason, he felt that his master's face was particularly terrifying. Suddenly, he heard Ning Jiuma's cold voice. His tone was as dark as a ghost in the night. "Tell me, what should I do to make a person suffer?" This question, the eunuch expressed that it was a little out of line. Of course, as the loyal little dog of Prince Ning, the eunuch still replied softly, "There are only a few ways to make someone wish they were dead. Torture for those whose mind is unstable. Deprive them of their favorite things if their mind is firm. To make a person suffer, find their weakness first. These are all taught by His Highness." These were all taught by Ning Jiuma before. Ning Jiuma listened and felt that it was familiar. Wasn't this some of the common sense he had taught the servants before? Ning Jiuma's expression froze. Then he immediately changed the topic. Let someone pretend to accidentally leak the evidence. His body is about to collapse. Continue to poison him. Don't increase the dosage. / to facilitate your next reading, you can click on the Chapter 1551. The eunuch listened carefully. Ning Jamal was expressionless as he said calmly, "Before I find the antidote, don't let him die too early." Once the crown prince died, he wouldn't be fully recovered. Then, the harem competition would start again, and there would be more complications. The crown prince was still useful, at least as a shield. Ning Jiuma gave detailed instructions. All the plans and sinister tricks came from his mouth. At the beginning, it was just a pitiful protection, but now, everyone sincerely supported and respected him. Ning Jiuma's efforts were almost unimaginable. If it wasn't for that damned poison, Ning Jiuma would be the high and mighty noble. The position of crown prince wouldn't fall to the current crown prince, this kind of useless person. After Ning Jiuma finished giving instructions, he said, "First, destroy the crown prince's prestige and lose the emperor's heart. This will make the empress anxious for a while." The crown prince and his concubine had committed adultery. This kind of scandal was simply a disgrace to the royal family. But Ning Jiuma knew that this kind of thing couldn't suppress the crown prince. After all, the crown prince had a prominent mother. Ning Jiuma stood by the window, half of his face hidden in the darkness. He looked at the dark and luxurious palaces outside the window, and a cold smile appeared on his face. It was incomparably mocking. This place was really disgusting, but he knew that he was also one of them. His roots grew here, so he wasn't that clean. Ning Jiuma didn't know why, but the emptiness in his heart surged. He waved his hand to let the eunuch leave. "Don't expose yourself. No matter what happens on my side, don't come out." How many years had there been in the dark to test him? Even his biological father, the emperor, had sent people to monitor and test him. But was he afraid that he wasn't a fool and would resent him because of concubine Ro? How could a child who resented him live? If he wasn't crazy half the time, he wouldn't have been able to hide his secret so perfectly all these years. Ning Jiuma suddenly thought of something and said to the eunuch who was about to leave, "Leave some of the poison for me." The eunuch was shocked. "Your Highness, who do we need to deal with? Why would we need you to do anything?" Ning Jiuma frowned in annoyance. "She's just a little palace maid." Initially, he wanted to spare Wei Wei Bai's life. After all, she had served him quite well. In the end, she actually coveted his beauty. This made Ning Jiuma feel uncomfortable all over. His scalp was about to explode. The warmth of that kiss seemed to still linger on his lips, and he couldn't help but think about it when he pursed his lips. This is really too. He was too shameless. How could such a shameless woman be allowed to stay? The eunuch frowned. "Is it the little palace maid beside you? We've investigated her, and there's really nothing wrong with her. We even sent people to the village where she was born to investigate. Many of the people who didn't die knew her. If there really was a problem, no matter how well a spy hid, it was impossible for him to be so perfect. Moreover, the appearance of the little palace made many of them feel relieved. Because of Ning Jiuma's special identity, almost every step he took was like walking on a steel wire. These people did not dare to approach him for fear of exposing their identities. They could only watch as their noble master lived a life worse than that of a pig or a dog. Everyone's heart was dripping blood, and the appearance of Wei Wei Bai was simply a blessing. She took care of Ning Jiuma so meticulously that she treated him as if he was the closest person to her. // Chapter 1552. With such a little palace made by his side, his master had only lived a decent life for 2 days. Why did she want to poison her again? Ning Jiuma sulked for a moment before saying, "She disrespected me." The eunuch's voice turned cold. "Did she also disrespect and insult you like the previous palace maids?" If that was the case, the little palace maid deserved to die. Ning Jiuma was silent for a moment. For a moment, he couldn't go against his conscience and say this. After all, no matter how much Wei Wei Bai had gone overboard, she had saved him today. He held it in for a long time before saying reluctantly, She wanted to do something to me." The eunuch was immediately angry. "She dared to touch his highness. Tomorrow, I will arrange for her to fall into the well and die." Ning Jiuma paused for a moment before saying, "She didn't do anything." The eunuch? ? Ning Jiuma reluctantly said, "She used her mouth." The eunuch, she dared to scold you. Simply, Ning Jiuma, she didn't scold me. Then the eunuch realized, then the little palace maid recommended herself to you? After all, this was a common thing for an experienced eunuch. Ning Jiuma, how is that a recommendation? She forced herself on me and didn't even ask for my permission when she pounced on me. The eunuch, he suddenly felt that the little palace maid was very reliable and was thinking about how she would treat his master so well. It turned out that she liked his master. It was good that she liked him. She wouldn't betray him and would be more attentive. Where could he find a woman who liked his highness? She was a rare animal. The eunuch couldn't help but advise, Your Highness, this is a loyal one. It's better not to poison her. Ning Jiuma's face immediately turned cold. Even you want to resist me? The eunuch knew that his master hated people who disrespected him the most. After all, after so many years of humiliation, anyone would have a strong and fragile self-esteem. The eunuch took out the poison. His fingers shook, and he changed it to the least toxic one. It wouldn't kill her, but it wouldn't feel good. After all, after so many years, the little palace maid was the first woman who liked his highness. He was afraid that his highness would regret it if the little palace maid died. After giving the poison to Ning Jiuma, he excused himself. Ning Jiuma closed the window and walked to the bed with a dark expression. Wei Wei Bai was sleeping soundly. Half of the quilt had fallen to the ground. Her thin body under the thin clothes had a hint of secret beauty and seductiveness. Her sleeping face was so pink that he could pinch water out of it. She was young and appeared clean and soft. Unlike those palace servants who had always lived in the imperial palace, their faces were ugly and turbid. Ning Jiuma's hand that was about to take out the poison paused. A trace of hesitation appeared in his dark eyes. But when he thought about how familiar she was with him, he wondered who she had touched before. Ning Jiuma brought the poison to her lips and was about to feed it to her. In the end, perhaps because Wei Wei Bai was cold, she actually turned over in her sleep. Her legs hooked onto the blanket, and her lips accidentally brushed against his fingers. The sensation on his fingertips was soft and tender. Ning Jiuma retracted his finger at the speed of lightning. The poison was gone. He saw that her black hair was scattered and her face was flushed, making her look even more delicate. Ning Jiuma felt thirsty for no reason. He didn't know why he was trembling, as if he was afraid that she would wake up. Why was he afraid of her? It wasn't like he had become stupid and was afraid of everyone. Ning Jiuma took the poison back. His stiff fingers were about to repeat the action just now. But halfway through, his fingers stiffened. Chapter 1553. The Crown Prince was anxious and short of breath. His nose was bleeding nonstop, causing his originally delicate face to become extremely ugly at this moment. He shouted fiercely, Someone is trying to kill this Crown Prince. Once the crime of murdering the Crown Prince was set, the person had to die. Wei Wei Bai felt that this Crown Prince was like a big villain. She was wondering why the strategy was so smooth. It turned out that the stumbling block was waiting for her here. Wei Wei Bai said to the system, I'll throw this guy to his death and then take Ning Jiuma out of the palace to live a carefree life. Is that okay? System. Okay. But Ning Jiuma wasn't too willing. The side mission had been downloaded to 90. The fault caused by the red line was too serious. Wei Wei Bai hugged Ning Jiuma because her attention was on the Crown Prince who looked like he was infected with rabies. So she didn't notice Ning Jiuma's abnormality. The eunuch scrambled over and said, There's an assassin. It was so noisy. Ning Jiuma's brain was buzzing. The wound on Wei Wei Bai's delicate forehead cleared his chaotic mind. This clarity gradually turned into a thought. He wanted to kill someone. No one was allowed to touch his people. The palace servants wanted to rush over to catch Wei Wei Bai, but Wei Wei Bai waved her hand and accidentally pushed a few of them. She turned around and hid Ning Jiuma behind her, looking coldly at the Crown Prince. The Crown Prince was busy stopping the bleeding. He lowered his head and wanted to cruelly beat Wei Wei Bai to death. In the end, he looked at this little palace maid. Her eyes were clear and bright, and the corners of her eyes were red. She was like a peach blossom in the morning dew. She was indescribably delicate and cute. Although her forehead was bleeding, it didn't damage her cute and gentle face at all. The crown prince, who was a pervert, immediately stopped the palace servants. "Don't beat her to death. Tie her up for me." This trash actually hid such a little beauty in the palace. Why didn't he know before? Wei Wei Bai was used to situations, so how could she not see what the crown prince's eyes meant? She couldn't help but ask, "Can I castrate him?" Such an annoying villain was simply a foil for little Angel Ning's glorious image. This country was probably done for. Why did they choose such a person as the crown prince? Even if retard Ning went up, it would still be better than this guy. One look and one could tell that he was an incapable ruler. The system replied, "It has nothing to do with the side mission. Just castrate it." Anyway, the crown prince had nothing to do with the mission, so it didn't matter how he died. The crown prince's nose was stuffed with paper, and a hint of anxiety flashed across his eyes. He looked at Wei Wei Bai loftily. "Quick, tie him up and bring him back to my palace." In the past, he could still be considered to have some self-control. But later on, for some reason, whenever he saw a woman, he couldn't move. Now, whenever he saw a beautiful woman, he would want to hug her in his arms and do whatever he wanted. Seeing such a beautiful little beauty like Wei Wei Bai, he couldn't wait to get his hands on her. The palace servants immediately rushed forward, wanting to capture him. Wei Wei Bai had already stood up and unhurriedly rolled up her sleeves, revealing a pair of slender white wrists. She seemed to be careless as she raised her hand and slapped each person who dared to touch her, sending them flying. She was so strong that she could lift a stone lion. These weak eunuchs and palace maids who only knew how to serve were no match for her. In any case, as long as she beat them to death and led little fool Ning out of the palace, this matter would be resolved. She didn't have an empty palace in this 1 year. Chapter 1554. The crown prince saw that he couldn't restrain Wei Wei Bai and couldn't help but scold, "A bunch of trash." Then he turned to look at Wei Wei Bai with a confused expression. "I know you're eager to protect your master. You're a good servant, so I won't make things difficult for you. But what future do you have here? Why don't you follow me?" Before he finished speaking, he had already grabbed Wei Wei Bai's white and tender hand. Wei Wei Bai had just slapped away his servant when her hand was suddenly held by someone else. She only felt that all kinds of XX viruses were crawling out from the crown prince's hand. She asked the system, "Does he have AIDS, STDs, and other infectious diseases?" The system replied, "Don't worry. Even if he has infectious diseases, he won't be able to infect you through his hand." Wei Wei Bai was speechless. This answer made her feel that the crown prince really did have these diseases. She really wanted to wash her hands. Wei Wei Bai was just about to break the crown prince's hand. Ning Jiuma suddenly said coldly, "Let go of her." Wei Wei Bai was distracted, and Ning Jiuma, who was hiding behind her, walked out step by step. His red eyes stared at the crown prince's hand. His eyes were like a ferocious wolf, full of murderous intent. For a moment, Wei Wei Bai thought that Ning Jiuma had lost his mind. But in the next second, Ning Jiuma suddenly rushed over and grabbed the crown prince's neck. Then he pressed his head to the ground and knocked it hard. "You hit her. How can she feed me when she's hurt? How can she wash my clothes? How can she make kites for me? You bad guy, apologize to me. Hurry up and apologize." The crown prince was stunned. Ning Jiuma, who never knew how to fight back and only allowed himself to be bullied. Why did he suddenly go crazy? His forehead was knocked hard against the stone, and blood started to flow from his head. Then Ning Jiuma grabbed his hair and knocked it hard against the stone again. "Apologize. You scared her. What if she doesn't want me?" Wei Wei Bai, who thought that Ning Jiuma's domineering aura had regained her IQ. Retard. The servants were so scared that their faces turned green. Capturing Wei Wei Bai was secondary. The crown prince was going to be killed by Lord Ning. The palace servants immediately ran over and hugged Ning Jiuma tightly. Some of them were even bold enough to hit him. "Let go. If something happens to the crown prince, we'll all die. Go and call for help. Hurry and call the imperial guards." But no matter how many people pulled and beat them, Ning Jiuma was extremely ruthless. He grabbed the crown prince's hair and forced him to kowtow with all his might. The crown prince's head slammed against the ground, and blood flowed everywhere. The crown prince couldn't even cry out in pain. His forehead was badly mutilated. The scene was bloody and tragic. Wei Wei Bai felt that if she did not stop them, she would not have the chance to leave the palace. Ning Jiuma grabbed the crown prince and wanted to kowtow him to death. Wei Wei Bai immediately rushed over and tried to stop him. Your Highness, please stop. I'm fine. Ning Jiuma had gone crazy. His eyes were filled with ruthlessness and irritation, and there was only one thought in his mind. The little palace maid was his. She was hurt, so this trash had to apologize to her. Suddenly, a pair of hands hugged his neck from behind. The little palace maid's soft body was pressed against his back. Your Highness, it's time to eat. You have to wash your hands. Ning Jiuma's hand that was grabbing the crown prince's hair paused. His breathing was unstable, and his chest was heaving up and down violently. His mind was in a mess. Sometimes a clear killing intent flashed past, and sometimes confusion and grievance appeared. He said pitifully, "He hurt you." If he hadn't seen the crown prince's miserable state, he would have thought that the whole world was bullying him. Wei Wei Bai saw that he still looked like a rabid dog that wanted to kill someone. She immediately pretended to be in pain. Yes, the wound hurts. We need to apply medicine. Ning Jiuma's hand trembled, and he immediately threw the crown prince away. He hurriedly turned around and looked at her at a loss. Let's apply medicine. I'll help you. He looked at his hands that were full of blood and felt that it was very dirty. The little palace maid hated being dirty the most. He immediately wiped his hands on the crown prince's clothes and said to Wei Wei Bai pitifully, "They're all bullies. They're all bullies." He was about to cry. Wei Wei Bai glanced at the crown prince who was about to die. She suddenly felt that the crown prince should be the one crying. The crown prince's face was covered in blood. He stretched out his hand as if he was about to die and looked at them with hatred. He spat out with difficulty, "Kill, kill." When Bai Wei Wei saw this, she couldn't help but feel dizzy. He was even more resistant than a eunuch. Wei Wei Bai reached out and ruthlessly broke the crown prince's hand. The crown prince let out a hoarse scream. Then she hugged Ning Jiuma as if nothing had happened and said pitifully, "Yes, everyone is bullying us. They were so pitiful, so soft, and so wronged." Save button. Chapter 1555. When the Imperial Guard arrived, they saw the crown prince lying on the side on the verge of death. Ning Jiuma was trembling violently as he hugged a little palace maid. The palace servant beside the crown prince immediately shouted, "Arrest Ning Wang and beat that palace maid to death." With the crown prince injured like this, none of them could escape punishment. If they didn't quickly do something, they might be the ones to die. The Imperial Guards naturally listened to the crown prince. They pulled out their swords and planned to hack Wei Wei Bai to death. Ning Jiuma's pupils constricted. A violent but helpless emotion surged up. He fiercely raised his head and hugged Wei Wei Bai tightly. His eyes passed through her thin and fragile shoulders and stared at the Imperial Guards who were walking over with knives. No matter how confused he was, he knew that there were too many people bullying them. Those people were like a group of terrifying demons. They wanted to take away the person who was good to him. Ning Jiuma's body kept trembling. His simple mind couldn't think of a better way other than begging for mercy. He couldn't save Wei Wei Bai, but he could beg them. Just like in the past, when those people beat and humiliated him, he just had to hide in the corner and not resist. He even begged for mercy. They would let him go when they were tired. Ning Jiuma's confused mind and childish heart couldn't help him think of a better way. He could only rely on his own experience of being humiliated. He wanted to rely on his weak and pitiful ability to hug the little palace maid in his arms. This was the first time in so many years in the palace that he had such a strong desire. He wanted to keep her and not let anyone humiliate her. Ding! The male lead's favorability has increased to 35. Wei Wei Bai was a little dazed by Ning Jiuma's hug. She felt that he was so strong that he wanted to strangle her to death. But when she heard the notification that the favorability had increased, she suddenly felt that the little angel was cute. After so long, this was the first target that was so pleasing to the eye. She was pure and cute. She was a little ugly, but the favorability had increased. Bai Weiwei smiled and was just about to pat him on the back and comfort him with a few words. She took the opportunity to leave the palace with the little fool. This country was definitely over. Even if it wasn't over now, the crown prince's succession would definitely be over. Therefore, there was no future in this place. But before Wei Wei Bai could say anything, Ning Jiuma suddenly said in a trembling voice, If we beg for mercy, they won't kill you." An imperial guard came up to them and said without any respect, "Your Highness Prince Ning, please stay away so you don't get hurt." Ning Jiuma followed his instincts and lowered his head to beg for mercy without thinking too much. But a hand, soft and warm, clearly slender, firmly supported his forehead, preventing him from lowering his head. He was stunned for a moment before he heard a soft yet cold voice. "Your Highness, in this world, there is no one and nothing that requires you to kneel and kowtow to them. They are not worthy." Ning Jiuma's muddled mind and confused mind were shattered by these words, which were not heavy but very sharp. He turned his face to the side, and his innocent eyes trembled in fear. Another force seemed to be snatching his body. The strong poison in his body felt unbearable, as if it was sinking into his bones. But there was only one sentence in Ning Jiuma's mind. They were not worthy. He looked up and saw that half of Wei Wei Bai's face was covered in blood. Her loose hair was hanging down, and her palace dress was on the ground. Her eyes were as clear as a knife. It was as if even death couldn't threaten her in the slightest. Ning Jiuma's eyes gradually regained consciousness. His muddled mind was pierced by these words and was in great pain, but also forced him to wake up completely. Chapter 1556. This was the first time Ning Jiuma woke up in the middle of the day, just because of a sentence from a palace maid. "Ding, the male lead's favorability has increased to 5. Wei Wei Bai had a calm expression. She felt that she was very strong, and there weren't many imperial guards. She knocked them out a few times with each hand. Then she would buy some small cheat that could hide her aura and escape, saying goodbye to this damned place. So of course she was fearless. Then she heard the favorability had increased to 5? 5? 5! Why did her 35 points suddenly become 5? Who would dare to have the courage to jump off a building like this? Wei Wei Bai's calm expression couldn't be maintained. A few cracks appeared on her face. Could it be that fool Ning liked to kowtow, and she stopped him from doing so his favorability collapsed? Wei Wei Bai suddenly put her hand on Ning Jiuma's hair. She was about to knock his head on the ground in an attempt to get the favorability back. A shrill voice rang out. "Your Highness Crown Prince, Your Highness King Ning, Her Majesty summons you." These words caused everyone to fall to their knees with a crash. Ning Jiuma felt her hand caressing his hair, and a trace of warmth flashed through his heart. This little palace maid, did she think that he was still a fool? Was she comforting him? Bai Wei Wei was interrupted by this, and her heart ached to the point of splitting. The favorability suddenly dropped by 30 points. It turned out that he was such a pleasing and cute little retard. Now he was a little devil in her eyes. She couldn't help but say, "Tongzi, the favorability notification can't be wrong, right?" The system bought a commoner's lunchbox and was eating it. Ever since it sold tableware, furniture, and appliances. Suddenly, its life became better. It hadn't even spent the 15 days of life points that Wei Wei Bai gave it. Also, Wei Wei Bai said that she would give it snacks that gave it an extra 5 days of life points. It was saving it to spend in the future. It said as it ate, "That's how a fool's favorability is. It rises like crazy. You have to be calm." It saw the favorability increase, decrease, decrease, and increase. It was numb. In other words, Bai Wei Wei slept like a pig every day. That was why he was so agitated. After receiving the perfunctory consolation from the system, Wei Wei Bai expressed that his heart still hurt. Who would have thought that the favorable impression points would drop by 30? He had never experienced such a terrifying situation before. Wei Wei Bai could only endure her heartache and continue to maintain her persona. His heart was bleeding silently, but his face was as calm as the wind. Since he had already dropped them, he could only continue to farm them. Ning Jiuma and his entourage, including the crown prince, whose wounds had just been bandaged and was groaning in pain, were led to the palace where the emperor worked. After entering, Ning Jumal was still foolishly hugging Wei Wei Bai. He was like a little quail, trembling and scared. He buried his head in Wei Wei Bai's arms without raising it. The softness and fragrance of her body made his cold eyes soften a little. He still needed to act dumb so that no one would know that he was faking it. Therefore, Wei Wei Bai had almost become his shield. An old man wearing a golden court robe, who seemed to have just returned from the court, sat on the dragon throne. When the crown prince saw his father, he immediately shouted, "Father, this bastard hit me. He wants to kill me." When the emperor heard "bastard," the wrinkles on his face trembled. He gloomily looked at the crown prince, whose face was covered in blood. Suddenly, he reached out and picked up a piece of jade paperweight and threw it at the crown prince's head. "Bastard, this is your brother." After saying that, the emperor glanced at Ning Jiuma indifferently. /say button. Chapter 1557. He found his crazy son hugging a little palace made in fear, as if he was about to cry. The emperor frowned in annoyance, but the anger in his heart was directed at the crown prince. He thought of the imperial physician's words this morning and hated him so much that the roots of his teeth were about to rot. The crown prince was stunned, and his mind was in chaos. But he hit the son. The emperor was furious. "If he hit you, I'll kill you." The crown prince was stunned. He didn't understand why his father, who had always doted on him, was so angry. The emperor saw that the crown prince refused to admit his mistake, and disappointment flashed across his face. He said coldly, "Drag that cheap servant up." The people below immediately dragged up a guilty concubine with messy hair and removed all her hairpins. That concubine begged for mercy. "Your Majesty, please spare this concubine." It was the crown prince who forced this concubine. He used this concubine's family to force this concubine to submit. The emperor slammed the table. "Shut up, slut." Then he turned to the crown prince. "Do you know her?" When the crown prince saw that concubine, he immediately felt guilty, but he still insisted. This son has never seen her before." The concubine burst into tears. "Crown prince, don't hide anymore. The emperor already knows about us." The crown prince was already in pain and was in a bad mood. He said fiercely, "Who has anything to do with you two? I've never seen you before." The emperor's eyes turned red. This concubine was the one he doted on the most. In the end, she got together with the crown prince. And the emperor said coldly, "Do you know that this slut is pregnant?" The crown prince was stunned. He had gone off the rails and played with someone's life. He trembled all over and couldn't think of taking revenge on Ning Jiuma. If he couldn't get over this scandal, his position as the crown prince would be over. The crown prince immediately screamed, "No, I didn't. Imperial father, I was wronged. It was that slut who wronged me." Wei Wei Bai hugged the trembling Ning Jiuma in her arms and became an audience with Melon Eater. What a great show! When the emperor saw that the crown prince still refused to admit it, he was extremely disappointed. He roared, "Enough! You usually act like a tyrant, so I will treat you as a child. But you can even do such a disobedient thing. What else can't you do?" The emperor's eyes turned red. The green light above his head pointed at the pregnant concubine and said, Beat this bitch to death." The crown prince trembled. The concubine broke free from the eunuch's grip and hugged the crown prince. "Your Highness, I'm carrying your child. How can you abandon me?" The concubine cried her heart out. The crown prince was so scared that his head was about to pop out. He immediately pulled the concubine away. "Get lost. This consort has nothing to do with you." The concubine shrieked, "Heartless man, you don't recognize me after putting on your pants." Clap, 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 clap. Wei Wei Bai and the system watched with great interest. They wished they had a melon in their hands and a stool under their buttocks. Ning Jiuma suddenly asked weakly, "Are they fighting with demons?" Wei Wei Bai was stunned. She was about to cover Ning Jiuma's mouth. At this time, it was best to be a silent audience. But this weak question mark was heard by the furious emperor. The emperor looked at his retarded son. "What fight are you talking about?" Ning Jiuma was scared. He grabbed Wei Wei Bai's clothes tightly, as if he didn't dare to look at the emperor directly. but there was still a trace of admiration in his eyes. He looked at the emperor carefully, as if he liked him very much. Chapter 1558. That's right. I saw them fighting in that cave without any clothes on. Wei Wei Bai's mouth twitched. He said it so bluntly. Their identities as spectators had become targets. Sure enough, the crown prince's eyes immediately turned murderous. That resentful expression made it seem like he wanted to cut them into pieces. Wei Wei Bai wanted to stop Ning Jiuma, this idiot, from spouting nonsense, but this little idiot didn't know what danger was. His eyes were innocent and silly. When they were fighting, they said they wanted to. The emperor asked coldly, wanted to what? Ning Jiuma was confused for a moment. He thought hard and said hesitantly, wanted to fight on the big chair. Wei Wei Bai, ? She thought of what happened in the rockery last time. Ning Jiuma saw the crown prince there. Did the crown prince say these words? The big chair. The crown prince was also a wanderer. It wasn't enough to sleep in the wild. He still wanted to sleep on the sofa. But the emperor thought of something. He whispered and repeated, sleep, the big chair. The big chair. This sentence had many meanings. But as an extremely suspicious man, how could the emperor not think of it? The big chair could be the dragon chair. Even his woman dared to have a child. What else did this unfilial son not dare to do? The emperor suddenly felt that not only was his head green, but even the chair was in danger. The crown prince was shocked. He shouted crazily, I didn't say that. I'm not disloyal. The emperor said, enough. How long do you want to be embarrassed? Beat this bitch to death and imprison the crown prince. The crown prince trembled. Once he was imprisoned, who knew when he would be released? He looked at Ning Jiuma and found that he was hiding behind Wei Wei Bai. At this moment, he was curiously looking at him with one of his eyes. He was still a fool. The crown prince wondered if he was thinking too much. He thought that Ning Jiuma was framing him. Could it be that he had accidentally spilled the beans last time? After all, once a man lost his mind, he could say anything. But in the next moment, he suddenly saw Ning Jiuma's eyes change. They were cold and sober, mixed with a trace of malicious ridicule. The crown prince sobered up, but Ning Jiuma wasn't stupid. His face was deathly pale, and hatred filled his head. It was all Ning Jiuma's fault. He was the one who planned all of this. The crown prince fiercely struggled free from the concubine and the eunuch's oppression. He fiercely pounced forward. Ning Jiuma, it's all your fault. You framed me, didn't you? The crown prince rushed over like a madman. Ning Jiuma frowned. He was mentally prepared to be beaten up. But just as the crown prince's fist arrived, a hand pressed down on his head and pressed him into a warm embrace. Wei Wei Bai didn't stand there foolishly as a meat shield. She hugged Ning Jiuma and rolled to the ground, leaving her original position, although he really wanted the crown prince's other hand to be broken. However, under the watchful eyes of so many people, it was better to avoid unnecessary trouble, so he displayed the good tradition of the audience to the extreme. After rolling away, Wei Wei Bai hugged Ning Jiuma and hid beside a pillar. He still lowered his head in fear and trepidation. When the crown prince pounced over, his foot seemed to be lightly tripped by the little palace maid. He felt a sharp pain in his foot, and his entire body fell forward. Wei Wei Bai's small action was very subtle. Other than Ning Jiuma in her arms, no one could see it clearly. Even the crown prince was at a loss. Why did his leg suddenly break? Ning Jiuma saw Wei Wei Bai so close to him. She secretly pursed her lips, a trace of a smile appearing and disappearing. Wei Wei Bai lowered her head and saw Fool Ning looking at her in a daze. She secretly blinked her eyes and pursed her pink lips, showing her slyness and gentleness. She seemed to be saying, "It's okay, I'll protect you." Ning Jiuma's face heated up. He suddenly lowered his head, still looking like a fool, but he didn't dare to raise his head again. Ding! The male lead's favorability has increased to 10. Wei Wei Bai expressed that the increase in favorability made her heart ache. Why did her 35 favorable impression points suddenly become 10? Chapter 1559. Because of the crown prince's crazy behavior, the emperor was completely disappointed. He was furious. Drag the crown prince away and give him 10 beatings to wake him up. He wanted to say more beatings, but after seeing the crown prince's behavior, thinking of the empress's family, he suppressed his anger. The emperor was suspicious and selfish to begin with. In addition, he had been wary of the empress for a long time, so he was already wary of the crown prince. In the end, the crown prince did such a thing. He didn't give the emperor any face at all, and even had thoughts of usurping the throne. The emperor was such a cold person, and even had thoughts of abandoning the crown prince. If it weren't for the empress's background, he probably wanted to beat the crown prince to death. Originally, he was angry at the lunatic Ning Jioma for beating the crown prince. In the end, such a scene had happened, and even the emperor was delighted. He couldn't kill the crown prince, but Ning Jioma helped him beat the crown prince. Although the emperor still hated the lunatic Ning Jioma, at least he wasn't an eyesore anymore. Ning Jioma hid in Wei Wei Bai's arms and observed the emperor coldly. Today's matter shouldn't have happened so early. But when he went crazy, he attacked the crown prince in advance. To avoid a disaster, he could only throw the crown prince into the center of the vortex and expose the adultery in advance. But it would lead to the empress' revenge. Ning Jioma's mind turned, but he still pretended to be stupid. He felt that all his plans had to be done quickly. For a little palace maid, he entered the dangerous vortex of battle in advance. If only there was an antidote. His current state was not stable at all. Ning Jioma was full of thoughts. He coldly schemed against his family. When the crown prince was dragged away, he sneered silently. The poison in the crown prince's body was probably not far away. That poison had been modified. At first, he couldn't control himself. He would start to become irritable, arrogant, stupid, and impulsive. In the end, he would become completely crazy. He wanted the crown prince to experience how the empress treated him back then. After the emperor dealt with the crown prince, he didn't even want to look at Ning Jioma. Looking at him was like seeing his mistake. He was crazy and stupid. He killed his mother and relatives by mistake. If Ning wasn't crazy, he wouldn't have let him live. The emperor waved his hand. All of you are dismissed. With that, the emperor turned around and left coldly. Wei Wei Bai and Ning Jioma managed to escape. After watching the show, Wei Wei Bai put the plan of leaving the palace on the agenda. However, Ning Jioma's mind gradually became chaotic. He was about to go crazy again. He was a little unwilling to give up. He grabbed Wei Wei Bai's clothes and pinched her so hard that it hurt her. Wei Wei Bai frowned and her body trembled. Ning Jioma also trembled and immediately let go of her. A strange thought flashed through Wei Wei Bai's mind. She was too engrossed in watching the show just now and didn't realize that Ning Jioma had grasped the right timing to speak. She casually lowered her head and observed Ning Jioma. However, he discovered that he was trembling violently. His face was incomparably pale, and cold sweat was continuously emerging from his forehead. Wei Wei Bai immediately reached out and touched his forehead. It was extremely cold. Which part of his body was in so much pain that his forehead was losing its temperature? Wei Wei Bai said in a low voice, "Your Highness, what's wrong? I'll call the imperial physician." Ning Jioma only had a trace of reason left. He didn't know why, but his unwillingness was soothed by the little palace maid's worry. Chapter 1560. At least, the little palace maid would take care of him. Then Ning Jioma's last trace of reason disappeared. He looked at Wei Wei Bai with a pale face, his eyelashes trembling violently. Then he saw the wound on Wei Wei Bai's head and helplessly reached out to touch Wei Wei Bai's face. When he touched the blood, he finally couldn't take it anymore, and his tears fell. "Hurts, does it hurt?" Ding. The male lead's favorability is 40. Wei Wei Bai, wait, was the favorability 40 just now and not 10? Before Wei Wei Bai could think about it, Ning Jioma's face was already covered in tears. As he cried, he suddenly vomited a mouthful of blood. When he was holding the crown prince tightly and kowtowing, he was injured by the palace servants. Now that he was filled with grief and anger, he finally vomited a mouthful of blood. When the other palace servants saw the master and servant, even if they had a heart of stone, they would feel tragic. One had a head full of blood, and the other was crying miserably. It was too tragic. Ning Wang had gone crazy and only had a new palace made to serve him. The crown prince even led people to bully him. Look at how he was bullied. Although people's hearts were cold, they couldn't help but feel sad for the master and servant who were so miserable. In the end, the eunuch couldn't help but invite a good imperial physician for Ningguang. He was afraid that Ningguang would die when he returned to the palace. Wei Wei Bai originally suspected that Ning Jiuma was pretending to be stupid, but seeing him like this, she thought deeply about her acting skills, and then looked at this little fool with snot and tears, crazy and miserable appearance. How could he pretend to be stupid like this? Impossible. Even she couldn't pretend, so no one could pretend like this. After all, there was a difference between a smart person pretending to be crazy and a real crazy person. There was a difference no matter how awesome they were. Especially the purity in their eyes. It couldn't be faked. A baby's bright eyes were almost impossible to see in the adult world. It couldn't be faked. Ning Jiuma's baby IQ eyes showed that he was really crazy. So the favorability of a crazy person was too hard to guess. Jumping up and down, she felt like she was about to have a heart attack. After returning to the cold palace, the imperial physician gave Ning Jiuma a checkup and left him some medicine. Ning Jiuma's wounds were all superficial and not serious. When the imperial physician saw that the palace was so shabby that there was only one palace maid, he did not know how to treat palace maids. After all, they were too lowly and not worth his time. But he didn't do anything. Instead, Prince Ning grabbed his sleeves tightly. He looked like he was going to die, and insisted that he treat him. The imperial physician had no other choice. Otherwise, he wouldn't even be able to leave this lousy, cold palace. What's more, if the little palace maid really fell down, Prince Ning would go crazy. Then King Ning would be too miserable. The imperial physician reluctantly bandaged Wei Wei Bai's wound and left after a few words of advice. Wei Wei Bai was calm, but Ning Jiuma shed tears when he saw her wound. Like a pitiful little puppy, his eyes were wet. Seeing this, Bai Weiwei wondered if she was acting too calm. Should she hug and cry with Ning Jiuma to express the shabby and desolate atmosphere of the master and servant relationship? But with such a small wound on her forehead, Weiwei Bai really couldn't cry. She had died so many times that she was used to it. So Weiwei Bai pushed Ning Jiuma onto the bed with all her might. Then, she brought hot water and sat by the bed to wash his face and hands. She braided her hair and wrapped the wound on her forehead with a white bandage. There was a faint smile on her cute and beautiful face. Chapter 1561. Your Highness, don't cry. The doctor said that you will recover soon. Ning Jiuma looked at her wound in confusion. There was a vicious fire in his heart, but he didn't know how to get rid of this feeling. He could only endure it. Wei Wei Bai seemed to see his discomfort. She squatted by his feet and gently placed her hands on his legs. Ning Jiuma only felt a pair of soft hands pressing down on his thighs, making them feel numb. And just like that, Bai Weiwei gently, charmingly, and cutely rested her chin on her hands. She raised her face and smiled. Your Highness, if you cry again, I will leave. Ning Wang suddenly froze. He blinked and suddenly said in a cold voice, No, I won't allow you to leave. This cold shout stunned him. He had never spoken like this before, but it also seemed to be his attitude. Weiwei Bai's smile deepened. Even a little fool would get angry. Her smile relaxed a lot. Her thin red lips curved slightly. Under the light, she was so beautiful that it made people's hearts palpitate. This was a beauty that had never been shown in front of others. Ning Jiuma stared blankly. He forgot everything in an instant. His eyes were filled with her soul-stirring smile. He only felt that he was sick. His heart was beating so fast that he couldn't bear it anymore. It was as if his heart was going to jump out. Ning Jiuma suddenly reached out and held her fingers tightly. Awe, he called out softly. He knew her name, but he had never called it before. Not even once. In the past, those palace servants also had names, but he couldn't remember them in his muddled mind. He remembered Weiwei Bai's name for a long time, but he didn't know how to call it. Many times, he looked at her foolishly and wanted to call her name, but he didn't know why, but he couldn't call it out. Now, his simple mind finally had an answer. When he called her, his heart would beat faster. If he fell sick too quickly, he wouldn't be able to stay by her side if he died of illness. The tip of Wei Wei Bai's ear was a little itchy, and so was her wrist. Strangely, Ning Jiuma held her fingertips. Why was her wrist itching? Wei Wei Bai didn't care about this strange feeling that flashed past her mind. She still asked curiously, "You call me Ao Wei?" No one had ever called her that before. It was quite a fresh experience. Ning Jiuma was a little nervous. "My mother calls me Amo. You can call me that if you like." It was a simple explanation, but it was his true thoughts. A fool would not be able to conceal any of his thoughts. His innocence, sincerity, love, hate, and joy were all exposed without any concealment. Wei Wei Bai felt that it was not right of her to tempt a fool. She clearly intended to be an old maid. These were all professional habits that had to be changed. Wei Wei Bai immediately looked at Ning Jiuma lovingly. Then, she got up and patted his head. Ning Jiuma sat there in a daze. His fair cheeks were slightly flushed as he looked at her without moving. It was as if no matter how she treated him, he would obediently let her do whatever she wanted. Facing such a target, Bai Weiwei really couldn't come up with any schemes and tricks. But there was no need for any schemes against such a simple-minded Ning Jiuma. Weiwei Bai was about to turn around and leave after touching Jiuma, but one hand grabbed the corner of her clothes tightly. Weiwei Bai turned around and saw Ning Jiuma pursing his lips tightly. His brows were furrowed, and his eyes were red. He looked like he was about to cry again. "Where are you going?" he asked with a trembling voice. Wei Wei Bai was about to answer. Ning Jiuma's voice was soft and choked. "Don't leave me. Is at https://www.sashu.com// Chapter 1562. Was she leaving? She was injured and he couldn't protect her, so she didn't want him anymore. Wei Wei Bai turned back helplessly and revealed a gentle smile. "I'll warm up your food, Your Highness. I'm hungry too." Ning Jiuma was stunned. His fingers trembled, loosened and tightened, but in the end he suppressed his fear. He let go of her clothes. Wei Wei Bai didn't say anything and walked away. Ning Jiuma grabbed the edge of the bed with both hands. His body was stiff as he sat there. When he saw Wei Wei Bai come in with a stove with charcoal, she took out a cold food box and sat on the stool to warm up the rice. His entire body relaxed, and he almost couldn't maintain his sitting posture. Wei Wei Bai had just put the 8 treasures rice into the pot on the stove to warm up. A pair of hands came from behind her and hugged her tightly. Wei Wei Bai asked strangely, "Your Highness?" Ning Jiuma hugged her tightly. Her body was soft, as if she could melt into his bones. Wei Wei Bai coaxed him like a child. "Your Highness, why are you hugging me? Let go of me." Ning Jiuma was silent for a moment and said in a muffled voice, "I'm cold, Ao Wei." He was lying again. He just wanted to hug her. She didn't leave him. How nice. Ding. The male lead's favorability has increased to 45. Wei Wei Bai had a motherly smile on her face. The favorability was so obedient. Just like Ning Jiuma, she was obedient no matter how she coaxed her. Under the whiplash of favorability, Bai Weiwei happily accompanied Ning Jiuma until she coaxed him to bed. But when it came to sleeping, Ning Jiuma cheated her again. His clean and handsome face showed stubbornness. His fingers pulled Wei Wei Bai's sleeve and didn't let go. "Ao Wei, sleep with me." If it wasn't for fool Ning, she would have thought that he was going to do something. Wei Wei Bai said without sincerity, "This is against the rules, Your Highness." Ning Jiuma straightened his neck like a child asking for candy and became willful. Ao Wei doesn't need rules. Wei Wei Bai had found a magic weapon to increase her favorability towards Ning Jiuma. She only rejected him perfunctorily a few times because of her image as a palace maid. Realizing that he really wouldn't let go, she resigned herself to her fate and said, "Your Highness was the one who wanted me to sleep with you. You can't suddenly think that I don't follow the rules and kick me off the bed." A trace of surprise flashed across Ning Jiuma's face. He immediately retreated to the back of the bed, leaving more than half of the bed for Wei Wei Bai to sleep on. Then, he pushed the blanket to Wei Wei Bai. It was as if he was afraid that she would catch a cold. Bai Weiwei had a clear conscience. She calmly pulled the quilt over and covered herself. Then she turned around and saw Ning Jiuma curled up in the innermost part of the bed. How could a man take up so little space to sleep? Wei Wei Bai reached out and grabbed his arm forcefully, pulling him into her embrace. Your Highness, you'll catch a cold if you're too far away. Ning Jiuma's face was flushed to his ears. His body stiffened and he didn't dare to move, but he felt happy. Wei Wei Bai was a little tired. She patted Ning Jiuma's back. Your Highness, do you like this place? She kissed him softly. Her eyelids started to fight. Ning Jiuma was silent for a while before shaking his head. I don't like it, but if you're here, I'll like it. Before he could say this, Wei Wei Bai said lazily, Then, Your Highness, shall we leave the palace? I'll take you to the ends of the world to eat candied haws. The last sentence was purely to coax a child. This palace wasn't suitable for fools. Ning Jiuma looked at Wei Wei Bai's half-closed eyes. Her pink lips were like petals as she said something he had never heard before. He didn't know why, but his eyes turned red. He replied foolishly, I'll follow you wherever you go. Wei Wei Bai wasn't surprised when she heard this. Her breathing gradually stabilized. Ning Jiuma looked at her for a long time before realizing that she had fallen asleep. He curled up beside Wei Wei Bai happily. His Aoi looked good no matter how he looked at her. Then he slowly fell asleep too. In the middle of the night, Ning Jiuma opened his eyes fiercely. His gaze was ruthless and dark. There wasn't a trace of innocence in them. He stared at Wei Wei Bai, who was sleeping soundly, and held it in for a long time. Then he gritted his teeth. The words in his mouth were cold and ruthless. How dare you try to abduct me to elope with you? She actually coveted him, touched him, and even wanted to abduct him. She even climbed into his bed. To get him, she didn't want to be reserved at all. The download address is at https://www.sashu.com. Chapter 1563. Ning Jiuma raised his leg, wanting to kick this audacious palace maid off the bed. But just as he raised his leg, Wei Wei Bai turned over and habitually raised her leg to clamp Ning Jiuma's leg. She hugged him like she was hugging a bear doll. Ning Jiuma's body was as stiff as a rock. Wei Wei Bai had a good sleep quality and didn't complain. Instead, she rubbed her face against his chest and then fell asleep with steady breathing. Her action was purely the posture of hugging a teddy bear to sleep. Ning Jiuma stiffened his neck, his body stiff, and his face as black as the bottom of a pot. How should he kick her? No, he should lift her up and throw her into the well to drown her. She didn't respect him at all. She casually climbed into his bed and even wanted to abduct him out of the palace. Didn't she know that he was a prince? Even if he was stupid, she couldn't treat him like this. Who gave her the guts? Ning Jiuma thought viciously and angrily, but his fingers gently held the sachet under her nose. Sleep, sleep, sleep. Even pigs didn't sleep as well as her. How could she sleep so well? He had used this thing to knock her out so many times, but she didn't even notice that something was wrong. He didn't know how she was raised. Was she raised in a pigsty? Ning Jiuma thought maliciously, but he was very careful when he got up. He was like a cat, as if he was afraid of being discovered. He even felt that something was wrong with Wei Wei Bai's breathing. He had to be stiff for a long time before he got off the bed shakily. When he got off the bed, he pulled the blanket over Wei Wei Bai and covered her. This action was too natural. It was so natural that he only realized what was wrong with it in hindsight. He was a prince, and he was covering a palace made with a blanket. He couldn't control himself, but he wasn't crazy now. Or was he still half crazy, and he just didn't realize it? Ning Jiuma's face was dark as he walked to the window with his hair hanging loose. That trusted eunuch was still obediently hiding under the window. How is the crown prince? Ning Jiuma opened the window halfway, his tone extremely cold. The eunuch, the poison acted up and the wound is too serious. He is being rescued. Ning Jiuma, where's the empress? The eunuch said, the empress is keeping watch. Your Highness, we have to be careful. The empress has already given you a death order. The empress's orders couldn't be overt. After all, even if the emperor didn't care, he couldn't let the empress give the order to kill the prince. Wasn't this a blatant slap to the emperor's face? Even if Ning Jiuma's death wasn't regrettable, he couldn't lose face. But if he was secretly killed by the empress in that case, the emperor would not pursue the matter. As long as he could fool the emperor, it would be fine. This imperial palace was full of vicious people, from the emperor to the eunuchs and palace maids. They were all selfish to the core. Ning Jiumal leaned against the window and looked up at the woman on the bed. She seemed to have been sent to his side not long after she entered the palace. Therefore, her words and actions were considered vulgar in the eyes of the people in the palace. And this vulgarity and unruly casualness was completely different from the puppets in the palace. Ning Jiumal didn't know if he liked this kind of casualness. He had never seen a trace of respect for a superior in her eyes. If he was normal, he would hate this kind of disrespectful behavior. But when he was crazy, he seemed to like it very much. Ning Jiumal's mind was a little heavy. Today's scenes rushed through his mind. If she hadn't said that she would take him out of the palace, he wouldn't have known that this little palace maid was so bold. Chapter 1564. Ning Jiumal even wondered if she was one of the emperor's people. She was here to make him leave the palace and then murder him. But when he thought about how she almost crippled the crown prince with her strength, she definitely wasn't one of the emperor's people, because the empress saw the crown prince as her only hope. Wasn't she committing suicide by touching the crown prince? The eunuch reported that the crown prince's injuries were very serious. What was more serious was that the poison in his body had started to act up violently. This was the key to leading the crown prince to his death. Ning Jiumal's lips were a little pale. He took a few deep breaths before saying, "Once the empress makes a move here, the first to suffer should be the people around me." She would remove the people around him one by one. Then she would attack him. This was the old woman's usual method. And the only person he could see around him now was Wei Wei Bai. The eunuch said carefully, "Your Highness, should we drive her away? After all, it would be a life-and-death struggle." Wei Wei Bai was obviously not used to the harem and might be easily killed. Drive her away. Ning Jiumal's eyes were in a daze, and he felt panic. Drive her away to where? She even had the thought of eloping with him. Once she was driven away, she might run out of the palace herself. Ning Jiumal couldn't help but ask, "Have you found out the person behind this palace maid?" The eunuch said, "No, Your Highness. There is really nothing suspicious about her background. We have checked repeatedly. The only person she has served is you." Ning Jiumal actually felt that Wei Wei Bai didn't seem like a spy from any palace with her personality. Other than being a little stronger, she didn't have any concept of hierarchy. Wei Wei Bai's actions were just to take care of him. The eunuch started to come up with a plan. Put her in the cleaning room. This position is inconspicuous and won't be targeted. After all, Wei Wei Bai was the servant who treated Ning Jiumal the best for so many years. The eunuch was also grateful. Every time he came, he saw that His Highness was clean and full. He felt that this palace maid was good. Therefore, when the battle was about to begin, taking her out of the picture was a thank you gift. Ning Jiumal's lips and tongue were dry. He also knew that if they fought, Wei Wei Bai could die at any moment. But when he thought of her leaving, he might not be able to find her in the future. The familiar unwillingness in Ning Jiumal's heart appeared again. He didn't even know what he was thinking, so he couldn't help but blurt it out. "Let her stay here." His words were spoken so urgently that even the eunuch was a little puzzled. Ning Jiumal's face immediately darkened. He pinched his palm with his fingers, afraid that someone would see through the evil thoughts in his heart. He immediately said, "She can be a shield. If the Empress's people come to assassinate her, she can block them." It was such a vicious statement. He said it so casually, but this was his style. Ning Jiumal even added, "She's strong and could do many things." After he finished, he suddenly shut his mouth. This was simply a case of revealing 300 taels of silver here. The eunuch couldn't help but ask, "Is Your Highness reluctant to let this palace maid leave?" It was so obvious that even the eunuch could see that he couldn't bear to let her go. Ning Jiumal held his breath and sneered, "She's just an insignificant little stone for me to climb up. Why should I waste my time on her? Whether she dies or not, it's her fate. Why should I deliberately transfer her away?" These words were truly heartless and heartless. Chapter 1565. Why did he think that he would have a few children in the future? The system cut the red string and gritted its teeth. Why did this red string become thicker? What kind of material did that third-rate fortune teller use? It was already more than half done, but for some reason, it became thicker again. It heard the favorability notification. Ding! The male lead's favorability is at 20. The system raised its eyebrows. It couldn't be that the deeper the favorability, the thicker it would be. And because of the deeper reason of plundering luck, once they transmigrated to another plane, the male lead would have a layer of vigilance and killing intent towards the host. This killing intent would affect the host's identity, causing her to have enmity with the male lead in many planes. But in this plane, it was very smooth and peaceful. Even the male lead's kindness towards the host was more than in any other plane. Was it because of the red string? The system was silent for a long time. If it wasn't for the red string, it really didn't want to destroy it. But when it returned to reality, the red string was too much of a hindrance. It was accidentally entangled by the red string. And the host might fall into a turbulent flow of uncontrollable turbulence, never to be able to turn over. It was said that third-rate fortune tellers had a lot of side effects. The system had no choice but to silently take out a chainsaw. If scissors didn't work, then try a saw. After Ning Jiuma's mind became confused, he woke up in the middle of the night and saw the quilt in the middle. He stared blankly for a while, then reached out to move the quilt away and crawled into bed. Then he reached out and gently hugged Wei Wei Bai. Her fragrant scent and soft body made him excited for a long time. Excited, he fell asleep. Ding! The male lead's favorability is at 50. System. This is the standard way of increasing the favorability of a lunatic. It's really spicy. Bai Weiwei was very happy. She didn't know anything about the little schemes of the red string, saw red string madness, and Ning Jingmo. She couldn't be blamed for using the holiday mentality, because Ning Jiuma was too easy to coax, cheat. When she first saw this little retard, she couldn't help but want to return the goods. But now, and it's so fragrant. Wei Wei Bai felt that in less than a year, she didn't need to do anything. Half a year was enough. 100 favorable impression points were waiting for her not far away. Wei Wei Bai carried the food box, stepped on wooden clogs, and held an umbrella in her hand as she walked towards Ningguang Palace. The weather in this plain was really like 8 to 10 days of rain. Before he could return to the palace, the system was sitting on a chainsaw, eating potato chips, as it said. A few palace maids came to the palace. They just left. Wei Wei Bai, what did they do? Rape Ning Jiuma. Ever since the crown prince had been confined, the palace had suddenly become quiet. Wei Wei Bai's keen intuition told her that this was the calm before the storm. In the past few days, she had been thinking about how to leave the palace. He had to ask for a map from the system. What was more troublesome was if he didn't have a plan for leaving the palace. Even if they managed to escape, they might be caught and brought back. Therefore, Wei Wei Bai was still thinking about the route after leaving the palace. The system said, I think it's some pastries for him. Wei Wei Bai's face immediately turned cold. Pastries? Could it be poison? If Ning Jiuma was poisoned to death, she would hang the empress and dismember her. In this harem, the empress was the one who had the most malicious intentions towards Ning Jiuma. Who asked the crown prince to be so pitiful? Bai Weiwei hurried into the house and saw Ning Jiuma obediently holding a green pastry and eating it. She immediately rushed over and knocked the pastry out of his hand. How can you eat something given by others? Weiwei Bai had taught him not to eat anything given by anyone other than her. Chapter 1566. Ning Jiuma's eyes were soft and confused. He seemed a little shy. Those sisters said that these were made by Wei and are very delicious. Wei Wei Bai, no, she couldn't make such beautiful pastries. Moreover, the pastries she made could kill people without poison. Before Wei Wei Bai could urge Ning Jiuma to vomit, the system said, there are many guards and maids outside, surrounding the door. Wei Wei Bai's eyes narrowed and her face turned cold. They're surrounding? System, Wei Wei Bai. They're waiting for the poison to act up. Wei Wei Bai had already figured out the other party's plan. They definitely wanted to poison Ning Jiuma, and then she would be the murderer. This way, the victim and the murderer would be complete. What a vicious and convenient method. Wei Wei Bai, Ning Jiuma won't be poisoned to death, right? The system was about to answer. Ning Jiuma's fingers gently pinched Wei Wei Bai's fingers. Wei Wei Bai turned around in confusion. She saw Ning Jiuma's face was flushed, and his beautiful eyes were wet. "Ah Wei, I feel uncomfortable." When Bai Weiwei saw him like this, a bad premonition surfaced in her heart. Sure enough, Ning Jiuma's thin lips trembled, and his voice trembled. Very uncomfortable. Of course, she knew that he was uncomfortable. He was so close to her. She could clearly feel his physical condition. So that group of people didn't feed Ning Jiuma poison. It was an aphrodisiac. Afraid that she guessed wrong, Wei Wei Bai's mouth twitched and asked the system, "This drug, it's used to lift people's spirits?" System. It's not only lifted, it's very strongly lifted. 7 times a night with this thing will do. Of course, the male lead will eat less, at most 3 times. Wei Wei Bai's head hurt. So the person who poisoned him wanted to remove Ning Jiuma's first time? So kind? Ning Jiuma was a prince, even if he was caught red-handed. As long as it was not a concubine in the harem, it should be fine. The system flipped through the information. It's like this. The male lead is engaged to the only daughter of the current prime minister. Originally, the empress wanted to kill Ning Jiuma directly, but to make the prime minister stand in the power here, she agreed to their request and tarnished Ning Jiuma's reputation. So the emperor personally issued a decree to cancel the engagement. Ning Jiuma's crazy reputation had long been ruined. But for the sake of the prime minister's reputation, he couldn't just rescind it. After all, once the seal was lifted, wouldn't it mean that he despised King Ning? The prime minister was so fond of his reputation that he could not bear such a stain. Therefore, before killing Ning Jiuma, it was enough to pin the crime of promiscuity on him. It didn't have to be a concubine. A palace maid would do too. Wei Wei Bai thought about it and sneered. It's disgusting to see such a vicious person's heart. She pulled Ning Jiuma up. "Your Highness, come with me. Let's move first. It's not safe here at all." Ning Jiuma looked at her in a daze. His body began to tremble, and he felt his mouth dry up. His skin was about to catch fire, and he didn't dare to say that he felt that Wei Wei Bai's fingers were very cold and soft. He wanted to hug her. Wei Wei Bai was about to go through the small door when the system informed her that there were people blocking the way. Wei Wei Bai rolled up her sleeves and saw a wooden stick behind the door. She would smash a few heads first. Escaping was not a problem. She was about to pick up the stick. Ning Jiuma's body trembled, and his eyes burned with pain. He couldn't take it anymore. He suddenly hugged Wei Wei Bai. "Oh wait, I'm hot, you what? Is at https://www.sashu.com/. Chapter 1567. Ning Jiuma was at a loss for a moment. He finally remembered some fragments. It seemed to be a fight between demons, a red candle and a red wedding dress, or someone said it before. If they wanted to be naked, they had to get married. Get married, Ning Jiuma suddenly had an idea. Yes, if they got married, Ah Wei would be his. He didn't have to worry about Ah Wei not wanting him anymore. Ning Jiuma grabbed Wei Wei Bai's hand tightly and said anxiously, "Ah Wei, I have something for you." Wei Wei Bai was very strong, but Ning Jiuma's strength was also shockingly strong due to the drug. He dragged Wei Wei Bai to a shelf and placed a dusty bottle close to it. Ning Jiuma opened the bottle, and a secret door suddenly opened. Ning Jiuma carried Wei Wei Bai and entered the secret door. The door immediately closed and turned into a wall like before. Wei Wei Bai was blinded by the mountain of gold and silver treasures. Ning Jiuma said eagerly, "Ah Wei, do you like it? They said that this is for me to marry my wife, and they're all for you." Wei Wei Bai, she didn't know that there was so much wealth hidden in this cold palace. The system didn't remind her. Ning Jiuma thought that she was unwilling and he was anxious. A voice in his heart told him that. No one was allowed to enter this place, but Ah Wei was different. Ning Jiuma was so hot that he was about to cry. In the end, he could only open his wet eyes and look at Wei Wei Bai with reddened eyes. "I feel uncomfortable," he said softly without any attack power. The drug was clearly tormenting him. He should have been crazier and directly pounced over to hug Ah Wei. But Ning Jiuma didn't dare. He was afraid that Ah Wei would dislike him and that she would be angry. So Ning Jiuma could only stand foolishly in the middle of the gold and silver. He clutched his robe tightly with both hands and muttered, "I feel uncomfortable. This sad little pitiful." Wei Wei Bai looked at her hand that rolled up her sleeves. She had no choice but to use her hand to help him feel comfortable. In the end, the system said faintly, "This medicine is poisonous." Wei Wei Bai, of course it's poisonous. Without poison, how can it seduce other people's bodies? The system replied, "No, what I mean is this thing needs to be dispelled by real hands." Wei Wei Bai, how did they come up with this Xuanhua medicine? The system said, "Why don't you buy a substitute sticker that costs 100 for each use?" Wei Wei Bai, even if you spend 100 yuan on this, are you sure Ning Jioma can handle it himself? Without anyone to guide him, he might not even know where to go. This was such a shameless conversation. Su Tong and Dumbass were very calm. The system said, "Then I'll leave you to it. I'll go get some chips and look at the bullet screen." After that, the system fell silent. Wei Wei Bai turned around and saw that Ning Jioma had already taken off his clothes. His fair, slender, and weak body was covered in sweat and flushed from passion. He stood in place, his body naked, his long hair draped over his shoulders. His innocent eyes, thin red lips, half of his face was like a devil's, the other half was like an angel's. At this moment, it was so exquisite that it was strange. There was a magical charm to it. His breath was hot, and his eyes finally started to show a hint of red aggression. "Oh, Wei, I want it." He didn't even know what he wanted, but his bones were roaring. He wanted Ah Wei. Wei Wei Bai looked at him for a few seconds, then finally reached out and pulled out the hairpin in her hair. Her long hair spread out. She reached out her delicate fingers and gently touched his sweaty chest. Then, her voice became soft and sweet. "Your Highness, don't eat random things next time. You always make me worry." There was a hint of disdain in her words, but it was more of doting. Then, Wei Wei Bai raised her head and kissed the dazed and excited Ning Jioma. She wanted to be an old maid. She wanted to be a vixen. // Chapter 1568. But that was when he was in a delirious state. When he recalled it, he was only angry and irritable. He could suppress those charming feelings. But once he was sober and experienced it personally, his mind went blank. Wei Wei Bai helped the dazed Ning Jioma put on his clothes. Then she turned around and reached out to pick up her clothes. She wore a pink palace dress and a pink tube top. Her back was thin and white, and the pink clothes slowly covered her body. It covered her slender and beautiful body. She suddenly turned around gently, pursing her bright red lips and revealing a joyful smile. "Your Highness, Mother once told me that a woman's body is very important. Other than her husband, no one can touch it." Her eyebrows relaxed as she said this, full of tenderness. Ning Jioma was still leaning on the gold, silver, and jewelry in a daze, his eyes almost unable to leave her body. Her smile gradually made him regain his senses, although he was very angry about this. But it seemed that the woman was the one who was at a disadvantage. This was her first time. The image of her lying on top of him uncomfortably flashed through his mind. Ning Jioma's eyelashes trembled. So although he was at a disadvantage, she was also at a disadvantage. It wasn't a crime worthy of death. After Wei Wei Bai finished speaking, she looked at him softly and then turned back. "Your Highness, when we leave the palace in the future, I will take care of you for the rest of your life." Ning Jioma stared at her in a daze. Shouldn't the first thing she did when she woke up be to plunder the wealth here? Could it be that she wasn't moved at all by this gold, silver, and jewelry? Wei Wei Bai suddenly said softly, "Your Highness, the belt is with you. Give it to me." She finished dressing and turned to look at him. Before Ning Jioma could react, his hand had already taken the belt and placed it in her palm. Wei Wei Bai's fingers suddenly clenched, and she pulled him into her arms. Her kiss gently landed on his ear. Then a soft whisper fell into his ears. "Thank you, husband." Ning Jioma's body trembled, and his hand followed suit, holding her fingers tightly. His heartstrings were stirred. Ding, the male lead's favorability is at 30. Wei Wei Bai, who was still trying her best to comfort the little fool over the pain of losing her virginity, she was stunned. "Huh, 30? Isn't it 50? Why was it 30? Could it be that little fool felt uncomfortable? So her favorability dropped just like that? Wei Wei Bai gritted her teeth. This crazy increase in favorability. It really made her experience useless. She suddenly heard Ning Jiuma's weak voice. Ah Wei, do you like these jewelry? Wei Wei Bai felt vexed. What was so good about jewelry? This was the first time she had sold her body to the point of losing favorable impression points. Selling her body to increase her favorability by 5 or 10 points was already a lot. In the end, his favorability dropped by 20 points. Bai Weiwei felt disheartened. Had she lost her attractiveness? Was it because her face and body were no longer good? Away? Ning Jioma shouted in a silly tone, but his eyes were suppressing a bit of a poisonous snake's probing. Weiwei Bai held his hand and calmly said, I don't like it. Your Highness, I like you. I like your favorability. She had completely lost her temper with this retard's favorability now. It would go up and down every day. She could almost imagine the future when the favorability reached 99 points. She thought that it would reach 100 points. But when it collapsed, the favorability was at 50 points. When it collapsed again, the favorability was at 0 points. Clap, clap, clap. What a wonderful increase in favorability. This body was really not worth it. Chapter 1569. Wei Wei Bai decided that in the future, the little fool would come up with some XX medicine to say that he was uncomfortable. She would throw him into the well and soak him in it. He wanted to go to bed? Dream on. Wei Wei Bai pulled Ning Jiuma and was about to go out. They had been here for so long and had put on their clothes. The system had reported it when it came back. The people outside couldn't find the two of them and had already retreated. The Prime Minister was so angry that he was stomping his feet, thinking that the mission had failed. But Ning Jiuma pinched her fingers tightly. He seemed to be unwilling to give up. You really don't like it? Wei Wei Bai was still sad that she had sold herself for the first time and had lost favorability. To prevent the little fool from nagging, she fell back. Ning Jiuma instinctively reached out and hugged her waist. Wei Wei Bai leaned on him softly, frowning and her face pale. Your Highness, I'm tired. Ning Jiuma asked, tired? Then he suddenly thought of something and was at a loss. Wei Wei Bai was very unhappy and leaned on him, saying lazily, I can't move. My waist and legs are sore. Ning Jiuma's face turned red and a large red color dyed the back of his neck. He felt his face become hot and flustered. How could she be so bold? Wei Wei Bai reached out and hugged his neck, jumping on him. Ning Jiuma could only immediately reach out and hug her, afraid that she would fall. She nestled in his arms at ease. I haven't showered yet. Ning Jiuma stuttered. Bob Eighth. This woman actually disregarded the hierarchy to this extent. Wei Wei Bai lowered her eyes and yawned. I have all your things on me. Ning Jiuma almost fell. How could she say such things? Where is the shame? Ning Jiuma held back his anger. You. Wei Wei Bai's voice was seductive. She faintly nodded, as if she was puzzled by his change in attitude. Ning Jiuma paused. He didn't know why he didn't want her to know that his mind was clear. So he gritted his teeth and pretended to be slow as he said, I'll Wei. I don't know how to shower. Wei Wei Bai, it's okay, I'll teach you. Ning Jiuma knew how to take a shower. During this period of time, she had been the one to carry the water while he bathed himself. However, he probably wouldn't help others bathe. Therefore, Wei Wei Bai did not suspect anything. Ning Jiuma finally staggered 2 steps. Wei Wei Bai was confused. What's wrong? Afraid that she would get suspicious, Ning Jiuma could only soften his tone. My waist hurts. This reason was very reasonable. Wei Wei Bai smiled. Your Highness, your body is not good. You need to exercise more in the future. Ning Jiuma. A mouthful of blood was stuck in Ning Jiuma's throat. He originally wanted to kill her, but she was strong. He was capable of poisoning. The poison might not be able to kill her immediately. It would alert the enemy. He still had a trusted aide that he could use, but it was not worth it to expose his confidence. Ning Jiuma thought about it. Suddenly, there was only one thought in his mind, which was that he did not want to kill Wei Wei Bai. His mind was in a mess. If she was even the slightest bit tempted by wealth, he would have already done it. But why was she different from others? She was good to him and was not afraid that he would be stupid. Without a future, she even risked her life to bring him out of the palace. Was it really possible to love someone to the point of disregarding everything else? Ning Jiumal was confused. They walked out, and there was indeed no one outside. It was already late at night. Wei Weibai did not really let him help her bathe. She was very strong and went to carry the water to boil the water herself. The shower was in a small room beside the house. The download address is at https://www.sashu.com.t. Chapter 1570. Ning Jiumal watched her leave and sat on the bed in a daze. No one knew what he was thinking. Suddenly, he walked to the window and opened it. The eunuch squatted under the window. "Your Highness, are you all right today?" He must have heard about the Empress's opportunity. Ning Jiumal sneered. "What can happen?" That old man, the Prime Minister, made a move. To protect his reputation, he sacrificed me. The eunuch hesitated for a moment before saying, "Your Highness, the Taoist priest you arranged has entered the palace and is favored by His Majesty." The current emperor was obsessed with the art of alchemy and immortality. Ning Jiumal had arranged for the immortal Taoist priest for more than 5 years. This Taoist priest was definitely the best chess piece to kill the emperor. Ning Jiumal said word by word, "Tell that Taoist priest not to expose himself and not to rush in rashly. Listen to my arrangements." He had to deal with the Empress first before it was the Emperor's turn. He had to get back all these people who owed him. No one should think of escaping. Ning Jiumal's heart was filled with blood. He clasped his fingers on the windowsill, his expression cold and fierce. He was like an evil spirit that made one's back numb. Suddenly, he heard footsteps behind him. His violent expression twitched, and a trace of helplessness flashed across his face. "Get lost," he whispered to the eunuch squatting by the window. Then he closed the window. Ning Jiumal jumped onto the bed as fast as he could and pulled the blanket over himself. Wei Weibai came in with a bucket of water. She had just finished bathing and was wearing a thin, light green dress. He usually saw her in palace dresses and rarely saw her wearing other clothes. Ning Jiumal couldn't help but take a few more glances at her. Under the weak candlelight, her delicate and graceful figure swayed under the shadow. Wei Weibai came to his side. She was wearing a light green dress and was as beautiful as a night flower. Her satin black hair was draped over her back with water vapor. She was a beauty that couldn't be seen normally. She didn't hold back and bloomed for him. Ning Jiumal pursed his lips and looked away. But her hand suddenly grabbed his ankle. Then, she put his foot in the hot water. Ning Jiumal was stunned and looked at her with dark eyes. However, he saw her sitting on a small stool and slowly using her fingers to tuck her messy hair behind her ears. Then, she completely pushed his feet into the water. "Are you comfortable, Your Highness?" Wei Weibai asked softly without looking at him. Her lowered eyes made her look indescribably delicate and charming. Ning Jiumal pretended to be stupid and didn't dare to say too much. In fact, it was inappropriate to say anything. Wei Weibai didn't mind that he was in a daze. The little fool was often in a daze, and this wasn't the first time. She continued, "In the future, when we leave the palace, we will find a bustling town and hide in it. Then no one will be able to find us." He had already thought of a route and a place to go after leaving the palace. The system's map was very detailed. He had already gone through all the arrangements after leaving the palace. If they were to start escaping, these plans would come in handy. It was too dangerous for Ning Jiumal to stay in the palace. The crown prince was injured, and the empress would definitely come out to take revenge. Ning Jiumal didn't have anything he wanted. In this palace, his mother didn't dote on him, and his father didn't love him. He lived miserably until she was the only palace made by his side. If they wanted to kill him, it wouldn't be easy. Before she came, even the palace maids and eunuchs bullied him. If this was a palace drama and he didn't leave the palace, he would probably be drowned in the water in less than half an episode. She didn't want Ning Jiumal to die in the palace drama before the strategy was completed. Chapter 1571. If it wasn't for the fact that she only had 1 year to complete the mission, she wouldn't have minded bringing Fool Ning along to fight in the palace. But time was too short, and she was too lazy to waste time. Ning Jiumal's eyes changed a few times, dark and hesitant. Finally, he tried to speak, suppressing the darkness in his voice and bringing out a hint of clumsy doubt. We have to leave the palace. Do we have to? His tone was like that of an immature child, asking why. It even had a hint of not wanting to leave the palace. Wei Wei Bai had nothing to hide from him. After all, it was too complicated for him to understand. So Wei Wei Bai said straightforwardly, "Yes, because if we don't leave, I can't protect you. I want to protect you from harm." Ning Jioma didn't expect her to be so straightforward. She wanted to protect him from harm. This reason made him dazed for a while. It had been too long since he heard this sentence. Ever since his mother's death, no one in the cold imperial palace had ever said those words to him again. These words stung him, making his eyes dry. Wei Wei Bai washed his feet, took a clean towel, and began to wipe his feet. While wiping, she said, "This palace will eat people. Your Highness, you are still innocent and don't know how to avoid it. I can't always watch over you. If one day you are taken away by a wolf, where can I find you?" After saying this, she paused for a moment before looking up at Ning Jioma. Her tone carried a sigh and was incomparably worried. "So, don't make me worry, Your Highness. Nothing can happen to you." She had never had any hierarchy. In fact, she had always been casual and bold towards him. She treated him as if she really treated him as a family member. Ning Jioma had never felt the feelings of a family member. But if he did, it might be the feeling Wei Wei Bai gave him at this moment. Ning Jioma's breathing deepened. He wanted to laugh at her naivety. He wouldn't leave this place, and he wouldn't be eaten by others. He was the one who ate people, and he wouldn't like her. His ambition was very high, and his status was also very high. He didn't want a little palace maid. Even if he wanted one, he wouldn't be as unreserved as she was. He should have killed her. The more people who died in this lousy cold palace, the safer he would be. His cold rationality told him this, but he didn't know why, but the sourness in his heart surged up one by one. Her words were meant for a fool like him. If he wasn't an idiot, would she not like him anymore? After Wei Wei Bai finished washing his feet, she covered him with a quilt and pushed him onto the bed. "Sleep, Your Highness." After saying that, she was also tired. She had been tormented to death today. The most important thing was that her favorable impression of him had dropped. Was it because her skills were so bad that the little fool couldn't enjoy it at all? Bai Weiwei hadn't taken more than a few steps when his hand was already firmly gripping her sleeve. Little Fool's hesitant voice came from behind. "You come up and sleep." Weiwei Bai didn't argue anymore. The big bed was very comfortable. So she turned around and threw herself onto the bed, directly onto Ning Jiuma. Ning Jiuma's body stiffened. Weiwei Bai laid on top of him and kissed the corner of his mouth. "Good night, Your Highness." After saying that, she flipped onto the bed, pulled the quilt over herself, and went to sleep. She was too lazy to play around with the strategy. She would continue tomorrow. Ning Jiuma stared at the top of the bed. After a while, he heard the sound of her sleeping breathing. Only then did he say those words in a low and hoarse voice. "How dare you, you are too presumptuous." Ding! The male lead's favorability has increased to 35. Chapter 1572. Ning Jiuma woke up and found Weiwei Bai in his arms. Images that he had never experienced before flashed through his mind. He blushed and carefully pulled up the blanket to cover her with more blankets. Awei's body was so beautiful. Ning Jiuma looked at her in a daze. Her hair was beautiful too. Her fingers were beautiful too. She was beautiful when she slept, and she was beautiful when she woke up. Suddenly, he felt that Wei was beautiful everywhere. When Ning Jiuma saw the first glimmer of light in the sky, his head felt heavy, but he was very excited. He slowly got up and smiled at her. Then he went out. Wei was tired, so he took over her work. He also knew how to boil water, and he also knew how to get food. Although Ning Jiuma was clumsy and muddle-headed, he didn't know why. Ever since he met Weiwei Bai, he had become more and more obedient. His mind seemed to be much clearer than before. If she improved a little every day, she might be able to catch up with Weiwei by one day. Ning Jiuma cheered himself on and then happily went out the door. The notification of favorability also rang out. Ding! The male lead's favorability is at 65. The system said, "Ha, this is the feline disease's favorability increase." It opened its celestial eye and planned to follow the retarded male lead. After all, the male lead had many enemies now. If he wasn't careful, he would be gone. At that time, he would have to go and rescue them. It would be too troublesome. All of a sudden, the system heard the familiar ding sound of downloads reaching 100. Then came the side quest notification. Host, I have a little secret, a beautiful little secret, a cute little secret. The side quest was stuck and let out an indescribable scream. Wei Bai was so frightened that she sat up straight. Her hair was messy and she had panda eyes. What's wrong? Then she heard a side quest. Host, please find out the male lead's little secret within 3 days. If you fail, the host will go crazy together with the system. Wei Bai. What kind of secret was that? What do you mean by crazy together? The system explained, it's just that the male lead has a little secret. He needs you to complete the side mission within 3 days. If you can't complete it, the two of us will go crazy together. Wei Bai said, is he the same as retarding? The system said, if we're not as cute as him, we'll turn into those annoying retards who only know how to chuckle when they eat. Wei Bai was so scared that her back went numb. All the tiredness she had from fighting with Ning Jiumo was gone. Where's that idiot Ning? The system immediately went to find the male lead. I brought you some food, but I met his fiancée on the way. Wei Bai searched for information. It was the Prime Minister's daughter. When Consort Ro was young, she was favored. When the family was still doing well, Ning Jiumo was the crown prince. Therefore, the Prime Minister betrothed his only daughter to Ning Jiumo. But after Ning Jiumo was crippled and went crazy, the Prime Minister didn't mention it again because the Empress wanted to deal with Ning Jiumo. Only then did the Prime Minister remember that the engagement had not been annulled. Maybe yesterday's drug plan didn't work. Today, he sent his daughter to test the waters. Wei Bai put on her clothes and wooden clogs. She grabbed an umbrella and walked out. Ning Jiumo carried the food box in a daze. A few girls stopped him and didn't let him leave. He protected the food box helplessly. He didn't understand what the woman in front of him wanted to do. The woman in front of him was wearing a white dress and a white gauze hat. Her face was faintly discernible under the hat. A maid held an umbrella to block the rain. Chapter 1573. Ning Jiumo was surrounded by several maids as he stood alone in the rain. The lunchbox was wet, and Ning Jiumo used his robe to cover it. He was afraid that Wei Bai would wake up and see that the food was wet and couldn't eat it. Your Highness, my daughter earnestly requests Your Highness to cancel our engagement. Ning Jiumo's face was blank. Who is this? What engagement? When the woman in white saw his silly appearance, she was even more determined to break off this wrong marriage. How could she marry a fool? Her future was so bright that even the crown prince wanted to take her as his legal wife. How could she waste her life on an ugly fool like Ning Jiumo? Looking at the scar on Ning Jiumo's face, the woman frowned and disdain flashed in her eyes. Your Highness, why don't you give the handprint on this paper to His Majesty and ask him to cancel the engagement? A maid handed over a piece of paper. Ning Jiumo felt that these people were very strange, and he took a few steps back. The woman in white thought that he didn't want to cancel the engagement and was a little annoyed. Your Highness, do you love me so much that you're not willing to let go even at this point? Ning Jiumo finally heard something that he could understand. His eyelashes trembled and his eyes were soaked in the rain, looking exceptionally clear and beautiful. No, I don't love you. The woman in white curled her lips, but she didn't believe this sentence. She touched her hair confidently and said coldly, Your Highness, you said this because you know that you're not worthy of me. If you really like me that much, then let me be. It's impossible for us to be together in this lifetime. Ning Jiumo had a headache when he heard this long paragraph and could only choose what he could understand. If it wasn't for this period of time, he would have sobered up. He didn't even understand what love was. So he stammered, You're so ugly, I hate it. He said so with all his heart. The women and men here were all ugly. He didn't like them. The woman in white's smile froze. She was famous for her beauty. If it wasn't for the fact that the emperor was too old, she wouldn't be much worse than those favored concubines. But today, there was an ugly fool who dared to dislike her. The woman in white pointed stiffly. Someone chop off his finger and press the handprint. On that paper, it was written about Ning Jiuma's promiscuous harem, forcing the palace maids, and a series of false atrocities. Once he pressed the handprint, he would definitely die. Who didn't know that Ning Jiuma was dead? Therefore, it was just a formality to pin a crime on him. If the crown prince wasn't injured and angered the empress, this trashes as fools would be a joke. Now that he had offended the crown prince and the empress, he wouldn't be able to live for more than a few days. The woman in white couldn't wait to sever all ties with this fool. This marriage was a disgrace to her. Ning Jiuma hugged the food box. When those maids tried to pull his hand, he couldn't avoid them at all, because if he dodged, the food in the box would fall out. What did Bai Weiwei eat after falling out? It was his first time getting food, so he couldn't drop it. Otherwise, Wei would feel that he was even more useless. A maid pulled out a dagger. The cold blade shone with a sharp white light in the rain. No matter how stupid Ning Jiuma was, he felt that something was wrong. His expression changed, and he turned to leave. The woman in white said coldly, "Don't let him run away. We have to solve this matter today. Don't waste any more time." Chapter 1574. If this matter was successful, she had officially entered the Empress's eyes. Her future marriage would definitely be the best if the Empress approved. By then, everyone would be envious of her. A satisfied smile appeared on the woman in white's face. Those maids rushed over. One of them held a dagger and had already ruthlessly chopped at Ning Jiuma's fingers. Ning Jiuma hurriedly protected the food box. What if the food spilled? That dagger was already close to his palm. Not to mention his fingers, even his palm would be chopped off. Suddenly, a stick fiercely and neatly knocked down the wrist of the maid holding the dagger. The sound of bones breaking was hair-raising. The maid let out a scream. She was in so much pain that she rolled on the ground and couldn't get up. The woman in white was shocked and immediately looked up. She saw an oil paper umbrella splashing down from the rain. Under the umbrella, a delicate and slender figure stood gracefully in the rain. Half of her face was exposed from under the umbrella. Her white skin was like snow, and her lips were bright. She was as delicate and beautiful as a begonia flower. The woman in white thought that her appearance was outstanding. She actually saw another woman with better appearance than her. Then, the woman in white suddenly saw that delicate woman who could be blown away by a gust of wind. She was actually holding a wooden stick in her hand. Weiwei Bai held the umbrella and the wooden stick in her hand. Her face was cold. "Your Highness, the rain is heavy. This servant is here to pick you up." She usually didn't call herself a servant. Today, in front of others, she gave Ning Jiuma enough face. Ning Jiuma didn't know what face was. His eyes turned red and he looked pitiful. "Away, the food is spilled." The dishes were all moved and a few dishes were spilled out. Ning Jiuma hugged the food box and stood in the cold wind and rain. He was so miserable that he looked like a little beggar begging for food. It was indescribably pitiful. Weiwei Bai slowly walked over. The maids were frightened by her neat stick and took a few steps back. People who were used to being a tyrant were the most timid. This was a strange scene. A delicate girl was holding an oil paper umbrella and strolling through the rain. She clearly had a damned graceful and fragile appearance. However, she was holding a fire stick in her hand, emitting a murderous aura. Weiwei Bai came in front of Ning Jiuma and raised her umbrella to cover his head. Ning Jiuma's eyelashes trembled. He hugged the food box and refused to let go. He seemed to know that he had done something wrong and didn't dare to look at her. Weiwei Bai sighed. "Without this servant, your Highness will be bullied again." Only then did Ning Jiuma feel wronged. He pursed his thin lips and said softly, "Wei, I don't like them. They're fierce." Weiwei Bai nodded in understanding. "Yes, your Highness, don't be afraid. We are fiercer than them." With that said, Weiwei Bai asked Ning Jiuma to hold the umbrella. Then, she rolled up her sleeves and the delicate look on her face changed. She held the fire stick and revealed a polite and kind smile. "I didn't know that there was a guest. I didn't treat you well. I didn't treat you well." With that said, she was very calm and ruthless. She knocked the head of the servant closest to her. She still held back, otherwise her head might have cracked. The girl in white's face was pale. What are you doing? My father is the prime minister. Do you want to die? Bai Weiwei walked all the way over. Like a watermelon, she knocked the maids until they lay on the ground, dripping with blood. She glanced at the girl in white who was holding the bloody fire stick and smiled in a friendly manner. So, it's a distinguished guest. Then I'll treat you well. Chapter 1575. The maids she had served before were all lying on the ground, bleeding. She didn't know if they were still alive. The woman in white's legs went soft, and she immediately turned to run. Behind her, Bai Weiwei's eyes were quick as she grabbed her hat. The hat was thrown away, and the woman in white revealed a pitiful appearance. Her eyes were filled with tears of fear. Don't come over. The woman was so scared that she kept retreating. She didn't have the arrogant look of an evil person just now. On the contrary, Weiwei Bai was holding a weapon and looked more like a homicidal maniac. Weiwei by then remembered that this little bitch was Ning Jiuma's fiancée. She looked at Ning Jiuma very gently. Your Highness, this is your fiancée. Do you need to let her go? Ning Jiuma was dazed for a moment. His pure big eyes blinked and suddenly showed a trace of panic. I didn't know. She harmed me, Weiwei. Weiwei Bai, ? Ning Jiuma's face was already pale. He tried to explain. She's ugly. She's a bad person. She harmed me. Was he going to teach his fiancée a lesson? Weiwei Bai just thought this when Ning Jiuma rushed over. His face was red and his thin lips were trembling. He was full of anxiety and finally squeezed out a sentence. My wife is you. She's talking nonsense. How could someone be so bad? He already had a wife. How could others harm him? What if Wei misunderstood that he was looking for another wife? She wouldn't want him. Thinking of this, Ning Wang was about to cry. His face scrunched up in grievance and tears rolled in his eyes. Weiwei Bai, although it was a sweet sentence, the favorability had dropped so much. Her heart didn't waver. Ding, the male lead's favorability has increased to 70. Weiwei Bai, 70? Because she was asleep, she didn't hear the favorability increase from 30 to 35, and then from 35 to 65 magically. So Weiwei Bai heard that it was 70. It was the scene of 30 jumping off a cliff to 70 and sitting on a rocket. She completely lost her temper. This lunatic, retard, and sick person's favorable impression of him increased. She really couldn't bring herself to be happy. Therefore, Weiwei Bai replied calmly and gently, Yes, Your Highness, I understand. With that, she picked up the fire stick and was about to deal with Ning Jiuma's fiancée. In the end, he discovered that the woman in white had run away extremely quickly. There was no trace of her. Weiwei Bai felt that it was a pity. She threw away the fire stick and revealed a delicate smile. Your Highness, I'm hungry. Let's return to the palace. Ning Jiuma hugged the food box and was in a daze for a moment before he finally realized that she wasn't angry. He immediately revealed a silly smile and passed the umbrella over her head. Okay, Wei. With that, he held her hand and happily returned to the palace. Although some of the food was spilled, there was still a lot of it. Weiwei Bai was very calm. She calmly accompanied Ning Jiuma to eat dinner. Then she packed a package. There were several sets of clothes in the package. There was also some gold and silver from Ning Jiuma's secret room. In the eyes of the people in the palace, these gold and silver were not much. Not much at all, but it was enough for Bai Weiwei. Moreover, she had already planned out Ning Jiuma's future life for him. The system said that the supermarket had recently discounted a kind of intelligence-increasing drink. She asked the system to buy it and store it first. After a year, she would leave and give it to Fool Ning. That was because he wasn't a fool. He wouldn't starve to death by himself. As for Fool Ning's secret, although it was only 3 days, Weiwei Bai felt that it wouldn't be too late to ask him after they left the palace. Bai Weiwei was the type to do what she said. She pulled the adorable Ning Jiuma and went straight to the cold palace. In the cold palace, the system found a dog hole. After going through the dog hole, there was a secret passage left behind in the past. They could leave the palace by following the secret passage. It sounded simple because of the system's cheat. Those who didn't know this place, even the emperor, wouldn't be able to find it. She had sent the prime minister's daughter away so quickly because she knew that she could leave immediately. Otherwise, the Prime Minister's daughter would bring a large group of people to settle the score later. Her life was about to be lost. Who asked her to be a little palace maid in this world? She secretly brought Ning Jioma to the depths of the cold palace. Wei Wei Bai dug out the dog hole from a pile of miscellaneous things. Fortunately, she and Ning Jioma were thin and could squeeze through. Wei Wei Bai squatted down and observed the dog hole. "Your Highness, you crawl in first later." Behind her, Ning Jioma's voice came softly. "Do you want to elope with me so badly?" Wei Wei Bai struggled to push aside the miscellaneous things in the dog hole and answered casually, "If we don't elope, do you want to wait for your fiancée to come knocking on our door? She's bad and fierce. She's not good enough for you. Don't think about it." Her words were purely to comfort Fool Ning. Who knew if Fool Ning would suddenly think that the woman in white was very beautiful and change his mind and not leave the palace? But after saying that, Wei Wei Bai frowned. What the hell? Since when did idiot Ning speak so clearly and methodically? Behind her, his calm but oppressive voice came again. "So are you jealous?" Wei Wei Bai realized that something was wrong. Just as she was about to turn around, a brocade handkerchief covered her mouth and nose. The fragrance rushed into her nose, and she lost all her strength. The man behind her sighed and said, "Reckless and presumptuous. How can a woman like you be good enough for me?" Ding, the male lead's favorability is at 40. Chapter 1576. 40? Wei Wei Bai's eyes rolled back, and she fainted from anger. Then her delicate body was lifted up by him. In the dark, cold palace, a eunuch walked over and picked up the bundle. Then he said in a low voice, "Your Highness, there isn't much." She didn't take much. "It's just your living expenses." Until the last moment, she was testing if this little palace maid was greedy. In the end, she risked her life and wasn't afraid of death. She just wanted to kidnap Ning Jioma. She wasn't moved by that huge amount of wealth at all. Ning Jioma lowered his head and saw Wei Wei by leaning softly against his chest with her eyes closed. She looked indescribably delicate, but he knew how strong she was. She had dealt with those palace maids just now. She really didn't want to live anymore. A little palace maid had offended the Prime Minister and the Empress. How could she live? At least she was smart enough to run with him. Unfortunately, his fingers gently caressed her pale face as he lowered his eyes to hide the darkness in them. Unfortunately, he couldn't leave this place, and she could only stay here, unable to go to the bustling town outside the palace that she had mentioned. Ning Jioma hugged Wei Wei Bai and looked coldly at the eunuch. The eunuch said respectfully, "Those palace maids have been killed and cleaned up." Chun Zili also fell into the water when she ran out of the palace. She was frightened and lost part of her memory. Chun Zili was that woman in white. She was also the Prime Minister's only daughter and had a marriage contract with him. Of course, this marriage contract was used to humiliate him and bring him danger. Nothing was of use. The so-called memory loss was just a forced removal of memories by drugging her. Ning Jioma carried her out of the cold palace slowly and said to the eunuch, "She dug this dog hole." The eunuch said in a low voice, "Your Highness, we have already sent someone to take a look." Ning Jioma said, "If it really leads to the outside of the palace, then block it first. Block this hole for me too. Don't let anyone find out." Everyone was well aware of the value of a secret passage leading to the outside of the palace. No wonder she kept saying that she wanted to take him away from here. He thought she was just stupid and didn't know how tight the security here was. With such a passageway, she could go anywhere. The eunuch opened an umbrella to cover the two of them and followed behind. "Your Highness, we are too eye-catching." If they returned to the Ning Wang Palace in such a grandiose manner, they would definitely not be seen by others. Ning Jioma glanced at the eunuch indifferently. "Go back to the Crown Prince's side and increase the dosage of the poison. Make him completely insane." The eunuch's body trembled, and a trace of astonishment finally appeared in his calm eyes. "Your Highness, it's too early." It was supposed to be the Empress and the forces of the imperial harem fighting to the death. Only then did His Highness begin to intervene, and the antidote hadn't been found yet. He could go crazy at any time, so now was not the best time to participate in the battle. If the crown prince became a fool, wouldn't the empress go crazy and investigate the source of the poison in the crown prince? At that time, Ning Jiuma might be implicated. Ning Jiuma's features were picturesque, but there was violence in his eyes. I can't bear it. It was a simple sentence that should be filled with sadness. But he said it like a cold blade, making people's backs numb. The eunuch stopped in his tracks and sighed faintly. Then this servant will arrange it. Immediately arrange for the Taoist priest. The army outside the palace also needs to step up their training and buy the best weapons. Chapter 1577. There was no need to worry about money. When Consort Ro died, a large amount of her family's wealth was missing, and this wealth was in Ning Jiuma's hands. If it wasn't for the fact that Ning Jiuma couldn't find the antidote, he would be half crazy and half stupid. They wouldn't be bullied to this extent and not dare to say anything. To make everything go smoothly, they made Ning Jiuma lead such a miserable life. In the 2 to 3 months since Wei Wei Bai, the little palace maid, came, his master lived like a human. If he hadn't offended the prime minister today, he would know that the empress planned to kill Wei Wei Bai, even planned to escape with Ning Jiuma. They would probably endure it. After all, which one of the imperial harem was easy to get along with? They were all man-eating jackals, wolves, tigers, and leopards. Now that all the plans were brought forward, it would be much harder. As the eunuch thought about it, his eyes turned cold. So what if it was hard? It was better to take a gamble than to fall into a desperate situation again. Ning Jiuma's eyes were cold and emotionless. He said, "You go first, I'll take her back." The eunuch couldn't help but ask, "Your Highness, how are you going to deal with this palace maid? Would he be afraid that the plan would be exposed and directly kill her?" Ning Jiuma paused and was silent for a moment before looking back at him coldly. That gaze was as cold as ice. The eunuch immediately lowered his head and didn't dare to ask again. Ning Jiuma said, "Let the people at the stargazing observatory submit the letter of auspicious star, and then let the Taoist priest present me as an auspicious sign." The eunuch said, "It's too risky." This plan was too risky. If the emperor didn't believe it, he would kill Ning Jiuma. Ning Jiuma smiled coldly. "I know that old man who is afraid of death too well. His body is about to collapse. Didn't the imperial hospital send news that he vomited several mouthfuls of blood a few days ago when he woke up? The imperial doctors couldn't do anything. He was so afraid that he even killed a few palace maids. This kind of cowardly, cold-hearted, and selfish person. He really wanted to be an auspicious sign, as long as he could give the emperor a glimmer of hope of eternal life. Then that old man would be willing to believe anything." Ning Jiuma's eyes turned sinister when he thought of the emperor. How disgusting. The medicine given by the Taoist priest recently should be able to control my father's illness. He will definitely believe the Taoist priest's words. Coupled with the auspicious signs of the stars, he will definitely believe it. He wanted to become an auspicious sign, the hope of the emperor's longevity. Then, he returned to the imperial court as Prince Ning, who had regained consciousness. The eunuch replied, "Your illness." Ning Jiuma's face was still dark, but for some reason, there was a hint of gentleness in his eyes. He said softly, with her around, "When I go crazy, she can calm me down." When he was crazy, he would listen to her. This was a huge weakness for Ning Jiuma, but this weakness could be exploited. Ning Jiuma turned around. "You go first. I'll take her back." He clearly remembered how much he listened to her when he was a fool. All he had to do was tell her that when he was crazy, he had to pretend to be sober to fool people. Then he could hide this weakness of his insanity. Because when he felt that he was going crazy, his mind was also gradually becoming clear. Even if she couldn't act like a normal person, as long as Wei Wei Bai kept reminding and guiding her, it was still possible for him to maintain the facade of a normal person. As long as she was willing, she would be willing. Ning Jiuma took her back to the dilapidated palace and put her on the bed. At https://www.sashu.com/read at https://www.sashu.com read at https://m sashu Calm. Chapter 1578. Then he sat by the bed and looked at her expressionlessly, waiting for her to wake up. He shouldn't have started his plan so early. The antidote was still his obstacle. But when she took him out of the palace, his first reaction wasn't to kill her. Instead, he wanted to kill Chinzili and the maids to prevent the prime minister from taking revenge on the little maid. And by doing so, he forced himself to the point where he couldn't survive without fighting in the palace. Ning Jimal looked at Wei Wei Bai in a daze. He was awake more and more often. During the day, he would wake up from time to time. Not to mention at night, he was awake the whole night. The medicine seemed to be weakening, but he knew that as long as he couldn't find the antidote, it was not impossible for him to go completely insane when the effects of the drug came back one day. After all, he had studied this medicine for a while. If he found out that there was no antidote, many people would die. Even if they didn't die, they would go crazy in the end without a trace of consciousness. Ning Jiuma thought about how he might go completely crazy in the future and frowned in annoyance. Back then, the one who poisoned him and his mother was the Empress. But he had been a spy around the Empress for so many years, but he had never seen the Empress with the antidote. Even the Empress didn't use the same poison to kill people. This poison was so effective, but the Empress had never used it a second time. So he asked someone to poison the Crown Prince. Today, the Empress should find out that the poison in the Crown Prince was the same as his. As long as she took out the antidote and saved the Crown Prince, he could get the antidote. Ning Jiuma thought coldly. In the dark shadow, his face didn't have a trace of innocence. It was full of scheming and sinister coldness. Half of his face was disfigured, making him look more like a demon. Suddenly, he seemed to have noticed something. His eyelashes moved and his eyes trembled. Then, he met a pair of clear eyes. Wei Wei Bai didn't know when she woke up. She stared at him blankly for a while. Tongzi, I didn't expect Ning Jiuma to be transmigrated. The system, no. Wei Wei Bai was deep in thought. Rebirth? The system, no. Wei Wei Bai, playing dumb. Without waiting for the system to say anything, she denied it again. It's not that real. Then, did he suddenly become clear-headed? The system continued. Keep guessing. We're very close to the side quest. Wei Wei Bai and the system tried their best to guess the side quests. Ning Jiuma saw that she was silent for a long time and thought that she was frightened. He reached out as if he wanted to touch her. But in the next moment, Wei Wei Bai's eyes were clear and alert. She reached out and grabbed his wrist, coldly saying each word. Who are you? These words were steady and heavy. There was even a hint of killing intent. It seemed that to her, he was not Ning Jiuma, but an imposter. She was just a little palace maid who had no respect for her superiors. She even felt that he wasn't Ning Jiuma and even had killing intent. Ning Jiuma didn't know why, but when he saw the unfamiliar and cold emotions in her eyes, he became annoyed and flung her hand away. What's wrong? You don't kneel and salute your master when you see him. Instead, you have a cold face. What kind of servant are you? As soon as he said this, Wei Wei Bai's pupil shrank. She jumped up and threw herself at Ning Jiuma. She was so strong that she flipped Ning Jiuma over on the bed. The bed fell to the ground. Wei Wei Bai sat on Ning Jiuma's body and reached out to rub his face. Tell me, who are you? How dare you pretend to be my King Ning? Where did you hide my King Ning, you assassin? Chapter 1579. She grabbed his neck with one hand and used the other hand to pinch his face with all her might. This disguise mask is really good. If you don't return His Highness today, this old lady will make you die without a burial place. Ning Jiuma had imagined thousands of images of her waking up, seeing him become smart and sober up. She would definitely be frightened and then moved. Then, she would be even more devoted to him. Even if he was stupid, she would like him so much. If he wasn't stupid, wouldn't she love him so much that she would go crazy? But what was going on? She was actually suppressing him? Ning Jiuma said in a muffled voice, impudent. Let me go. I am Ning Jiuma. Wei Wei Bai was incomparably cold. You bastard, His Highness isn't as repulsive as you. He is such a pure and cute person. How can he look like you? After saying that, she pulled out the hairpin in her hair and pointed it at his neck. Speak. Where did you hide him? If you don't speak, I will skin you. Ning Jiuma's body stiffened as he looked at her in disbelief. Wasn't she very gentle? Every time he woke up and thought about it, she would treat him so gently. Even when she spoke to him, she didn't raise her voice. Even if there was no difference in status, he felt that this little palace maid was still delicate and cute. But once she felt that he wasn't Ning Jiuma, why was she like a bandit? Ning Jiuma was frightened, but he couldn't break free from her hand. She was strong enough to strangle a pig to death. Wei Wei Bai narrowed her eyes, and the hairpin was about to pierce his neck. Ning Jiuma's expression suddenly changed, and a trace of fear appeared in his eyes. He looked at her blankly. Wei, you seem to have just woken up and didn't know what happened. Why did Wei want to kill him? Wei Wei Bai. A trace of confusion flashed across her face. It seemed that Ning Jiuma's sudden change made her very uncomfortable. Ning Jiuma asked stupidly, Wei, did I do something wrong? You want to hit me? The hairpin in her hand touched his neck. The cold pain made him feel innocent and sad. Wei Wei Bai's hand trembled, and she immediately threw the hairpin away. She immediately reached out to touch his neck, her eyes red. Your Highness, are you all right? You were possessed by a wandering ghost just now. I've already scared it away. You're finally back. She cried as she spoke. Her delicate and cute face was filled with fear after despair. It was as though she was in so much pain that she wished she was dead now, that he was no longer an idiot. Ning Jiuma's eyes were clear and cold. He suddenly realized that Wei Wei Bai had always liked him. Could it be that he was stupid? Was that why she had such a huge reaction when he woke up? The system was dumbfounded. Host, what are you doing now? Wei Wei Bai cried and said, I have to put on an act to let him know that my feelings are loyal. If I change my attitude when he changes his personality, wouldn't that be flip-flopping? Moreover, she liked Fool Ning. She finally saw through it. Ning Soming's favorability was only 40. Fool Ning's favorability was 70. Fool Ning's favorability was so high. Ning Jiuma saw her lowering her body and crying. She was clearly worried about him, but he was getting more and more irritated. He even hated her attitude. Why did she like him when he was stupid? If he wasn't stupid, she would kill him? So the person she liked was actually a fool? Ning Jiuma's teeth were about to bleed when he thought of this. Suddenly, he frowned and his brain started to hurt. The poison was acting up again. His hand clutched Wei Wei Bai's clothes tightly. A trace of unwillingness flashed past his eyes. Wei, why is your interest so unique? He didn't like the smart one, but she liked the stupid one. There was something wrong with her brain, too. Ning Jiuma was filled with anger and unwillingness. He finally couldn't take it anymore. He closed his eyes, and his eyelashes trembled. Ding, the male lead's favorability is 70. Wei Wei Bai and the system understood. Ning Jiuma was stupid again. / Chapter 1580. Wei Wei Bai had probably guessed a side mission. So after Ning Jiuma was poisoned, the poison didn't turn him into a complete idiot. Instead, it turned him into a half-idiot, and he would occasionally come back to life? System, he comes back to life every day, you just don't know. It listened to the male lead every day, and his favorability jumped up and down. It couldn't remind the host who slept like Zhu Beiji that the target's favorability jumped off a cliff again. Wei Wei Bai looked at Ning Jiuma, who was lying flat. He seemed to be struggling with something. His beautiful brows were furrowed, and sweat appeared on his forehead. He reached out as if he wanted to grab something. Wei Wei Bai calmly reached out her hand. Ning Jiuma held her hand tightly. His eyelashes were sweaty, and he finally opened his eyes, looking at her with his beautiful wet eyes. Wei Wei Bai's face was filled with hesitation and doubt, but more than that, she felt heartache. What's wrong, Your Highness? Ning Jiuma looked at her blankly, then suddenly got up and hugged her. He rested his head on her shoulder and rubbed his face against her neck, almost crying. I dreamed that you didn't want me. The doubt in Wei Wei Bai's eyes didn't disappear, but it didn't stop her from comforting him softly. Your Highness, how could I not want you? The bad guys took you away. You're safe now, it's okay. Wei Wei Bai had some guesses in her heart. When Ning Jiuma was stupid, he didn't remember that he was smart. But the smart Ning Jiuma probably remembered him when he was a fool. So now when she was going to attack Ning Jioma, she had to consider whether Ning Tsongming could see it. The fear in Ning Jioma's eyes slowly faded. Her soft and warm body dispersed the uneasiness in his heart. Aren't we leaving? Wei Wei Bai frowned. She was very patient. The weather is bad. We have to leave in a few days. Her words made Ning Jioma smile through his tears. Wei, you're so nice. He foolishly thought that Wei was really nice. Wei Wei Bai released him and stared at him blankly for a while before reaching out to touch his face. Your Highness, your face is dirty. Let me get some water to wash your face. Ning Jioma immediately nodded like a chicken pecking rice. When he was in a daze, he was really obedient. More importantly, her favorable impression of him was at 70. Bai Weiwei even considered whether or not to give him more poison, so that he would become a complete fool. This way, that eyesore Ning Shirsi wouldn't have to come out. The system seemed to have seen through Weiwei Bai's evil thoughts. It felt that its host was becoming more and more like a villain. What was going on? Idiot Ning Ba. I'm saying that although the male lead is easier to capture if he's an idiot, the male lead has a destiny line. If you poison him, you'll be struck by lightning. Weiwei Bai said indifferently, You're lying. Yes, it was a lie. The male lead did indeed have the Fate King Dao line. Anyone who tried to forcefully change it would die. Only Weiwei Bai was fine no matter how she changed it. If she really poisoned Ning Jioma, the lightning wouldn't strike her. Because every time Yi Yushuan's Fate King Dao line was destroyed by Weiwei Bai, a good heaven's pride met Weiwei Bai. He became the heaven's bane every time. If he was struck by lightning every time, it and its host would become a power plant. Weiwei Bai saw the system's worry. Don't worry, I won't poison you. Am I the kind of person who would do anything for favorability in your eyes? Chapter 1581. System, it was true. Weiwei Bai was also embarrassed for a while before forcibly changing the topic. Isn't the side mission supposed to be completed? Why aren't you saying anything? The system heard it and agreed. Wasn't the side mission supposed to be completed? Why aren't you saying anything? The system turned its head and saw the 7 words hanging on the side quest in bright red. Download failed. Please refresh. What the hell? It was the system's first time seeing a side mission stuck and had to be refreshed before it could be activated. The system said, It seems to be stuck. I will refresh and the mission will be reactivated. Then it will tell you that the side mission has been completed. Ning Jioma's secret. It must be completed. So the system and the host were very calm and pretended to be cool as they waited for the refresh result. Refresh successful. Ding, side mission cleared. Download again. This time, the system was more careful and waited until the download was 100% complete before it pressed confirm. Then the side mission was successfully activated. Dear, you have successfully activated the side mission of this plane. The system nodded to the host and was ready to accept the joy of completing the mission. I want to fight in the cold wind and rain. I want to fight in the warm spring. I want to fight in the dream of a golden millet. Congratulations to the host for activating the side mission of Palace Intrigue. Please successfully fight for the position of Empress and motherly model of the world. The system and Weiwei Bai. Mission time lifetime. The main mission only had a year's time. What was the use of a lifetime for the side mission? It had to be solved within a year. Before Weiwei Bai could complain, the punishment came. Side mission failed. Please experience the scene of a eunuch with the system 100 times. Eunuch with the eunuch. The system trembled and immediately covered its lower part. Weiwei Bai was confused. What the hell? Isn't the side mission completed? The system immediately flipped through the information and then said as if it was struck by lightning. It's like this. The side mission we downloaded earlier seemed to be stuck. So after refreshing it, it changed. Yes, it was like when we refreshed the page. It was too long ago. The content of the page might have changed when we refreshed it. The side mission was the same. Because it had been too long, the new side quests were overwritten by the old ones as soon as they refreshed. Weiwei Bai said, No, I've completed my mission. The system replied, It's gone. The old quest was gone, so it was useless to complete it, because someone new had arrived. Weiwei Bai felt like she was about to vomit blood. She clutched her heart and leaned against the wall. In other words, I still have to complete a side mission. The system covered its pants and trembled. If we don't complete it, we'll become eunuchs. Wei Wei Bai said, this punishment doesn't seem that bad. Compared to mental retardation, he was crazy. Cutting off the eunuch's power was a piece of cake, because she had nothing to cut off at all. The system replied, hee hee, you'll grow them back. Wei Wei Bai, the system said, the punishment scene is very realistic. It's to punish you. If you don't have a little penis, then I'll let you grow one first. Then I'll do it 100 times. Wei Wei Bai, it was better to be crazy. This side mission was so crazy that it suddenly crossed the line of human morality. Growing a penis 100 times and then doing it 100 times was terrifying. Wei Wei Bai said, be the empress? You want me to attack Ning Jiuma's father while attacking Ning Jiuma? Download the at https://m Sashu com button at the bottom to record your reading record. You'll see it the next time you open the bookshelf. If you like. Chapter 1582. When the side mission was released. Wasn't she embarrassed? Such a heavy and ethical side mission. Shouldn't it be blocked? The system flipped through the information. You just need to be the empress for a day. Wei Wei Bai said, how can I become the empress in a year's time? Just tell me if you want to punish me. Even if she was a fairy, she couldn't do such a thing. The system said, isn't the main point? Do you still want to woo the male lead? Why did the host accept the father-son strategy so easily? Shouldn't she struggle a little? Ding, the system has sent a Children's Day gift. Do you accept? Children's Day came after the New Year. The system's programs were strangely smooth. The system said, most of the gifts are lollipops or balloons. They're not useful or harmful. It was used to celebrating holidays in the system's world. Wei Wei Bai was a little curious. She accepted the gift. Ding. Congratulations to the host for obtaining the Palace Intrigue gift pack. You're a beauty that can cause the downfall of a city or an emperor. To any emperor, you are the white moonlight, the cinnabar mole, the cute little sweetheart, and the peerless beauty in their hearts. Gift name, Emperor's Love. Wei Wei Bai and the system were speechless. They suddenly felt that the side mission was very simple. Wei Wei Bai said, once I get Ning Jiuma's favorability to 100, I'll use this to fool the old emperor. I'll be the empress for a day, and the mission will be complete. With the gift, it was easy to fool the emperor. She didn't even need to woo the emperor or get too close to him. Just a smile could solve the side mission. Otherwise, she would rather get rid of 100 times because the emperor was too ugly. He was already in his 50s. She didn't want to see such an old target. The system was silent for a long time. Well, once the gift is opened, it can't be put back. So don't let the emperor see it. He'll feel like he found the love of his life when he sees you. The system's gift was very effective. Wei Wei Bai leaned against the wall and was silent for a long time before she said, forget it. I'll hide in this cold palace and get Ning Jiuma's favorability to 100. Everything else was empty. 100 favorable impression points was the most important. Wei Wei Bai immediately rubbed her face and got to work. When she returned with the water, she saw Ning Jiuma sitting on the bed, hugging his bent legs and looking down with his innocent eyes. He pursed his lips, and his eyes were hazy with depression. Suddenly, he looked up and saw her, and his eyes lit up. Wei, you're back. Ning Jiuma hurriedly got off the bed and ran to her barefooted. He laughed like a silly boy. When Wei Wei Bai saw that his favorable impression of her was 70, she felt assured and helped him wash his face, hands, and feet. Being a perfect mother was the most suitable for a little fool. As expected, the uneasiness in Ning Jiuma's heart disappeared. He obediently and happily followed her arrangements. There was only one thought in his mind. It was good that Ao Wei did not abandon him. His Ao Wei was the best. Today was a very relaxing day. Wei Wei Bai didn't give fool Ning any pressure, but she would occasionally look at him with a sad and puzzled look. Before going to bed, Wei Wei Bai took a stack of red bean cakes. The sticky red bean paste was very sweet in the mouth. Ning Jiuma ate a piece. Suddenly, he reached out and stuffed a piece into Wei Wei Bai's mouth. Wei eat too. His fingers brushed against her lips. It was softer and sweeter than the red bean paste. Chapter 1583. Ning Fool didn't know why, but those happy and intense scenes flashed through his mind. Ah Wei's beautiful skin was dyed red, just like a flower in the rain. The bright red color was very beautiful. Wei Wei Bai naturally ate the red bean cake, the tip of her tongue licking the sweetness on her lips. There was a touch of red. It was actually much more delicious than the red bean paste. Ning Jiuma's face was red. His breathing was a little rushed as he lowered his head. He helplessly grabbed his clothes, feeling that he was starting to feel strange again. He secretly glanced at Wei Wei Bai. Wei Wei Bai also looked up at him, the two of them meeting eyes. Wei Wei Bai smiled sweetly. Ning Jiuma's heart skipped a beat, the heat in his heart coming out. Ding! The male lead's favorability is at 75. Wei Wei Bai's smile didn't change as she lowered her head to do her needlework. Then she heard the favorability notification. Ding! The male lead's favorability is at 40. Wei Wei Bai. Ning Shirsi is here again. She really wanted to poison him. Wei Wei Bai thought brightly and sadly. Suddenly, her chin was lifted by a finger. She was at a loss for a moment. But she saw Ning Jiuma looking at her with burning eyes. He said in a low and hoarse voice, "Ah Wei." Wei Wei Bai's eyes flashed with a trace of a smile, but very quickly, there was a trace of doubt in her eyes. Then she said, "Who exactly are you?" Ning Jiuma pursed his lips. She could actually see that he wasn't a fool. Wei Wei Bai saw that he didn't answer. She anxiously picked up the scissors in the basket and said to him, "Are you a wandering ghost that has attached to my highness?" Ning Jiuma saw that her eyes were so cold, her expression murderous. His heart was filled with anger. It was suffocating. Even when she was in a daze, she actually thought that he was a wandering ghost. Ning Jiuma said in a huff, "I'm a wandering ghost? You're blind. If there really is a wandering ghost, it's that fool." When he thought of how stupid he was, Ning Jiuma felt sullen and embarrassed. He felt like he was looking at his own dark history every day. He couldn't wait to bury his stupid self alive. Wei Wei Bai's eyes trembled when she heard his words. She didn't dare to believe it. He's a wandering ghost? When Ning Jiuma saw her like this, he almost wanted to lie to her maliciously. That's right. Everyone has 3 spiritual and 7 physical souls. That fool will become a fool if he loses some of his spiritual and physical souls. He must have become like this because he lost his spiritual and physical souls when he possessed someone. Bai Weiwei trembled. Ning Jiuma viciously cursed her to lack a soul. Okay? Her shocked expression made Ning Jiuma feel less stifled. He reached out his hand and gently touched his face. "This is my body, my face. That idiot, His Highness, is the wild ghost that has taken over my body. I have been oppressed and bullied by him for so many years. Why can't I find my own body?" In the end, he was about to believe his nonsense. His TT. He resented himself for being stupid. Wei Wei Bai held the scissors with a strange expression. The scissors in her hand trembled. Suddenly, she asked softly, "Is he still here?" Ning Jiuma frowned. "What?" "Wei Wei Bai, is the ghost in your body still here?" Her voice was heavy, with a sense of sadness and depression. Ning Jiuma stared at her silently for a while, then suddenly said mockingly, "Why? You don't like that fool, right? So what if he's not here?" Chapter 1584. Wei Wei Bai's eyes were filled with tears. She seemed to be blinking helplessly, trying to force back the tears in her eyes. This pitiful and cute look. It made Ning Jiuma feel that there was no point in bullying her, and he had been a fool for too long. He actually made up such nonsense to fool people. He was getting more and more childish. Ning Jiuma was about to tell the truth, but he saw the scissors in Wei Wei Bai's hand turn around and stab her own neck. Ning Jiuma's pupils constricted. He immediately pounced over and grabbed her hands tightly. He knew that she was very strong. If he didn't use all his strength, he couldn't stop her at all. "What are you doing?" Ning Jiuma felt that she was crazy. Wei Wei Bai's eyes were still misty, but her eyes were unusually cold. "He's a ghost. I'm just going to accompany him as a ghost." Her words were soft, but her tone was too harsh. Ning Jiuma had just spat out a mouthful of malice, but he was choked back by her behavior. She was too strong. Even if he used all his strength, the scissors were still stabbing her neck bit by bit. She wasn't joking. She really wanted to kill him. Ning Jiuma stared at her for a while. Suddenly, he became fierce and wanted to snatch the scissors from her hand. He really couldn't say that the fool was also him. He had just teased her, and now he was begging for mercy. He was too cowardly. Ning Jiuma held back his pride and tried to snatch her scissors with all his might. But Wei Bai refused to let go. She still moved the scissors bit by bit, and the sharp part of the scissors touched her own neck. It was about to leave a bloody mark on her slender and fragile neck. Ning Jiuma's voice trembled. He's still here. He hasn't dissipated. Wei Bai's fingers weakened. Ning Jiuma's eyes turned sharp. He took the opportunity to snatch the scissors. Then he threw the scissors out of the door. Wei Bai's hands were empty as Ning Jiuma held them. Her eyes reddened as she asked in disbelief, "Aren't you awake?" The corner of Ning Jiuma's mouth twitched. She actually believed that he was a wandering ghost when he was in a daze. Who would believe such lies? Had she been hit in the head by a door? Or was he a country bumpkin who entered the palace? Was his brain so simple? Ning Jiuma was really afraid of her behavior. He gritted his teeth and said, "Very good. He comes out in the day to snatch my body, little fool." Even when he felt that he was stupid, he was not as stupid as this little fool. She had been fooled by him. Wei Bai was silent for a while before saying strangely, "Why do I feel like you're the wandering ghost? Which wandering ghost would come out in the day?" Ning Jiuma, can't we get over this idiotic topic of wandering ghosts? Wei Bai didn't insist on an answer. Instead, she used all her strength to pull her hands back from his, and then her voice softened. "Then don't hurt him." Her current appearance did not have the slightest bit of the ferocious look from before. She was clearly delicate and weak, but he didn't know where she got her strength from. Ning Jiuma's eyes darkened. "You like that fool so much." Wei Bai lowered her eyes. When she heard his question, her fair face suddenly turned red, and she looked as beautiful as a begonia flower. She snorted coldly. "He's my husband." Ning Jiuma was holding her hand, but now it was empty. He bent his fingers and his eyes darkened. "Husband. Transmigration system. Prince Charming, come here. Transmigration system. Prince Charming, come here. // transmigration system. Prince Charming, come here. Transmigration system. Prince Charming, come here." You can see it the next time you open the bookshelf. Chapter 1585. Suddenly, what happened in the secret room that day flashed through his mind. Her back was as beautiful as a plate, and her weak body was as soft as a willow, clinging to him without letting go. After that day, she softly whispered 2 words into his ear. "Husband." How was she worthy? Even if he had fallen to this point, he wouldn't have to marry a palace maid as his first wife. Wei Bai turned around in annoyance and picked up the unfinished needlework. "My mother said that a girl has to be faithful to her husband. He is the husband I want." Ning Jiuma was silent. The candlelight flickered. Wei Bai was too lazy to give him a good look and continued to sew the clothes. These were the clothes she made for him. The brand new fabric was something that she had gotten from her aunt, who was in charge of fabric, with a sweet smile on her face. In this cold and detached palace, when the cold wind blew, the windows would creak. But when did the candlelight here become so warm? The tables and chairs were so clean. The mattress was also like this, soft and comfortable. Even he was as clean and comfortable as these things. His long hair wasn't dirty at all. It was the same flower-scented shampoo that she used to wash her hair. So the two of them smelled very similar. She felt that he wasn't that fool. So when she sewed the clothes, she didn't even look at him. Sitting by the light, she lowered her eyes slightly, revealing her snow-white neck. Her slender fingers held the needle beautifully, sewing a man's clothes line by line. Ning Jiuma sat at the side, his anxious heart calming down. His life had been full of ups and downs, but he had never had such a warm moment. She was good to him. No matter how vicious his heart was, he knew. But this kind of good was when he was stupid. So when he thought of her when he was sober, there was always a hazy veil between them. In the end, there was still a layer. But now, he felt it very emotionally. Unfamiliar and strange. Not bad. Ding. The male lead's favorability has increased to 45. Wei Wei Bai said to the system. In the end, he is still a person. Once my mother gets up, even if he is smart, his favorability will still increase. Ning Jioma saw that she thought of something and suddenly smiled, gentle and charming. He was stunned for a while, then thought that she was good to him. But it was because he was a fool. The tranquility in his heart was chased away by frustration. He smiled coldly. Ding, the male lead's favorability has increased to 40. By Wei Wei, it's still better for idiot Ning. I'll still use poison BA. The system cut the red. The reason he is not drooling now. If the poison was deep enough, then was Ning. The two of them sat down. Ning Jioma stared at her. His relaxed gaze gradually darkened and finally turned cold. She didn't even look at him. Humph. He was not looking at her either. Ning Jioma turned around and walked to the window, opening it. The eunuch squatted under the window and said softly, Your Highness, the Empress has started to deal with you. You have to be careful these few days. The Empress will probably find a reason to throw you into prison. Ning Jioma's eyes were dark. He suddenly said, Louder. The eunuch was stunned, but he still raised his voice. Ning Jioma's back was facing Wei Wei Bai, and he revealed a scheming smile. Chapter 1586. Then he said, The Empress wants to kill me. Even if I escape thousands of miles away, I can't escape from her. I can only fight to the death with her. The eunuch was stunned. Why did he feel that His Highness was being silly? Of course, they could only fight to the death with the Empress. But His Highness had always been tolerant and cold. He didn't speak much, but when he did, it was all about various plans. His Highness's words seemed to be directed at someone. The eunuch immediately reacted and said to the little palace maid. He immediately nodded and said to his master, Your Highness, we can't escape, and you're not in good health. If you leave the palace, you'll definitely die. When he said that he would definitely die, suddenly there was a cry of alarm from behind. It was Wei Wei Bai's voice. Ning Jioma immediately returned to his senses, afraid that something would happen to her. But he saw Wei Wei Bai frowning and staring at her finger. There was blood on it. It was pricked by a needle. She glared at him fiercely, then lowered her head and sucked the blood into her mouth. Her moist lips were like the softest petals, holding the blood. It was such a simple action, but Ning Jioma couldn't return to his senses for a long time. The eunuch behind him didn't understand and shouted, Your Highness. Ning Jioma was shocked and immediately returned to his senses, suppressing his unstable breathing. He put his hand on the window and said in a low voice, Get lost. The eunuch immediately saw that something was wrong. He didn't dare to say anything, let alone say anything. After the poison was successful, the Empress went crazy and smashed things. Now, she was venting her anger on everyone. She was so angry that she didn't even want to let Ning Jioma off. The Empress didn't care who made the crown prince crazy. She just wanted to vent her anger, so anyone could become a ghost under her feet. And Ning Jioma's people were waiting calmly, waiting until she couldn't take it anymore. Take out the antidote. His son was driven crazy. If there was an antidote, he would definitely take it out. The Empress only had one son, the crown prince. Without him, the rest of her life would be over. Could she rely on her family for a lifetime? Rely on her son's talent? The harem was such a cruel place. The eunuch thought of the little palace made by Prince Ning's side. She was small and weak. She smiled sweetly, which softened everyone's heart. How could Ning Wang not be moved when they were together day and night? The eunuch immediately suppressed this thought and guessed King Ning's thoughts so casually. Was he courting death? The eunuch immediately scampered away in fear and trepidation, not daring to look back even half a glance. Ning Jioma closed the window and his breathing finally stabilized. But when he looked up, he saw that Wei Wei Bai was already standing in front of him. Her eyes were filled with worry. The Empress wants to kill you? Ning Jioma smiled coldly. Didn't you hear it? He wanted her to hear him on purpose. He wanted her to know how difficult her situation was. As expected, Wei Wei Bai became anxious. Can't we escape? Escape with me. I know, the cold palace. Ning Jioma glanced at her indifferently. His voice was deep and cold. No, I'm a prince. I'll be caught no matter where I go. I can't escape. Escaping means death. Wei Wei Bai stopped breathing, and her face turned pale. If you die, Ning Jioma deliberately slowed down his tone. If I die, those wandering ghosts will have no body and their souls will scatter. Wei Wei Bai's lips trembled. Her face was pale. Then you can't die. Ning Jioma's lips curled up, revealing a smug smile. He was really addicted to bullying her. If I don't want to die, there's only one way. /save button next time you open the bookshelf, you'll see it. If you like. Chapter 1587. Wei Wei Bai asked curiously, what method? Ning Jioma lowered his voice. Fight. Fight. Ning Jioma also wanted to be the empress. Wei Wei Bai hurriedly drove the side mission out of her mind. Ning Jioma said, I need to become the crown prince. That way, no one can kill me, including that fool you like. Wei Wei Bai bit her lip. Under the light, her big eyes were a little dazed. To her, being the crown prince might be a very distant identity. She was just a little palace maid who had just entered the palace. Ning Jiuma's heart softened. You don't want your fool to be bullied all the time, right? Wei Wei Bai's eyes sharpened. I will protect him. Ning Jiuma sneered. Oh, how? The empress wants to kill me now, which is equivalent to killing him. What's the use of your identity? Wei Wei Bai's face turned pale, but she couldn't refute. Ning Jiuma's voice softened. It's like this here. If I become the crown prince in the future and my body recovers, that fool of yours might be able to come out. I will have someone do a ritual to let him possess a dead person and let him come back to life so that he can fly together with you. Wei Wei Bai's eyes lit up as if there were stars in them. She revealed a surprised smile. Really? Ning Jiuma paused for a moment before saying slowly, Yes, really. I'm really lying to you. Wei Wei Bai immediately suppressed her smile. I won't ask for much. It's fine as long as he's still here. How do you want me to help you? Why was she so gullible? No wonder she liked him when he was a fool. She was a fool too. A little fool and a big fool. A match made in heaven. Ning Jiuma suppressed this absurd thought and immediately said, He has occupied my body for a long time, but he's a fool. He can't make me the crown prince. The crown prince can't be a fool. Wei Wei Bai nodded in agreement. Yes, what you said makes sense. She nodded like a chick pecking at rice, in her soft eyes. This made Ning Jiuma's male self-esteem inflate. He was so outstanding that the little palace maid began to worship him. Ning Jiuma put his hand on her shoulder and said encouragingly, So you have to teach a fool to become a crown prince and let him pretend to be a normal person. Wei Wei Bai rolled her eyes, grabbed his hand, and flung it away. She then wiped her fingers with a handkerchief in disdain. Then promise me, when you become the crown prince, you will return my highness. Ning Jiuma. How good is he when he's silly? How good is he? He was such an outstanding and intelligent man, but she liked him when he was silly. It was not wrong to say that she was stupid. Ning Jiuma snorted coldly. Do you think everyone is like you, loving that fool? Wei Wei Bai put her hands on her hips and said, I like it. You're jealous. Ning Jiuma's mouth was blocked by her, and he was furious. I'm jealous. You two are a fool and don't know the immensity of heaven and earth. You two are a match made in heaven. Don't harm others. Wei Wei Bai sneered. I think you're the lonely ghost who can only come out at night. If you're not a ghost, then what are you? Ning Jiuma said, Besides, I'll make that fool's soul disappear. Wei Wei Bai immediately covered her mouth and puffed it up like a live frog. Ning Jiuma finally reacted. He had actually lowered himself to the point of bickering with a palace maid. And it was so childish. He always planned to take the throne, drive the crown prince crazy, and kill the empress. Manage the court and train the army. But in the end, he was so stupid to argue with Wei Wei Bai about such a childish thing. Chapter 1588. Ning Jiuma's face turned black and white. He felt that when he was sober, he was no different from a fool. He flung his sleeves and climbed onto the bed angrily. With his back facing Wei Wei Bai, he glared fiercely at the bed curtain, as though he wanted to bore a hole through it. Wei Wei Bai didn't talk to him anymore. She packed up her needles and folded her clothes. Then, she blew out a few candles and took out a blanket. She placed it on the small bed and climbed onto it to sleep. Wei Wei Bai said to the system, Ning Jiuma always has a favorability of 40. I miss my 75. The system looked at the red line. It was cut halfway and thickened again. This red line would cause the side mission to malfunction. It had to be cut. The chainsaw kept cutting. The system took out a stone drill. Wait, diamonds? The system thought. How many life points could it sell? Then it started to buckle the diamonds. It's okay. Without the antidote, he will come back at 75. The poison acted up repeatedly. Without the antidote, Ning Jiuma couldn't really be normal. Wei Wei Bai was comforted. She didn't need to dump Ning Shirsi. As long as idiot Ning came out, she could just do her best to win him over. Wei Wei Bai was sleepy again. She closed her eyes to sleep. The lone lamp flickered. In the darkness, a hand was holding a handkerchief with a bewitching scent, just as it was about to cover her mouth and nose. Bai Weiwei opened her eyes warily and firmly clasped his hand. Ning Jiuma gasped, and the handkerchief in his hand fell to the ground. Wei Wei Bai flipped over and got up. Her eyes were bright and clear. What are you doing? Ning Jiuma was shocked. He pursed his lips awkwardly, but didn't want her to find out. He couldn't sleep and could only hug her to sleep. It was such a cowardly thing. Ning Jiuma was speechless. Wei Wei Bai frowned and was about to say something. Ning Jiuma suddenly squatted down and hugged her slender waist. He said aggrievedly, "Ah Wei, why aren't you on the bed? I'm having nightmares." Wei Wei Bai looked at the mentally retarded version of Ning Jiuma. Stop pretending, big brother. The favorable impression points have betrayed you. Wei Wei Bai was silent for a while before reaching out to gently stroke his hair. Your Highness, you're awake. These words seemed to have a double meaning. Ning Jiuma also reacted. The one in her mouth had woken up. The fool she liked was back. Ning Jiuma had already played dumb, so he could only play dumb to the end. If he was exposed, he would lose face. Hence, Ning Jiuma did not complain and rubbed against her thigh. The faint fragrance on her body made his body stiffen. Wei Wei Bai's hand also changed from probing to a gentle touch. Your Highness, I will protect you, she said softly. She had said this before, but this time, the weight was heavier than ever. If he was stupid, he probably wouldn't even understand what she was saying. But he was awake and could hear the trembling in her voice. She knew fear too. He thought she was reckless and lawless. Ning Jiuma smiled disdainfully. He was afraid that she would contradict him again. If she didn't hug his thigh, she would regret it in the future. Wei Wei Bai said lightly, Okay, Your Highness, let's go to bed. A simple sentence, as pure as water. Ning Jiuma was stunned for a while before nodding blankly and letting her lead him to bed. Wei Wei Bai covered him with a blanket, combed his hair, and gently pressed his eyes with her soft fingers. Sleep, I'm here. Her gentle murmur and her lowered face gave off a warm and gentle feeling in the dim light. Chapter 1589. Ning Jiuma's breathing stopped for a moment. He suddenly opened his eyes and pretended to be in a daze. Wei Wei Bai also lay down quietly, leaning on his arm and closing her eyes. Not long after, she fell asleep without any warning. Ning Jiuma stared at the top of the bed before daring to turn his head and look at her. He couldn't help but reach out and pinch the tip of her nose. Why are you leaning over when you're a fool? I really don't know what you're thinking. If I'm really a fool, you'll suffer in the future. Marrying a fool as a husband. How could a woman be happy? Ning Jiuma's body stiffened when he thought of this. What was he thinking? What husband? He was infected by Wei Wei Bai's stupidity. Ning Jiuma immediately retracted his hand, pulled the blanket, and went to sleep. But not long after, he popped his head out from under the blanket and carefully pulled the blanket up a little, covering her with it. She said she would protect him, but she couldn't even take care of herself. Ding! The male lead's favorability is at 45. When he woke up the next day, Fool Ning was back. He looked at Wei Wei Bai in a daze and found that she was looking at him. The two of them looked at each other in a daze. Suddenly, Wei Wei Bai leaned over and kissed him heavily on the cheek. You're awake, Your Highness. Ning Jiuma's face turned red. When the red reached his ears, he obediently said, Wei Wei Bai was in a good mood. because the favorability was at 75. What a beautiful number. Wei Wei Bai energetically ran to get food and charcoal. But on the way, she met the old Emperor's sedan. Wei Wei Bai was so scared that she could only hide in the corner for a while under the system's reminder. She finally saw through the system's products. The quality was so good that it was scary, so she didn't want to become the old Emperor's true love at all. The system saw that she was so disgusted and couldn't help but remind her, the mission is only to be the Empress. It doesn't specify who the Emperor is. Wei Wei Bai. I also wanted Ning Jiuma to be the Emperor, but the time is too short. I said a lifetime, but the main mission is 1 year, so I only have 1 year. The time of the main mission was the right time for her to complete the mission. Wei Wei Bai treated the so-called lifetime as the main system taking liberties with her. But now a few months had passed since the strategy was released. With so little time left, even a rebellion wouldn't happen so quickly. Wei Wei Bai. If Ning Jiuma wants to be promoted, it will take at least 2 or 3 years. This was only possible if he was a genius and had extremely good luck. Therefore, Wei Wei Bai felt that it would be easy to trick the old emperor into letting her be the empress for a day. After all, she had the prize of the emperor's beloved. She couldn't be bothered to go through all that trouble, so she decided to lie to him as much as she could. If the old emperor really wanted to do something to her, she would smash his head with her staff and let him know what it meant to be castrated. As for the failure of the side mission, anyway, it's not like I'll die from the incision. I'll just have to bear with it. Wei Wei Bai, who knew nothing about the pain of cutting the retractable. The system did not know why, but it suddenly felt a chill in its crotch. Wei Wei Bai carried the food and walked to the door when she heard the system's reminder. There are many servants inside. The old emperor just came over and ordered people to clean up here and serve the male lead. Wei Wei Bai. The old emperor suddenly found his conscience. The system flipped through the latest information and told her that the old emperor's health was failing and that he favored a Taoist alchemist. And the Taoist with the highest status was the most favored one. He was Ning Jiuma's man. The Taoist told the emperor that if he wanted to live forever, he had to find an auspicious person in his life. With this person by his side, everything would go smoothly. To facilitate your next reading, you can click the button. Chapter 1590. With so many people saying so, the old emperor believed it. And all the traces showed that Ning Jiuma was very likely to be that auspicious sign. So the old emperor happily came to see his auspicious sign early in the morning. Wei Wei Bai said, "Why are there Ning Jiuma's people everywhere?" The system didn't say it, but it was clear now, whether it was the imperial court or the palace. Who knew how many of Ning Jiuma's people had infiltrated? The system said, money. Wei Wei Bai understood. That house of wealth, Ning Jiuma's cold temperament, and his means of controlling people's hearts. After so many years of planning, it wasn't impossible to run a force. Wei Wei Bai walked in calmly. 2 eunuchs were sweeping the door. A few palace maids were holding clothes and seemed to be chasing someone. They were making a lot of noise. "Your Highness, please change your clothes. Please change your clothes." Ning Jiuma panicked and avoided the hands of these demons. His face was pale with fright. Suddenly, he saw Wei Wei Bai at the door, and his eyes turned red. He immediately rushed over and hid behind Wei Wei Bai. He said in a trembling voice, "Wei, they want to bully me." When the palace maids saw Wei Wei Bai, they immediately stopped and said stubbornly, "We were sent by His Majesty to serve you. You can move aside." Wei Wei Bai looked at them coldly. Then she looked down at the clothes in their hands. The clothes were brand new. They were the regular clothes of a prince. The stone green robe with dragon patterns on the edges looked very good. But whether it was the clothes or the palace maids, to Ning Jiuma, they made him afraid. These strangers suddenly broke into his and Wei's house and took over this place without any scruples. They even tried to pull him away. Ning Jiuma shrank behind Wei Wei Bai. He hugged her and didn't let go. He felt safe at once. It was like a young bird returning to its nest. Wei Wei Bai looked at the arrogant palace maids and reached out to touch the back of Ning Jiuma's hand on her waist. He seemed to be comforting her. She was calm and collected. "Sisters, Prince Ning's body is weak. You've scared him. The palace maids were also people who fawned over those in power. It was already depressing enough for them to be sent to this cold palace with no future. Moreover, Prince Ning was a fool, even though he was currently an auspicious sign. However, if the emperor were to send them away again one day, they would also be implicated. Every single one of them had a bright future ahead of them, but they ended up here. Naturally, their tempers would not be good. Moreover, with Prince Ning's character, even if these people bullied him, they would not be able to do anything to him. He wouldn't complain either. The palace maid sneered. Your Majesty, you asked us to serve His Highness King Ning. You're just a little palace maid. How dare you be presumptuous in front of us? Someone, take her away and slap her. Wake her up. Ning Jioma tightened his grip on Wei Wei Bai's fingers. He was tall and stood behind Wei Wei Bai. When he raised his head coldly, his gaze was indescribably sinister and terrifying. Those palace maids trembled, as if they couldn't stand his insidious gaze. Wei Wei Bai didn't notice Ning Jioma's gaze behind her. Because the favorability didn't change, Ning Jioma was definitely still that naive and sweet person who could only be bullied. Wei Wei Bai sneered and suddenly said softly, Your Highness, these are your palace maids. Ning Jioma's tone became serious. They are not. They are here to bully me. You are my only palace maid. His mind was muddled. However, he knew clearly who was bullying him. These people were here to bully him and Wei. Chapter 1591. Wei Wei Bai nodded. But do you know? You can bully them back. Ning Jiuma's body trembled. He silently shrank behind her. They're scary, Wei. He was used to cowering. He had been cowering in the corner for so many years. He didn't know what resistance was. Wei Wei Bai tilted her head and said weakly, But Your Highness, they want to bully me. Ning Jiuma's body stiffened and he didn't say anything. Look, there are so many people. I can't resist and will be dragged away by them. And in the future, they will take me away and we won't be able to see each other. Ning Jiuma's fingers clutched her dress tightly. He said clumsily, Really? Really? He repeated and stubborn. Wei Wei Bai nodded calmly. Really? If Your Highness can't protect me, I will disappear. Ning Jiuma immediately looked up. His eyes were red and fierce. Wei can't disappear. No one can take you away. I will fight with them. Wei Wei Bai returned to her senses. She looked up and gently touched his face. Her eyes were soft. No, you don't have to fight with them. Come, tell me. Ning Jiuma looked at her blankly and then obediently replied, Okay. Wei Wei Bai suddenly looked at the palace maids coldly and shouted, Impudent, kneel. Ning Jiuma was stunned for a moment. His mouth moved. Wei Wei Bai said, If Your Highness doesn't say it, I will be bullied. Ning Jiuma's heart tightened. He immediately looked at the palace maids. Impudent, kneel. Once the childish and naive look on his face disappeared, the original dignified and oppressive aura was revealed. This impudent sentence was more oppressive and cold than Wei Wei Bai's. The palace maids were servants and were used to kneeling. They thought they could be impudent in Ning Wang Palace. But if Ning Wang didn't indulge them, they were actually just servants. The palace maids looked at each other and knelt down shyly. After Prince Ning finished shouting, he was at a loss. He looked at Wei Wei Bai helplessly. He didn't seem to know what to do. Wei Wei Bai, you're so arrogant and rude. Slap yourself 50 times. Ning Jiuma didn't understand what she meant, but since Wei Wei Bai said so, he started babbling. Arrogant, disrespectful behavior. 50 slaps to the face. There were some things that he had forgotten to say. After stuttering out the words, he looked at Wei Wei Bai with some annoyance. Wei Wei Bai smiled and said, You did very well, Your Highness. After saying that, Wei Wei Bai turned around and said coldly, What are you waiting for? Slap her. The maids were speechless. Wei Wei Bai said, You don't even listen to His Highness King Ning. As servants, how dare you disobey your superiors? You deserve to be beaten to death. The palace maids trembled and immediately slapped their own faces. Regardless of whether Prince Ning was a fool or not, he was now in the emperor's eyes. The emperor even came to personally send them to be Prince Ning's servants. If Prince Ning complained, then they would be ants under Prince Ning's feet. It was very possible that they would be beaten to death. The palace maids slapped their faces. Ning Jiama looked at them blankly, as if he didn't understand why they would listen to him. Wei Wei Bai ignored the palace maids kneeling on the ground and picked up the stone green robe. This was what a prince usually wore. There was also the formal attire of a prince. But today, the emperor only gave him regular attire. It seemed that he still had doubts about Ning Jiama's auspicious appearance. Wei Wei Bai put the robe on Ning Jiama and said softly, "Your Highness looks very good in this robe." To TXT. Chapter 1592. Ning Jiama looked down and saw that her fingers were holding on to the blue cloth. The girl's fingers were white and looked exceptionally clean against the dark cloth. He said softly, "It looks good." Wei's fingers looked much better. Wei Wei Bai said, "I'll help you change." Ning Jiama blushed and nodded slowly. Okay. Whatever Wei said was good. Wei Wei Bai helped him put on his clothes and slowly button up his shirt. Under her long eyelashes, her black eyes were serious and bright. Ning Jiama looked at her in a daze for a while. He didn't know why, but he lowered his head and kissed her eyes. She blinked her eyes, and the kiss abruptly left. Wei Wei Bai looked at him in confusion. Ning Jiama's mouth was dry, and he said helplessly, "There's dust in your eyes." He lied again, and gradually, he knew that he could get what he wanted when he lied. Wei Wei Bai just smiled and looked at him dotingly. Then she said to him, "Your Highness, look." Ning Jiama followed her gaze and saw that the faces of the palace maids were swollen. He was stunned. These were the people who bullied him. For the first time, the people who bullied him actually listened to him. Wei Wei Bai gently held his hand and said encouragingly, "You are a prince, Your Highness. There are very few people in this palace who can bully you. These palace maids are just paper tigers. As long as you have the right attitude, they can only kneel." She was slowly teaching a fool how to grasp power. She was serious and unreserved. So you have to know how to order them around. Make them kneel and listen to your orders. Let them know that you are the master. Ning Jiama was a little scared. "I don't understand, Wei." The corners of Bai Weiwei's mouth lifted, revealing a gentle smile. "Your Highness, you don't understand. I'm going to be bullied and even drowned in the well." Ning Jiama's body stiffened. His lips trembled, and he finally said, I understand, Wei. If Wei didn't leave and wasn't bullied. He knew everything. He learned everything. Wei Wei Bai said, "Your Highness, I will teach you. I will always be by your side, so you don't have to be afraid. Look at the emperor and the crown prince. What they do, you do. How they scold you, you scold them." She did not expect a fool like Ning to be able to learn how to scheme in such a short time. However, he still had to teach him the basics. Ning Jiama tugged at her sleeve nervously and nodded seriously. Just like a good student in the college entrance examination, he couldn't wait to immediately stuff everything the teacher taught into his mind. Then, Ning Jiama suddenly walked to the side of those palace maids and kicked one of them out. "You're an eyesore. Get out." Wei Wei Bai. After kicking him, Ning Jiama's eyes turned red again. He was a little afraid that he didn't do a good job. Wei, they're all like that. They were the emperor father and the crown prince. Wei Wei Bai. So in Ning Jiama's eyes, the emperor and the crown prince are just kicking people around every day. Wei Wei Bai could only applaud. "Not bad. You've learned well." Ning Jiama immediately smiled. The uneasiness in his eyes swept away. Those palace maids and eunuchs were all in trouble. Ning Jiama firmly remembered that Wei Wei Bai wanted him to learn how to behave like the emperor and the crown prince. So his style changed. As long as a palace maid took a few steps forward, he would slap her. "Get out, you're too ugly." As long as a eunuch dared to enter the door, Ning Jiama would cast a cold glance at him. Chapter 1593. "If you step in here with your dirty feet again, I'll chop them off." The eunuch immediately left. From a little fool to a big bully in the Ning Palace. Just one sentence from Wei Wei Bai, and she would be bullied. Ning Jiama only had one obsession in his heart. Wei couldn't be bullied by others. Wei couldn't leave him either. So these people wanted to bully his Wei. He wanted to chase them all out. So he imitated the crown prince's bully look and the emperor's cold expression. He made those palace maids and eunuchs obedient. In the past, they could bully Ning Wang because he had no power and even the emperors connived. Now, the emperor came to see him personally. He even personally gave him a servant. If Ning Jioma was a fool, it wouldn't matter if they didn't serve him well. But if Ning Jioma was enlightened, then they would still be servants. Slaves are trampled on by others. Ning Jioma followed beside Wei Wei Bai. Wei Wei Bai taught him how to face others word by word. His obedient appearance was especially likable. The more he looked at Ah Wei, the more he felt that the Ah Wei who scolded others coldly and taught him seriously. So cute. Wei Wei Bai casually snatched a wooden staff from a palace maid, broke it, and threw it back. You used this to trip my feet. It's too soft. Go get a metal sword. Ning Jioma suddenly became strong, making these domineering servants unable to be awe-inspiring. The eunuchs were still all right, but the palace maids weren't happy. Some even wanted to take revenge on Wei Wei Bai. This palace maid was stupid enough to hold a wooden staff and pretend to trip her. She even did such a retarded thing. The palace maid was shocked by Wei Wei Bai's strength. This was solid wood. Wei Wei Bai looked at her coldly. Why? Looking at me like this, I will misunderstand that you also want to become this wooden staff. The palace maid immediately lowered her head and didn't dare to look. Wei Wei Bai was done with her domineering behavior. She looked up and saw Ning Jioma staring at her in a daze. He blinked and looked away. Wei Wei Bai, did Ning Jioma get scared because she was too fierce? In the end, a notification sound rang out. Ding, the male lead's favorability is at 80. Wei Wei Bai, although many people had appeared in the palace, Ning Jioma was still unwilling to let others get close to them. He chased everyone out. Only Bai Wei Wei and the two of them lived in the palace. The rest of the people had no choice but to live in small, dilapidated rooms. Because of the emperor's attention, the imperial kitchen didn't dare to prepare cold food for Ning Jioma. Therefore, the food in the palace was much better. He lit the lamp, and it was brightly lit. Bai Wei Wei picked up the unfinished clothes and continued to sew them. Ning Jioma was peeling a loquat. He removed the core and handed a piece to her. Wei Wei Bai focused on making the clothes and sucked on his finger without thinking much. Her cold and sweet fingertips had the flesh of the loquat on them. Wei Wei Bai raised her eyebrows and turned to look at him. She saw Ning Jioma's deep eyes and indifferent expression. He retracted his hand as if nothing had happened. Then, he picked up a handkerchief and wiped his hand. You did well. This is your reward. Wei Wei Bai suddenly spat out the fruit in her mouth. Ning Jioma stopped wiping the handkerchief, and his indifferent expression twisted. This was too much of a disdain. She frowned. When you wake up in the future, don't get too close to me. We're not close. Ning Jioma was still immersed in the image of her gently and seriously teaching him how to manage the servants in the palace. When he woke up just now, he saw her sitting by the lamp and sewing clothes for him. To TXT download. Chapter 1594. His heart softened. Just like the rain outside the window, it kept ringing. He couldn't help but stuff the loquat meat in his hand into her mouth. He even enjoyed the feeling of her lips and tongue around his finger. He didn't feel annoyed at serving others at all. In the end, he was despised. Ning Jioma's expression turned cold. Not close. We've already done that, and you're still not close? Wei Wei Bai was confused for a while before she suddenly remembered something. Her face turned red, and she threw the clothes into the basket. You peeked. Ning Jioma said, do I need to peek? This is my body. I can look at it openly, right? Wei Wei Bai was so angry that she was trembling. She suddenly reached out and pressed him down. She held the needle in her hand and pressed it against his eyelids. You didn't see it. You didn't. Ning Jioma's eyelids were pressed against the needle, and his temperament instinctively turned cold. He said, why? You can do it, but I can't stand it. If word of what you did with a fool gets out, you'll be drowned in a pig cage. Unmarried. It was an unusual disadvantage for a woman to begin with. Of course, Ning Jioma knew that she was doing it to save him and even gave herself to him sincerely. After all, for a woman to sacrifice so much, she must have the intention to spend the rest of her life with him. Of course, she wanted to spend the rest of her life with him when he was stupid, not when he was sober. Wei Wei Bai's face was red with anger. She said shyly and angrily, Shut up, you bastard. Don't you know how to close your eyes? You have the face to see and talk about what happened between me and my husband. I'll blind you. Ning Jioma reached out and grabbed her wrist, wanted to push her away. But she didn't move. He didn't see her eat much. Why was she so strong? Or was his body too weak? Ning Jioma couldn't compete with her in terms of strength and could only use his mouth. Go ahead. If you're blind, then the fool is blind too. Wei Wei Bai's fingers kept trembling and her eyes were red. In the end, she put away the needle and turned around. Despicable and shameless. Ning Jioma sat on the chair, his body a little weak. She kept referring to him as her husband. She had clearly said that to him, but when he woke up, she refused to acknowledge it. Ning Jioma didn't know why, but there was a sour feeling churning in his heart. He saw that she was going back to her little bed to sleep with the quilt in her arms. He didn't even look at him. It was as if he was invisible. She only smiled gently at the silly him. Every good thing was given to her by him when he was a fool. Ning Jioma even felt that his mind was splitting. He wondered if that silly person was really a lonely soul. How could she be so blind to recognize half of the same person? The more Ning Jioma thought about it, the darker and more ruthless his eyes became. He suddenly stood up and dropped a sachet from his sleeve. This was a new one. The drug inside could make people feel weak all over. It was used to deal with Wei Wei Bai. Where could he find a woman who was as strong as a cow? Wei Wei Bai had just spread out the quilt when she heard the system say, "The male lead is going to fight it out with you. He's coming for you." Wei Wei Bai was extremely calm. He's as weak as a chicken. I can throw him out with one slap. It wasn't that she looked down on Ning Jioma, but everyone present. In front of infinite strength, they were all weak chickens. Wei Wei Bai had just stood up when one hand grabbed her waist and the other covered her mouth and nose. When the sachet was pressed against her mouth and nose, Wei Wei Bai unknowingly inhaled a few breaths. Almost instinctively, she knocked back with her elbow. Is at https://www.sashu.com// Chapter 1595. She hit Ning Jioma's abdomen. The man behind her groaned. His hand went limp and the sachet fell to the ground. Wei Wei Bai stepped over the sachet and turned to grab his collar. Her expression was cold. I've tolerated you for a long time. Don't give me a reason to kill you. Ning Jioma's eyes were terrifyingly bright, and his expression was equally cold. You're quite bold. You taught that fool not to condone people who offend his superiors. In the end, with your lowly status, you actually offended him knowingly. Wei Wei Bai said each word with a serious expression. He's the only one on my side, not you. So he wasn't worthy of her respect and love. Her eyes were so cold and filled with an unfamiliar, murderous intent. Ning Jioma held her wrist and gently moved it away. Wei Wei Bai was stunned. Why didn't her hand have any strength? The medicine in the sachet took effect. Her body went limp, and Ning Jioma pushed her to sit on the chair. Ning Jioma reached out expressionlessly and pulled at his collar. He was wearing a stone-colored prince robe. Golden dragon threads could be faintly seen on his wide sleeves. She had an air of elegance and nobility. This was a temperament that came from the crown prince's etiquette that he had once received. It was a temperament that came from his bones. Even after so many years, when he woke up, he was still as bright as the moon, jade, green pine, and white snow. Ning Jioma put one hand behind his back and said coldly, "He's your superior, and I'm your superior. Don't forget, I'm the only one who can let him live. You want to run with him? Where can you run to?" Wei Wei Bai sat on the chair and didn't say a word. Ning Jioma didn't talk to her. Just looking at her made him angry. A woman who liked a fool was also a fool. If he looked at her a few more times, he was afraid that he would be infected with a fool's disease. He said, "Tomorrow, I'll go to the imperial court as an auspicious sign. You better pray that I'll be able to stay awake. If I'm your fool, you'll probably be beheaded." The so-called auspicious sign was what the Taoist priest said. Tomorrow, when Jixing fell into the imperial palace, he would regain his consciousness and even his appearance. Ning Jioma touched the scar on one side of his face. The potion had already been prepared. The scars on his face were all formed by a special potion. They looked uneven and abnormally terrifying. However, these disfigurement potions were actually good medicine for treating wounds. He knew that there should still be wounds on his face, but the wound was definitely not big. Therefore, regardless of whether it was the recovery of his mind or the recovery of his appearance, he already had the conditions ready. What he didn't say was that he didn't find the antidote. But after so many years of research and development, there was one drug that could suppress the toxicity. It was just that he couldn't take too much of this kind of medicine to suppress the poison. Because if one ate too much, it would be like drinking poison to quench one's thirst. Those suppressed poisons would destroy his brain altogether. He would be even worse than he was now. At that time, she was the one who was happy. She couldn't wait for him to remain a fool. Ning Jiuma glared at her. To survive, tomorrow is the key. At that time, I will pretend to have amnesia. You will still be my palace maid. He would pretend to have amnesia. Otherwise, how could his good father be at ease and let him stay? After all, he was afraid of death. He remembered that Consort Ro had been killed and his clansmen had been exterminated. Food had to be eaten one bite at a time. Deal with the crown prince, kill the empress, and finally the throne. This plan had been in place for many years. Once it was started, there was no possibility of turning back. To facilitate your next reading, you can click on the Chapter 1596. Wei Wei Bai sneered and rolled her eyes at him. You're so hypocritical. You only know how to lie all day. I hate men like you who are full of schemes the most. Ning Jiuma's smug expression froze. He turned back and looked at Wei Wei Bai coldly. He saw her leaning against the chair. She looked cute, but her expression was infuriatingly cold. You really know how to make things difficult for me. Without me scheming in fear, I don't know how many times I would have died. Wei Wei Bai didn't have much sincerity. As long as you're happy. Anyway, when I become the crown prince, I must release my husband. She really believed what he said. She was weak all over, but her head was still raised high. Her eyes were full of hope, and her face was as pink as a glutinous rice ball. It was as if she felt that her husband was a fool. He was a tumor that needed to be removed. Ning Jiuma suddenly flung his sleeves and walked forward. He lowered his head and looked into her eyes. Do you care so much about him? Wei Wei Bai. Are you an old woman? I'm tired of always asking the same question. You can sleep now. If you don't sleep, you'll drag your body down. It was the time when she came and went and only knew how to care about him. She didn't even think about whether he was nervous or not. He was going to face a bunch of wolves, tigers, and leopards tomorrow. Ning Jiuma was nervous. Even his palms were sweaty. In this perilous palace, the moment he stepped out, he would be a target. But she was heartless and thought that he was a fool. They could be together forever. Ning Jiuma suddenly reached out and grabbed her limp body, lifting her up directly. Then, he threw her onto the bed. Anyway, who didn't know about their relationship? Even if he was a fool, he still cared about her so much that they slept in the same room at night. Not to mention, there was no filth. Others would think that she was the one in bed with him. That's right, she was. Ning Jiuma pressed her onto the bed. His black hair fell on her body, and his breathing was messy and heavy. Wei Wei Bai raised her hand, suddenly twisted his arm, and sat on top of him. What are you doing? She had already lost all of her strength, and this action had drained all of her strength. Ning Jiuma didn't know what he was going to do. He looked straight at her and saw that her eyes were so clear that he could see the bottom. There was no color that was difficult to understand in the court. People like him wouldn't even know how they died. His cold eyes were filled with ferocious aggression, and his tone was no longer polite. Go down. Wei Wei Bai sneered, so be it. Who wants to sleep with you? Her limbs were weak, and she struggled to move her body. When that soft body moved, it was like a fire rubbing against his skin and creating a sea of fire. Ning Jiuma's body stiffened. However, Wei Wei Bai didn't even look at him as she got off the bed with one foot. Just as her foot touched the ground, she was pressed back down by Ning Jiuma. Wei Wei Bai struggled away. She pushed him away weakly, grabbing and pinching him. Get away from me. What are you doing? Ning Jiuma was also sullen. He didn't say anything with a cold face, and he grabbed her hand tightly. It was as if he wanted to grab hold of something. The two people's breaths intertwined, and the ambiguous temperature slowly rose. Sweat dripped from Bai Weiwei's forehead, slid down to her chin, and then fell under that hidden white neck, leaving behind a trace of charm and gentleness. Ning Jiuma was just angry that he wanted to subdue Weiwei Bai. Chapter 1597. Burn, 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 and everything will be over. Damn it, this red line didn't just make it unable to walk properly. The side mission was stuck because of the existence of the red line. It didn't have enough memory. If it didn't break this thing, it would have to cut 100 times every time in the future. Would it still be able to live? All right, what did the host do to have a favorability of 55? The system thought for a moment. Sell her body? Sigh, the host had fallen. Back then, she was so pure that she had to haggle over how many favorability points to sell for her first kiss. Now, there didn't seem to be any difference from back then. After all, after selling her body, she still haggled over how many favorability points to sell. So its host was indeed as pure as ever from the beginning to the end. After the system finished its teasing, it continued to burn the red line. When it returned to reality, it would burn that fortune teller even if it risked being punished. What kind of material was it made of? It was so tough. The night passed, and the morning light shone into the room. Ning Jiuma opened his eyes. There was a soft warmth in his arms. He lowered his head. Weiwei Bai was curled up in his arms. His eyes softened, and he slowly reached out to stroke her cheek. He wasn't completely open to her, but he could trust her, because she was the person with the least ambition in the palace. Only people with no ambition would not be tainted. Ning Jiuma slowly got up and covered her with a blanket. He dressed himself in a set of stone-green robes and tied his hair with a jade crown. His movements were standard and smooth. How long had it been? Such a normal and natural process. He hadn't experienced it for many years. Ning Jiuma recalled the time when he was the crown prince. It was a beautiful period of time. With power in hand, it was extremely sweet. Ning Jiuma took out the medicine to suppress the poison. He opened the bottle and poured out one pill. The red pill rolled in the center of his fair palm. He looked at it coldly and then swallowed it. A eunuch outside the door said respectfully, "Your Highness, Her Majesty requests an audience with you." Ning Jiuma's lips curled up coldly. His voice became timid and scared. I understand." It sounded like he was forcing himself to be calm, but when others heard it, they knew. He was still that foolish King Ning. Ning Jiuma stood up and was about to leave. A puzzled voice suddenly came from behind. "Your Highness." Ning Jiuma paused, but he didn't turn back. Weiwei Bai's voice seemed to tremble. Was it him yesterday? She thought he was the fool last night. So when he hugged her, she didn't resist and even took the initiative. It was so sweet that it seeped into one's bones. It was even more intoxicating than power. There was a reason why there were so many incapable rulers in history. Ning Jiuma's breathing paused for a while before he finally gritted his teeth and said, "It's your fault. I don't care about a woman like you. Just looking at you makes me want to grow a needle in my eye." Behind him, the sound of her breathing became soft and ragged. It was a relief of joy. Ning Jiuma snorted. "You better hope that I can succeed. If that fool wakes up, remember to ask him to pretend to be me." After saying that, he didn't look at her and hurriedly walked to the door as if he was afraid that he would waver. He had just stepped over the threshold. Weiwei Bai's voice came from behind. "Your Highness, everything is going well." Such a rustic and useless way of encouraging. Did she think he was a 3-year-old child? Ning Jiuma couldn't help but look back, only to see Weiwei Bai sitting on the bed with her long hair draped over her shoulders. She was wrapped in a blanket, revealing a pink face with a pure smile. Chapter 1598. His heart suddenly skipped a beat. Ning Jiuma's breathing quickened as he hurriedly turned around and left. It was as if there was a fox chasing after him. Ding! The male lead's favorability is at 60. Ning Jiuma went out with a confused look on his face, as if he didn't know where he was going. A trace of darkness flashed in the eyes of the eunuch who came to pick him up. He lowered his head and respectfully extended his hand. He helped Ning Jiuma into the palanquin. Ning Jiuma said to him in a low voice, "Zheng Mao, send our people to Xiao Wei, and then bring her to me." He didn't want to bring her along, but he didn't know why. But when he went to the imperial court to recover his mind and even his appearance, he actually wanted her to see him. Ning Jioma didn't know why he would do such a superfluous thing. Zheng Mao, who was Ning Jioma's confidant who squatted under the window every day, said in a low voice, "Yes, Your Highness." Ning Jioma lowered his head and hid his cold eyes under a silly and confused expression. Then he got into the palanquin. In the imperial court, the emperor sat on the dragon chair tiredly, but his eyes were glowing with excitement. Heavenly Master Lin said that Ning Jioma was very likely to be the benefactor for him to pursue immortality. The Heavenly Master had already set up an array formation in the imperial court. As long as Ning Jioma entered the array formation, if he was the benefactor, he would be transformed into a new person. Then, he would be reborn. All the hardships of the past would disappear, and he would become a completely new person. The Heavenly Master even said that Ning Jioma would face so many disasters. It was all for him. Because the Emperor pursued immortality, which was against the heavens would punish him severely. And Ning Jioma was his benefactor. So he bore the calamity of the Emperor and became a fool. When the Emperor heard this, he felt that it made sense. Originally, Ning Jioma was very talented and intelligent, very similar to him. But later, Consort Ro was framed and died in the cold palace. And this intelligent son of his had also become stupid and disfigured. At that time, he was already pursuing immortality. So Ning Jioma's theory of resisting misfortune was correct. If Ning Jioma was really his benefactor, he would definitely need him on his path to immortality. Because Ning Jioma could bear the calamity for him. The emperor did not feel guilty at all because he was the emperor. Everything in the world belonged to him. It was Ning Jioma's good fortune to bear the disaster for him. Ning Jioma alighted from the palanquin and slowly walked into the imperial court. In just a few days, the imperial court was transformed into a complex and absurd array. It was like an altar. None of the kneeling courtiers made a sound. After all, the emperor was muddle-headed. Most of them relied on flattery to get to the top. No matter how the emperor messed around, they would comply. His footsteps paused, and his body shrank down. His shoulders collapsed, and he cowered in fear, looking like a fool. Ning Jioma saw the emperor sitting on the throne and looking at him with a strange gentleness. "Mo, I summoned you here because I have something for you to do." Ning Jioma looked at him blankly, as if trying to figure out who he was. His disfigured face looked even uglier after his hair was combed back. The emperor and some of the ministers averted their eyes in disgust. It was so ugly. Could he really be reborn? The eunuch beside the emperor said in a sharp voice, "The prince is here. Why aren't you kneeling down?" Ning Jioma staggered and immediately knelt down. He didn't know what to say and just knelt and trembled. The emperor saw his silly appearance and was a little uninterested. He said to a middle-aged man dressed as a Taoist beside him, "Let's begin, Taoist master." / to facilitate your next reading, you can click on the bookmark. Chapter 1599. Heavenly Master Lin nodded and flicked his fly whisk. He chanted a bunch of mysterious words, then reached out, and the array emitted a hazy white light. Everyone widened their eyes. How did this happen? Ning Jioma, who was in the white light, suddenly twitched violently. He broke out in cold sweat as if he was struggling with something. Heavenly Master Lin said coldly, "This is a rebirth. If he is really your Majesty's benefactor, then he will survive. If not, then he will die." This sentence was very cold. The emperor smiled happily and said, "I am very lucky to have Heavenly Master Lin." Heavenly Master Lin had a sly look in his eyes. Ning Jioma, who was in the array, lowered his head and sneered. Wei Bai was led by the eunuch, Zhen Yi, to the door of the imperial court and squatted there. She looked at the eunuch strangely. "Why did you bring me here?" Zheng Yi said, "His Highness is out. We have to bring him back." Wei Bai nodded and didn't say anything. The system was still broadcasting the scene of Ning Jioma and Heavenly Master Lin swindling the emperor. "Why is it glowing?" The system said, "It's a special powder. A small flame can make it like this." Wei Wei Bai watched with relish. Ning Jiuma's shaking is quite artistic. The system said, it's not much different from the village dancing gods. Wei Wei Bai felt the same. It was just that the setting was better. In fact, she felt that Ning Jiuma's stupidity might be hereditary. Didn't you see the emperor's stupidity? They were all products of the same gene. Maybe Ning Jiuma shouldn't be looking for an antidote. He should be looking for a genetic disease. Finally, Ning Jiuma raised his head. Wei Wei Bai felt that this was a cliché TV series. She could guess the ending with one look. But for her, who was bored, it was good to pass the time. Now was the climax. When Ning Jiuma raised his head, he became smarter and better looking. The system had already said that the scars on Ning Jiuma's face were not that scary. Therefore, Ning Jiuma would definitely make his skin better, so that the emperor would believe that the celestial master swindler was the real deal. Wei Wei Bai sighed. The emperor feels like a pitiful old man with dementia. He is being hypnotized by a high-quality liar. I feel like the emperor will be cheated until he goes bankrupt in the end. Although the emperor was not a good person, but the liar Ning Jiuma was even worse. He even lied to his own family. It was said that the pills that the heavenly master gave the emperor were all poisonous. If he ate too much, the emperor would not be far from death. Ning Jiuma was halfway through raising his head when the live broadcast was suddenly cut off. Wei Wei Bai was confused. What's wrong? After watching half of the series, even if he knew what was going to happen next, he would still feel uncomfortable. How could he have climaxed? The guy who climaxed didn't have a hook. The system immediately checked and fixed it. The live broadcast malfunctioned. The signal isn't very good. Let me fix it. Was it easy to unify? All she did every day was sewing and mending. Moreover, it couldn't say that it had short-circuited the live stream when it was burning the red line. As for that red thread, it had been burning for so long, yet it had only melted by half. There was also a portion that wasn't afraid of fire or knives at all. It was almost at its wit's end with this red thread. Once it was fixed, Wei Wei Bai couldn't see the scene in the imperial court. But soon, there was an uproar from the officials in the imperial court. Then, there were congratulatory voices. It seemed that the emperor had found his benefactor. Wei Wei Bai was bored and squatted at the side with the eunuch. She couldn't see the ending and felt uncomfortable. Chapter 1600. After squatting until her legs were numb, the door of the court opened. All sorts of celebratory sound could be heard. Wei Wei Bai looked carefully and realized that the person in the crowd was actually Ning Jiuma. The weather had just cleared up and the dark clouds had dispersed. The sunlight was like gold, shining on the stone-green robe. The silk fabric shone with a glossy light. His features were picturesque. His cold and noble eyes were full of elegance. His thin lips were cold and red. His hair was tied up with a jade crown, revealing his well-defined face. There was no hideous wound on the disfigured half of his face. It was just a light red mark that fell on the corner of his eye on one side of his face. It was like a flower in spring, extremely beautiful, but also extremely faint. The naive look in Ning Jiuma's eyes disappeared and was replaced by calmness with restrained ambition. Wei Wei Bai suddenly felt that Fool Ning had changed. He had become more good-looking. He had also become smarter. It seemed that it was difficult to cheat him of his favorability. Ning Jiuma missed Fool Ning when he disappeared. Ning Jiuma calmly bade farewell to the officials one by one. His every move was noble and elegant, low-key and calm. He left a good impression on the officials. More importantly, everyone knew about it. Fool Ning Jiuma had been reborn. He was a noble person appointed by Heavenly Master Lin and the Emperor. His future was bound to be limitless. Ning Jiuma was followed by a few attentive eunuchs. He looked straight ahead as he walked, where he brushed past the pillar where Wei Wei Bai was hiding. Ning Jiuma raised his eyes slightly, and the corners of his mouth curled up into a casual smile. His indifferent and noble smile was now indescribably complacent. Wei Wei Bai looked at him blankly. He straightened his back and walked over as if he was showing off. It was as if he wanted Wei Wei Bai to regret that she had despised him. Zheng Yao immediately tugged at Wei Wei Bai. Quick, follow him. You are now Prince Ning's little palace maid. Ning Jiuma pretended to forget everything. So Wei Wei Bai, the palace maid who had been following him, Ning Jiuma would definitely pretend not to know him. Zheng Yao's role was to transfer Wei Wei Bai to Ning Jiuma's side again. She was once again his palace maid. Wei Wei Bai was not eye-catching, and the emperor was too lazy to care about Ning Jiuma's life. As long as Ning Jiuma attended every time the emperor performed a ritual, it would be fine. Therefore, it didn't matter whether Ning Jiuma had more or less palace maids by his side. Hence, after Ning Jiuma lost his memory, Wei Wei Bai had become like this. While a bunch of palace maids were fighting to go to King Ning Palace to be servants, she returned to Ning Jiuma's side so easily. She realized that Ning Jiuma's palace had changed from that dilapidated cold palace. They moved to the busiest central hall. This was the closest place to the emperor's palace. It seemed that the old emperor also knew that cultivating immortality was a crime against the heavens. Therefore, once it was confirmed that Ning Jiuma was the scapegoat to block the disaster, he immediately moved him to the spot closest to him. This place was completely different from the dilapidated cold palace. There were people everywhere, and they were all well-behaved. There was a garden full of peach blossoms. When Wei Wei Bai entered the inner hall, she saw Ning Jiuma sitting casually on the bed. He was wearing a stone-green robe. He had already taken off his jade crown, and his black hair was draped over his shoulders. His facial features were exquisite, and his face was naturally cold. His every move seemed to have been practiced, and it looked better than a fox's dance. Wei Wei Bai entered the hall, but the door was closed by Zheng Yi. In the gorgeous hall, the fragrance of sandalwood rose in spirals from the expensive incense burner. Chapter 1601. Bai Weiwei looked him up and down, then obediently crouched down and saluted. "Your Highness." Ning Jiuma snorted. "Why? You're pretending now. Weren't you bold before?" Sure enough, once he gained power, the little palace maid had to lower her head and bow to him. Ning Jiuma casually picked up the wine pot beside him, and his eyes fell on her neck. It was white and more fragrant than the glutinous rice ball. He drank and said with a smile, "Look, as long as I gain power, we don't have to go back to the cold palace." Wei Wei Bai suddenly looked up and frowned. She got up and rushed in front of him. Then she took the wine pot away from him. She slammed the wine pot on the table with so much force that a crack appeared on the table. Ning Jiuma looked at the crack, and his mouth twitched. Wei Wei Bai said coldly, "Your Highness, who allowed you to drink? You're not in good health. How can you drink?" Her cute and adorable appearance immediately turned into a murderous aura as soon as her mother got close to her. Ning Jiuma felt guilty for a moment and then remembered that his identity was different. He immediately slammed the table. "How dare you? You even want to control me when I drink. Who do you think you are?" Wei Wei Bai's eyes hardened, and she slammed the table. "I'm doing this for your own good. My husband is still in your body. If you drink too much, what will happen to him?" She slammed the table too hard, and it suddenly cracked. Ning Jiuma wanted to shout back, but when he saw the table, he bent his fingers and retracted them. Was she still a woman? She was so strong. He still said stubbornly, "The body is mine." He's just a lonely soul, and he wants to take over the magpie's nest? Bai Weiwei snorted coldly, then obediently crouched down and lowered her head. Ning Jiuma looked at her and felt that he had punched cotton. He was so aggrieved. He had been posing for a long time, but she didn't even look at his face when she came in. She didn't look at the gorgeous decorations around him. There was also his elegant and graceful appearance. She just stared at him to drink. Could it be that his current appearance was not worthy of admiration? Why wasn't she surprised at all that he had regained his looks? Ning Jiuma sulked for a long time before suddenly saying, "Hey." Wei Wei Bai's legs were numb from squatting. She didn't look at him in a good mood. "What are you doing?" Ning Jiuma deliberately turned his face, which was almost healed and only had a small red mark on it, towards her. "Do you think I'm different today?" Wei Wei Bai sized him up and guessed. "You've become more arrogant. Are you asking for a beating?" Ning Jiuma almost suffocated himself to death. He immediately reached out and patted his recovered face. "Here." Wei Wei Bai looked at him as if she was looking an idiot. So there really was someone who slapped his own face. Ning Jiuma suddenly felt that his actions were too stupid. He immediately stopped patting and sat back down. His expression turned cold again. In the future, you will be my head palace maid. You will serve me. If that fool appears, tell him to imitate me. Otherwise, we will all die together. Wei Wei Bai said coldly. Okay. She didn't say a single word of nonsense. There was no intimacy at all. Then the atmosphere froze. Silence and awkwardness took over the gorgeous palace. Wei Wei Bai had nothing to do and chatted with the system. Ning Jiuma is so arrogant. When we go to jail, the system said, you're catching fools to increase your favorability. Wei Wei Bai didn't treat Ning Songming well at all. Chapter 1602. By Wei Wei. I had no choice, In the beginning, I brushed the line with idiot Ning. If he became smart, I would happily please him. With his kind of fickle appearance, the favorability would plummet. Do you believe it? People like Ning Jiuma. He was bullied badly. Although he was full of schemes, there were others who were as scheming as him. He would only be on guard and wouldn't have a favorable impression of her. Moreover, it was best for idiot Ning to gain favorable impression of her. She could gain idiot Ning's favor and complete the mission in the end. She couldn't be bothered to gain idiot Ning's favor anymore. Anyway, the mission didn't say that she had to gain 2 favorability points. By salted fish, Wei gave Ning Jiuma a cold face very calmly. She really missed idiot Ning when he wasn't around. Ning Jiuma felt that the atmosphere was too cold. When he was stupid, she was willing to give him anything. The atmosphere was joyous and harmonious. But once he became smart, she seemed to want him to die. Ning Jiuma thought that she would look at him differently after he gained power. In the end, she was blind and couldn't see any changes in him. Ning Jiuma also felt a little smug. After all, he had only succeeded once. There was still a long way to go. Thinking of this, Ning Jiuma couldn't be smug anymore. He pointed at the plate beside him. There was a pink and blue palace dress on it. This is your dress. You can change. The pink palace dress was worn by the lowest-ranked palace maids. His identity was different now, so she would also be promoted. She would become a personal palace maid. With the pink and blue palace dress, she would have no problem walking sideways among the palace maids. Ning Jiuma said casually, change behind the screen. With that said, as if to avoid suspicion, he lay on a mat and turned his back to Wei Wei Bai. She was silent for a long time before she finally picked up the dress and walked behind the screen. Ning Jiuma rolled his eyes and turned to face the screen. He saw her changing behind the screen. The graceful and petite figure behind the screen had a natural seductive feeling. As Ning Jiuma watched, his heart heated up. He couldn't help but pick up the wine again and drink a few mouthfuls. Then he put it back and pretended he hadn't drunk it. Seeing that Wei Wei Bai was about to come out, he turned around and went back. He didn't feel guilty at all for peeping. She was his woman anyway. He could look at it however he liked. There was a golden bell tied to the belt of the palace dress, which he had specially made. That way, when she walked, he would be able to find her. When he heard the sound of the bell, he immediately turned around and saw Wei Wei Bai with her head lowered. She was holding her pink-blue dress in her hands as she walked over carefully. The dress was much longer than the pink one. The pink palace maid uniform was short because she had to do heavy work. On the other hand, the pink-blue color didn't require much work, so the hemline of the dress was much longer and bigger. It was like a blooming blue lotus, and every step it took made it seem like it was floating on clouds. Wei Wei Bai's hair was simply tied up without too many decorations. Her skin was crystal clear, her beautiful lips were delicate like cherry blossoms, and her eyes were clear and bright. She was wearing a more ladylike pink-blue palace dress. She was even more peaceful and sweet. Ning Jiuma's eyes darkened. He realized that his palace maid was too attractive. In that broken palace, she had never dressed up properly. When she smiled, many of the palace servants at the bottom would let her go. But now, she was dressed better and dressed more exquisitely. Not many people in the harem could compare to her. / Fast. Chapter 1603. Ning Jiuma had the urge to take off her clothes, mess up her hair, and make her ugly. Wei Wei Bai put on her clothes and bowed respectfully to Ning Jiuma. Your Highness, if there's nothing else, I'll take my leave first. She wasn't even willing to stay with him for a while now. Ning Jiuma couldn't be bothered to beg her. He snorted. If you want to scram, then scram. With that said, he turned to face her. Wei Wei Bai turned to leave without hesitation. But just as she opened the door, a weak voice sounded behind her. "Oh, Wei, where are you going?" Wei Wei Bai's fingers froze. She immediately turned around and revealed a bright smile. "Your Highness, you're awake." With this smile, the calmness in her eyes became lively and pleasant. Ning Jiuma looked at her in a daze and said clumsily, "Here, where is this?" She immediately rushed over, her dress fluttering and the bells ringing. Like a butterfly, she threw herself into his arms and hugged him tightly. "Your Highness, it's okay. I'm here. It's the same everywhere." This sentence made Ning Jiuma relax. He was silent for a while before saying, "With Ah Wei here, I'm not afraid anymore." Wei Wei Bai looked up and smiled sweetly. "Your Highness, you have to be obedient and listen to me in the future. Only then can we leave the palace." She was still thinking about leaving the palace. Ning Jiuma's eyes narrowed, but he didn't say anything. He acted like a fool. He was that fool. So it was very easy for him to lie to her. Ning Jiuma carefully grabbed her hand. "Why can't we leave the palace now?" Wei Wei Bai was stunned and forced a smile. "Because the weather is bad." Ning Jiuma's eyes darkened. "Rain," Wei Wei Bai quickly said. "Yes, it's raining." Ning Jiuma reached out and gently placed his hand beside her cheek, tucking a strand of hair behind her ear. He revealed a silly smile. "Oh, Wei, you're so pretty." Wei Wei Bai was stunned for a moment. Then a sweet smile appeared at the corner of her mouth. She held his face with both hands and gently kissed the red mark on his cheek. "Your Highness is also good-looking." Ning Jiuma paused for a moment before touching his face helplessly. Just now, all the civil and military officials in the imperial court were praising him as if he was a divine being, but he didn't feel anything. Her simple words made him feel as if he had really regained his original appearance. Ning Jiuma said slowly, "Ah Wei, isn't this place good?" Wei Wei Bai shook her head. "No, this is not a good place for us to stay." Ning Jiuma asked in a daze why. Wei Wei Bai said, "Because we are too stupid and the people here are too smart. We'll be bullied to death here. When the weather is better, I will take you out of the palace." She spoke earnestly and tenderly. She then turned around and said, "Your Highness, it's time for dinner. I'll go and see if the food is ready. Don't go out and wait for me to come back." Ning Jiuma nodded obediently. "Okay, I'll wait for you." Bai Weiwei walked out with a peace of mind. The bell rang, jingling. Well, the sound of the bell was far away. The foolishness in Ning Jiuma's eyes disappeared. He looked in the direction she left for a long time. He suddenly said softly, "You're stupid. Don't you still have me?" With him here, who could bully her? Ding, the male lead's favorability has increased to 65. A respectful voice came from outside the door. "Your Highness." It was Zheng Xiao. The gentleness in Ning Jiuma's eyes disappeared. "Come in." Zheng Xiao came in and knelt down to kowtow. She then softly talked about what happened in the imperial court and the crown prince's situation. He won't make it for more than a few days. The drug is too strong. If there is no antidote, the crown prince will die. Chapter 1604. Ning Jiuma was indifferent. "How's the Empress?" Zheng Kuang said. After smashing everything in the palace, the Empress was so angry that she vomited blood. She rushed to find the Emperor before the imperial doctor even called. Ning Jiuma smiled coldly. She went to find Father. When he called Father, his tone was so heavy that it could kill. Zheng Kuang said, "The Emperor's palace is more secure. Our people can't infiltrate, so we don't know what the Empress is doing now." Ning Jiuma reached out and held his forehead, his eyes cold. "I'll go greet her. I haven't greeted the Empress since I regained my mind." After he finished, he immediately got up. Zheng Kuang followed him. Ning Jiuma said, "Let someone drag Wei. Don't let her know where I'm going." She thought that he was in a fool state now. If she knew that he wasn't a fool, but he kept lying to her, she would definitely be very angry. Zheng Kuang frowned. His Highness cared about the little palace maid. Too much. Zheng Kuang didn't dare to say anything more and just agreed. Ning Jiuma left in a hurry. Zheng Kuang immediately ordered, "Wash the girl and tie her to His Highness' bed." His Highness really cared about the little palace maid. The little palace maid was also loyal. If she could become His Highness's concubine, it would be a great honor. Zheng Kuang felt that she had tied the red string well. Wei Wei Bai was looking at whether the meal was ready. She was hungry. Ning Jiumal wouldn't starve to death, but she couldn't. She could only work after she was full. The system said, "The male lead is fighting with the old emperor. The empress is also there. It's like a battlefield." Wei Wei Bai looked at the others, serving the dishes. Can't they let people eat? Fighting during mealtime. Do they want to starve people to death? The system said, "They're almost done." A shocking secret has been exposed. The old emperor was the one who drugged concubine Ro and the male lead. The poison that made Ning Jiuma stupid. It was the emperor. The emperor, who dealt with alchemy all year round, had a few strange poisons by his side. The one that made Ning Jiuma stupid was one of them. Wei Wei Bai looked at the dishes and couldn't move. She was so hungry that her stomach was sticking to her back. She wasn't interested and said, "Why would that dog emperor poison his own son?" The system said, concubine Ro was the emperor suspected that the emperor suspected emperor was not his son, so he poisoned them. They were supposed to be poisoned to death, but the poison that didn't work. Coincidentally, the empress, concubine Ro died. It was only because of Ning Jiuma's amazing luck that he could hold on until now. Later on, when the dog emperor found out that he had wronged consort Ro, he pretended that he had not poisoned her. From Kanamo, by Wei Wei, such a big melon. Hurry up and finish your melon and come back, Ning Jiuma. She didn't have any feud with the target in this world, but the target had a feud with her family. The target in every world was a scam. She had to take revenge every time. After Bai Wei finished speaking, a small eunuch serving the dishes next to her handed over a cup of tonic. "This is what His Highness ordered. It's for you." Wei Wei Bai asked the poison testing system, "Is it poisonous?" System, "No, but..." Transmigration system, "My Prince Charming, come here." /crossover system, "Adonis, come here and read the full article at https://www. Sashu. com//crossover system, Prince Charming, come here. Download address, https://www. Sashu. com crossover system, Prince Charming, come here. Mobile reading address, https://m, Sashu. com// button. The next time you open the bookshelf, you will be able to see it. If you like crossover system, Prince Charming, come here. Chapter 1605. Wei Wei Bai didn't argue when she heard that it wasn't poisoned. After all, Ning Jiuma definitely wouldn't be back anytime soon. She couldn't go back and expose him for acting dumb. She would definitely starve to death if she waited. So she picked up the tonic and saw that it was soup. How stingy. There wasn't even any soup residue. Wei Wei Bai felt disgusted and swallowed it. System, after drinking Wei Wei Bai, she asked, "But what?" System, "It's not poisonous, but it's drugged. An aphrodisiac that makes your limbs weak." Wei Wei Bai. System, "Everyone in the palace knows that you have an affair with the male lead. So when the male lead hinted, the people below prepared something for him." Wei Wei Bai was a gift prepared. "Selling myself again." Bai Salted Fish sighed helplessly. System, "How about buying a substitute sticker?" Wei Wei Bai, "Is there a discount?" The system replied, "There's no way I'll give you a discount. Not for the rest of my life. This thing was a hot seller, and once it was a hot seller, there was no discount." Wei Wei Bai, "Get lost." A few maids came over and hugged Wei Wei Bai, who was starting to feel weak and warm. "Miss, take a bath and change your clothes." Wei Wei Bai's limbs were weak as she was dragged away and bathed in petals. Then she was dragged onto a large bed by the maids, with silver curtains hanging around her. She tried to shout, "Tongzi." The system didn't respond. Wei Wei Bai curled up into a ball. While she was bathing, the system was probably blocked. For Wei Wei Bai, this medicine wasn't heavy, so she could bear it. It wasn't the kind of miraculous medicine that would kill her if she didn't do it. If Ning Jiuma didn't come back, she estimated that after 2 or 3 hours, the medicine would be gone. So Wei Wei Bai's face was red as she leaned against the pillow, hugging the blanket and enduring silently. Suddenly, there was a rumble outside. It was thunder. Wei Wei Bai was still counting sheep, so she didn't care. The sound of heavy rain could be heard, and the gloomy weather made the room even more dark. Suddenly, she heard the door open. Wei Wei Bai struggled to open her eyes. She couldn't see who it was through the bed curtain. It should be Ning Jiuma. After all, in the Royal Azura Arena, as long as no one was killed, it was fine. It was time for Ning Jiuma to come back for dinner. Not only was she hot, but she was also hungry. He had only eaten medicinal soup for one night, which was equivalent to eating nothing at all. A hand gently lifted the curtain of the bed. His fingers were stained with rainwater and were incomparably pale. Then Ning Jiuma appeared. He was soaked in the rain and sat by the bed in a daze. His face was so pale that it was drained of blood. There was a sickly sense of fragility. He did not seem to notice that there was someone behind him. "What?" Ning Jiuma said softly. He trembled. "Why were you the one who poisoned him?" It was only today that he found out that the one who had poisoned him and his mother was actually his father. Ning Jiuma's voice trembled. "You have the antidote, but you'd rather give it to the crown prince than me. Are you really my father?" Wei Wei Bai rolled her eyes behind him. "Big brother, stop acting." He clearly saw her when he came in just now. His gaze was so obvious when he looked away. It was not the first time that dog of an emperor was so ruthless. Ning Jiuma's sudden betrayal of a father and son was simply too abrupt. Of course, Wei Wei Bai could not act as if she understood. After all, her information came from a system. Ning Jiuma's attitude was definitely because he was certain that she did not know about these things. That was why he came to act in front of her, pretending to be pitiful to gain sympathy. Ning Jiuma was so into his act that a few drops of fake tears fell. Chapter 1606. He heard her heavy breathing behind him. Ning Jiuma's lips curled into a smug smile. When he was stupid, he would gain sympathy. When he was smart, wouldn't he gain sympathy? Leave the palace? It was impossible for him to leave the palace in this lifetime. He was more of a way to let her accept him when he was sober. Today was a good day. He knew the truth of what happened back then. He also had a blood debt of revenge on the old emperor. When he ascended the throne step by step, that so-called father of his, he had even more reason to cut him into pieces. He knew the location of the antidote. Even if the old emperor gave him an antidote because of the empress's fuss, Ning Jiuma knew that he wouldn't be able to get the antidote, because the empress would definitely be eager to give it to the crown prince. But the crown prince was impotent. The poison he gave him was much more poisonous than the one that made him stupid back then. A crown prince without descendants was nothing to be afraid of. He had to find an opportunity to get the rest of the antidote from the old emperor. He was poisoned too deeply. One antidote wasn't enough. He had to remove the poison in his bones. He definitely needed a lot of antidotes. He had to get all of them from the old emperor. He didn't even want to call that man father anymore. Every time he saw the emperor, he would smile. In fact, he didn't know how many times he cursed the old dog at his heart. Why wasn't he dead yet? He felt that he was an eyesore. Wei Wei Bai's breathing became heavier. It was even a little messy. Ning Jiuma still pretended to be hurt and pitiful. He was so pitiful. His mother was killed by his father, and he was poisoned. What a miserable life. He was about to cry. Ning Jiuma's eyes were dark and sober. There was no sadness in them. His sadness had been worn down during those torturous years. So now that he was making use of his misery, he didn't hold back. Suddenly, his sleeve was grabbed by the person behind him. Her fingers pinched his sleeve so tightly that her nails turned white. Ning Jiuma understood. Her heart softened, and she wanted to comfort him. But in the next moment, a hot body hugged him from behind. "Your Highness," she murmured softly, her breath caressing his neck. It was so hot that the skin on his neck turned red. Wei Wei Bai's voice trembled. "Your Highness, I feel terrible." He babbled on, but she didn't listen at all. He felt that this pig trotter looked especially delicious. This medicine was simply poisonous. No man could endure it. Seeing a man simply made her hungry and thirsty. Only then did Ning Jiuma realize that something was wrong. He thought that Wei Wei Bai was just sleeping on the bed. After all, they had been sleeping together. Except for special occasions, he didn't dare to force himself on her. She was strong. He was afraid that he wouldn't be able to hold on and would end up with a broken bone. Ning Jiuma didn't know that his men had drugged Wei Wei Bai. But when Wei Wei Bai's kiss landed softly on his hair and by his ear, he couldn't help it. His ears immediately turned red, and he immediately understood what was going on. There was something wrong with Wei Wei Bai. He turned around and held her waist, pressing her into the soft bedding. He held her weak hands very easily. In the dark room, only the sound of the rain could be heard, and Ning Jiuma couldn't even hear the sound of the rain. He stared at Wei Wei Bai in a daze. Her eyes were half closed, and her face was abnormally red. The redness spread to her neck and into her scattered clothes. She seemed a little helpless, her eyes blurred and burning. Ning Jiuma held his breath. He felt that he had been acting pitiful for a long time, but in the end, he couldn't beat her simple sigh. Chapter 1607. Someday, he might be murdered by her. Ning Jiuma hugged her helplessly and urgently. Suddenly, he had a splitting headache and his vision turned black. He gritted his teeth and held it in. He wouldn't become stupid, right? Ning Jiuma trembled and reached for the bottle of suppressive antidote that was similar to poison. If he became stupid at this time, wouldn't that fool take advantage of him? Everything was his own fault. No, he felt that he had become stupid now. After thinking about it, it was like wearing a green hat for himself. But just as he reached out, his vision turned black, and he became confused. Ning Jiuma looked at everything in front of him in a daze and saw a person in his arms. It was Ah Wei. Fool Ning smiled. Wei. Wei Wei Bai hugged him softly and said softly, "Your Highness, I'm hot." Ning Jiuma immediately took off her clothes. "I'll fan you, it won't be hot soon." He took off his clothes and fanned her with his sleeves. Ah Wei was really hot. Her face was as red as a monkey's, but Wei Wei Bai nodded and looked up at him helplessly. She was sure that he was Fool Ning and not pretending. Her hand gently caressed his arm. "Your Highness, give me a hug." Her voice was low and soft. It was like a sweet cake. It sounded sweet on the tip of his tongue. Ning Jiuma hugged her obediently. As he hugged her, he also became hot. Then he lowered his head softly and hugged her gently. The sound of the rain outside the window and the candlelight inside the door swayed. Ning Jiuma only felt that his Ah Wei was really beautiful. Ding! The male lead's favorability is at 85. The sound of the rain gradually faded away, and the morning birds chirped. Wei Wei Bai had a splitting headache. Tongzi, next time someone tries to drug me, can you say it faster? This drug was to squeeze her dry. System, next time someone gives you food, can you not swallow it in one gulp? Even pigs couldn't eat as fast as the host. After the system finished speaking, it lowered its head and continued to bite the red thread. It had given up on burning it and was now biting the red thread with its teeth. Its teeth were very strong. Let's see if it could break it. The host still didn't know how hard it had been working, and she was still going to hook up with those young hunks. It was about to develop a revolutionary friendship with a bullet screen. If one day the two of them were killed by this red string, it would be too late. Wei Wei Bai felt that Tongzi had been very cold recently. Did it secretly hook up with another host? Was she planning to have one foot in both boats? Wei Wei Bai suddenly noticed that Ning Jiuma's breathing had become heavy. He was about to wake up. His favorability had also changed. Ding! The male lead's favorability is at 65. She felt that she was getting used to the dozens of bungee jumps. She pretended not to know and softly said, "Your Highness, are you poisoned?" Ning Jiuma had a splitting headache as he regained his senses. Last night, he was a fool and didn't know anything, even though the result was good. But he was even more dissatisfied. Then, he heard Wei Wei Bai whisper in doubt. He was poisoned. Last night, he had said so much just to make her suspicious. He couldn't always pretend to be a lonely ghost. So he had to make her suspicious and let her know in the end. The fool she liked was him when he was poisoned. After all, he was the same person. Even if he was cured in the end, she couldn't deny that he was still her husband. Wei Wei Bai sighed softly. What kind of poison is it? Ning Jiuma's body moved, and he was about to open his eyes, but she immediately crawled out of his arms and rolled into the quilt, pretending to be asleep. His mouth stiffened. She had so quickly. forward slash forward slash forward slash forward slash. Chapter 1608. Could it be that she really liked a fool like him, so she refused to tell the truth? Ning Jiuma got up and glared at the person curled up in the blanket. Pretending. What was there to pretend about with such lousy acting skills? He reached out and wanted to pull her out, but when he thought about how she wasn't wearing anything under the blanket, he didn't dare to reach out. Then he silently got out of bed and put on his clothes. He still had to go to the morning court and accompany that dog emperor to refine pills. He would think of a way to let her know the truth in the future. Ning Jiuma put on his clothes and lifted the bed curtain. He saw that she was curled up in a ball with her eyes tightly shut. Her face was still red, almost as red as the peach blossoms outside the window. His fingertips slid across her lips, and she shivered. Ning Jiuma smiled and didn't tease her anymore. Then he pretended not to know that she was awake and left again. When he walked out of the door, Zheng Xiao came over. Ning Jiuma said, "I plan to have a secondary consort. You go and arrange it." In the end, the little palace maid was still promoted. Her status as the main wife was definitely not enough. So Ning Jiuma could only settle for the second best and let her be the concubine. Actually, it was also a kind of protection because the concubine didn't have to care too much and just had to take care of him. Zheng Xiao nodded. Ning Jiuma added, "All right, send a few people to serve her. Don't let her run around." He felt that the little palace maid was cute. He felt that everyone wanted to take a fancy to his little palace maid. Zheng Xiao held back her laughter and nodded respectfully. Ning Jiuma thought about it and nagged that the room was too unfeminine. There were a few more peach blossoms outside the window, and all the grass was pulled out. In the end, he suddenly stopped and frowned. "Okay, that's all. We'll talk about it later." He was the prince, so she should be the one serving him. Why did he feel like he was her servant, thinking about her every day? It was too degrading. Ning Jiuma snorted and strode away. Wei Wei Bai sensed that Ning Jiuma had left. She spread out her limbs and fell asleep. The little fool's favorability towards her was 85. She also had to start thinking about how to complete the side mission. Wei Wei Bai said, "I really don't want to hook up with the old emperor. Why don't we go and seduce him?" The system had just taken a sip of juice and was about to swallow it when it almost choked itself to death. "Host, where's your drive? What's the efficiency of your perfect side mission? You have to work hard." He didn't want to increase his favorability just because it was easy. He had directly given up on himself and was too lazy to do anything. Wei Wei Bai turned over. "What's with the efficiency? I can't eat or drink. I'm going to sleep." The system's voice suddenly became soft. "Empress, this servant greets you." Wei Wei Bai had goosebumps all over. The system was poisoned? The system continued in its eunuch voice. "I see the peach blossoms blooming outside the window. Do you want to go and enjoy the flowers?" Wei Wei Bai, "Fuck, don't use that voice. Have you watched too many palace dramas?" The system roared. "If you don't complete the side quest and cause me to become a eunuch, I will always use this voice to talk to you." It used this voice to talk to her all day long. Wei Wei Bai felt that her ears were going to rot sooner or later. Even the words of real eunuchs were not as pretentious and unpleasant as the system's. Wei Wei Bai could only get up and hold her forehead. Okay, I'll complete it. It's just an old man. I just have to smile at him and tell him not to see me if he doesn't want to be my empress. That's all." After all, there was the reward of the emperor's love. Chapter 1609. In addition, the old emperor was useless and incompetent. She didn't need to get close to the old man. She just needed to be the empress for a day. She immediately kicked the old man away. For someone who was obsessed with looks, who would come to the old man? Just thinking about it made her wish she was dead. "Why don't we?" Wei Wei Bai said hesitantly. "System, if we don't complete the mission, I will commit suicide and hang myself with a red string." Wei Wei Bai, hang yourself with a red string? The system is getting more and more sissy. Ning Jiuma knelt on the cushion. The old emperor was meditating, so he had to accompany him in his meditation. Not far from him was the empress. This woman was wearing a Taoist robe. She was trying to please the old emperor. This woman was also very scheming. She said that she wanted to cultivate the path of immortality with the old emperor. The old emperor was naturally happy. The crown prince also started to regain his consciousness, but because the poison was too deep, his brain was sometimes good and sometimes not. And his memory loss was so serious that he couldn't remember who was who. More importantly, he had completely withered. Ning Jiuma's eyes were dark. He glanced at the empress, then looked away and continued to kneel and meditate. When the meditation was complete, the old emperor was served by someone to wash his face. Ning Jiuma was also thinking about how to talk about the concubine. He pretended to forget the past. Of course, he couldn't say that the little palace maid used to serve him. He could only say that he occasionally saw a woman and wanted to bring her into the palace because he liked her. The old emperor was in good health recently. Coupled with the medicine given by Heavenly Master Lin, he was also very excited. So he was in good mood. Now that he asked to bring Wei Wei Bai into his palace, there shouldn't be a big problem. Ning Jiuma even put aside the conspiracy and thought seriously about how to get a good reward for the little palace maid. Otherwise, with her low status, what if she was bullied in the future? Ning Jiuma's eyes softened. He was about to look up and speak to the old emperor. The empress said gently, "Your Majesty, the crown prince took the medicine you gave, and his health is much better. It's not surprising that you gave the medicine. It's really something from the gods." When the old emperor heard this, he was indeed happy. Now that he heard about gods and immortals, he was very easy to talk to. Ning Jiuma also revealed a gentle smile. The family of three was happy and harmonious. The empress suddenly looked at Ning Jiuma. "Immerse, your father has always been good to you. He used to carry you to see the lanterns often." Ning Jiuma almost broke his cultivation. This old woman was probably here to test him. "What are you looking at? This dog of an emperor did hug me before. But that was just for show. Later on, when his mother got into trouble, he didn't even have the time to kill him, let alone hug him." Of course, Ning Jiuma couldn't say that. There was a moment of confusion on his face, as if he was trying to recall something. Then he frowned in distress. His young and tender face had a kind of endearing innocence. "Really? But I forgot. But I know that Imperial Father is such a benevolent person. He must be very good to me." The Empress calmly sized him up. "Of course, Your Majesty. Recently, the Prime Minister came to beg me. He said that his only daughter is almost 20 years old, but she is still bitterly waiting for Immerse. This concubine remembers that Immerse had a childhood relationship with her." The Emperor's cloudy eyes moved. "That's true. Immerse has grown up, so I'll give you a princess consort." Ning Jiuma's eyes narrowed, and his fingers clenched into fists in his sleeves. But he smiled gently. "How can I not listen to Imperial Father's words? But I'm not in good health, and I'm afraid of delaying people." At https://www.sashu.com/full text at https://www.sashu.com download text at https://www.sashu.com at https://m/sashu.com. Chapter 1610. The Emperor waved his hand indifferently. "You're already so old. How can you not have a consort? I'll set a date for you to get married." Ning Jiuma knew that the Empress was eyeing him from behind. He couldn't reveal any flaws, so he could only hold on. "But I forgot. I don't remember if there was a marriage in the past." The old emperor looked up at Ning Jiuma. He saw the sincerity and purity in his eyes. He saw a disfigured fool in the imperial court with his own eyes. In the white light, he regained his consciousness. The scars on his face gradually fell off, revealing white and tender skin. He had turned into this pleasing appearance. The Taoist master said that the reborn Ning Jiuma would treat his father as the most important person and help him block the disaster. Looking at Ning Jiuma's current appearance, he was no different from his pleasing appearance in the past. After all, he was still his own child. He had already forgotten the past. The emperor felt a little more kinship in his heart. He said, "Marriage is still necessary. If you have a girl you like, you can also take her as your consort." Ning Jiuma's eyes lit up. I met a palace maid recently. I admire her very much. Please help me. The emperor frowned. Palace maid? Her status is too low. Give her the position of concubine. Ning Jiuma's face showed a trace of annoyance. But I said I would give her the position of secondary consort. Now it's just a concubine. When I go back, I will be seen as a person who doesn't keep his word. I will lose face. The emperor looked at his relaxed appearance and actually found it pleasing to the eye. He was tired and waved his hand. Bring her here for me to take a look. Then I will personally give her the position of secondary consort. I will save your face. Ning Jiuma immediately revealed a happy smile. Father, you are indeed the best father. The empress's face turned cold. She didn't expect Ning Jiuma to win the emperor's favor so quickly. She was about to say something. The emperor waved his hand. Okay, call that girl over first and make her the secondary consort. As for the consort, we will talk about it later. After taking in a secondary consort, the consort's matter could only be put aside first. Otherwise, if concubines Su and Wang Fei entered at the same time, it would be too troublesome. Ning Jiuma immediately nodded and got up to instruct the eunuch outside to bring someone in. The empress could no longer maintain her smile. The old emperor trusted Ning Jiuma so much. Thinking about how the crown prince's condition was still not stable, the empress was so worried that her hair turned white. The antidote from before was obtained by sacrificing a lot of benefits. After all, the crown prince had done such a disgraceful thing. He was lucky that the emperor didn't beat him to death. The empress could only continue to wait and see if she could get the second antidote. This kind of poison was slow-acting and required a lot of antidotes. She didn't know who had poisoned her, but the empress was so angry that she dug her nails into her palms. If she found out, she would make that person die a horrible death and destroy his family. Therefore, compared to overthrowing Ning Jiuma, the crown prince's illness was more important. After waiting for a while, the emperor could not hold it in any longer. Although his spirit would be stimulated after taking the pill, he would not be able to hold on any longer. But they would also feel sleepy. The emperor said, Jin will rest first. When Jin wakes up, I will send someone to your hall to announce the decree. Ning Jiuma was not very happy that Wei Wei Bai had caught the empress' attention. So he immediately nodded respectfully and said with a smile, This son obeys the decree. The emperor got up and the head eunuch beside him immediately helped him out. Wei Wei Bai was led through the door by Zhang. There was still one more door to see Ning Jiuma. Chapter 16:11. The system said, That old emperor has already left. Wait until your favorability reaches 90 before you attempt the side mission. Wei Wei Bai said, Let's not attempt it. I can't bring myself to do it to the old emperor. The system said, I'll hang myself. Wei Wei Bai said, Go ahead. The system was speechless. Suddenly, pink petals appeared in front of her, dancing in the air. Bai Wei Wei. What the hell? Were these illusory petals? Ever since I saw you in the crowd, you were like the faint mark of cherry blossoms, left in my heart. From now on, the world is yours, the mountains and rivers are yours, and time is yours. I'm also yours. Wei Wei Bai was speechless. What the hell is with all these pretentious, sick, and repetitive sentences? The system said, that emperor is like this when he starts everything. Wei Wei Bai said, Why does he start everything for no reason? The system said, It's like this. The old emperor is not far from you, looking at you. Wei Wei Bai instinctively turned to look. She saw the emperor standing at the door, as if he was about to leave. However, after taking half a step, his body froze. The system said, Don't look at him. The more you look at him, the stronger your love for the emperor will be. Wei Wei Bai saw the wrinkles on the emperor's face and quietly withdrew her gaze. Then, she followed the little eunuch through the door expressionlessly. She pretended not to see the emperor's gaze. Don't look at me with a face full of wrinkles. She refused. Wei Wei Bai hurriedly followed the eunuch. The emperor, who was standing at the door, froze for a long time. The head eunuch beside him asked carefully, Your Majesty, what's wrong? Why did he suddenly stop moving? Is he about to become a deity? The emperor said with a trembling voice, Who was that just now? The head eunuch looked back, It should be the concubine that His Highness King Ning is about to take in. The emperor reached out and clutched his chest, his face trembling. His eyes were terrifyingly bright. I suddenly feel like I've found the meaning of life. What longevity! What immortal cultivation! How can they compare to her? We definitely knew each other in our previous lives. No. Tears flowed from the emperor's eyes. We will definitely be a pair for all eternity. But now, I was born, but you were not. When you were born, I was already old. No wonder I was so obsessed with longevity. It was all because I wanted to meet her. The eunuch was speechless. Oh no, the emperor's brain is damaged from the medicine he took. The system nagged at Wei Wei Bai. That love of the emperor will automatically create a romantic atmosphere, such as life after life, and so on. As soon as Wei Wei Bai thinks of this, a pile of pink petals flutters in the air. He saw the lover of his life. The old emperor with a wrinkled face, Wei Wei Bai expressed that she would be with him forever if he was good-looking. If you're ugly and have wrinkles, I'll beat you to death. Wei Wei Bai, I'll endure 100 times. Who asked me to go after an old man? I'll cut him off first. The system fell to the ground with a thud. In the future, I'll become a eunuch and sing Little Apple in your ears forever. Wei Wei Bai, Ning Jima's eyes were almost bursting with joy. When he saw Wei Wei Bai walk in, he immediately rushed over. If it wasn't for the Empress, he would have hugged her. When he saw the Empress's cold face, he immediately held Wei Wei Bai's hand and bowed to her. Mother, I'll take my leave. The Empress snorted coldly and didn't say anything. Ning Juma respectfully turned around and pulled Wei Wei Bai's arm as he walked out. The warm sun shone on his face. His respectful expression gradually turned sinister. Hit the say button below to record this reading record. Chapter 16:12. These old bastards. I'll kill them sooner or later. Ning Jiuma cursed in his heart. After walking out of the door, he lowered his head and saw a confused Wei Wei Bai. The darkness on his face disappeared and was replaced by joy. I told you that you'll have meat to eat if you follow me. Do you believe me? Wei Wei Bai frowned. Can you let go of my hand? Ning Jiuma. Why? Can't I hold your hand if I'm not a fool? You didn't even think about how you tried to bully me last night. Wei Wei Bai was stunned. Then, she straightened her neck. Who drugged me? In the end, it was my husband who came out. Did you peek again? Can you be more shameless? Ning Jiuma was so angry that his neck was thick. You're so heartless. Whoever drugged you is a dog. Look at me now. Which girl wouldn't like me? Why would they use such a despicable trick like drugging me? You're the one who ate the food. Who's to blame? And who's looking at you? With your shriveled body and ugly face. Wei Wei Bai looked at him coldly. Who knows who's ugly? You look like a toad, and you still have the cheek to despise me. System. Did these two graduate from kindergarten? Couldn't they scold something more elegant? Suddenly, the system felt gloomy. Then the system looked up and saw the old emperor standing at the top of the building, looking down bitterly. System. It seemed to see the pink petals flying behind the old emperor. It was so hot that it was blinded. I suddenly understood why the host would rather cut ties with the old emperor than attack him. If I'm handsome, harassing you is a domineering CEO falling in love with me. If I'm ugly, it's sexual harassment. Perverts. I need to see more. In this world, looks were still justice. The system touched its face. Sigh. Fortunately, it was handsome. It couldn't see the evil intentions of this world. Wei Wei Bai and Ning Jiuma bickered all the way back to the palace. In the end, Ning Jiuma said angrily, I went to ask for an imperial edict for you. In the future, you will be conferred by the emperor himself. Anyone who dares to bully, you'll have to think twice. An imperial edict for a concubine. It was a very heavy weight. Wei Wei Bai frowned. To be your concubine? Didn't you say that you would release my husband in the future? If he comes back from the dead, how can I be with him? Ning Jiuma was so angry that he didn't think too much about it. He said directly, Why do you always remember when I'm stupid? It's always the same person. Wei Wei Bai was stunned. Ning Jiuma was also stunned. Then, the way Ning Jiuma looked at her gradually changed. He immediately felt a little scared and took a few steps back. This king is hungry. I want to eat. With that, Ning Jiuma immediately turned and left. Wei Wei Bai reacted and immediately reached out to grab his hand, looking anxious. What do you mean by the same person? Ning Jioma immediately started a tug-of-war with her, wanting to snatch her hand back. Wei Wei Bai grabbed him so hard that he grimaced in pain. You heard me wrong. I mean, we could talk about the future later. Let's settle you down first. In the future, in this palace, who knows how ruthless the fighting will be. She had an additional layer of protection as a concubine, so she wouldn't be killed for no reason. After all, it was common for a palace maid to die just like that. Wei Wei Bai's eyes trembled. You! Ning Jiuma was afraid that she would take things too hard and immediately said, I'm joking, let go. Wei Wei Bai's face was cold as she stared at him. She didn't seem to believe him. Ning Jiuma became even more scared. His voice softened a little. I didn't eat anything so early in the morning to get you a concubine or something. You're not going to starve me to death, right? Chapter 16:13. Bai Weiwei saw his soft appearance and pretended to be a fool. Unexpectedly, he was similar to that fool. Her expression changed, and she suddenly looked away, shaking off his hand. Her voice was a little muffled, as if she was very sad. Don't make such jokes in the future. With that, Wei Wei Bai turned to leave. Ning Jioma immediately pounced over and hugged her from behind. Are you still going to eat? Do you want to starve yourself to death? With that said, he dragged the dazed Wei Wei Bai away. Ning Jioma's eyes had a dark smile. She knew that he poisoned her. She also heard what he blurted out. This way, she would suspect and unravel that he was actually the same person as the fool. Ning Jioma deliberately made this scene. It was to make her doubt him. Only in this way would she be mentally prepared when the truth was revealed. He would slowly wear away her unwillingness, even if he was no longer a fool. She couldn't let go of him anymore. If Ning Jioma wanted someone, he would do anything to scheme. He couldn't give her what she wanted to leave the palace, but he would share everything else with her. If there was one person in this world, he was willing to share the power toy in his hands with her. That should be Wei Wei Bai. There was no reason, it was just because she was cute. Under the suppression of the medicine, Ning Jioma's sobriety was so long that no one noticed anything strange. He could guarantee that he wouldn't be a fool for a day if he took a pill. But this was destroying his own body. He knew very well, so he had to get the antidote as soon as possible. After dinner, Ning Jioma pulled Wei Wei Bai to drink. Wei Wei Bai frowned. You're a prince, but you don't want to build a country. You only know how to play all day. Ning Jioma rolled the dice and got the most points. I win, you drink. Wei Wei Bai's face was cold as she poured a glass of wine into her mouth. The temperature of the wine made her face start to turn red. Her red lips were moist and soft. Ning Jioma's breathing became erratic as he calmly played with the dice with his fingers. I also want to make a name for myself, but my royal father doesn't want to see me do well. If I'm too powerful, he'll kill me. Wei Wei Bai's eyelashes trembled slightly. She did not quite understand. Why? Ning Jioma smiled and narrowed his eyes. Because he's the emperor. What am I? I'm just a piece of trash that he abandoned in the filthy land. If I'm too powerful, he'll throw me back again. Wei Wei Bai's face was as red as the clouds, and her eyes were blank. He didn't seem to understand why the royal family was so cruel. Ning Jioma's heart softened as he whispered, I'll Wei, everyone in this palace can't wait for me to die. Wei Wei Bai held her wine glass and didn't say anything. Ning Jioma smiled sadly. How could I forget? You can't wait for me to die so that your idiot husband can take over my body. Wei Wei Bai's fingers couldn't help but tighten, and the wine glass was crushed. Ning Jioma's expression changed. He immediately grabbed her hand and slapped away the wine glass shards. Her fingers were only red, but there was no wound. Ning Jioma heaved a sigh of relief. Then he frowned. Are you stupid? Why did you break the glass? Is the glass free? Wei Wei Bai looked at him for a while before sighing. If you can release my husband, we will be loyal to you in the future. We'll be your servants and palace maids. Ning Jioma saw the fear in her eyes. It was as if she already knew about her idiot husband. Chapter 16:14. Actually, it was just her wishful thinking. Ning Jioma pretended not to see her final struggle. He knew that he couldn't force her to admit it. He and that fool were the same person. So Ning Jioma smiled. If you show your loyalty now, it'll be better than suffering outside if you really become my servant or palace maid in the future. Forget it. If you show your loyalty, I'll reluctantly accept you and that fool. She wasn't willing to face it yet. He could only spoil her. Because by Wei Wei drank wine, the smell of alcohol rose, and her body softly lay on the table. The peach blossoms outside the window flew in and landed on her hair. Ning Jiuma couldn't help but reach out to take it away. But he heard her mutter, "Your Highness, Your Highness." Her tone was indescribably sad. Ning Jiuma lowered his eyes and quietly pinched the petal. In the end, he liked fools more. But if he continued to be a fool, who would protect them? There were so many man-eating beasts in the palace. He couldn't be a fool. Suddenly, he groaned, and a mouthful of blood spilled from the corner of his mouth. Wei Wei Bai was half drunk and about to fall asleep when she heard his painful groans. She immediately opened her eyes and saw Ning Jiuma spitting out a large mouthful of blood. Wei Wei Bai hurriedly got up and immediately carried him to the bed and put him down. Then she shouted, "Something happened to His Highness." Zheng Kuang came in and was shocked, but he knew what was going on. He immediately said, "Miss, don't shout. His Highness is poisoned." With that, Zheng Kuang stuffed a red pill into Ning Jiuma's mouth. Ning Jiuma's breathing was better, but there were still traces of pain between his brows. Wei Wei Bai held his hand tightly. His fingers were so cold that she started to tremble. What's going on? Why is this happening? Who poisoned him? Ning Jiuma was still enduring the pain and didn't make a sound. Zheng Kuang couldn't help but sigh. His Highness is also a pitiful person. He became a fool after being poisoned. To wake himself up, he ate another kind of poison to suppress it. But if this continues, his body won't be able to take it. This was the truth, and it sounded extremely cruel. Wei Wei Bai's lips trembled. Is he stupid? Zheng Qiao also knew what His Highness was thinking, so she went with the flow and told her. Yes, he became a fool when the poison took effect. Later, when the Empress wanted to kill him, he could only eat poison to suppress the poison and then recover his mind to fight again. Wei Wei Bai's eyes began to turn red. She seemed to be in disbelief, but she had to believe it. She could only hold his hand and say in a hoarse voice, "Your Highness? Your Highness." It was indescribably pitiful and lost. Ning Jiuma grunted a few times. After taking the medicine, his face finally looked better. What? Isn't Your Highness that idiot? Wei Wei Bai bit her lip. Her eyes were as red as a rabbit's, and her body was trembling. Ning Jiuma burst out laughing. All right, I'm just lying to you. There's no such thing as an antidote. I thought I was writing a script. Why are you so gullible? A tear fell onto the back of his hand. Ning Jiuma was stunned, but he saw that her face was full of tears. She was crying so hard that even her breathing was messed up. She was sobbing like a child. Ning Jiuma didn't know why, but his heart ached. He just wanted her to face the fact that he was the same person whether he was stupid or not. But when he saw her so sad, he couldn't feel happy. Ning Jiuma reached out and pulled her into his arms. Don't cry, he said in a hoarse voice. Don't cry, I'm fine. Chapter 16:15. Wei Wei Bai sobbed, but didn't say anything. Ning Jiuma's eyes were a little dry. He said, What's so good about being a fool? I'm dirty and rolling on the ground. I don't even fight back when I'm beaten. Only you want me to be a fool. What's wrong with your brain? How can a fool give you happiness? Wei Wei Bai grabbed the clothes on his chest and didn't say anything. Ning Jiuma sighed. If I lose the battle, I might really be a fool for the rest of my life. You'll be happy then. Wei Wei Bai didn't answer. She just hugged him. She was afraid that he would be gone. She even hugged him until it hurt. Ning Jiuma knew that she must have suffered a big blow. He reached out and touched her satin-like hair, his eyes dark. He forced her to look at him step by step. It wasn't easy to look at him. Didn't her heart ache? Wei Wei Bai suddenly asked softly, Isn't there an antidote? Ning Jiuma immediately heaved a sigh of relief. The joy of his plan, succeeding, made the corners of his mouth rise. She really couldn't let go of him. He immediately suppressed his smile and pretended to be in pain. There is an antidote. It's in the hands of the person who poisoned me. Look at how miserable he was. Everyone wanted to kill him. Ning Jioma suppressed his smug smile and desperately acted pitiful. Wei Wei Bai's heart ached for him. Even the strength of her hug became gentle. Ning Jioma's expression also became gentle. He lowered his head and looked at her. His eyes were like stars falling. There was a different kind of purity and clarity. He thought that he liked her. He liked her very much. Ding! The male lead's favorability is at 70. Suddenly, outside the door, Zhang Qiao risked being beaten and said carefully, "Your Highness, His Majesty summons you." Ning Jioma heard this and thought that it was about the concubine. But no, it was a summons, not an imperial edict. His eyes turned cold. "What's wrong?" Zhang Qiao said. "His Majesty's head eunuch personally invited you and said that you will go with the girl." Ning Jioma felt uneasy. He would go with Wei Wei Bai. It must be about the concubine. However, this was something that could be settled with an imperial edict. Why would he go personally? The emperor's body was in such a bad state that he didn't do much at all. It was not the dog-like emperor style to mobilize so many people for his concubine. Could it be that the empress is up to something again? Ning Jioma hid his gloominess between his brows, and his face was a little sharp. He said softly, "Okay, I'll bring Ah Wei over." Wei Wei Bai looked up in confusion. Her eyes were still red, and there were traces of tears at the corners of her eyes. Ning Jioma couldn't help but reach out and wipe away the tears at the corner of her eyes. "Do you want to come with me? If you go, you will be my concubine. I will not force you." Wei Wei Bai was a little hesitant, as if she was struggling with something. She liked the silly him. Now that he was no longer a fool, she hesitated and did not dare to like him anymore. Ning Jioma saw through her thoughts. He suddenly reached out and clutched his chest, looking like he was about to vomit blood. Wei Wei Bai immediately tugged at his sleeve nervously. "Your Highness!" Ning Jioma's face was pale. "You should leave. I know you are unwilling. When father blames you, he would just chop off my head. It has nothing to do with you." These words were said so shamelessly. It was simply like a white lotus flower, and it was the black lotus type. Wei Wei Bai and the system that was eating snacks calmly watched him act. She really wanted to say, "Your Highness, take care. I will leave first. Go ahead and chop off your head." However, for the sake of favorability, Wei Wei Bai could only do it with him. She immediately couldn't bear to frown and hesitated. "It's so serious. Then let's go together." And Chapter 16:16. Ning Jioma trembled and wanted to laugh. There were benefits to being stupid. It was so satisfying to lie to her. Wei Wei Bai sighed. Her acting skills were getting worse with each generation. Even if she wanted to laugh, she should wait until she succeeded before hiding and laughing alone. She thought that he couldn't tell. He had his back to her, and his smile was about to reach the back of his head. She was so happy that she became a fool. The two of them changed their clothes. Wei Wei Bai was still wearing the pink and blue palace dress. Before she was conferred the title, she was just a palace maid. Ning Jioma's clothes were more complicated. When Wei Wei Bai walked out, he was still looking for a belt. She picked up the belt on the plate out of habit and walked to him. "Stand properly," she said calmly. Ning Jioma immediately stood properly and looked at her with a smile. Wei Wei Bai didn't say anything. She lowered her head seriously and helped him fasten the belt. He looked at the top of her head. A simple jade hairpin tied her hair into a bun, and her extra long hair fell behind her back. She was as delicate and pretty as a green willow by the water. Ning Jioma saw the newly bloomed begonia flowers beside her. He picked one casually and put it in her bun. Wei Wei Bai finished fastening the belt and looked up in confusion. The red begonia flowers were like the blush on her face, cute and charming. Ning Jioma looked at her, and a thought appeared in his mind. She was like a flower too. He couldn't wait to hold her in his hands and hide her in his sleeves. Ning Jioma slowly held her hand and said softly, "Don't be nervous later. It's your first time meeting the emperor. I'll speak for you. He's not a good person. You don't have to care about that old bastard." These words were directed at the imperial father that he was referring to. He was simply an old tortoise with a vicious heart. He let her out, and the lanterns were lit all the way. They were going to sit in the sedan chair, but Ning Jioma refused. He held Wei Wei Bai's hand and walked to the emperor's bedroom. The eunuchs and palace maids followed behind. Along the way, Ning Jiuma patiently introduced her to the palaces on the road. And which place in the palace couldn't they go? Under the light, she stared at him curiously. Ning Jiuma was mesmerized by her gaze. If it weren't for the crowd, he would have lowered his head and kissed her. Your Highness, you really know a lot. Wei Wei Bai lowered her head in embarrassment under his gaze. She lowered her eyes and said softly. Ning Jiuma paused. She had praised him. She had always been nice to him when he was in a daze, but she finally softened her attitude towards him when he was sober. With his mood lifted, Ning Jiuma felt that everything was good. He turned around and said, "Turn your back." All the eunuchs in palace maids stopped in their tracks and immediately turned around. Wei Wei Bai also turned around, and a warm kiss fell on her lips. She was stunned for a moment, but he had already left. His eyes were filled with joy. Of course I know a lot. Follow me in the future, and I'll teach you every day. Wei Wei Bai pursed her lips as a trace of hesitation appeared in her eyes. In the end, she softly replied, "Yes, Your Highness." Ning Jiuma knew that she was going to stay in the palace with him. Follow me and stay in the palace for the rest of your life. Okay. He suddenly felt that the future was no longer dark, even if there were swords and knives on his body. Ding, the male lead's favorability is at 80. The youth didn't know the taste of love. Once they met, the depth of their love would be unknown. The emperor's bedroom was brightly lit, and the palace maids and eunuchs were all on alert. It seemed like they were welcoming someone. When Ning Jiuma held Wei Wei Bai's hand and came here, he instinctively felt that something was wrong. The palace had actually been specially cleaned. Chapter 16-17. There were peach blossoms of the season everywhere, as well as all kinds of rare and beautiful things. It was as if they were welcoming an important guest. Could it be that the Dog Emperor had an important guest tonight? Ning Jiuma's heart was filled with all kinds of thoughts, but he suppressed them all. There was only a smile on his lips like a spring breeze. He led Wei Wei Bai into the palace. He saw the emperor sitting on the chair with his back straight. His hair seemed to have been dyed, without a single strand of white hair. Because the emperor was cultivating, his hair was always disheveled. But now his hair was tied up. He was clean and wore casual clothes, but they were of a very young style. The black cuffs were embroidered with patterns. Under the light, the old emperor looked 10 years younger. If he didn't know that the pills had eaten away his body, Ning Jiuma thought that he had really succeeded in cultivating. "Father, I'm here to greet you. This is Wei Wei." Ning Jiuma pulled Wei Wei Bai and knelt down together. Ning Jiuma knelt in front, half of his body blocking Wei Wei Bai, protecting her behind him. He said softly, "Wei Wei, greet father." Wei Wei Bai looked up and suddenly saw pink petals flying all over the sky. Her head was going to hurt again, and her eyes were going to go blind again. The system said, "The love of the emperor, 1,000 years of love, a love that will never change for 10,000 years. Wei Wei Bai said, "If you say any more, I'll kill myself." What kind of love of the emperor was this? It attracted an old man. She refused, but the love of the emperor couldn't be turned off. She looked up, and her mouth twitched. Finally, she forced herself to call out, "Father." The old emperor's body trembled, his fingers gripping the armrest of the chair tightly, as if he was enduring something. His eyes fell on her pink and young face, and all kinds of intense struggle and pain flashed across his face. Finally, the old emperor said softly, "Wei Wei." Ning Jiuma's eyebrows jumped. Why did he feel that the Dog Emperor's voice was not right? He looked up and stole a glance, but saw that the Dog Emperor's eyes were fixed on Wei Wei Bai. His eyes were filled with tenderness and tenderness. Ning Jiuma was a man who had just fallen in love. How could he not understand the naked look in her eyes? His pupils constricted, and he instinctively blocked Wei Wei Bai. He then said loudly, "Imperial Father, this son remembers that there is still something I have to do. I will take my leave first." With that, Ning Jiuma grabbed Wei Wei Bai's hand and immediately got up to leave. But behind him, the old emperor coldly said, "Halt." Ning Jiuma's eyes darkened. His murderous aura burst out, but he forced himself to endure. He couldn't help but tighten his grip on Wei Wei Bai's hand. Wei Wei Bai frowned. It hurt a little. The emperor suddenly spoke softly, "Immerse, which girl do you like? I'll help you find her." You don't like the prime minister's daughter, but do you like the princess? Ning Juma finally turned around. His eyes were a little red. Then, he pulled Wei Wei by behind him. He was thin, but very slender. He blocked the petite Wei Wei by behind him, not revealing a trace of light. If Ning Jioma still couldn't see the desire in the old emperor's eyes, he would have lived in vain. If it was someone else, he might have laughed out loud. This dog emperor cultivated immortality every day to the point where he didn't recognize anyone. Although he doted on a few concubines, this dog emperor really didn't have any feelings for women. In the end, he really fell in love with a woman. He could use her, but this woman was Wei Wei Bai. He couldn't wait to gouge out the old emperor's eyes. Chapter 16:18. Ning Juma's expression turned cold. Under the flickering candlelight, he looked exceptionally sinister. He said word by word, "Father, I don't like other women." He held her hand and started to sweat. He wanted to ascend the throne and couldn't offend this dog emperor. One wrong step and his path to the throne would collapse. But looking at the emperor's red and wolf-like eyes, he thought of his gaze falling on the little palace made behind him. The hatred and crazed bloodlust that he had been suppressing surged to his head. He could make use of anyone in this palace, but he wouldn't use her as a stepping stone, and he wouldn't let other men look at her. This dog emperor took away everything from him, and he wanted to take away the only person in the palace who was good to him. The emperor's expression changed. He looked at Ning Jioma gloomily. "Are you going to rebel against me?" Ning Jioma gritted his teeth, and the taste of blood spread in his mouth. Wei Wei Bai seemed to want to come out from behind him. He immediately turned around and said in a low voice, "Don't talk. Stay here obediently." Wei Wei Bai trembled and looked at him with a trace of confusion. She didn't seem to understand why they were at loggerheads. Ning Jioma hoped that she didn't know anything. He didn't even dare to bet that if she knew that the emperor liked her, she would leave with him. Power was so tempting. The emperor had the best of everything. Which woman wouldn't be tempted? Even this dog emperor could be her father. The emperor saw him scolding Wei Wei Bai and got up angrily. He slammed the table and shouted, "Ning Jioma, you're rebelling." Ning Jioma turned around and immediately lowered his head and said respectfully, "Father, it's late. I won't disturb your rest. I'll leave with secondary consort Bai." He knew it was wrong. He knew that he should appease this old dog. But Ning Jioma hated him so much that his eyes were about to bleed. He would have pulled out his sword and killed this dog emperor. Who would dare to covet his woman? Ning Jioma held Wei Wei Bai's hand tightly and retreated step by step. He was as vigilant as a wolf guarding a treasure. He refused to let the emperor see Wei Wei Bai. Even one glance was too much. Then he retreated a dozen steps, turned around, grabbed Wei Wei Bai into his arms, and dragged her out. It was as if he was afraid that someone would snatch away his little palace maid. Wei Wei Bai whispered, "Your Highness." Her innocent look made Ning Jioma furious. Do not make a sound. He had already provoked someone he shouldn't have, yet he still didn't know how to keep a low profile. Did she take a fancy to that old dog? Wei Wei Bai blinked her eyes as if she didn't understand what was going on between the father and son. Even if he knew, he had to pretend that he didn't. Ning Jioma's eyes were as cold as knives. The emperor suddenly whispered, "Immerse, do you want to be the crown prince?" Ning Jioma stopped in his tracks. He hugged Wei Wei Bai, his eyes fierce and sinister. His thin red lips were tightly pursed, as if he was pursing blood. His voice was cold and slow, with a frosty sharpness. "Your son doesn't dare." After that, he didn't even turn his head and said calmly, "Your son will take his leave. Father, you can rest in peace." Ning Jioma hurriedly pulled Wei Wei Bai and quickened his pace. The eunuchs and palace maids behind him couldn't keep up with his pace. When they returned to their own palace, Ning Jioma turned around fiercely. "Get lost." Zhang Kuang wanted to serve them when he saw them return, but when he saw this, he immediately changed his mind. He immediately retreated with all the servants. The door was closed. Ning Jioma pulled the dazed Wei Wei Bai and pushed her onto the bed. // Chapter 16:19. His expression was dark and cold as he pressed down on her. He held both her hands with one hand and her chin with the other. Where did you hook up with this person? Tell me, why did that dog of an emperor suddenly fancy her? Was it because they had already fallen for each other? Wei Wei Bai was in a daze. Her dazed eyes turned slowly before she looked at him strangely. What's wrong? She couldn't possibly say that the old emperor had suddenly become horny because of the love of the emperor. Ning Jumal laughed coldly. What's wrong? Then his cold laugh turned into anger. Did you see that just now? That old dog looked at you as if he wanted to eat you up. He actually wants you. Wei Wei Bai was stunned. Then she forced a smile. How was that possible? I've never seen him before. Also, I'm not that kind of beautiful woman. How could the emperor suddenly fancy me? Ning Jumal reached out and pinched her face. His eyes were red as he gritted his teeth and said, Not beautiful enough. You're not beautiful enough. How could that dog of an emperor give me the position of crown prince in exchange for you? Tell me, aren't you beautiful? Wei Wei Bai's face turned red from the pinch. She said vaguely, Let go of me, Ning Jiumo. Ning Jiumo frowned. Oh, Ning Jiumo, did you fancy that dog of an emperor? You're not even calling him Your Highness and are calling him by his name? Wei Wei Bai couldn't stand this guy's childishness. She pushed him away with one hand. Ning Jiumo was pushed to the side of the bed by her great strength and almost rolled off the bed. He quickly supported himself and glared at her. Wei Wei Bai, you push me. Is it because you feel wrong to be my concubine that you want to be the imperial concubine? Bai Weiwei slammed her hand on the bed rail, and it snapped with a snap. Ning Jiuma's eyebrows jumped. This violent and direct strength. Was she an elephant? Weiwei Bai was so angry that blood rushed to her face. What's wrong with you? I went with you to see that old bastard. From the beginning to the end, other than calling him imperial father, I didn't say anything else. Who did I hook up with? How did I hook up with him? Why don't you tell me? What could Ning Jiuma say? How would he know how that old bastard fell for Wei Wei Bai? Yes, the little palace maid was the cutest girl in the entire palace. But that old bastard must be sick in the head. How could he see her cuteness right away? Then, he would snatch it from him. Ning Jiuma looked at Wei Wei Bai. He couldn't win against her in a fight, but he couldn't win against her either. He was so angry that he pouted like a frog. Let's talk about it later. From now on, stay here and don't go out. But he wanted to take her out to meet someone. Even the emperor was seduced by her. If he took her out a few more times, his love rivals would have circled the palace 100 times. Wei Wei Bai sneered. Why? Am I a palace maid, or am I your prisoner? I can't even go out? At most, I won't be a palace maid anymore. I can go out of the palace and farm to support myself. Ning Jiuma felt that she was speaking the truth. Her strength was comparable to that of a few cows. Farming was definitely a piece of cake for her. Ning Jiuma's expression turned cold. He couldn't suppress the fierceness in his chest. How dare you? I am your master. You have to agree to whatever I say. Wei Wei Bai held her forehead helplessly. What kind of straight man was he talking about? With this kind of conduct, he really wanted to chase after girls. Girls would probably be scared away. No matter how handsome he was, he wouldn't be able to stand such a waste. She refused to talk to this man. She was afraid that her IQ would plummet. Wei Wei Bai, I don't know what's wrong with you. Calm down yourself. I'm going to sleep in the next room. // Chapter 1620. How old was that old bastard? He still had the cheek to want Wei Wei Bai. He and Wei Wei Bai were a match made in heaven. Their ages were just right, and they were equally good-looking. What did that old bastard have? Just because of the dragon throne? Ning Jiuma had never had such a strong urge to kill his father. He got up and covered Wei Wei Bai with a blanket. Then, he kissed her hair. It seemed that he could still smell the begonia scent from last night. After he walked out, Zheng Qiao hurried over. Your Highness, bad news. The imperial edict is here. Ning Jiuma's eyes narrowed. His footsteps were heavy as he walked out slowly. It was the emperor's head eunuch. He held the imperial edict and smiled gently. I am here on His Majesty's orders. Your Highness King Ning, please accept the edict. Ning Jiuma felt that it couldn't be the concubine's order. That old bastard was going to snatch it. He pinched his fingers tightly and knelt down expressionlessly. The head eunuch opened the imperial edict and said a lot of nonsense. Finally, he said, Palace made by beautiful on the outside, but intelligent on the inside. She has a gentle temperament and is upright and dignified. She comforts my heart and is conferred the title of imperial concubine. Ning Jiuma slowly looked up. His face was expressionless, but there was killing intent in his eyes. The corners of his eyes were slightly red and cold. The head eunuch finished announcing the edict. "Your Highness, accept the edict." Ning Jiuma slowly got up and reached out to grab the imperial edict. He was very calm, as if he would obediently do as he was told. The head eunuch also heaved a sigh of relief. His Majesty said that you will be in charge of conferring concubines. Your Highness, if you handle this well, your future will be limitless. After he finished speaking, he smiled and left. Ning Jiuma looked up at the back view of the eunuch. His eyes were cold. He said softly, "Zheng Xiao, burn it." Zheng Xiao immediately knelt down. "Your Highness, don't be impulsive. It wasn't easy for us to get to this point. As long as you become the crown prince, you'll have a chance to snatch her back in the future." He felt that it was ridiculous. Why did the emperor suddenly like Wei Wei Bai? Even if a palace maid was likable, this was not the way to like her. In an instant, she had gone from a palace maid to a concubine. She was just one step away from becoming a consort. No matter how muddle-headed the emperor was, he had never acted so recklessly. He didn't even ask for the empress's permission before he issued the order. This was simply insane. But this madman is the emperor. If he burns the imperial edict with the accusation of disrespect, everything that His Highness had planned would be ruined. Ning Jiuma lowered his head. "Do you want me to give up on her?" Zheng Ting's lips trembled, but he still tried his best to persuade him. "As long as we can hold on for a while longer, we will have a chance. You will become the crown prince and suppress the empress. Then, you can think of a way to make the emperor's poison act up. The court will still be yours." Ning Jiuma's eyes were dark and gloomy. There was an indescribable, deathly stillness in them. "You're right. This is the best and safest way. I've already put in so much effort. One wrong move, and I'll lose everything." Zheng Kuang thought that he had thought it through. No matter how cute the little palace maid was, she couldn't compare to Jiang Shan. Ning Jiuma suddenly said, "But there's a faster way." Zheng Ting hugged Ning Jiuma's thigh and said with a trembling body, "This is the last way. We can't take it." How could he not understand His Highness's words? He wanted to rebel directly. They had been planning for so long. How could they take such a risky path? They had been trembling in fear for so many years just to be able to rightfully take the throne. They didn't want to bear the infamy and directly rebel. Ning Jiuma was silent for a while. Then, he suddenly smiled and kicked Zheng Ting away. Chapter 16:21. His expression was cold as he threw the imperial edict in his hand to his feet. "Burn it to ashes, don't let me see it. I don't want the throne now, I want that old bastard's life." He had endured for so long, and he had come this far step by step. He could give anything, and he could compromise on anything. But that dog of an emperor had to step on his bottom line. If he retreated, he would be a coward even if he got the throne. Ning Jiuma walked back and said coldly, "If I rely on selling her to get the throne, then this empire is meaningless to me." Zheng Xiao sat there in a daze. Crazy, they were all crazy. The emperor was crazy, so was Ning Wang. Once the path of rebellion was taken, there was no turning back. Rebelling in this situation was simply suicide. Wasn't Ning Wang able to use anything in the past? Why was it that he couldn't bear to part with Wei Wei Bai? Wei Wei Bai had just woken up and felt sore all over. The system said gloomily, "Your little retard is rebelling." Wei Wei Bai was still sleepy. Doesn't he want to rebel every day? Ning Jiuma was thinking about rebelling every day. That was nothing new. The system said, "That old bastard came with an imperial edict asking you to be his concubine." The male lead is angry, so he didn't take the path of scheming anymore. He's already preparing to force you to abdicate. Wei Wei Bai said, "Only 85 favorability points. This little fool doesn't even want his life anymore." It was hard to believe how stubborn this guy was to have 100 favorability points. The system said maybe he was abused too much and felt that his life was dark. A little light could make him live and die together. Wei Wei Bai said. You make me sound like a light bulb. Once this rebellion happens, my favorability points and the position of empress will be gone. Men always regretted it after doing it. Ning Jioma had been scheming for so many years, and he could have gotten the throne smoothly. But because of her, he directly rebelled. Now, the rebellion would not succeed. So if he failed, he would probably take her out of the palace. After all, the dog hole in the cold palace was still there. But what about out of the palace? Would Ning Jioma regret giving up his empire for a beauty? Men were all demons who didn't mean what they said. After getting angry for a beauty, most people would regret it at some point. If he regretted it, his favorable impression of him would definitely drop. Once it dropped, not to mention the side quest, even the main quest would be finished. Wei Wei Bai calmly thought about what to do next. Then she said, now is not a good time to rebel. We need to give him some time to think. The system sat on the red string and swung. How do you want to be quiet? Wei Wei Bai, be his stepmother. Was this Jingjing? I feel like the male lead will calm you down. Host, if you want to cause trouble, just say so. Ning Jioma entered the room with his hands behind his back and saw Wei Wei Bai sitting on the bed. Her hair was messy and her face was blank. Although she was good at taking care of him, she couldn't take care of herself. Ning Jioma reached out to take her dress and immediately helped her put it on without giving her a chance to speak. He didn't show the slightest bit of uneasiness or murderous intent. He calmly put a green cloak on her and put a hood on her. Wei Wei Bai looked at him strangely. What's wrong? Ning Jioma, leaving the palace. Wei Wei Bai was stunned and then frowned. Why so sudden? Ning Jioma smiled and lowered his head to kiss her lips. It's sudden. I suddenly feel like it's a very good thing to go farming with you. You go first. I'll pack up the gold, silver, and jewelry and then follow you out. Wei Wei Bai grabbed his wrist, her eyes cold. What happened? You haven't found the antidote yet. Are you going to wait for death outside the palace? Chapter 1622. You can search Transmigration System. Prince Charming, come over to search book www.sashu.com on Baidu to find the. He knew that she wouldn't believe him so easily. Ning Jioma's eyes softened. I found the antidote, so I plan to leave the palace with you. I feel that there's no point in staying in the palace. It's better to go out and be free. This reason made her loosen up a little. Ning Jioma reached out and hugged her. In a place where she couldn't see, his eyes were dark. His tone was light. Let's go out of the palace, get married, farm, and have a chubby baby. Wei Wei Bai, you're too indecent. Ning Jioma, can you give birth to a baby properly? He stroked her abdomen. Maybe there's already a chubby baby here. Wei Wei Bai, you're wrong. You can't give birth, not in this lifetime. If you really want to give birth, you can choose between the system and the pillow boy. Ning Jioma rambled on and on about the beautiful scenes of leaving the palace. In the end, he almost believed that he could leave the palace with her. But he knew that this world belonged to the person on the throne. If they didn't kill him, they wouldn't be able to escape no matter how big the world was. Ning Jioma's eyes turned red. He said, wait for me to find you. Wei Wei Bai seemed to be convinced by him. She said gently, okay, I'll wait for you. Ning Jioma took a deep breath and forced himself to let go of her. Then he said, Zhang Xiao. Zhang Xiao ran over with a bitter face with a bag. Ning Jioma pushed Wei Wei Bai. Go, I'll catch up soon. Wei Wei Bai hesitated and turned back, only to see his smiling face and bright eyes. His youthful aura made him energetic. She wasn't confused anymore. She tilted her head and said to him, hurry up and catch up, Your Highness. Ning Jioma smiled and nodded. Okay. Wei Wei Bai also walked out without hesitation. When her figure disappeared, Ning Jioma's legs went soft and he sat on the ground. He reached out to cover his face. There were no tears, but his eyes were empty and violet. If he could leave the palace, it would be a good place to go. This palace had taken away too many things from him. Now that the most important person to him was gone, he had no qualms about starting a massacre here. Ning Jioma slowly got up and was about to leave when he spat out a mouthful of blood. He felt a dull pain in his head. He knew that he was going to be a fool again. With trembling fingers, he stuffed the red pill into his mouth. The poison flared up more and more frequently. Ning Jiuma didn't care at all. After taking the medicine, he laboriously got up and walked out to arrange the following matters. Zheng Yi led Wei Wei by and trembled. What should they do? How could a direct rebellion succeed? Wei Wei Bai asked, Grandpa, are you cold? It's not cold, it's not cold. Bai Weiwei looked at him with an indifferent expression, and he was a little scared. She suddenly smiled. We're going the wrong way. Zheng Kuang said, That's right. It's the way to the cold palace. Although the dog hole is blocked, it's not solid. If you want to use it, you can still dig it out. Weiwei Bai pointed at the palace behind her. That's where I should be. Zheng Kuang was stunned. Wasn't that the emperor's palace? Weiwei Bai turned around and looked into the distance expressionlessly. Let's go. Zheng Kuang immediately knelt down and said anxiously, Miss, if you go, His Highness will definitely cut me into pieces. Weiwei Bai said, If I escape, His Highness will definitely be cut into pieces by that old emperor. Is this the time to joke around? I heard everything when you guys were announcing the decree. Zheng Kuang trembled. He didn't expect Weiwei Bai to know everything. Weiwei Bai said, Just stay by my side. You don't have to go back. Chapter 1623. She would probably be skinned alive by Ning Jiuma when she returned. She went straight to the emperor's palace. Zheng Xiao was anxious and pulled her cloak. Miss, I beg you. His Highness has sacrificed so much for you. Please run away. Weiwei Bai stopped and looked at him, but her eyes were clear and peaceful. If I run away, he will be the only one left in the palace. I said I would protect him, so there is no reason to abandon him halfway. Zheng Xiao looked at her calm expression. Suddenly, he understood why Ning Jiuma would rather rebel than send her out. If there was someone in this cannibal palace who treated you so wholeheartedly, even if it meant risking your life, you would still protect this warmth. Zheng Xiao's eyes were wet. He slowly got up and bowed. Then let's go, miss. Bai Weiwei smiled, turned around, and walked away indifferently. Zheng Xiao followed behind her respectfully. System, oh, I suddenly feel so touched. Weiwei Bai, woo, me too. System, I'm touched. Your target is an old man who is about to reach retirement age, and you're willing to do it. Weiwei Bai, do what? If that old man dares to touch me, I'll break his head. System, we agreed on the position of Empress. You have to please Weiwei Bai. Ugly old, I'll go and see if I can get the position of Empress. If not, I'll run away. System, what happened to protecting Ning Jiuma and giving him warmth? What happened to keeping it from becoming a eunuch? The host didn't understand the pain of a man. That's why she didn't care about the side mission. The system could only look around to see if there was anything on sale in the supermarket that could make the old emperor see Weiwei Bai. He gave her the position of Empress. After looking around, there really was one. When Plato smiled, the emperor would become a romantic spiritual lover. Together with the love of the emperor, they were a match made in heaven. The system took out its own money and secretly bought it. Then, he threw it directly onto the old emperor's head to purify his spirit. The old emperor paced back and forth, his emotions surging. He had found the love of his life, and his heart was filled with emotions. It was as if he had lived his entire life just to wait for her to come. Suddenly, the head eunuch outside the door said, Master Bai, you've come. His Majesty has been waiting for you for a long time. The emperor stood up and stared blankly at the door. She saw a girl wearing a green cloak slowly walking in. She raised her head to take a look. The sky was filled with red petals. The emperor looked at her from afar, as if they could see each other for thousands of years. He said, You've come. Weiwei Bai said, I'm here. The system said, I'm here too. The emperor walked over helplessly and reached out to hold her hand. Weiwei Bai was indifferent. She calmly put her hand behind her back, refusing to let him hold it. The emperor stiffened, but he didn't dare say anything. He gently said, I know you blame me. The position of Gue Fei is too low, but give me time. I will make you my empress very soon. The head eunuch at the door was speechless. Oh no, the emperor is really sick. Weiwei Bai smiled. Okay, I'll wait for you. The emperor was so excited that his whole body shook. He said, I know you. You are so pure and beautiful. If I don't make you my empress, I will never touch you. Weiwei Bai was speechless. This old emperor was too smart. His love for the emperor was probably due to his mental retardation. The download the at https://m sashu com button at the bottom to record this chapter. Chapter 1624. Or was it really a family trait? He suddenly realized that the mentally retarded were really cute. Ning Jiuma spread out the map of the palace. His eyes were red as he coughed and planned how to kill his father and usurp the throne. Suddenly, a little eunuch rushed in and fell to the ground, trembling all over. Your Highness, His Majesty held 100-flower banquet. Ning Jiuma sneered. Just nice, we can catch them all in one go. Little eunuch, the young lady is also there. Ning Jiuma was confused. What young lady? Little eunuch. Tonight's 100-flower banquet is prepared for the young lady to celebrate her becoming a concubine. After hesitating, the little eunuch added, the young lady went there willingly. Ning Jiuma was stunned for a moment. Suddenly, his vision turned black. The brush in his hand fell to the ground, and the ink stained the map black. He asked softly, say it again. Little eunuch, the young lady went there willingly. Ning Jiuma slowly looked up and then gently curled his lips. He repeated, willingly? She willingly. Willingly to be that old man's concubine, willingly to stay in the palace, but abandon him? The little eunuch felt that His Highness's expression was very scary. Ning Jiuma lowered his head and looked at the ink-stained map. He stretched out his finger and slowly wiped the ink-stained areas. He wiped so seriously that his finger was stained black by the ink, and the map was also ruined. He suddenly laughed and then grabbed the map in his hand and slowly tore it. Behind the torn paper was his crazy and sinister eyes. He said softly, Wei Bai, do you have to do this to me? Ning Jiuma threw the map away and put his hands on the table. He lowered his head and said coldly, go and prepare. The little eunuch was a little slow to react. Your Highness, Ning Jiuma threw a paperweight over. Go and prepare clothes. I'm going to attend that old man's 100-flower banquet. Except for the empress, everyone in the harem was a concubine. The little eunuch immediately left after surviving the disaster. Ning Jiuma stood there in a daze for a long time and was at a loss. He staggered a few steps and slowly walked out. In the empty palace, the decorations were gorgeous, and the begonia flowers were blooming beautifully. Ning Jiuma looked around in a daze, but he couldn't see anything. He suddenly felt a little cold. He struggled to sit on the chair and felt his limbs go soft. His eyes gradually became numb and hopeless. The traces of blood in his body were also covered by a kind of cold seriousness. In this palace, he was still alone. Suddenly, Ning Jiuma glanced sideways at the dagger on the table. He stood up, picked up the dagger, and stuffed it into his sleeve. If she dared to leave, he would rather kill her than let her marry the old emperor. Wei Bai lowered her head and sewed the clothes. She had started sewing the clothes when Ning Jiuma was in a daze. The emperor sat far away, separated by a white line. Wei Bai, men and women shouldn't touch each other. Don't cross this line. The emperor hurriedly nodded. Yes, Wei Bai said, that crown prince molested me. He's not a good person. I don't want to see him. That retarded crown prince heard that he had obtained the antidote, so his spirit was much better. The emperor's expression changed. That unfilial son is no longer the crown prince. I have already abolished him. It wasn't the first time that the crown prince had molested an imperial concubine. When he thought that his beloved would be bullied, the emperor immediately said, I'll find a reason to kill that unfilial son. Wei Bai looked at the pink petals that only she could see. /save button. Chapter 1625. These were not the petals of the emperor's love. These were just powders of IQ reduction. Wei Bai couldn't help but ask the system, will the so-called emperor's love cause one's IQ to drop so much? The system said, those who fall in love are all fools. This prize was made with that as the basis. Wei Bai said, that's too stupid. He was even more stupid than Ning Jiuma when he was stupid. She was so obedient that she was embarrassed to mistreat the old man. Wei Bai wanted to test the bottom line of the emperor's IQ and said softly, I think King Ning is not bad. When the emperor heard this, his old tears almost fell. I know you don't love me. You only love Immerse. I won't ask you for anything. I just want you to stay by my side. I will give you everything you want. Every time he saw her, he felt that she was the most beautiful woman in the world. He even felt that he must have owed her in his previous life. So in this life, he would use everything he had to repay her. Wei Wei Bai was sure that the emperor had lost his IQ. His brain was filled with pink petals. So Wei Wei Bai reached out and asked him for the antidote to the poison in Ning Jima's body. The emperor immediately took out a small bottle. It was said that this thing was very difficult to refine. It was a real tonic. The emperor was a little guilty. This is all for now. I will give you more in the future. He had been taking pills for so many years, and his body was still able to hold on because of this. The empress begged for a long time and only got 2 pills. Wei Wei Bai weighed the bottle. There were about 7 or 8 pills in it. It was very good for Ning Jima's body condition. The empress saw her weighing the bottle and thought that she was not satisfied. She immediately said, I promise to give you 1 bottle every month. I still have 3 bottles with me. He was afraid that she would only stay by his side for the medicine, so he could only humbly give her a few bottles of medicine to delay her departure. The emperor had really become a role model who would give up everything for his lover. Wei Wei Bai was very touched. She silently drew the white line further away from the old emperor so that he was 3 meters away from her. Ugly, still rejected. When the emperor went to attend the banquet, he was still talking about when he would depose the empress and make her the empress. Wei Wei Bai felt that she was going to die soon. If the empress heard this, she would probably come and hack her to death. But I heard that the emperor has started to deal with the empress's family. Wei Wei Bai expressed that the system's products were simply divine tools for brainwashing. She wore the clothes of a concubine, and the golden bell that Ning Jioma had given her was tied around her waist. She walked to the emperor's side. The 100-flower feast was held in the imperial garden, and it just so happened that the garden was full of flowers. When Ning Jioma arrived, he happened to see Wei Wei Bai standing at a high spot. She was wearing the pink formal dress of an imperial concubine. The hemline of her dress was wide and gorgeous. Her hair was tied up in a bun with a golden hairpin in it. Under the hanging vines, half of her face was as pink as snow. Her eyes were cold, and her every move was full of flirtatious charm. She seemed to have sensed his gaze and lowered her head to meet his. Wei Wei Bai seemed to be stunned. She hesitated for a moment and seemed to want to continue walking. But the emperor suddenly walked out from beside her. He lowered his head and said something to her. Wei Wei Bai's attention was drawn over. When she heard the emperor's words, she couldn't help but smile. The emperor said, Wei Wei, I will make Immerse the crown prince later. Do you like it? Wei Wei Bai said softly, You decide, as long as you stay away from me. The emperor immediately cheered up. He felt that by Wei Wei Bai's side, she was the only one in his mind. /save button. Chapter 1626. You can search Transmigration System. Prince Charming, come to search book www.sashu.com in Baidu to find the S. He didn't even know how to be jealous anymore. Bai Weiwei felt that the old emperor's state was similar to that of someone who had taken ecstasy. Suddenly, she felt a chill run down her spine. She turned around and saw Ning Jima's eyes were like dark clouds, extremely violet. The favorability didn't drop, but Ning Jima was obviously turning black. The system reminded her, he has a knife on him. After he stabs the old emperor to death, he'll throw the cup and let his henchmen in ambush kill everyone. Ning Jima was going all out. He wanted to stop Wei Wei Bai from marrying the old emperor, even if he had to die. Wei Wei Bai asked, The one who will kill everyone, including me? The system said, looking at him, he'll probably stab you first. Of course, the adulterous couple had to be killed together. The system picked up its snacks. Ah, what a depraved and inhumane drama of a father and son cuckolding each other and killing each other. Wei Wei Bai, Ning Jima was still staring at her. She felt the dark gaze of death. Then, Wei Wei Bai turned around silently and walked back. The system said, Host, don't run away. You're the main character. The male lead had already shown his knife, but the host ran away. This love triangle was incomplete. Wei Wei Bai said, I'm going to the toilet. Ning Jioma's terrifying gaze scared the hell out of her. The old emperor was still happily dethroning the crown prince and announcing Ning Jioma as the crown prince. When Ning Jioma heard his name, he slowly walked over and knelt down to receive the decree. The emperor's expression didn't look good. He smiled coldly. Take it well, Mo-er. This is her existence, which is why you can come to this point. She will be your mother in the future. You must respect her. Ning Jioma lowered his head and held the decree in his hands. The thing that he once wanted the most was now the heaviest humiliation. He lifted his eyelids, revealing a pair of cold eyes. He said softly, "Your son obeys the decree. Your son will, of course, respect my mother." The word mother was said softly and slowly. It was indescribably strange. The emperor looked at the empress. The empress's face was cold. He thought of his sweetheart. She was still waiting for him to get rid of everything and put her on the throne of the empress. The emperor didn't look at Ning Jioma. What he needed the most now was how to kill the empress. Ning Jioma also silently retreated and then turned to leave. He firmly remembered the direction she left in. It was not too late to chase after her now. After Wei Wei Bai has satisfied her physiological needs, she lifts her gorgeous but cumbersome dress and walks to the corridor. The system suddenly said, "The male lead is coming with a knife." Wei Wei Bai. Then she turned her head and saw Ning Jioma rushing over aggressively from the end of the corridor. Every step he took was heavy. His clothes fluttered in the wind. His incomparably cold face carried a murderous aura. He felt that the triads were here to collect debts. Wei Wei Bai suddenly broke into a run. The system said, "Why are you running so fast? Explain to him that you have nothing to do with the old emperor." The old emperor was purified into a fool by Plato's smile. He was satisfied with Wei Wei Bai and couldn't think of anything else. Wei Wei Bai said, "Did you see Ning Jioma's eyes?" Without waiting for me to explain, he'll probably stab me to death. He's about to rebel. Such a rebellion was equivalent to suicide. With Ning Jioma's personality, he would think that she was cheating on him. He would definitely stab her to death and perish together with her. The system said, "No, you're stronger than him. Why are you running?" Wei Wei Bai stopped in her tracks. That was right. He was so weak. What was she afraid of? Chapter 16:27. But just as she hesitated, a heavy body pounced on her from behind, like a hungry tiger pouncing on its prey. Wei Wei Bai reached out to push Ning Jioma away, but before she could touch him, his hand had already grabbed her belt, and the two of them rolled into a ball. They fell into a bush by the side of the corridor. The bush was very deep, and the two of them groaned at the same time. Wei Wei Bai's waist was hit, and she was in so much pain that she couldn't get up. Even if she had the strength, she couldn't use it. Ning Jioma's expression was sinister as he grabbed her belt and tied her hands tightly. Wei Wei Bai exerted force, and the belt split open again. Ning Jioma's eyes were bloodshot. He suddenly pulled the sachet at his waist and covered her mouth and nose. Wei Wei Bai was already prepared. She held her breath and didn't inhale too much. Her hands, which were tied with the belt, hit him hard in the face. Ning Jioma fainted. His hands loosened, and he fell. Infinite strength wasn't a joke. If it wasn't for Wei Wei Bai, she would still remember that this guy was her target. If she didn't show mercy, she would probably beat him into a retard again. Wei Wei Bai endured the pain and tried to get up from the ground. But Ning Jioma looked up with blood at the corner of his mouth. He looked at her gloomily and suddenly laughed softly. "Mother." Wei Wei Bai pursed her lips and looked at him. Sadness appeared in her eyes, and she was afraid that he would see through it. She suddenly lowered her head. "Let's not meet in the future, Your Highness." Ning Jioma's smile didn't change, but his laughter was a little sad. "Don't meet? Mother? You're really something. You bewitched that old bastard so much that he even promised you the position of empress. Did you give him your body?" Wei Wei Bai froze. She looked up angrily, her eyes burning with anger. "Ning Jioma, can you not be so dirty?" "I didn't." Ning Jioma stared at her face, and his voice trembled. "Didn't? I don't believe it. That old bastard was so cruel and cold, so selfish. Besides the benefits of cultivation, he didn't care about anything else. She didn't even care about her child anymore. If she didn't do anything, how could that old bastard dote on her so much? Ning Jiumal held her face in his hands and touched her shoulders, waist, and thighs. His cold face was filled with rage and impatience. Where did that old bastard touch you? Here or here? Wei Wei Bai wanted to struggle, but Ning Jiumal ignored her and hugged her tightly. Hit me then. You're stronger than me anyway. Just beat me to death. In the end, under the fierce tone, there was actually pain and grievance. Wei Wei Bai didn't struggle, but said helplessly, Ning Jiumal, are you an idiot? If you send me away and go rebel, what's the difference between that and suicide? Ning Jiumal's body stiffened. His fingers trembled as he placed them on her back. So you sacrificed yourself to become my mother? Wei Wei Bai didn't answer the question. Instead, she said softly, I will protect you. These words were usually sweet and comforting to hear. At this moment, the air was filled with a heart-wrenching smell of blood. When Ning Jiumal heard this, he really hated it. He hated it to the bone. He said in a low voice, Do you need to make your own decisions? Wei Wei Bai looked at him helplessly. She didn't seem to understand his words. But Ning Jiumal's eyes were already red. He said word by word, Who told you to make your own decisions? If you want to protect me, then use yourself to exchange for it. I can fight for the throne myself. I can kill the emperor myself. You're the only one who doesn't need to exchange for it. Why did you make your own decisions and erase all my efforts? Chapter 16:28. How could he, after giving up so much for her, when he just wanted to send her away? She walked back by herself, and then marry that old bastard. This was a slap to his face and a stab to his heart. Wei Wei Bai stared at him blankly. She forced a smile, her eyelashes fluttering slightly as tears fell. She tore open the belt in her hands inch by inch. Then, she grabbed his sleeve and took out the dagger from his sleeve. Her movements were so fast that Ning Jiumal couldn't stop her. Wei Wei Bai put the dagger to her neck, her eyes cold. I made the decision on my own. If you want to commit suicide, you have to ask me if I agree. You must have ambushed someone today. Quickly retreat. Ning Jiumal really did have someone ambushing him. He just wanted to kill the old emperor. But after killing him, his path as the emperor would be completely cut off. Ning Jiumal had a splitting headache. He gritted his teeth and said, Put it down. Wei Wei Bai didn't give in at all. I want you to go back and be the crown prince. Only when he was the crown prince would he have more power to make arrangements. Even if he wanted to rebel, he shouldn't be so rash. Ning Jiumal laughed heartbreakingly. The crown prince who calls you imperial mother. Wei Wei Bai looked at him coldly and finally said calmly, Either I die here today, or you retreat and wait for another day to plot. Ning Jiumal's head hurt more and more. It hurt so much that his heart was about to split open. He suddenly hugged his head with both hands, his mind in a mess. The suppressant finally couldn't take it anymore, and he became confused. Wei, he muttered. He opened his eyes in a daze and saw Wei Wei Bai holding a dagger to his neck. He blinked his eyes in confusion, and then he panicked. Oh, Wei, what's wrong? He immediately rushed over and snatched the dagger in her hand. He held the dagger in her hand in fear. After snatching it with great difficulty, he immediately threw it far away. Wei Wei Bai sat in the same place, watching the little fool anxiously hug her. Oh, Wei, knives are not fun. They are not fun at all. He was so flustered that he didn't know what to do. Did he do something wrong and make Ah Wei angry? Wei Wei Bai sighed faintly. Your Highness, do you listen to me? Ning Jiumal immediately nodded frantically. I'll be obedient, Ah Wei. Wei Wei Bai forced a smile and took out the small bottle. This is very important. Take it and don't throw it away. Ning Jiumal gripped the bottle tightly. Okay. I won't throw it away. Wei Wei Bai's eyes reddened as she gently reached out to tidy up his clothes. Leave this place with Zheng Qiao later. He'll bring you back and take all the pills in the bottle. Ning Jiumal looked at her in confusion. Where is Ah Wei? Isn't Wei coming back with me? Wei Wei Bai smiled even more gently. Of course I'm going back with His Highness. You go first, I'll come later. Ning Jiumal was a little hesitant and uneasy. Really? Wei Wei Bai said. His Highness won't listen to me? Ning Jiumal immediately shook his head. I'll listen. Don't be angry. Wei Wei Bai held his hand tightly. Then let's go. Ning Jiumal held the bottle and looked at her reluctantly. Zheng Xiao was already hiding at the side. He immediately walked out and held Ning Jiuma's hand respectfully as they walked forward. Wei Wei Bai stood in the grass, her dress fluttering as she looked at him calmly. Ning Jiuma turned back to look at her many times. He was like a lost child, looking at her anxiously. The system said, "It feels like an old mother sending her child to kindergarten." Wei Wei Bai asked, "Why isn't the favorability increasing?" The download address is at https://www.sashu.com. Chapter 1629. System. The host's heart is as cold as iron. You're actually thinking about favorability at this time. Are you the devil? Zheng Xiao sent Ning Juma back. She watched him eat the bottle of medicine with her own eyes. After he finished eating, he was sweating all over and endured the pain for a while. He suddenly said coldly, "Zheng Xiao." Zheng Xiao immediately knelt down and kowtowed to the ground. Ning Juma leaned against the door with sweat all over his head. His face was pale. "Withdraw everyone." Zheng Xiao immediately said, "Yes, Your Highness." Ning Juma said, "Then return to her side and protect her." Zheng Xiao immediately nodded. "Yes, Your Highness." Ning Juma asked, "Did that old bastard bully her?" Zheng Xiao immediately said, "No, Your Highness." She didn't let the emperor get close to her every time. She even used a white line to separate them. The emperor didn't even touch her. Ning Juma couldn't believe it and couldn't help but smile. Zheng Xiao said, "She said that the emperor is not allowed to touch her until she becomes the empress." Ning Juma covered his head with his hands. His handsome face had a hint of innocence, and his smile was a little wanton. That old bastard also has this day. His Wei was still his. After Zheng Xiao left, Ning Jiuma's smile slowly disappeared. He hung his head weakly. There was a golden bell in his hand. It was from her belt. "Did you go to that old bastard just to get me the antidote?" Ning Jiuma's eyes were bitter and his heart ached. How could she be so protective of him? "Wait for me. If you want the empress position, I can only give it to you." He gently placed a kiss on the golden bell. Ding! The male lead's favorability is at 90. When Wei Wei Bai heard the favorability, she finally pulled the blanket over and went to sleep in relief. The antidote was given to Ning Jiuma. His favorability overlapped with that of Fool Ning. Ning Jiuma became more and more clear-headed. Although Wei Wei Bai still liked Fool Ning, the palace was already involved in fighting. If Ning Jiuma was still a fool, sooner or later, he would die for no reason. If it was Ning Tsongming, she would be at ease letting him wander around. As long as Ning Tsongming did not rebel in advance, it would be very difficult for anyone to overthrow him. "Tongzi, help me keep watch. Remember to tell me when you see the old emperor." Although the old emperor's mind was not clear now, but who could guarantee that there wouldn't be a night attack? The system really wanted to say that after experiencing the baptism of its Plato's smile, the old emperor's mind would definitely be clean. However, this would expose the fact that it had a secret stash of money, so it still silently held onto this secret in its secret stash of snacks. For the next few days, Wei Wei Bai ate and drank well. It was because of that bottle of antidote. He was no longer in danger of becoming stupid. The system opened its heaven's eye and saw that the speed of Ning Jiuma's rebellion was increasing. It glanced at the old emperor, who was arguing with the empress. The former crown prince had gone mad again. Not only had he gone mad, he had even died. It was said that he was strangled to death in bed by a woman. It was a worthy death. The empress's family had already begun to decline. The old emperor didn't cultivate immortality and only focused on fighting the empress. He wanted the empress to be finished, so that the position of empress could be vacated for the white moonlight of his previous life. The empress thought that her enemy was Ning Jiuma. In the end, the person she fought was the old scumbag emperor. The empress was miserable. The old emperor came to see Wei Wei Bai every day. He sat at the door, and after a few glances, he was chased away by Wei Wei Bai. The old emperor was happy like this, and like an old mangy dog, he would come and wait at a fixed time. Chapter 1630. Wei Wei Bai said, "There's no food here. eat elsewhere. Although she didn't see Ning Jiuma, Zhang Xiao would deliberately talk about how His Highness was doing in front of her from time to time. Or from time to time, she would give her some small things. They were all exquisite jewelry and precious flowers that had been taken good care of. They were all carefully prepared by Ning Jiuma. The old emperor also gave them, but Wei Wei Bai didn't accept any of them. Anyway, she knew how scary the rewards were. The old emperor was hard-working and didn't ask for anything in return. This kind of affectionate and warm man would be the second male lead if he was more handsome. If he was ugly and old, he would be a wretched pervert. Ah, this world that looked at appearance. The system had lost all hope in Hong Xian. It was now relying on snacks and watching the drama series of the royal palace to pass the time. The host was lazy. She was too lazy to increase the favorability and was too lazy to mention the side mission. Eating and sleeping, sleeping and eating. She had gained 3 kilograms. If she wanted to lie to the male lead in the future, she wouldn't have the face to pretend to be haggard with this weight. Wei Wei Bai ate crispy fried meatballs and read novels to pass the time. You don't understand. The palace is in a mess now. I don't need to do anything other than sending messages to Ning Jiuma. She was now the little princess in the evil dragon castle. Ning Jiuma was the dragon slayer. The little princess didn't need to work. She just needed to wait for the dragon slayer to do it. If I do too much work, I don't know if my character will collapse, but Fool Ning's favorability will definitely collapse first. She was now in the old emperor's house. With Zhang Xiao around, she knew that the old emperor didn't get close to her. So Ning Jiuma could still keep calm, and his favorability was very stable. But if she did too much work, then Ning Jiuma would definitely suspect that she was hooking up with the old emperor. Did the old emperor touch something? Otherwise, how could she help him so much? For suspicious people, it was best for her not to do anything. As for the side mission, she didn't have to worry about it, because the empress and her family were locked up and waiting to be executed. After fighting for a lifetime, in the end, the old emperor was the one who killed her. The empress was probably so angry that she was about to die. Wei Wei Bai leisurely ate the fried meatballs, lamenting that the days were really boring. Since no one was stirring up trouble, it was time for her to loosen up. Unknowingly, a month had passed. The old emperor hesitantly gave her a small bottle of antidote. He looked at the old emperor's resentful eyes. Wei Wei Bai drew the white line outside the door again. Stay away from me. How can we fall in love when we are of different ages? The old emperor stood at the door and poked his head out to say, Wei Wei, I want to make you a concubine, and then the empress. Wei Wei Bai. Sure. The old emperor was sad. He wiped his tears and walked back. He must have delayed for too long, so Wei Wei Bai was unhappy. It had been so long, but she was still not the empress. It was all his fault. Therefore, the old emperor planned to continue fighting against those in the imperial court who opposed his choice of empress. What a mortal cultivation and longevity. None of them were as important as his beloved. Wei Wei Bai waved her hand disdainfully. Every time the old emperor appeared, he would bring pink petals everywhere. The background of this young girl and the old emperor's face were simply unbearable. Zhang Yi stood outside the door and gently called, Miss, the imperial edict for conferring concubine is here. Come and receive it. Wei Wei Bai put down the sentimental novel and heard the system say, The male lead is here to announce the edict. Chapter 1631. She touched her face. It was too oily and smooth. How could she act like she was haggard? Wei Wei Bai rubbed her face, trying to make herself look thinner. The system added, Stop rubbing. The more you rub, the fatter you look. Wei Wei Bai froze. Then, she rubbed the corners of her eyes. Her face was chubby, but her eyes were often filled with tears. Ning Jiuma would definitely think that she was pitiful if he saw her like this. Ning Jiuma waited outside the door, standing beside a cluster of orchids. His face was colder and thinner. His body was slender and straight, as cold as a sharp blade. He held the imperial edict in his hand. Of course, he knew what the old emperor was thinking. The old emperor wanted him to see that Wei Wei Bai was now his concubine. He didn't want him to have any delusions, because the old emperor didn't cultivate immortality and didn't want to live forever. He just fought with others. This made the Taoist priest's poison completely useless. Ning Jiuma had no choice but to speed up his pace. Ning Jiuma knew the man's mentality too well. The old emperor wouldn't touch Wei Wei by now. But once Wei Wei Bai became the empress, how could the old emperor let her go? The more you loved a woman, the more you respected her. How crazy would it be in the end? Ning Jiuma pinched the imperial edict so hard that he wanted to crush it. Suddenly, there was the sound of footsteps behind him. Ning Jiuma immediately turned around, a trace of excitement on his face. It had been a month, but they hadn't seen each other. He saw Wei Wei Bai walk out of the door. She wasn't wearing the concubine's clothes, and her hair was tied up simply with a begonia flower. She was a little surprised to see him. "Your Highness," Wei Wei Bai kept this title at the corner of her mouth, with a hint of tenderness. Ning Jiuma looked at her from afar, focusing on her. His cold eyes gradually warmed up. The two of them didn't move for a while. Wei Wei Bai stepped out the door first and walked in front of him. Ning Jiuma suddenly said in a low voice, "I've lost weight." Wei Wei Bai, Ning Jiuma's tone became pitiful. "Without you, I can't eat or sleep. There are so many things to do. The Emperor, that old bastard, wants to tire me out." "What's with this complaining tone?" Wei Wei Bai was about to comfort her when Ning Jiuma snorted, "Congratulations, Gue Fein Yang Yang. This is your imperial edict." With that, he tossed the imperial edict to Zheng Xiao. "It's nothing valuable. I burned it after reading it." Wei Wei Bai couldn't help but say in a low voice, "Your Highness, bear with it for a while. It will get better in the future." "Ning Jiuma, I haven't seen you for almost a month. Do you miss me?" It was so straightforward. Is idiot Ning back? Wei Wei Bai touched her face that had gained a few kilograms. She really didn't have the face to say that she missed him so much that she couldn't eat or drink. Ning Jiuma was not blind. Wei Wei Bai went against her conscience and was about to say that she would gain 3 pounds if she missed him. But he suddenly lowered his head and kissed her cheek. Then he whispered in her ear, "Wei, wait for me." From the moment she entered the palace, she was the one who had been protecting him. Now, it was his turn to protect her. Ning Jiuma straightened his body and looked at her deeply. Then he took a few steps back and suddenly turned to leave. He missed her. So even if he knew that it was a consort ceremony, he still came. After seeing her, his anxious and crazy heart calmed down. Ding! The male lead's favorability is at 93. After Ning Jiuma went back, Zheng Xiao also went to the door. Zheng Xiao held a set of clothes. "Your Highness, this was made by the girl herself." Chapter 1632. When Ning Jiuma saw this, he knew that she had started making clothes for him when he was a fool. The clothes were dark blue, and the needlework was much worse than the ones used by the royal family. But Ning Jiuma hugged the clothes and was in a very good mood. He couldn't help but smile, but his chest suddenly hurt. Ning Jiuma put down the clothes and spat out a mouthful of blood. Although the antidote could cure part of the poison was too deep. If he was too emotional, the poison would still act up. Ning Jiuma's face was pale. He reached out to support his forehead and endured the pain. "Give me the medicine to suppress it." He didn't have the antidote, but he still had the medicine to suppress it. Zheng Xiao frowned and looked worried. "Your Highness, you've taken part of the antidote. If you take the medicine to suppress it, it will be too destructive to your body." Ning Jiuma sneered. "I have too many things to do now. I can't take a wrong step. Without Wei, he would become an idiot, a complete idiot." Zheng Xiao saw that he was so determined. A trace of hesitation flashed in his eyes. In the end, he said, "Your Highness, hold on. I'll go find her." Ning Jiuma's expression changed. He was about to ask him to come back, but the severe headache made him unable to scream. He sat on the chair and almost curled up into a ball. "Why do you ask her to come back? Ask her to ask that old man for the antidote?" Zheng Xiao had always said that the old bastard respected her. He wouldn't get close to her, but that old bastard didn't even cultivate immortality. He was thinking of ways to get her the position of empress. How could that old bastard not want to get close to her? And he didn't want her to see him like a fool. Men were competitive. If there was no external threat, Ning Jiuma might not care. Anyway, she liked his silly look the most. But if the old emperor came, the threat would explode. If he really became a fool, he wouldn't be able to snatch her back. Ning Jiuma's mind was in a mess. He hugged his head and endured. Everything in front of him blurred. He suddenly heard the sound of the door curtain. He looked over and saw a slender figure running over. He moved his lips. Away. Wei Wei Bai rushed over and reached out to touch his face. It was covered in cold sweat. His forehead was boiling hot. Ning Jiuma looked at her in a daze and suddenly said, "Ah Wei, I miss you so much." He was half asleep and half awake, so he couldn't feel anything. All he could see was her anxious face. Wei Wei Bai lifted him up and put him on the bed. Ning Jiuma's face was abnormally red. He had a fever. Wei Wei Bai's expression turned cold. "Call the imperial physician." Zheng Qiao immediately ran over. Wei Wei Bai wanted to get a wet handkerchief for him, but Ning Jiuma grabbed her sleeve tightly. "Wei, where are you going? Don't you want me anymore?" he said pitifully. His beautiful and moist eyes were completely devoid of the fierceness and darkness he had when he was awake. "Wei Wei Bai, you're being silly again." Seeing that she wasn't replying, Ning Jiuma hurriedly hugged her like a child, trapping her with his long arms and legs. "I was dreaming. I dreamt that you left me." Wei Wei Bai felt that his body was scarily hot. She took out the antidote from the old emperor. Just as she was about to pour out the antidote, Ning Jiuma suddenly pushed her onto the bed and hugged her tightly. Even if Bai Wei Wei was strong, when her hands and feet were bound, she couldn't break free for a while. Ning Jiuma was determined not to let her go. When he wasn't silly, he could still suppress it. When he was silly, all the paranoia in his mind ran out. Chapter 1633. Ning Jiuma hugged her tightly with tears in his eyes. "Away, I'm stupid. I'm useless. Don't go." When he was in a daze, he seemed to know a lot of things. It was very chaotic, but his mind was very clear that Ah Wei had been snatched away. He finally knew that she had once taught him to become strong. Otherwise, she would be bullied. That was true. It was all because he was too stupid and didn't know anything. She had been snatched away, and he couldn't do anything. Ning Jiuma cried in grievance. He was like a powerless child who had to protect his most precious thing. "Away, I'm useless. I'm useless." When he turned into a fool, he vented his insecurity without restraint. Wei Wei Bai paused in her action of pushing him away. In the end, she couldn't reach out and put her hand on his back, comforting this giant preschooler like an old mother. "Your Highness, I'm fine. I've always been here." Ning Jiuma didn't believe her. He shook his head so hard that his hair rubbed against her neck. It was itchy. He was like a large husky. "Don't go. I can learn anything." "Really?" Ning Jiuma looked up in a daze. His wet eyes had a hint of madness. Wei Wei Bai looked at him and felt that the antidote was still useful. The foolish Ning and the smart Ning seemed to have intertwined. The foolish Ning in the past didn't have such sharp and terrifying eyes. Zheng Qiao rushed over with the imperial doctor. "Miss, the imperial doctor is here." He shut his mouth abruptly, and the two masters rolled together on the bed. Ning Jiuma immediately looked up and stared at those people. They were all bad people who had come to snatch Ah Wei away. He immediately got up, picked up an incense burner beside him, and threw it at Zheng Qiao. "Get lost. Who dares to come in without my orders?" Zheng Qiao jumped up in fright and ran back with the imperial doctor. He thought that he was going to be killed for disturbing his master. Wei Wei Bai also thought that Ning Jiuma had woken up. But the next moment, Ning Jiuma immediately rushed over and hugged her. The two of them rolled on the bed because of the momentum. Wei Wei Bai felt that Ning Jiuma had really turned into a giant dog. This attack power was truly terrifying. Ning Jiuma's eyes were innocent and pitiful. "Ah Wei, do you think I'm learning well? They're all afraid of me." Wei Wei Bai's face was a little red from the heat of his body. She said softly, "Your Highness, you're always the best. Whatever you do, I think you're the best." When Ning Jiuma heard this, he looked at her in a daze and suddenly revealed a childish smile. He was handsome to begin with, and the red mark on his face did not detract from his beauty at all. Even the spring flowers and full moon couldn't compare to his smile. Ding! The male lead's favorability is at 95. Wei Wei Bai reached out and touched his forehead. Your Highness, you need to take medicine. Ning Jima held her hand nervously. He seemed to be uneasy about something, but his hand slowly loosened. Okay, listen to Wei. If Wei told him to take it, he would take it. But he didn't know why, but he had a clear understanding in his heart. The more medicine he took, the more likely he would never see Wei again. Wei Bai took out the antidote and fed him one by one like candy. Ning Jima looked at her without moving his eyes, but he didn't resist at all and took the medicine. Wei Bai saw that he had taken the medicine and comforted him to sleep. He held her hand tightly and leaned against the pillow, looking at her in satisfaction. Slack. Chapter 1634. He looked really silly, but his eyes were as bright as the Milky Way. Wei Bai sat by the bed and accompanied him. Ning Jima's vision turned dark. His eyelids were very heavy and he wanted to sleep. Wei Bai reached out and touched his eyes, saying softly, "Sleep, Your Highness. You're too tired." He was indeed tired, but he didn't dare to sleep. He was afraid that Wei would be snatched away again. Ning Jima suddenly held her fingers tightly. "Wei, can you tie a kite for me?" It took time to tie a kite. She could only tie a kite here. He would sleep for a while, and she would still be by his side when he woke up. Wei Bai was silent for a while before saying softly, "Okay, Your Highness. I'll tie a kite for you." Ning Jima smiled happily, then slowly closed his eyes and fell asleep. Wei Bai felt that after taking so much antidote, idiot Ning had basically disappeared. He might be Ning Song Ming in the future. She looked at him silently for a while, then got up and walked out. Zheng Xiao was still waiting with the imperial doctor. Wei Bai said to Zheng Xiao, "Take good care of him." Zheng Xiao nodded, thinking that his girl was really good. Wei Bai received a grateful look from Zheng Xiao's little fan. Then she went back. When she went back, the old emperor squatted at the door again. Wei, can I eat at the door?" Wei Bai was tying a kite. She probably wouldn't see idiot Ning in the future, so she tied a kite in advance as a gift for idiot Ning. "Up to you." The old emperor didn't care at all about her perfunctory tone and immediately set a table at the door with a smile. Wei, eat some too." Wei Bai looked down at the kite. "I've eaten." The old emperor hurriedly ate a few mouthfuls of rice. "Then I'll eat faster." The sky was filled with petals, and the background was childish. A lonely old man, like a reincarnated hungry ghost, was eating. Eru reflects the moon. A lonely old man was chased to the door by his heartless children to eat leftovers. It was indescribably sad. The system couldn't bear to watch any longer. Too pitiful. The most tragic side mission target in history. Although the old emperor was a little old, his foundation was still very good. Otherwise, how could she have given birth to such a good-looking child like Ning Jima? It was just that she had a few more wrinkles on her face, and she always dressed up cleanly. In modern times, he would be a very charming uncle. Why did the host despise him so much? Wei Bai sighed. "I had no choice." Every time she saw the old emperor, there were clusters of pink roses in the background. What's more, it was virtual petals that were scattered every day. She didn't know why, but she had the urge to beat the old emperor to death. Now that she was so strong, a single impulse would cause blood to splatter everywhere. So she told the old emperor to stay away from her. It was also to protect the side quest. Of course, the most important reason was ugly rejection. After the old emperor finished his meal, he dawdled and drank his tea at the door. He was also bitten by mosquitoes. "Wei, let's find a time to make you my empress, okay?" he said carefully, afraid of being rejected. Wei Bai thought for a while and decided to test the old emperor to see if his IQ had broken through the bottom line. So she said, "I've been dreaming recently. I think someone wants to harm me." The emperor's expression turned cold. "Who wants to harm you?" Wei Bai, "It's just a dream, but I think the palace guards are not strict enough." The emperor immediately said, "I'll change the head of the guards immediately. Next time you open the bookshelf, you'll see it. If you like." Chapter 1635. Wei Bai, "Give it to the crown prince." Emperor, "Okay, I'll listen to you." Wei Bai, then she silently said to the system, "The emperor feels like he's retarded, with Ning Jima's ambitious appearance. If he was given the position of the leader of the imperial guards, he would immediately rebel tomorrow. The emperor saw that she was silent and said uneasily, "So, are you going to be the empress?" Bai Weiwei looked deeply at him with concern for the mentally handicapped and respect for the elderly and virtuous. "Yes, your majesty." The emperor was immediately satisfied. His time was over, so he reluctantly said, "Then I'll go back." Weiwei Bai waved her hand. "Have a good trip." This plan was simply a fool's strategy. After the idiot Ning came an old idiot. Weiwei Bai felt that this was a really comfortable plane. Any protagonist would feel that tomorrow was really beautiful in a world where their IQ dropped. When Ning Jiumo woke up, he stared at the beaded curtain in front of him in a daze. That familiar figure would come back again. Zheng Kuang carefully came back. "Your Highness, I heard the news. At the end of the month, the emperor will confer the title of empress to you." There were so many dynasties in this world. She had never heard of such a ridiculous thing. In just 1 or 2 months, a palace maid was going to be promoted to empress. Just the sound of it was enough to shock people. But Ning Jiumo wasn't surprised. He just coldly played with the antidote bottle. His body knew that the poison had been diluted by more than half. Basically, he would take a few more antidotes. The poison in his body would be cured. Ning Jiumo suddenly looked up and said to Zheng Kuang, "Open that dog hole and put our people into the palace in batches." Zheng Kuang trembled. "Your Highness." Ning Jiumo's eyes were as dark as ink, and his voice was as cold as spring. "We're not waiting anymore. Wei's kite is almost done." Zheng Kuang hesitated a few times before finally saying, "Yes, Your Highness." The spring flowers were flourishing, and the rainy season gradually passed. When Weiwei Bai was idling away her days, she also felt that the days flew by quickly. In the past, the system would try to persuade him, but it was hurt by the red line that couldn't be cut. It was now officially renamed Ling Ling number 2, Salted Fish number 4. The two leaders were too lazy to incur the wrath of men and gods. The dialogue was also the same as before. "Host, the male lead is here, quick guide. Tongzi, I will immediately enter a life or death state to attack. Until now. Tongzi, I have to finish reading the novel. Host, I'm almost done with my snacks. I really want to lie down and read novels, eat pastries, and even have someone bring me the toilet. I really want to eat snacks and watch porn. My HP will automatically drop as I lie down." The host and the system were two big salted fish, but they suddenly found each other very pleasing to the eye. What a beautiful system of sharing weal and woe, and sharing the same soul. As for Ning Jiumo and the old emperor's affairs, in any case, it was a fight to the death. Weiwei Bai and the system were too lazy to pay attention to it. It was finally the end of the month, and the coronation ceremony was about to be held. White Salted Fish finally perked up, because the side mission was about to be completed. There were only a few main missions left, and it would be full after a while. This plan was finally going to be over. A group of palace maids came in with clothes, and Weiwei Bai chatted with the system while changing. "I think the little fool is going to rebel." The system said a lot of people were let in, but the old emperor seems to be on guard. The old emperor was only silly towards Weiwei Bai. Download the at https://m sashu.com. Chapter 1636. But when the pink petals weren't there, the old emperor was very clear-headed. Weiwei Bai said, "The little fool has also made arrangements for the imperial guards." The old emperor had given the imperial guards to Ning Jiumo. If Ning Jiumo didn't do anything, it would be a waste of his intelligence and ambition. The system glanced at it. Many of the male lead's men are mixed in, but half of them are still the old emperor's men. After all, how could they subdue the imperial guards in a month's time? But half of them were already very powerful. Weiwei Bai patted her face. "Okay, I should get to work." She was already fat. If she continued to be lazy, she would turn from a slender little fish into a fat whale. "Let's go back after this," Weiwei Bai said. The system flipped through the information and nodded. "Okay, let me prepare." The red line was a hidden danger. It was too long, so the system tied a knot for the red line. This way, when the red line crossed the soul channel, it wouldn't be so restrained. The The system packed up the red line and was about to tie a knot. Suddenly, it looked at the time of the side mission. Strange, it had never happened before. The side mission would appear for a lifetime. Usually, the longest side mission had to be related to the main mission. Why was there such a strange time rule? The system thought deeply and then remembered that it hadn't finished eating its raisins. When it watched the show later, it would have snacks again. Wei Wei put on her clothes. The palace maids and eunuchs lined up in 2 rows and helped her step by step to the main hall. When she walked up the stairs, she heard the system say, "The male lead has become a wife-gazing stone and is looking at you in a daze." During this time, the old emperor and Ning Jiuma had been fighting to the death. Ning Jiuma didn't have a chance to see her. He could only ask Zheng Xiao to bring her flowers. The begonia blooming period hadn't passed yet, so he brought her begonia flowers. Today, she also put a begonia flower in her hair. It was a gorgeous flower, making her face look as beautiful as the sunset. She looked up and saw Ning Jiuma standing at the door. He was wearing the crown prince's black robes and looked handsome. His face was still thin and sharp, but he had a delicate air. He smiled at her. Wei Wei couldn't help but smile. It was as if this was their wedding. Ding! The male lead's favorability is at 97. The system was eating a raisin. The side mission was about to be completed. The host's mind was floating, teasing the male lead so casually. Her favorability towards him was climbing rapidly. The old emperor was anxious to see his empress and immediately rushed out of the door. She saw Wei Wei and Ning Jiuma looking at each other. The old emperor seemed to have heard a desolate grassland tune. A green grassland replaced his pink petals. He looked desolately at Wei Wei. She was his lover from his previous life, the one he loved in this life. It was all his fault for being born early. He was born in a different era from her. She let this unfilial son see her 1 step earlier. Once the ceremony was over, he immediately resumed his old path of immortality. He asked the heavenly master to get him some medicine that could make him young. Only then would he be a good match for the empress. As for this unfilial son, he would deal with him in the future. After the emperor made up his mind, he immediately beamed with joy. He walked down the stairs, followed by a group of eunuchs. Wei Wei, let's go in. The ceremony was about to begin. Wei Wei's eyes turned cold again. She went up the stairs by herself, ignoring the old emperor's hand. The favorability had reached a critical point, but now they were holding hands. Chapter 16:37. Didn't it hurt the favorability? She could only feel sorry for the old emperor. Wei glanced at the old emperor and saw the wrinkles on his face. The regret in her heart suddenly disappeared. This world that only looked at one's appearance was truly evil. Ning Jiuma stood in place, his gaze focused on her skirt as it slowly disappeared from his sight. His fingers bent as if he was trying to grab something, but in the end, he did not manage to grab anything. In the main hall, hundreds of officials were gathered. It was a dazzling sight. The emperor stood together with Wei and just as they were about to announce an edict to officially confer the title, suddenly, a chi sound was heard. It was the sound of fireworks. The old emperor did make a lot of fireworks. They were supposed to be used during the banquet at night. Why was it so early? Wei said, "Tongzi, Ning Jiuma can't be rebelling this early, right? The best time should be at night. Now is not the right time to rebel." Moreover, her side mission had not been completed yet. The system said, "Rebel, they are all here." As soon as the system finished speaking, a wave of shouts came from all directions. Weapons clashed, and the screams of the palace servants rang out. All the fireworks flew up into the sky and exploded into blooming flowers. The old emperor's expression changed. That unfilial son. He immediately reached out to hold Wei Bai's hand, intending to bring her to a safe place. But in the next moment, a sharp arrow pierced through the air and shot towards the old emperor's back. The old emperor felt the danger and immediately fell down. The arrow broke the edict about the empress. Wei turned around and saw Ning Jiuma standing at the door in a black suit. He had a bow in his hand, and an arrow was knocked. His eyes were as dark as ink, cold as ice, and his thin body was as straight as a knife. When he saw Wei Wei Bai turn around, he could not help but smile. That cold look also made him look silly. Wei Wei Bai also smiled. She really wanted to strangle this bastard Ning Jiuma. Wait a little longer, and her side mission would be completed. She just wanted to kneel down and scream. Couldn't Ning Jiuma wait for a little while longer? Of course, Ning Jiuma also knew that night was the best time to rebel. However, he would not allow Wei Wei Bai and the emperor's coronation ceremony to succeed. He should be the one to do it. What was that old turtle? When he saw that the old emperor was about to get up, he immediately drew his bow and shot an arrow, wanting to turn the old emperor into a sieve. Although the old emperor's body was weak, he was very fast when it came to escaping. He rolled and dodged the attack. He roared, men, kill this unfilial son." Although the pink flower petals retardation drug had caused his mind to be muddled. However, when it came to life and death, he immediately became clear-headed. Ning Jiuma gritted his teeth and said, "Kill them." The surrounding soldiers roared, "Kill." The old emperor's men immediately guarded the entrance and started fighting with Ning Jiuma's men. The imperial guards were evenly matched, and the civil and military officials also joined in the battle. The various forces were in chaos. On the other hand, Wei Wei Bai stood at the top and had nothing to do. She stared at the imperial edict and sighed to the system. "I've worked hard for more than a month, but I didn't get anything." "System, damn, you've been eating and waiting for death for more than a month. However, it's a pity that you didn't complete the side mission." The system comforted her. "It's okay. The male lead killed the emperor today and took the throne himself. Don't you still have time to complete the mission?" To make it easier for you to read it next time, you can click the save button at the bottom to record your reading record. Chapter 1638. Wei Wei Bai thought about it and agreed. Then she immediately looked at Ning Jiuma with sparkling eyes. She couldn't wait to wave the flag and shout, "Come on, dear. I'll wait for you to make me your empress." Ning Jiuma saw her anticipation and killed the enemy even more bravely. His Awe was waiting for him to save her. Ning Jiuma was just short of wagging his tail and telling his Awe to wait for him to solve all the problems and to hold hand with her forever. The old emperor stood up awkwardly and laughed coldly. Then he waved his hand, and a portion of the soldiers on Ning Jiuma's side suddenly betrayed him and assassinated many of Ning Jiuma's men. Ning Jiuma's expression changed. He pulled out his sword and cut off the neck of one of the soldiers who betrayed him. Blood splattered all over his face and brought out a murderous aura. He killed one person with each step, and every step was covered in blood. Ning Jiuma stared at Wei Wei Bai and moved forward inch by inch. Every inch of the path was made of corpses. If it was in the past, he would be timid, cowardly, and afraid. That silly Ning Jiuma was actually his true nature. But after meeting Ah Wei, he knew that he had someone to protect. He couldn't retreat and endure anymore. All the plans that he had in the past were overturned by him. Because he couldn't wait, his Ah Wei was waiting for him with a kite. The old emperor also picked up a sword and slowly walked to Wei Wei Bai's side. "Wei Wei, for you, I endured this unfilial son's disobedience. Now that I've killed him, you can't blame me." The old emperor deliberately condoned Ning Jiuma's rebellion because he felt that his white moonlight, red rose, liked that unfilial son. He couldn't let Wei Wei Bai think that he killed Ning Jiuma on purpose. Otherwise, what if his white moonlight blamed him? That was why he set up a trap for Ning Jiuma to rebel and then kill him. Who could this unfilial son have? He was just the imperial guards that he gave him. After he gave the imperial guards away, did this unfilial son think that he could succeed in forcing the emperor to abdicate? Wrong. Most of the imperial guards were his people. So today, Ning Jiuma had to die. Bai Yueguang couldn't blame him for dying like this. The old emperor, whose IQ had been destroyed by Plato's smile and the love of the emperor, wavered between being stupid and not being stupid. The old emperor raised his sword. "Kill all the traitors." His shout attracted the attention of the soldiers who were lying in ambush. Layers upon layers of silver-armored soldiers suddenly rushed in and surrounded Ning Jiuma's army. Ning Jioma stood in the pool of blood with an indifferent expression. Blood dripped from his forehead. His black formal attire was already drenched in blood. Layers upon layers of people were killing each other. Wei Wei Bai felt that this scene was indescribably tragic. She had simply become a demoness who could cause the downfall of a country. Ning Jioma was forced to retreat by the silver-armored soldiers. The soldiers protecting Ning Jioma formed a circle. In the middle of the circle, Ning Jioma coldly looked up at the sky. He suddenly stretched out his long arm and opened a bow. A burning fireball was placed on the arrowhead. He shot into the sky. The exploding fireballs were extremely dazzling, even more dazzling than fireworks. A large amount of golden powder bloomed. He stood in the golden light and turned to look at Wei Wei Bai with a face full of blood. She stood there, wearing a red dress. The begonia flower in her hair was so beautiful. Ning Jioma couldn't help but laugh. Her innocent and silly appearance was like seeing the best scenery. He suddenly felt that even if the rebellion didn't succeed, he would be satisfied if he died on the way to her. Ding! The male lead's favorability is at 98. Wei Wei Bai slowly closed her eyes. She clenched her fists and turned to look at the old emperor. Slack. Chapter 1639. But the old emperor walked far away, as if he was afraid that she would plead for mercy. After the golden fireball exploded, Zheng Qiao suddenly appeared. He led a group of black-armored soldiers and hurried over. The old emperor's expression finally changed. He shouted, "Kill, kill that unfilial son." He didn't expect this unfilial son to have an ambush. But the soldiers in the palace were all under his control. Where did these soldiers in black armor come from? Before the old emperor could figure it out, Ning Jioma had already broken through the heavy blockade. His body was stained with blood, and all kinds of wounds appeared on his body. He held his sword and finally walked up the stairs. He was cut in the back, and his walking posture was a bit shaky. The system saw the male lead in such a miserable state and couldn't help but say, "Why don't we help him and make the old emperor even more retarded?" Wei Wei Bai said softly, "Let him grow." She had to leave sooner or later. She couldn't really protect Ning Jioma for a lifetime, so he had to survive this mountain of corpses and sea of blood. Otherwise, after she left, this little fool wouldn't be able to survive in the palace. Wei Wei Bai stood at the top and said to the system, "If he wants to be the emperor in the future, he must have this experience." It was rare that she would think for Ning Jioma. Maybe it was because she had been a mother for so long that she couldn't help but worry for him. The system couldn't help but look at the shield. It seemed like it was going to crack again. The system used the OK tape to paste it again. The soldiers in black armor began to kill the soldiers in silver armor. Ning Jioma couldn't help but laugh. His lips were covered in blood, and he looked very scary. Behind him, there were shouts, and the sound of blood splashing was very complicated. But he didn't care and kept walking up the stairs, just to reach her side. He had planned for so many years and took it all out today. If he didn't succeed, then he would die by her side. Wei Wei Bai stretched out her hand. She lowered her head and shouted, "Your Highness." Ning Jioma also stretched out his trembling hand. He was about to grab her, but he seemed to see the old emperor holding a sword and running quickly towards him. Ning Jioma's expression turned cold as he blocked the old emperor's sword with his long sword. The old emperor was old after all. He couldn't win against Ning Jioma, who was seriously injured. However, Ning Jioma's vision suddenly turned black as if the poison was acting up. The remaining bit of poison made him almost unable to support his body. The old emperor's eyes turned cold, and the sword in his hand immediately went into his heart. Ning Jioma's hand trembled, and he didn't even raise his sword. He was about to be killed. The sound of a long sword piercing through flesh suddenly rang in Ning Jioma's ears. Was it over? Ning Jioma thought he was going to die. But in the next moment, a ball of red mist fell into his arms. Ning Jioma felt his legs go soft as he knelt on the ground. He looked up blankly, only to see Wei Wei Bai standing there, but a sword had pierced through her chest. She seemed to be in a daze. Blood splashed from her chest and dripped onto Ning Jioma's face and eyes. At this moment, Ning Jioma's eyes were red. The entire world was red, so red that it was tragic and hopeless. His fingers trembled as he hurriedly hugged her skirt. He whispered, "Ah Wei." Wei Bai just smiled. She bent down as if she wanted to reach out and touch his face. Ning Jioma stared at her blankly, not knowing how to react. Wei Bai lowered her eyes. Her white neck was like a fragile flower stem, and the begonia in her hair had fallen. She said softly, "Your Highness, your face is dirty. I'll get some water to wash it for you." Chapter 1640. Ning Jioma quickly grabbed her hand, panicking like a pitiful child. He said, "Okay, I'll Wei, okay." But in the next moment, Wei Bai collapsed. Her eyes slowly closed as blood flowed all over the ground. Ning Jioma was stunned. He suddenly screamed at the top of his lungs. He held the sword and stabbed it into the old emperor's body like a madman. On the verge of death, the old emperor suddenly woke up and the effect of the love of the emperor disappeared. Where is he? What was he doing? Why was he here? Before he could figure it out, the sword had already pierced through his heart, and he died. After killing the emperor, Ning Jioma crawled to Wei Bai's side. He hugged her, his eyes bloodshot. "Oh, Wei, you're fine. You're fine." He reached out and pulled the sword out. Blood splattered all over the ground. He immediately wrapped her clothes tightly around her chest. The system expressed that it was very tragic. Then it activated the life guarantee. It seemed that it couldn't avoid the eunuch 100 times. What a sad story. Even the life guarantee couldn't heal such a heavy wound. Even a main mission was only 98. It was all its fault for being lazy. It was retribution. That was what it thought. The favorability notification sounded. Ding! The male lead's favorability is 100. Congratulations to the host for completing the main mission. The host's body has been severely damaged. You need to leave this world immediately. Count down to leave. If you fail to leave, you will have to solve the side mission for a lifetime. The host needs to stay in this world for a lifetime to be the Empress. Wait, wasn't she supposed to be the Empress and have a lifetime to solve? Why was she supposed to be the Empress for a lifetime? This was a completely different mission from being the Empress for a day and being able to leave. The host is heavily injured. The main system will send a free high-level life guarantee. Please accept. The system immediately accepted. High-level life guarantee. As long as you had a breath, you would be alive and kicking. Even zombies could turn you into a normal person. Successfully accepted. The host is very cute. Please be the Empress for a lifetime. The system watched as Ning Jioma hugged Wei Bai and cried in agony. With the old emperor dead, the battle was Ning Jioma's. Zheng Xiao led his men to clean up all of the old emperor's soldiers. However, Ning Jioma couldn't care less about anything. He only had Wei Bai to protect. What throne? What fruit of victory? He didn't care at all. The system looked at the red line, and a strange thought suddenly flashed through its mind. This lifetime side mission might have something to do with the influence of the red line. Just look at Wei Bai's broken luck. If the main system didn't hack her to death, she could count herself lucky. But the continuous high luck side quests and high-level life support rewards. There were even small gifts that were randomly distributed during festivals. All of them had received huge rewards. The red string was tied to Yi Yuxuan. Yi Yuxuan was the child of destiny. Therefore, his providence could penetrate space and affect Wei Bai's providence, even tampering with her mission. The purpose of all this was to force her to stay here for the rest of her life. It seemed that Yi Yuxuan was really obsessed with her whole life. The system felt a headache. How should it face Wei Bai? If she knew, she would stay here for the rest of her life. She would probably become a super big salted fish, the kind that couldn't even be bothered to turn over. In the previous world, she had complained for the rest of her life. It had been too long. She was so bored that she wanted to grow hair. /mobile. Chapter 1641. She was probably even more bored in this world. There were no games to play and only a few drama books. The host would definitely nag again. What, she didn't do the side mission and left early? The system indicated that it needed to solve this terrible problem. It silently bought earplugs and stuffed them into its ears. Very good. It couldn't hear the host's complaints. It wouldn't cut it even if it died. It could only wrong the host and squat in this world for a lifetime. At most, it would download SpongeBob SquarePants for her. Those who survived the disaster in the palace clearly remembered that day. The crown prince killed his father and usurped the throne. The smell of blood floated in the air, and the blood was like a river. The floor tiles were soaked red and couldn't be washed clean. They could only dig out the tiles and rebuild them. After the old emperor died, his corpse was whipped by the crown prince. Even if he entered the imperial tomb according to the rules, it was the most remote place. Even the crown prince, no, the emperor didn't need anyone to visit the tomb. Except for an old eunuch, no one dared to go. The new emperor was cruel and merciless. Those ministers who flattered him to get the position were either killed or punished. Even if the new emperor was so cold, his reputation was growing. He didn't like women and didn't have any hobby of shaking the national treasury. Other than guarding the empress, he buried himself in government affairs. The empress had been seriously injured in that cruel palace war and was in a coma. She slept from spring to the end of summer. The lotus flowers had withered, but she was still sleeping quietly. Ning Jiuma dealt with a criminal minister and walked quickly into the palace. His face was so cold that it was scary. A pair of black eyes, cold to the bone. Zheng Xiao followed behind him carefully. "Your Majesty, the Empress's wound has healed. The imperial doctor said that the Empress's condition is getting better." Ning Jiuma said coldly, "I don't want to listen to this nonsense. If she doesn't wake up, I will cut off the heads of those useless people." Who was the most miserable in the palace? Imperial Hospital. They were worried that their heads would fall off. Several imperial doctors were so worried that they were seriously ill. Ning Jiuma suddenly slowed down and looked at the golden bell tied to the bed. The bell swayed with the wind. Under the bell, Wei Wei Bai's peaceful sleeping face was pale and delicate. After sleeping for a few months, her body had become even thinner and weaker. Zheng Qiao stealthily stepped back and waved her hand. All the palace maids followed her out. The door closed quietly, giving Ning Jiuma a quiet space. No one wanted to recall the desperate look on Ning Jiuma's face when he hugged Wei Wei Bai, who was covered in blood. He was in so much pain that he wished he was dead. It was not enough to describe his appearance back then. If they hadn't found out about Wei Wei Bai, she would have had a chance to live. Maybe Ning Jiuma didn't even want to treat his own wound. He allowed himself to follow Wei Wei Bai. Zheng Yao's legs turned to jelly at the thought of that scene. When he led the army to set up a formation to kill people, he wasn't that scared. Only when he saw Ning Jiuma's desperate and crazy eyes did he feel a chill run down his spine. Later on, he tried to save her day and night. Finally, Ning Jiuma and Wei Wei Bai were saved. Ning Jiuma's wounds were getting better day by day, and his means were getting sharper and more powerful. But he was also getting colder and colder. After Zheng Yao closed the door, Ning Jiuma sat by the bed in a daze. He reached out and slowly put his hand between her weak fingers, intertwining his fingers. Ning Jiuma didn't say anything and just sat there quietly. Although she was conferred the title of Empress after he sat on the throne, they didn't hold a real wedding. Chapter 1642. Because she was still asleep, Ning Jiuma closed his eyes as if he was enduring something, but he couldn't hold it in any longer. "Oh wait, wake up. This house is too big. Without you here, I'm scared every night," he said as he kissed her hand, tears falling from his red eyes. "I'm so tired. Some women wanted to get close to me, but I kicked them out of the palace. Everyone wants to bully me. I'm so sad." He cried and trembled. A lonely world, a pitiful one. It was so sad. Wei Wei Bai and the system floated above his head expressionlessly, watching him cry. Didn't he find the old emperor's antidote a long time ago and eat it all? Wei Wei Bai said. Ning Jiuma was no longer a fool. But every time he sat here alone, he would become a little fool and cry miserably, telling others that he was bullied. It felt like the scene of a child in kindergarten crying and complaining to their elders when they return home. The system said, to wake you up, he thought you liked Fool Ning more. So he pretended to be Fool Ning and cried to you every day, hoping that you'll wake up. Wei Wei Bai crossed her arms. We really can't go back. Once she heard that the side mission required a lifetime, Wei Wei Bai refused and generously said that she could accept the punishment. After arguing with the system for a month, the system finally couldn't take it anymore and pressed the button to go back. Even if the system had 100 earplugs, it couldn't stand the host's terrifying hypnotic nagging. But the button failed, and the side mission was stuck at the red line. Even if it couldn't be completed, it would still stay there forever. As long as Wei Wei Bai didn't complete the mission, she could only float behind Ning Jiuma like a lonely ghost. Wei Wei Bai had been floating for a few months. She still couldn't go back. She felt that her life was so dark. A lifetime of strategy time was simply a nightmare. The system looked haggard. I'll download more files for the domineering little wife. There are so many novels. Wei Wei Bai, it's not enough for me to read for a lifetime. The system flipped through it again and took out its collection of films. This is a super blockbuster of the nurse and the doctor, the male caretaker and the housewife, and the teacher and the student. Do you want to watch it? Don't you want to watch it? Bai Weiwei sneered. Am I such a person who hasn't seen the world? I've already done it before. Why would I need your film? The system indicated that it had suffered 10,000 blows. It never did. Therefore, he didn't know or understand. He didn't want to see Wei Wei Bai's proud eyes. Wei Wei Bai watched as Ning Jiuma cried so miserably. She finally said, forget it. We can't leave anyway, so we might as well complete the side mission. She wanted to be Ning Jiuma's guardian spirit for the rest of her life and watch him cry every day. It was even more boring. When the system heard this, it silently hid its beeping videos. Wei Wei Bai said calmly, you said to show it to me. Don't hide it anymore. After Ning Jiuma finished crying, he went to bed and hugged Wei Wei Bai to sleep. Listening to her steady heartbeat, his violent mood slowly calmed down. Oh, Wei, if you're like this, I can't have fat babies with you. He complained softly, unspeakably pitiful. Wei Wei Bai sank into his body and slowly felt his body fusing with hers. When she opened her eyes, she could hear his slightly unsteady breathing beside her. He was asleep. Chapter 1643. On the dark bed, he leaned his face against her shoulder. There were still traces of tears at the corners of his eyes. Wei Wei Bai looked at him for a while before gently wiping the corners of his eyes. Her actions were calm, but very gentle. When Ning Jiuma woke up the next day, he saw that Wei Wei Bai was still sleeping soundly. He stared at her bitterly for a long time before hugging her. He washed her face, combed her hair, and massaged her limbs. In the past, Wei Wei Bai took care of him. Now, he was the one taking care of her. After Ning Jiuma massaged her, he put on beautiful clothes for her. It was the blooming season of the jade hairpin flower. Ning Jiuma inserted a beautiful jade hairpin flower into her hair bun. You've been sleeping for too long. You've lost all color. He muttered softly. He reached out and touched some rouge, applying some on her face. The pink color added a hint of vitality to her pale, jade-like face. Delicate, weak, and unbearable to hold. He lowered his head and kissed her lips, not daring to have any other thoughts. Her body was so weak. If he went overboard, he was afraid that Wei Wei Bai would really not wake up. Ning Jiuma slowly crouched beside her and nagged a lot. When he was satisfied, he went to deal with official business. When he went to court, he didn't like anyone. Without Wei Wei Bai by his side, he was irritated. So when he did things, he was frighteningly cold. As a result, the recently rotten imperial court's extravagant atmosphere was completely gone. Every official was working hard, fighting for results. They didn't even dare to embezzle. They were afraid that Ning Jiuma would catch them and hang them up in a frying pan. Yes, this cruel emperor really dared to do that. But his cruelty made the lives of the common people better. As for the lack of women in the harem, they needed to choose. Who dared to say it? No one dared to say it. Whoever said it would die. Ning Jiuma dealt with the government affairs expressionlessly. The efficiency of the officials nowadays was terrifying. Everyone wished that they could shorten the time they spent in court to just 1 second. So the emperor and ministers worked together to compress the time of the court to a very short period of time. There was no more flattery because there was no time. He was busy dealing with government affairs. There were no blockbusters singing praises because there was no time. Didn't you see the emperor's sour face? There wasn't a single word of nonsense. If there was something to say it quickly. If there was nothing to say, then slap yourself. Congratulations, the working hours have been shortened. Everyone had holidays now. To Ning Jioma, being the emperor didn't give him any sense of achievement or happiness. If he didn't want to be the emperor, he could let Ah Wei be the empress. Furthermore, he could collect all kinds of precious medicinal herbs in the palace to nourish Wei Wei by. He couldn't wait to give up on government affairs. Ning Jioma walked into the palace, and Zheng Yi immediately came over to help him take off his emperor's robes. He lowered his eyes and said, "Is Ah Wei still not awake?" Zheng Kuang paused for a moment before replying cautiously, "Your Majesty, Her Highness hasn't woken up yet." However, a palace maid said that she saw Her Highness' eyelashes move as if she's about to wake up. Ning Jioma sneered. He didn't say whether he believed it or not. But Zheng Yao felt that Ning Jioma didn't dare to believe it. He had been disappointed so many times that he was on the verge of despair. Ning Jioma suddenly felt a little tired. He stood there in a daze for a while before saying, "You guys can leave. I'll stay with Ah Wei for a while." Zheng Qiao retreated silently. Ning Jioma's footsteps were a little shaky. He looked at the curtains in front of him in a daze. How long had it been since he heard Ah Wei call out to him? Ning Jioma didn't know how long he could hold on. Every day ended in despair and began in anticipation. Chapter 1644. He worked hard to deal with government affairs so that he could empty his mind for some time. He didn't want to break down. Suddenly, he heard the crisp sound of a bell. It was as if someone had pulled open the curtain outside the bed and shook the bell. Ning Jioma felt that he must be hallucinating, but he couldn't help but quicken his steps. He reached out and pulled open the curtain. The beads on the curtain made the person standing by the window suddenly turn around. The jade hairpin in her hair swayed. Under the sunlight, it had a warm luster. Ning Jioma stopped in his tracks and looked at her in a daze. The window was open, and the wind blew in, causing her beautiful dress to sway slightly. She held the kite in her hand and revealed a gentle smile. "You put the kite I made by the window. It's so ugly. Luckily, you don't mind." Ning Jioma's lips moved, but he couldn't say anything. Wei Wei Bai held the kite in her hand and turned her head in confusion. "Your Highness! Your Highness!" This form of address caused his tensed heart to immediately collapse and soften. Ning Jioma replied softly, "Yes, Ah Wei." After he said that, he stumbled over and reached out to hold her thin face. Then big tears fell from his eyes. "Ah Wei, why did you only wake up? It's so hard without you protecting me." With that, he hugged her and cried pitifully. Wei Wei Bai, when he was in a vegetative state, she saw him cry every day. She wanted to wake up and stop him from crying. She was tired of seeing him cry like this. But when she woke up, he was still crying. In the future, don't call him Fool Ning. Call him Crybaby Ning. Crybaby Ning complained to her while crying. Those ministers were not good people. Those palace maids and eunuchs were all an eyesore. Without her, he would get lost. This palace was too big. He was cold. Wei Wei Bai felt that she had become an old mother again. But for the sake of those annoying videos, she accepted her fate and continued to comfort Ning Jioma. "Ah Wei, don't protect me in the future. Yes, let me protect you." He didn't dare and didn't want her to have a second chance to sleep like this. He would rather she did not protect him, as long as her life was smooth and safe. Continuation of the retarded crown prince's little palace maid. The mentally retarded crown prince had become a mentally retarded emperor. It was another rainy season. Wei Wei Bai stepped on wooden clogs and carried the food box to the dilapidated Ning Wang Palace. The green grass in front of the palace gate had long been uprooted and filled with begonia flowers. Wei Wei Bai shook off the water on the umbrella, then put it down and entered the door. Ning Jioma looked up when he heard the voice. He was flying a kite when he saw Wei Wei Bai. He smiled and said, "Ah Wei, look, this is an eagle's kite. I even put a centipede and a mouse on the kite. When the time comes, we'll be able to watch the eagle catch the mouse." Wei Wei Bai saw the lifelike eagle, centipede, and mouse. She was speechless at his retarded behavior. Only then did he put the food in the box on the small stove to warm it up. Ning Jioma immediately squeezed over and picked up the fan to fan the fire. He said pitifully, "The imperial kitchen is bullying us again." They sent us cold food. Wei Wei Bai was expressionless. Oh, Ning Jioma said, but it's okay. I have a house full of gold and silver. You can use it to bribe the imperial chef and ask him to stew a chicken for us. Wei Wei Bai held her face with both hands. She was extremely bored. Oh, Ning Jioma was a little embarrassed and bumped her shoulder. Oh, Wei, why don't you hug me? It's so cold here. Wei Wei Bai. Oh, slash. Chapter 1645. Ning Jioma looked at her pink side profile and couldn't help but lower his head to kiss her. Bai Weiwei grabbed the palm leaf fan in his hand and hit him on the head with a slap. That's enough. You left such a shabby place for this purpose. From time to time, you would drag me here to reminisce about the past. As an emperor, he didn't do proper things. He spent all his time here. Ning Jioma picked up the warm food and said with a smile, Am I not here to relive our beautiful past? Wei Wei Bai. How is it beautiful? The leaky roof or the shabby bed? Ning Jioma pulled her up and held her in his arms. He wrapped his arms around her waist. As long as I come here, I will remember the memories of knowing our way. Wei Wei Bai. I also remember the memory of you rolling on the ground weakly at that time. Ning Jioma, Wei Wei Bai, and the beautiful memory of walking upside down with disheveled hair. Ning Jioma, Wei Wei Bai, the beautiful memory of seeing a mouse and huddling in the corner in fear, crying and shouting that I was scared. Ning Jioma. Suddenly, he didn't want to recall the past. It was all his dark history. While Wei Wei Bai was still reminiscing about the beautiful past, Ning Jioma immediately reached out and carried her up, easily pressing her down on the creaking old bed. He lowered his head, his breath blowing on her lips. His voice was hoarse and charming. I also remember the beautiful memory of Ah Wei lying under me, panting softly. Wei Wei Bai's body stiffened, and she reached out to push him. Her fingers were weak, because for some reason, the high-level minimum wage and the infinite strength conflicted. So after she came back from the dead, the infinite strength disappeared. She couldn't beat Ning Jioma, who had been training himself. Ning Jioma could win against a few Imperial Guards now. Subduing her was an easy task. Her weak strength couldn't cause any obstacle to him at all. Ning Jioma looked at her deeply and lowered his head to kiss her. Wei Wei Bai complained softly, That's enough, Ning Jioma. Ning Jioma replied faintly, Oh. Then he clasped her fingers tightly, not letting her escape. Her long hair fell apart, and the begonia flower on his hairpin fell to the ground. A small stove in the corner was burning warmly. Ning Jioma felt that he should come here from time to relive their beautiful past. It was beautiful and delicious. Mentally retarded emperors are the dividing line between 2 and 3 things. Your Majesty, the Empress has no children. She should choose a consort and add new people to the harem. A new minister said sternly and righteously. Ning Jioma was busy dealing with government affairs and couldn't be bothered to deal with them. Don't talk if there's nothing important. Go down. The minister felt that he had no place to put his loyalty. He knelt down and said, Your Majesty, how can an emperor be without an heir? Who will be entrusted to this country after 100 years? Without an heir to inherit it, there will definitely be a reign of terror, and the people will be plunged into misery and suffering. The other ministers looked at the new minister. He had just been transferred from another city, so his brain was not clear. Then, all the ministers silently took a few steps back to distance themselves from this guy. Ning Jioma was finally annoyed by the nagging. He looked up coldly, and a cold light flashed in his eyes. So what if the people are plunged into misery and suffering after I die? What does the reign of terror have to do with me? Wasn't it hard enough when I was on the throne? Do I have to care even after death? The minister looked up blankly and looked at Ning Jioma in confusion. When he was in another city, he heard the praises of the people everywhere. Chapter 1646. In his heart, Ning Jioma was a godlike wise emperor. Why was he so wise? Did all wise emperors have such personality? Ning Jioma picked up the memorial impatiently. You wrote this, right? If you don't know how to write a memorial, then don't write it. I'm annoyed by the nonsense in front. The words at the beginning were his heartfelt praise. They were all the truth. How is it nonsense? The minister looked at him blankly. Ning Jiuma threw the memorial at him. Get lost. I'm annoyed when I see you. The minister felt that he was loyal. Even if he was killed, he had to do it for the emperor. Your Majesty, even if you kill me, I still want you to choose. Ning Jiuma finally couldn't take it anymore. If Wei hadn't asked him to treat the minister well. Don't scare people with a pot of oil every day. Where did he get the patience to sit here and listen to people's nonsense? Ning Jiuma said straightforwardly, I can't do it. I can't do it. Other than the empress, I want to vomit when I see any woman. The minister, Ning Jiuma, are you satisfied? Since you like to choose so much, someone choose 100 women for him to bring back. The minister was stunned. Ning Jiuma got up and said coldly, You bother me with a bunch of meaningless things every day. Wei went to pick the lotus. I didn't make it in time. All of you deserve to die. When he walked out, Ning Jiuma didn't forget to add insult to injury. Children? I can't have children in this life, because I can't. Such a private matter was a fatal blow to men. His Majesty could actually say it so openly. He was indeed a wise emperor. One of the ministers came over and patted the kneeling foreign minister. Brother, you have to get used to it. This is His Majesty's style. When he met the empress, he had a crazy personality. The foreign minister cried, His Majesty can't do it. I can't tell good from bad and hurt His Majesty. All the ministers twitched. His Majesty? No one in the world could do it. Those who knew the inside story knew that the empress was seriously injured and couldn't have children in this life. To protect the empress, His Majesty spread rumors that he couldn't do it. Everyone knew. For the sake of the empress, His Majesty was willing to go around biting people. Ning Jiuma came to the lakeside and saw a small boat among the slender lotus leaves. The boat was filled with lotus flowers, and Wei Bai was taking a nap with a lotus leaf covering her face. Ning Jiuma jumped onto the boat. Wei Bai was shocked. Ning Jiuma had already lowered his body, removed the lotus leaf from her face, and kissed her. This kiss was filled with the fragrance of lotus flowers. He kissed Wei Bai so hard that she almost stopped breathing. Ning Jiuma's hair was also stuck with lotus petals. He looked up, and his handsome face looked even more mature and reserved after time. But his tone was still childish. Wei, someone wants me to have a child again today. Wei Bai was pinned down by him and could not get up. She reached out and slapped his face away in disdain. If you want to give birth, go ahead. I can't give birth. This guy was getting more and more paranoid. In the past few years, they had surrounded the imperial palace like an iron bucket. She was only satisfied when she went out to play with a group of people. Ning Jiuma licked his lips and narrowed his eyes dangerously. I heard that it's more exciting outside and easier to have a baby. Let's try. He clearly knew that she couldn't give birth. It was just an excuse for XX. Wei Bai kicked him, but she couldn't kick him away. She missed the power of infinite strength deeply once again. Ning Jiuma held her foot easily. Wei, it's okay if you don't have a child. You have me. Chapter 1647. After he finished speaking, he entangled her again and crushed a few lotuses. I can be your chubby doll. Wei Bai knocked on the system. Does our main system not care about this shameless driver? The system looked at the bullet screen that filled the sky. Who am I? Where am I? Where am I going to get my raisins? The retarded emperor followed up with a separation line many years later. Ning Jiuma carefully held Wei Bai's hand and walked up the stairs. They were dressed in the emperor and empress robes, which were complicated and gorgeous. Under the city walls, there were thousands of noisy people. When they saw the emperor and empress on the city walls, they immediately knelt down and bowed. The mighty waves of long live came from all directions. Ning Jiuma reached out and straightened Wei Bai's collar. Today is the Lantern Festival. Thousands of people are worshiping. I only want to be with you. Wei Bai looked at his white hair, and her expression finally softened. She said softly, When I see you, I feel old. They were about the same age, and both had white hair. Ning Jiuma's eyes were full of tenderness, and his tone was sincere. My Wei is the most beautiful woman in the world. She never grows old. Wei Bai, I also don't want to grow old. seeing myself turn into an old woman every day. I reject it. Ning Jioma held her hand and walked to a higher city tower. Thousands of miles of mountains and rivers stretched out under their feet. Away, no matter how big the mountains and rivers are, it's not as big as when you entered the palace and met me and called me your highness. After so many years, the mountains and rivers were not as big as her smile. If it wasn't for his Wei, he didn't want anything. He might have been a fatuous ruler long ago. He lit the fire and sent lychees. As long as he could win her favor. Wei Bai turned to look at him and suddenly said softly, "Your Highness." Ning Jioma was stunned and his eyes suddenly moistened. He held her hand and kissed it. "Yes, Wei, I'm here. A lifetime wasn't that long. Every day was good. Because you're here, it's over." Wei Bai's head hurt more than ever. She felt that she was in so much pain every time. Sooner or later, her head would change. She struggled to wake up, but her vision was dark. It was time for her to return to reality. In the end, she would die in Ning Jioma's arms. Ning Jioma had been a wise emperor his entire life, and his harem had been empty for his entire life. After she died, he also left this world. Her mission was complete, so the system should have brought her back to reality. Wei Bai struggled to open her eyes. Some golden specks of light appeared out of nowhere. She took a closer look and saw a man standing in the golden light not far away. Golden rays of light fell like snowflakes. His clothes were glowing in the golden light. However, that light was filled with flowing blood. The man's body was tall and slender, but when he stood, he gave people a trembling feeling that he could destroy the world. Wei Bai shouted strangely, "Tongzi, we passed through again?" The system didn't respond. Was it blocked again? Wei Bai felt uneasy. There were so many planes and so long to conquer. The system was her only source of comfort. Even for her, if the system was there. Even if the system didn't do anything, she would still dare to do whatever she wanted as if she had a backing. Suddenly, the man in front of her seemed to have heard her voice. He turned his head slightly and said calmly, "Who are you?" Wei Bai. How should she answer? Who am I? Where am I? Where am I going? Chapter 1648. Why was it that when he woke up, he was not in the real world, and he did not see the system? Why did he come to such a damn place? Could it be that this scammer in front of him was Tongzi? The system kept nagging him about how handsome he was. Could this be him? Wei Bai thought about it again. No, the system was so familiar with her that they could wear the same pants. How could it not recognize her? Gulp. Something dropped. Wei lowered her head in hindsight, and then she saw a skull looking at her. Wei Bai, who was used to big scenes, remained calm. There seemed to be more than one skull. Humans had blind spots in their vision. If a skull suddenly appeared in a clean area, it would be very dangerous. He saw it immediately. But what if there were many skulls? Wei Bai saw countless bones and skulls beneath her feet, forming a terrifying mountain of bones. At the foot of the mountain, there were countless severed limbs and corpses, and what soaked in them was a boundless sea of blood. Wei Bai also felt a chill in her head. Could there be ghosts in this place? Wei Bai's feet went numb. She took a few steps back and kicked several skulls. She couldn't wait to light the incense. Big brother or big sister, I didn't kick you on purpose, so don't come looking for me. She was most afraid of ghosts. As for the man, he didn't get an answer and finally turned around. His black hair fell to his waist, fluttering in the wind. Amidst the black hair, his golden eyes were as cold as a bottomless abyss. At the highest point behind him, there was a throne made of white bones. Beside the throne, there was a rusted sword stained with blood. He was like an emperor in the abyss, emotionless and desireless, walking on the path of thousands of corpses. He looked down at the ants beneath his feet. Even though Wei Bai had experienced so many things in front of this man, she still couldn't accept it. She also felt an uncontrollable fear in her heart. It was as if she was just a skull beside his feet that he could crush at any time. It was higher than where he stood. She was under his feet. Wei Bai suddenly felt that if he exerted force with his foot, the skull under his feet would collapse and bury her alive. The man stood there like a deity, without a shred of humanity. However, he spoke again. "Who are you?" This sentence was not as emotionless as it had been the first time. Instead, there was a trace of emotion that was so faint that it was almost undetectable. Wei Wei Bai had a strange intuition that she couldn't answer. If he answered, something bad would happen. Therefore, Wei Wei Bai couldn't help but take a few steps back. Without the system, she couldn't do anything. He had to be careful and protect himself. The man suddenly moved. He slowly walked down, and with each step, a skull shattered. Wei Wei Bai felt a headache for those skeletons. The man was quite a distance away. Other than a pair of eyes that were as exquisite as a work of art, Wei Wei Bai couldn't see his face clearly. When she saw him walking over, she couldn't help but take a few steps back. However, this could not shorten the distance between the two of them. The man was walking very slowly, but he was very stubborn. Step by step, he shortened the distance between the two of them. He slowly stretched out his hand, and there was a clear red line on his wrist. Wei Wei Bai felt a tightness on her wrist. She looked down and saw that there was a red line on her wrist too. What was this thing? "Come here." The man's voice was faint and deep, with a force that couldn't be refused. Wei Wei Bai felt a huge force on her wrist. Slash. Chapter 1649. She was dragged forward and was about to be dragged to the man's side. Wei Wei Bai immediately used her feet to block the gap between the skeleton mountain. There were so many bones. This man must be a man-eating monster. She would be eaten if she went over. The man's voice was suppressed and unhappy. "Why are you resisting? Come over." Wei Wei Bai was about to speak when her eyebrows jumped. She suddenly saw the man's face clearly. Yi Yuxuan? But before Wei Wei Bai could see more clearly, a monstrous red flame burst out from the dark world. The flame was like a giant dragon, rushing towards Wei Wei Bai. Wei Wei Bai, she was going to be roasted into steak. Then she was hit by the giant fire dragon. A raging sea of fire burned on the skeleton mountain, and Wei Wei Bai disappeared in the flames. The man was originally calm, but when he saw the weak soul suddenly disappear, he stood there silently for a long time before slowly returning to the mountaintop. He sat on the seat of bones, his eyes indifferent and calm as he looked at the raging sea of blood. Then he gently raised his hand. The sea of fire was crushed by a force that could destroy everything. The red flame turned into a speck of light and disappeared in the boundless golden light. The world returned to darkness. He sat for a while before strangely reaching out to touch his chest. What did he feel like he had lost? Who was that weak soul? And the red line in his hand was glowing with a golden light, faintly flowing with a paranoid force. The system hugged Wei Wei Bai's soul. "Mother!" Wei Wei Bai almost couldn't come back. When it carried Wei Wei Bai through the soul passage, she was gone in the blink of an eye. It was the first time it lost its host soul. It was so scared that it burst into tears. The host soul was more fragile than anyone else's. If it was lost like this, any space-time turbulence could take her life. The system was going crazy looking for her, but suddenly it saw the fate roulette and thought of something before rushing into the golden light. As expected, she was taken away by Yi Yuxuan's power. Yi Yuxuan's unawakened power was becoming stronger and stronger. This power was in the depths of his soul, and it became more and more obvious as his emotions grew. The place where Wei Wei Bai had just entered. It was in the depths of Yi Yuxuan's soul, in that world that belonged only to Yi Yuxuan's power. And in that world, only Yi Yuxuan's ignorant consciousness existed. That consciousness was born from Yi Yuxuan's obsession. If Wei Wei Bai had answered Yi Yuxuan's question just now, then Yi Yuxuan remembered who she was. Wei Wei Bai couldn't come back at all. Yi Yuxuan's feelings were twisted by the accumulation of feelings from so many planes. In his subconscious, there was only one terrifying obsession. He wanted to keep Wei Wei Bai. Even if he wanted to keep her soul, he wanted to keep her. So Wei Wei Bai's soul was almost swallowed up by Yi Yuxuan's powerful soul power. There was a kind of love that ate your soul. We merged into one. It was all love. The system hugged the weak Wei Wei Bai's soul tightly and cursed in a low voice. Yi Yuxuan, you're sick. Control your power. Sooner or later, the host will die because of you. Yi Yuxuan himself definitely didn't want to hurt Wei Wei Bai. But he couldn't stop his power from going out of control. This time, the host soul was almost left in the depths of Yi Yuxuan's soul and couldn't come back. The system saw the boundary between reality and immediately rushed over, stepping on red fireworks. She fell asleep quietly. The system stuffed her soul into her body. / to make it easier for you to read it next time, you can click Chapter 1650. Then it finally let out a sigh of relief. It had to quickly accumulate life points for this lifetime. If it ran into the depths of Yi Yuxuan's soul a few more times and was detained by Yi Yuxuan's power, it would never be able to reincarnate. The host would never be able to reincarnate and would remain in Yi Yuxuan's soul forever, enduring the pain of imprisonment for eternity. Just thinking about it made the system tremble. The system suddenly heard the sound of slow footsteps, and it immediately shrank back. The cold bamboo curtain was lifted by a snow-white, slender finger. The furnishings in Ashi's house were all in an ancient style. Even the bed was an ancient carved bed. Yi Yuxuan walked out from behind the bamboo curtain. He looked at Wei Wei Bai on the bed, and his eyes softened for a moment. He had an incomparably long dream, but it was good. He lowered his head and looked at the red line on his wrist. The line was much thicker and firmer, and the end of the red line was tied to her slender white wrist. Yi Yuxuan walked over, took a thick blanket, and tightly wrapped her up. He was going home today. Yi Yuxuan easily carried her up, even though she had slept so many times. Her body was still in good condition. Even after a detailed examination of her body, he found that her heart was slowly recovering. Yi Yuxuan was not surprised, as long as everything was going well. He tried not to stop it. After Yi Yuxuan walked out, she stood at the door. "Mr. Yi, come more often when you have time." He waved his small handkerchief and said with a flattering smile. Yi Yuxuan looked at him indifferently, then nodded. "The red line needs to be strengthened?" Ashi immediately said, "If there are no accidents, come back once every 6 months. I will check the strength of the red line for you. If it is weak, we will immediately carry out the strengthening ceremony." After saying that, Ashi pinched his fingers and calculated. His eyebrows twitched. Why was the red line so thick? He wasn't that powerful to be able to change the fate of the red line of fate to such an extent. Not to mention that it was a red string, it was more like a chain. What kind of monster had he tied the red line of marriage to? Ashi calmly put his finger back and continued to smile warmly. "You're welcome to come again. Any kind of monster would do. The rich were the masters." Yi Yuxuan took note of it seriously. As a 10,000-year-old bachelor, he was very careful about his own marriage. Then, he carried his partner and got into the car. Seeing the car drive away, the smile on Ashi's face slowly disappeared. "Master," the little disciple beside him called out in confusion. Ashi sighed. "I feel like I'm being forced into prostitution." Although Wei Wei Bai was a dead person, she was not like Yi Yuxuan. This was the fate of a 10,000-year-old single dog. In fact, Wei Wei Bai's facial features were that of exuberant peach blossoms and a doting red star. If Yi Yuxuan had not forcefully tied the red string, Wei Wei Bai's own marriage would definitely not have any problems. However, with Yi Yuxuan's forceful binding, Wei Wei Bai's marriage would be tied to Yi Yuxuan's in the future. All of Wei Wei Bai's subsequent choices were cut off. The little disciple asked in confusion, "Is there any side effect of tying the red string?" Ashi, ordinary people's red strings are very fragile. They can be broken or tied at will. Very few people's red strings can last for a lifetime. Red strings were not what ordinary people thought. Being tied was a matter of a lifetime. But when one was moved, the red string would appear. When one did not love, the red string would automatically break. There were many red strings in a person's life. However, Yi Yuxuan's red string was terrifyingly thick. If there was no external force to tear it forcefully. Address of the full text: https://www.sashu. Com download address of the Chapter 1651. Don't think that you can break it by yourself. If the red string doesn't break, the biggest consequence is that the affair won't succeed, because you will lose the opportunity to connect with other people. That girl will never be moved by other people in her life. Even if she is moved, there will never be any fate. She was completely trapped in the red string, locked together with Yi Yuxuan. That was why Xia sighed. He was holding such a fragile red string. Why did the red string become an iron chain? If he knew, he would have added more money. After all, the quality was so good. It would be a loss if he didn't add more money. Wei Wei Bai woke up as soon as she got on the plane. She cursed the system first. I told you to show me the video of the teacher and the student. It turned out that the teacher was tutoring the student for 3 years and the college entrance exam for 5 years. I told you to show the doctor and the nurse. It turned out to be a video of the vet and the nurse giving birth to the calf. I told you to show the male nanny and the housewife. It turned out that the male nanny taught you how to fix the water pipe. There was also the housewife teaching you how to scramble eggs with tomatoes. Oh right, the male nanny and the housewife were 2 different videos. They couldn't be put together at all. The system rubbed its nose. This isn't as bad as anti-pornography. It's better to watch documentaries to stay safe. Didn't want to watch it? It wanted to watch it. But if it was caught, it would be caught and fined. It only had so much money, and it was still waiting to eat. If it was fined, what would it use to buy snacks? Wei Wei Bai suddenly remembered. All right, I also had a strange nightmare. I dreamed that Yi Yuxuan was sitting on a mountain of bones, pulling the red string in his hand, wanting to pull me over. That was Yi Yuxuan's paranoid consciousness in the depths of his soul. Of course, he wanted to pull you over. If he pulled you over, you would be locked in a cage of bones, unable to get out. The system pursed its lips, not daring to make a sound. Wei Wei Bai reached out and covered her head. This dream is too strange. Could it be that in her subconscious, Yi Yuxuan was a homicidal maniac? Otherwise, why would it be a sea of bones in her dream? Suddenly, an ice-cold index finger pressed against her temple. Wei Wei Bai, who was already having a headache, shuddered at the cold touch. She looked up and saw Yi Yuxuan. Yi Yuxuan was not around just now. She seemed to have gone out for a while. He lowered his eyes. Under his thick eyelashes, his eyes were calm and unperturbed. He's awake. It was a plain and simple sentence, without any unnecessary emotions. Wei Wei Bai glanced at the table next to her. He brought a few glasses of water, one of which was ice water. Yi Yuxuan reached out her finger again and touched the ice water with her fingertips. Then she used the cold on her index finger to press on her temple. This greatly alleviated her headache. Wei Wei Bai stared at him, her clear eyes filled with confusion. It was as if he was still in a daze from the long experience of the plane. The system curled up in the trash can and ate the dried mango. Although it made Wei Wei Bai vague and emotional shielding to deal with the aftereffects to the greatest extent. But Wei Wei Bai had just returned to reality. She was definitely still in a daze. This was also the after effect of a lifetime of transmigration. Yi Yuxuan looked at her in a daze. Suddenly, he could not help but smile. His smile was bright and beautiful. His calm eyes were also dyed with a beautiful light. Wei Wei Bai was stunned for a while before she collected all the things in reality. She said softly, Yi Yuxuan. Yi Yuxuan said lightly, yes. Wei Wei Bai asked, where is this? Yi Yuxuan said softly, beside me. /T. Chapter 1652. Wei Wei Bai, his flirting was too obvious. She was actually speechless for a moment. Yi Yuxuan said meaningfully, in the future, every minute you wake up, you will be by my side. She was wrong. How was this flirting? This was a pervert's line. However, seeing that he was handsome, Wei Wei Bai actually felt a little sweet. Wei Wei Bai immediately suppressed her restless heart. She wanted to flirt with a man the moment she came back. She hadn't gained enough life points yet. How could she be so unambitious and be moved so easily? Wei Wei Bai coughed softly. She was about to ask him not to work so hard and massage her temples. Yi Yuxuan had already let go of her hand and picked up a cup of warm water beside him. Drink some. Wei Wei Bai quickly reached out to take it. The cup in Yi Yuxuan's hand did not move at all. The two of them held the same cup and stared at each other. Just as Wei Wei Bai felt that the atmosphere was right and they were about to kiss. Yi Yuxuan slowly lowered his head as expected. His eyes darkened. Wei Wei Bai, did he think that she would avoid such a small scene? Wei Wei Bai couldn't help but pinch the blanket on her body with the fingers of her other hand. When Yi Yuxuan's lips were only a few centimeters away from her, he raised the cup. The thin edge of the cup touched her lips. His eyes narrowed slightly. Open your mouth. Wei Wei Bai was a little confused and actually opened her mouth. He naturally fed her a mouthful of water. Bai Weiwei felt that this rhythm. Why did it feel like he was in control? She drank 2 mouthfuls and stepped back, not drinking anymore. Yi Yuxuan did not continue to feed her. Instead, he drank the rest of the water in one gulp as if nothing had happened. This action. He was so familiar with her that Wei Wei Bai was speechless. Yi Yuxuan said, "Your father will come to pick you up, and so will Qin Xiu." Wei Wei Bai was at a loss for a moment. It seemed like she had not seen Bai Changyan for a long time. Actually, in reality, her father had been tricked by Yi Yuxuan into going on a trip to find his second love. It hadn't been long since then, but because it took too long to travel through several planes in a row, she now had an illusory sense of reality. Even stepping on the ground was a little unnatural. Wei Wei Bai looked at Yi Yuxuan in a daze. She wondered if her sense of reality would return if she saw more people in real life. Yi Yuxuan was wearing a simple white shirt and sitting on the sofa. He hadn't changed much. It was still clean and good-looking. Even the way he held the cup and drank water with his head tilted back was sexy. Because they were on a private jet, the sofas were not far from each other. As long as he leaned forward, he would be able to touch her. Wei Wei Bai looked at him generously, from head to toe, from his eyes to his lips, from his lips to his collarbone under his collar. As she looked, her mind gradually became clear. She was finally back. Wei Wei Bai slowly exhaled, and her cheeks just puffed up twice. A pair of hands suddenly cupped her face, and her lips were occupied by a warm breath. Yi Yuxuan lowered his head and kissed her. The intertwining of lips and tongues was gentle and long. Her breath was blocked, and she actually choked on it. Yi Yuxuan kissed her very seriously. His lips were moist from the warmth of the water, as well as tender and cherishing feelings. Wei Wei Bai reached out and grabbed the back of his collar. She wanted to pull him away, but he didn't care and kissed her slowly and delicately. This kiss completely chased away the confusion in Wei Wei Bai's mind. To make it easier for you to read it next time, you can click Chapter 1653. In the end, Wei Wei Bai had no choice but to reach out and pinch Yi Yuxuan's face, twisting hard. Yi Yuxuan had no choice but to stop his indecent behavior. Shut up. Wei Wei Bai frowned. Yi Yuxuan's calm face showed a trace of innocence. You keep looking at me. I thought you were regretting that I didn't kiss you just now. Wei Wei Bai, she had no words to say. Was she that obvious just now? But Yi Yuxuan's interruption swept away the sense of loss and confusion in her heart. The plane landed quickly. Wei Wei Bai's body was in good condition. She asked Yi Yuxuan, "What exactly does that Ashi do? Are you taking me to a fortune teller to have my fortune told?" Yi Yuxuan didn't seem like a superstitious person. Even if he saw that there were ghosts in this world, this kind of man's first reaction would be to catch the ghost and dissect it to study what it was. Yi Yuxuan's cheeks were half red for being pinched. He turned back and said, "Yes, it's fate." Wei Wei Bai, this reason was a little strong. Yi Yuxuan added calmly, "Let's see if our birth characters are compatible." Wei Wei Bai, "What's the point of that?" Yi Yuxuan, "It's a tradition. In the past, people would calculate this before they got married." Wei Wei Bai said that she wanted to break off the engagement, and she didn't want to date for the time being. Yi Yuxuan didn't hear it at all. He still did what he wanted, walking on the road of "I want to date Wei Wei." Wei Wei Bai had already given up on correcting Yi Yuxuan's idea of getting married at the drop of a hat. She couldn't help but be curious. Then, are we compatible? They had already gotten off the plane. From afar, he could see Qin Xiu and Bai Changyan talking about something. Yi Yuxuan glanced at his future father-in-law. He said softly, "We didn't get along at first." He told the truth. According to the fortune teller, he was born to be at odds with no one. Wei Wei Bai, that was too straightforward. Shouldn't one say that they're compatible when picking up girls? What kind of fortune teller would say that she was going to earn money? What kind of fortune teller would say that they were not compatible? Where do they earn money? Yi Yuxuan reached out to hold her hand and walked forward. Wei Wei Bai also regained her senses. You didn't get along in the beginning, but now you're saying that you're together? Yi Yuxuan turned around. There was a strange gentleness on her face under the sunlight. That's right. I threw money at the fortune teller, and he said that we are a match made in heaven. Wei Wei Bai, this scheme was so deep that he was caught off guard and stepped into a pit. Was he showing off how rich he was? Wei Wei Bai finally squeezed out a sentence. As long as you're happy. Yi Yuxuan's fingers tightened. His grip made her fingertips a little red. He turned his head. His side profile was incomparably handsome, and the corners of his mouth gently curved into a smile. I'm happy. I'm really happy. Throughout their long lifetime together, he was happy every single day. He held her hand, and a red thread wrapped tightly around their wrists. If they could be together like this for a lifetime, Yi Yuxuan felt that he was willing to pay any price. Bai Weiwei felt that the strength of his handshake was too great. But seeing his rare relaxed look, she didn't know why, but she didn't say anything. When they walked in, they heard Bai Changyin say, "She lied to me. She clearly has more than 10 boyfriends, but she lied to me and said that she only loves me." Qin Xiu held a handkerchief and patted the sobbing Bai Changyin. "In-law, it's not that I want to criticize you, but you're already so old. How can you still be deceived by a woman?" Chapter 1654. Bai Changyin, I just saw her. She looks like Wei Wei's mother. Qin Xiu sighed. How can this be? Isn't this looking for a substitute? Your moral awareness is not high. Bai Changyin, but she said she didn't care. Qin Xiu, she lied to you. What were you cheated of? Bai Changyin, 1 million. Qin Xiu, it's not much. You just buy a lesson. Wei Wei Bai was in a trance for a moment. 1 million is a lot. How many people can't earn 1 million in their lifetime? You prodigal father. You were cheated just like that? Of course, Wei Wei Bai quickly reacted. 1 million was really not much for the Bai family. At least it was within the range that they could easily bear. She sighed for a moment. She was a good young lady because she had been traveling for a long time. She had become poor. Not to mention calculating a few cents every day, she was getting more and more stingy. It was all the poor system's fault. She spent every day with a poor go system. Originally, she had a majestic, generous, and free personality. She became a person who haggled over every little thing. Don't even think about getting a cent from her. It was all the system's fault. Qin Xiu wiped Bai Changyin's tears and comforted him. Well, next time you find a woman, keep your eyes open. Do you want me to check for you? Bai Changyin said sadly, I won't find one in the future. I can't stand being cheated again and again. Wei Wei Bai looked at the two guys in front of her. The atmosphere was unusually harmonious. Yi Yuxuan lowered his voice. 1 million has been recovered and credited to your account. Wei Wei Bai, recovered? Yi Yuxuan lowered his head and looked at her. Well, I recovered. But don't tell your father. Let him buy a lesson. Wei Wei Bai had a look of, wait a minute. Don't think that she forgot that it was Yi Yuxuan who instigated her father to have a second love. As a result, her father was cheated. The 1 million that Yi Yuxuan recovered was actually just compensation. She didn't seem to be moved. When Bai Changyin saw Wei Wei Bai, he immediately rushed overexcitedly. Wei Wei, Daddy misses you so much. Yi Yuxuan lifted his long legs, stretched out his long arms, and grabbed the stupefied Qin Xiu. Then, she shoved it in front of Wei Wei Bai. Bai Changyin immediately hugged Qin Xiu. The two of them bumped into each other and were immediately stunned. Wei Wei Bai was already prepared to accept her father's loving hug, but she was also stunned. The only one who was still conscious was Yi Yuxuan. She indifferently put her arm around his shoulder and said, Hello, father-in-law. Wei Wei and I have something to do, so we'll leave first. With that, he dragged Wei Wei Bai away. Wei Wei Bai, wait. Yi Yuxuan said no. When Wei Wei Bai was shoved into the car, Yi Yuxuan also squeezed in. Drive. Then, Wei Wei Bai saw her father and Qin Xiu chasing after the car. Yi Yuxuan, you son of a bitch. How can you drive away with just one car? We'll walk back. Qin Xiu's voice also came. In-law, we can take the bus. Bai Changyin said, I haven't hugged my daughter yet to comfort my hurt heart. Qin Xiu said, It's okay. I'll give you a hug. Wei Wei Bai, The relationship between Qin Xiu and her father seemed to be getting better and better. Suddenly, her face was turned back, and she met Yi Yuxuan's deep eyes. Don't look too far. If you look too much, you'll be farsighted. Wei Weibai was speechless by this statement. Godlike people will be farsighted. The car drove into the hospital, and they directly went through a full-body checkup. This was a routine physical examination, comprehensive but efficient. Chapter 1655. There were a few private checks done by female doctors. Yi Yuxuan was also isolated outside. The system finally dared to speak. Your health points have increased again. Let's not talk about the deductions or rewards from those planes. Now you have about 5,000 health points. In any case, Yi Yuxuan's feelings for Wei Weibai would only increase her health points. It would definitely not deduct anything. So the system did not say anything and continued to increase her health points. For the rest of the time, it was better to be as low-key as possible. Wei Weibai was silent for a moment. Yi Yuxuan really likes me. This sentence was a statement. There was no doubt. Her heart of stone was in the plane. In reality, she was careful with every step she took. She was afraid that if she really fell for him, she would fall for him. Then her life would be short. System, is that liking? He liked her so much. He liked her so much that he couldn't help it. Wei Weibai said, I'm really loved by everyone. I don't spend much time with Yi Yuxuan, but he keeps flirting with me. He doesn't even think about how I'm a medicine pot, an intermittent vegetable. Why doesn't he dislike me? She really had feelings for Yi Yuxuan. That surge of feelings was a little strange. Love at first sight was rare. In the beginning, the two of them were in a state of you don't want to see me, I don't want to see you. Why did it suddenly change? The system saw that Wei Weibai was deep in thought. It was afraid that she would think of something, so it immediately said, feelings can't be explained. If he loves you, he loves you. Maybe one day he won't love you anymore. Wei Weibai repeated softly, won't love me anymore? The system said, health points are the most important. Believe in your health points. Wei Weibai nodded. That's true. I'll try to get enough health points as soon as possible. Then I'll chase after Yi Yuxuan. The atmosphere was very quiet. Wei Weibai realized that she was being too natural, so she voiced out her thoughts. She immediately defended herself. My life doesn't belong to Yi Yuxuan. I'll repay the favor of my life with my body. The system asked, what if Yi Yuxuan has a face full of pockmarks and wrinkles? Wei Weibai, haha, am I the kind of person who cares about appearance? I've seen so many storms and waves. How can I be so superficial? Wei Weibai, well, she also felt that she was a little shameless. But then she remembered that the man with the pockmarked face was called Yi Yuxuan. It didn't seem that unbearable after all. Wei Weibai immediately stopped her deep thoughts. If he continued to think about it, his life would really be short. Yi Yuxuan sat on a chair in the corridor. He looked at the door calmly. Wei Weibai was checking inside. His physical condition was getting better and better. Yi Yuxuan's calm mind was constantly calculating. He calculated the progress of her case. He calculated the speed of her heart healing bit by bit. He also calculated the life they had experienced. Yi Yuxuan's fingers moved. In the end, he sighed. There are still many more times before you can truly recover. Her heart should have something to do with the strange thing that brought her to experience those worlds. Every time it healed, it would only happen when she woke up. He suddenly realized that she actually used the shortest amount of time to make him fall in love with her. Then she simply turned around and left, leaving him alone in that world to suffer so much that he wished he was dead. Actually, that was the best for her, because it saved the most time. If she accompanied him for a lifetime every time, then she would have to stay for a very, very long time. Only then could she heal herself. The last 2 times she accompanied him for a lifetime when he calmly watched from the side. /quick download. Chapter 1656. It wasn't that he didn't see the tiredness and exhaustion in her eyes. She had never been moved. This knowledge made Yi Yuxuan's fingers tremble. He forced himself to take a deep breath, suppressing the terrible pain. Then he calmly continued to analyze. Her purpose was to live. Then feelings were the things she ranked after. And he ranked first for her. The second was to live. They were not fair from the beginning. So she actually ranked living first and refused to be moved. When she was really healed, then he would be in the emotional world that she ranked second. Must be first, by Chang Yin or anyone else. He had to be first. Yi Yuxuan crossed his hands and looked indifferently at the lights in the corridor. He didn't feel that his childish ranking was not in line with his identity. The destruction of multiple planes had made his character changeable and complicated. Bai Changyin and Qin Xiu finally squeezed in the bus and rushed to the hospital. Entering the hospital corridor, they saw Yi Yuxuan sitting in a chair with a deep face staring at the door of the examination room. Even if it was a hospital chair, he could sit like an emperor. Qin Xiu, Wei Wei, a lot of the examinations are done by me. I'll go in and help with the examination first. Yi Yuxuan looked up, stretched out his long legs, and blocked the door. Qin Xiu, by Changyin, who is this childish ghost? Are you using your long legs to do such meaningless things? Qin Xiu was sluggish for a moment before he reacted. It should be some more private examination. This private standard was set by Yi Yuxuan. In any case, a personal inspection was all done in private. Bai Changyin also wanted to condemn Yi Yuxuan for kicking them away and leaving by himself. As a result, Yi Yuxuan looked up, his cold eyes were bottomless. A gust of cold wind blew past. Bai Changyin sat down quietly. The relatives also sat quietly. For a moment, the three big men were all silent. Only Wei Wei Bai was left. Then, the whole family would be. The system was still chatting with Wei Wei Bai. Your heart is much better now because as your HP increases, your body will also become healthier. Seeing that the examination was almost done, Wei Wei Bai got up from the bed. She thanked the doctor. The doctor was also happy that she was in good health. Yi Yuxuan was still waiting for her outside the door. Wei Wei Bai hesitated for a moment and decided not to go out. She said, "In the next plane, it won't be forever, right?" The system replied, "In theory, there's a high probability that it won't." Twice was equivalent to a lifetime. It was all Yi Yuxuan's luck and his stubbornness that had forcefully tampered with it. But both times there were loopholes. Last time, he had used the lottery. Last time, he had made use of the error of the side quest. In the next plane, he wouldn't be so unlucky as to be caught by Yi Yuxuan, would he? Bai Weiwei was deep in thought. She thought about it. How much is my life value now? The system replied, 5,300. Wei Wei Bai asked, how many external HP can my body store? She didn't expect the reward from the plane. She gave the system 20 days worth of HP and all kinds of little things. As a result, she didn't have any rewards left in each plane. To be exact, they were all deducted. The system replied, 5,500. Wei Wei Bai nodded. Yi Yuxuan's HP now is very easy to get, right? The system replied, very easy. For example, if you go out and give him a kiss, I promise you 5,500 immediately. To make it easier for you to read next time, you can click Save. Chapter 1657. Yi Yuxuan was now fully open to Wei Wei Bai. When they first started, Yi Yuxuan was still wary of Wei Wei Bai. It was the kind of deep wariness that came from the depths of her soul. It made life points particularly difficult to get. Now, in the depths of Yi Yuxuan's soul, let alone guarding against Wei Wei Bai, she didn't see when they passed through the soul channel. That ignorant power consciousness in the depths of Yi Yuxuan's soul. Was it going to make a move to snatch her away? Now, in the depths of Yi Yuxuan's soul, it was full of paranoid love for Wei Wei Bai. Even if Wei Wei Bai didn't do anything, as long as she was awake, her life points would keep soaring. But her soul storage ability was not good. She could only rely on each plane transmigration to expand the storage space. Now it was transmigrating with Wei Wei Bai. It didn't care about the dozens of life points reward at all. It only cared about the ability to expand the storage of external life points. Wei Wei Bai touched her heart. I'm really worried about myself. Her always indifferent expression finally showed a trace of wavering. I'm tempted. The system was silent for a moment before saying softly, soon, Wei Wei, you've already gained more than 10 years of life. Soon, you'll be able to live happily until you're old. Every time the host called her Wei Wei, it wasn't extreme worry. It was extreme warmth. Wei Wei Bai put her finger down from her chest and said to the system with a smile, I can still continue to fight and fight for 100 years of longevity. People have to be responsible for themselves before they can bear the burden of other people's lives. So, I can only apologize to Yi Yuxuan first. System, why do I feel so sentimental all of a sudden? When the host became serious and emotional, it really made its eyes hazy with tears. Wei Wei Bai, take me away once my 5,500 life points are full. The less time he had to face Yi Yuxuan, the better. In the past, he wanted to stay a little longer. It would be dangerous to stay here any longer. The system was silent for a while before it said, Okay. When Yi Yuxuan heard the door open, he moved his leg away as if nothing had happened. Just as he was about to get up, Wei Wei Bai had already walked to his side and placed her hand on his shoulder. Yi Yuxuan looked up. His face was still swollen. It was caused by Wei Wei Bai. The man's face was pale to begin with, so the redness and swelling were exceptionally conspicuous. Wei Wei Bai reached out her finger and gently stroked the red and swollen area. Does it still hurt? She asked in a low voice. Yi Yuxuan wanted to say that it didn't hurt, but for some reason, she said, it hurts. There was a hint of coquettishness in her calm tone. Qin Xiu and Bai Changyin tilted their bodies, straightened their necks, and watched the two sweet dogs show off their affection. Wei Wei Bai originally wanted to be gentle. After all, this concerned her HP. But if it was too gentle, she was worried that she wouldn't be able to control her heart. Finally, Wei Wei Bai gently placed her fingers on his face. It was the side of his face that was fine. She pinched hard and said expressionlessly, Give up, Yi Yuxuan. Don't be so fond of me. At least, don't be so fond of me now. She was doing it for his own good. She was not a good person, so he could be fond of her in the future. Wait until she had enough HP. He would immediately wash his hands of the golden basin and would never do anything to the red apricot grassland. Yi Yuxuan's face turned red. He silently reached out and touched his face. Then he couldn't help but laugh. Well, whatever you say is good. The system and Wei Wei Bai, they felt like they had met a masochist. Bai Changyin couldn't understand what the young couple was doing. He couldn't help but ask Qin Xiu softly. Qin Xiu coldly snorted, They're showing off their love. Chapter 1658. Bai Changyin suddenly realized, Were all young people showing off their love so unique these days? So the two men tilted their heads and looked at them. Wei Wei Bai looked at her old father and her attending doctor. She couldn't help but say to Qin Xiu, I think your Xian needs to have his mental condition checked sometimes. It wasn't the first time she had doubts. Yi Yu's personality changes were unchanging and ever-changing. Unchanging was referring to his facial paralysis. Ever-changing was referring to his personality. Why did he change every 3 days? Qin Xiu couldn't help but remind Wei Wei. He has always been sick before you came. He was sick since birth, not just today. As for his personality changes, he didn't seem to change at all. He had a cold face every day, as if everything was an ant. It was only Wei Wei Bai who changed. But this was more normal, because all fools in love were like this. The system secretly whispered to Wei Wei Bai, It's full, let's go. Wei Wei Bai smiled, and then sat next to Yi Yuxuan. The family sat neatly on the chairs in the hospital corridor. Then Wei Wei Bai leaned her head on Yi Yuxuan's shoulder and slowly closed her eyes and fell asleep. Yi Yuxuan didn't say anything and didn't ask her to stay. He even heard that thing say, It's full, let's go. Full, what was it? Was it her lifespan, ability, or something that could make her body healthy? Gone. She was gone. Yi Yuxuan slowly reached out and gently touched her face. Then he whispered, Waiting for you to come back. Again and again, waiting for you to come back. Bai Changyin sat on the outermost side and couldn't see his daughter clearly. He tilted his head and asked curiously, What's the situation? Why didn't they say anything? Wasn't the checkup done? Qin Xiu, showing off their love. Bai Changyin, oh. This young man was so low-key when showing off his love. In the empty, abandoned classroom, under the dim candlelight, there were various messy lines on a piece of snow-white paper. The lines of the ink brush. It was a strange mess. Circles of lines were drawn by the hands of the three people. Wei Wei Bai opened her eyes and saw that she was holding a pen in her hand. Opposite her was a girl with a frightened expression. She was also holding a pen. At the top of the pen was a slender, jade-like, snow-white finger with delicate joints. Wei Wei Bai looked up. It was a boy. He was sitting down, and his figure looked thin, but if one were to estimate his height, he would be at least 175 meters tall. The cold moonlight shone in through the broken window. On his face, there was a veil of light and shadow. His delicate porcelain skin was devoid of blood. However, it was exceptionally smooth and beautiful. Around him were a few students in school uniforms who were also scared. "Heavenly Master, you have to save us." "That's right. Xiao Nian is already dead. If we can't invite the pen spirit back, we'll be the next ones to die." A few students were crying and complaining at the same time. "Heavenly Master?" Wei Wei Bai was confused for a moment. "What's going on now?" The system said, "The memory is stuck. The memory transfer failed." Let me read it out loud. Wei Wei Bai. Has the system been reduced from an intelligent system to a manual system? Wei Wei Bai pulled her attention away from the chattering students. The system had already started the introduction. "The good-looking young man next to you is the target of your mission in this world." Wei Wei Bai immediately looked up at him. "Transmigration system. Adonis, come over here." Transmigration system. Adonis, come over here. / transmigration system. Adonis, come over here. Transmigration system. Adonis, come over here. Transmigration system. Adonis, come over here. Chapter 1659. The young man pursed his thin lips. His beautiful black eyes seemed to be filled with an enchanting mist. He felt Wei Wei by looking at him and could not help but look up with curiosity. The system said, "His name is Yu Ma Qian, 18 years old, first year of university." Luckily, he was 18 years old, or else Wei Wei Bai would not be able to eat him. The young man looked younger than his actual age. He was like the cherry blossoms in early spring, faint and enchanting, but strangely fragile. Wei Wei Bai thought that the target of this world was not bad. He was a junior in university, a little fresh meat, pure and innocent. He looked like someone who would be easy to gain favorability with. The system said, "You are now inviting the pen spirit." Wei Wei Bai thought, "I have a bad feeling." As someone who is afraid of the dark and ghosts, she always stayed away from these supernatural things. Wei Wei Bai said with a trembling voice, "Why do we need to invite the pen spirit?" The system said, "It's like this. You're a direct descendant of the imperial path in this world. You're a Taoist priest, the kind that often catches ghosts." Wei Wei Bai's teeth ached when she heard this. It was like a person who was afraid of snakes suddenly being told one day, "You are in charge of catching snakes, and you're already squatting in front of a poisonous snake, ready to reach into the hole to catch it. You haven't even seen the snake, but your hands are already weak." Wei Wei Bai felt like this, weak hands. The system read out the information. Although you are a direct descendant, you are not born with the ability to catch ghosts. Your skills are no different from normal people. You are basically just eating and waiting for death. Your main source of income is live streaming to cheat money. No, live streaming to make people watch. Wei Wei Bai thought, cheating money and live streaming are not the same. The system said, "But didn't the Guo family get rid of feudal superstitions recently? Your streaming room was banned, so you can only accept a ghost-catching mission to pay for next month's rent." Wei Wei Bai said, "This ghost-catching Taoist priest is doing too badly. These days, great deity jumping." Wait, why is Taoist priest great deity jumping? This Taoist priest was too weak. The system replied, "That's because it's at the level of eating and drinking." This ghost-catching mission was done by these 7 students. They couldn't think straight and came to this abandoned classroom to play pen spirit. The system nagged. Wei Wei Bai finally had a general understanding of this plane. It was just that she was a Taoist priest in this plane who was good at catching ghosts. However, she didn't have the ability to do so at all. She was just a freeloader. Recently, the livestream room had been banned, and the tools to cheat others were gone. She had no choice but to come out and catch the ghost. There weren't many ghosts these days. After all, it was a lie to say that a dead person would become a ghost. Since ancient times, so many people had died, but they were all stuck in the human world. Layers upon layers of ghosts had already floated 10,000 times around the earth. A ghost that was stuck in the human world. Firstly, it had spirit chi and was nurtured by a spiritual item with great luck. Even if these ghosts had no resentment in their hearts, he had never harmed anyone. They wouldn't be attracted by the gates of hell, and they wouldn't be captured by the netherworld's ghost servants. This was the best kind of ghost. Secondly, it was a malicious ghost. It had to be the kind of ghost that had a huge resentment and was filled with hatred for this world. This kind of ghost often encountered injustice and died miserably. Example, Sadako Kayako. Haha, so scary. This kind of ghost was often an earthbound spirit, bound to wander around the place where they died miserably, killing people to fill their appetite. And these 7 sad first-year students had listened to the school ghost story. They had agreed to come to the place where the ghost story happened to test their courage. To put it bluntly, it was men and women on a date. /full text download / to facilitate your next reading, you can click on the Chapter 1660. It was said that in this lockdown teaching building, a senior was cheated by a scumbag and got pregnant. In the end, the scumbag abandoned her. She had a miscarriage again. In a moment of depression, she jumped off the building and read. After jumping off the building, the senior turned into a malicious spirit and began to wander around the teaching building in red. She tempted one person after another to jump off the building like dumplings falling into water. And the people who jumped off the building here all became food for the red-clothed senior after they died. The most exciting part of this story was, this red-clothed senior had a fountain pen that was placed on the table in the middle of the classroom. If someone could hold the fountain pen, they could use the method of inviting the pen spirit to invite her. Then she could fulfill that person's wish. The prerequisite was that the spirit had to be sent away. If she didn't send it away, the red-clothed senior would start killing people. And this group of brainless people didn't send the spirit away after inviting it. In the end, one after another, they were all unlucky. They were either hit by a vase, beaten up, or in a car accident. The scariest thing was that someone would call them every night. In the end, one of the girls with weak mental strength, called Xiao Nian, was called into the teaching building. She jumped off the building. Only then did the remaining 6 people realize the seriousness of the matter. They immediately paid to invite a ghost catcher. However, a group of freshmen who had never seen the world did not have any connections to invite a powerful ghost catcher. They also had people who watched the live broadcast and saw Wei Wei Bai's live broadcast that had not been banned yet. They thought that she was very powerful. They pooled their money and invited her to exorcise the ghost. Then the original owner came. Then she came. In other words, Wei Wei Bai directly dropped into the ghost catcher scene. Wei Wei Bai listened to the entire story. As expected, without a ghost story or a group of people who were trying their best to court death, it was impossible to continue. The 7 people in front of her were all experts at courting death. Wei Wei Bai asked the system with a trembling voice, "There can't really be ghosts, right?" The system was as calm as the wind. "Don't be afraid. It's just a few small ghosts. What's there to be afraid of?" This sentence could be applied to any unafraid template. No, it was just a few small snakes. What was there to be afraid of? It was just a few hundred southern cockroaches. What was there to be afraid of? Don't be afraid. It's just a few rats. I'll fry them and eat them. But for those who were truly afraid, how could they not be afraid? She had experienced a ghostly plane in the past, and she was scared witless. Why was there another one? Wei Wei Bai's face was pale, even paler than Yumachian's. The corner of the young man's mouth curled up. He was as calm as the system. A classmate beside him asked, "Heavenly Master, can we ask the pen spirit to leave?" Wei Wei Bai said in a trembling voice, "Go, go, go. Go, pen spirit." Who the hell knows how to ask him to leave? She wasn't the one who invited him. Furthermore, the original owner of this body was also someone who was just waiting to die. He didn't even know how to send the pen spirit away. He was just putting on an act to deceive people. But why does this brush keep spinning in circles? Wei Wei Bai decided to let go. She let go of her hand, and the girl opposite her also let go of her hand in fear. Then, the pen was still spinning, because the young man was still holding onto the fountain pen. Wei Wei Bai couldn't help but say to him, "Let go, let's go." Rent was nothing. She could go out and set up a stall to count marriage. She could eat and drink for free. Why catch ghosts for no reason? The young man's fingers paused, and the pen stopped. He turned to look at her. There was a strange concentration in his misty eyes. The girl who let go of her hand looked at Wei Wei Bai in fear. Heavenly Master, who are you talking to? The rest of the students were even more frightened. Everyone was afraid to begin with. Now that they saw Wei Wei Bai like this, they were even more afraid. Wei Wei Bai was stunned. She didn't wait for an answer. Suddenly, an ethereal, strange, and cold woman's laughter came from nowhere. This laughter completely frightened the group of new students. They screamed and immediately turned to run. 6 ran away. Wei Wei Bai came back to her senses. There were 7 people who invited the pen's spirit. 7 people weren't wrong. 6 people ran over just now. Only her target was left, Yu Ma Qian. Then, no, a new student named Xiao Yin died. There were indeed 6 people left alive. Then, who was this beautiful and cute young man in front of her? Wei Wei Bai's neck creaked. She felt that her bones were stiff. She was tongue-tied. Didn't you say it was a senior in red? The system said, there's not only one ghost in this building. Wei Wei Bai was speechless. The young man in front of her picked up the fountain pen. His fingers were so white that they were almost transparent. They were as beautiful as jade. Then, as if he was testing, his fingertips lightly touched her fingers. An unusually cold temperature made Wei Wei Bai shiver. The young man's flawless face under the moonlight slowly revealed a smile so beautiful that it was almost illusory. You can touch me? Wei Wei Bai slowly retracted her hand. Her fingers were frozen. Then, she slowly stood up and stared at Yu Ma Qian as if she was staring at a venomous snake. After Wei Wei Bai took a few steps back, she quickly turned around and ran as fast as she could. The strategy master was invincible. The strategy master was a coward. Wei Wei Bai said that she would try again in the morning when she had the courage, but she would forget about it now. The young man also stood up with the fountain pen in his hand. His red lips slowly curved into a strange smile. Then, he floated out and followed Wei Wei Bai / Download the at https://m/com button at the bottom to record this chapter. You will see it the next time you open the bookshelf. Chapter 1661. Wei Wei Bai ran out of the classroom. There was a dark corridor outside the door, and there were piles of junk everywhere. The dirty glass window made a harsh, squeaking sound in the cold wind. The 6 troublemakers just now ran away quickly, and she didn't know where they went. Wei Wei Bai didn't care about others. She saw the stairs, and the words 5th floor were painted in red. In the dark, the red paint was shocking. Wei Wei Bai was most afraid of the dark. She saw the dark staircase, and her legs went weak. Tongzi, sing Little Apple. The system didn't tease her, and it played the cheerful Little Apple. In the cheerful sound of the Little Apple, there was a girl's bitter laughter, sometimes far, sometimes close. Wei Wei Bai felt that compared to the cheerful music, this building was even scarier. Her teeth were chattering. How many ghosts are there in this staircase? The system said, not many, just a few little ghosts. The more powerful one is the senior in red, and the rest are your targets. Wei Wei Bai asked, who killed Xiao Yin? The system said, the senior in red. Wei Wei Bai asked, how did Yu Ma Qian die? The system flipped through the information. Family fight. He was the successor of the natural law school and was killed by his cousin. He was suppressed under this building. The system saw that it wasn't lagging anymore, and it directly transmitted the information. Wei Wei Bai thought about Yu Ma Qian's background. Yu Ma Qian was actually from the Republic of China, and ghosts ran rampant in that time. The people who inherited the skills were divided into the Imperial Path School and the Natural Law School. The Imperial Path sect did all the dirty work. For example, they did the Taoist dance to calculate marriage, and they set up street stalls to eat and drink. Although they had the peachwood sword that was rewarded by their ancestors, and some skills to set up the array to catch ghosts. But compared to the Natural Law School's superior feng shui, divination, and ghost-catching skills, they were still too far behind. The Natural Law School was in charge of serving the upper class. From the Republic of China until now, it had become an exceptionally large force. However, the Imperial Path sect was still making a living. They didn't starve to death, and they didn't become rich. Otherwise, there wouldn't be such an unreliable direct descendant like Wei Wei Bai. Wei Wei Bai walked down the stairs while reading the information. That's not right. Yu Maqian is from the Republic of China. Why did you say that he's a freshman? The system said, a freshman from the Republic of China. Wei Wei Bai, when he saw those students wearing university sports uniforms, he didn't think too much about it. Yu Maqian's uniform was the same as theirs. Therefore, she thought that Yu Maqian was a new ghost that had appeared in recent years. In the end, it turned out to be a super old ghost. Wei Wei Bai continued reading. At that time, the Heavenly Tao sect was at its peak. When Yu Maqian was born, the yin-yang eye opened. His talent was astonishing. What followed was Yu Tianlai's life. The aura of extreme yang, the body of virgin, ghosts would be afraid of him. At the age of 7, he was slated to be the future successor of the Heavenly Tao sect. Just as Yu Maqian's life was smooth, he caught ghosts all the way until he was 18 years old. The founder of the Heavenly Tao sect wanted to get something with great luck. He led the elites of the sect to fight. In the end, he didn't return. The people of the Heavenly Tao sect were in a panic. Yu Maqian, his cousin, and the others ran to save people. In the end, they found that the founder had died in a pile of ghosts. The thing with great luck nourished the entire ancient graveyard. This graveyard was filled with ghosts from ancient wars. Their combat power was off the charts, and the thing with great luck had spirituality. / to facilitate the next reading, you can click on Chapter 1662. The people of a natural law school were devoured by the ghosts and were powerless to resist. In the end, to survive, the cousin came up with a crazy suppression formation. The formation needed a formation eye. It needed an item of extreme yang. Where could they find an item of extreme yang? Everyone immediately thought of the successor of the natural law school, Yu Maqian. He himself was an item of extreme yang. What followed was the old-fashioned story of fellow disciples killing each other. The cousin was jealous of Yu Maqian's chance of becoming the successor, so he took advantage of this opportunity. He trapped Yu Maqian in the center of the ghosts and set up a suppression formation. Those vengeful spirits were unable to escape and were trapped in this formation for eternity. The cousin escaped with the rest of the people. Relying on the ancestors' things, he became the leader himself and maintained the glory of the natural law school. As for Yu Maqian, he would forever remain in the land of vengeful spirits. Wei Wei Bai pointed at the stairs under her feet with trembling fingers. Is this the graveyard that was filled with ghosts back then? The system said yes. Wei Wei Bai said, Yu Maqian's body is under the teaching building? As time passed, no one remembered this incident. The graveyard also became a teaching building. The system flipped through the information and said, it's fine. He's probably turned into bones. Wei Wei Bai felt that the situation was more serious. There must be so many ghosts in this building that it was scary. Suddenly, Wei Wei Bai stopped in her tracks. She had been going down the stairs for a long time, but the 5th floor above the stairwell was already covered in blood and stuck to the stairwell. Did she encounter a ghost wall? Wei Wei Bai couldn't help but look down through the handrail of the stairs. She saw that the stairs kept going down without an end. There were countless of them. The 5th floor. She encountered a ghost wall. Wei Wei Bai touched herself with trembling fingers, found a piece of chocolate, and put it back. She touched her left pocket and found a small peachwood sword. It felt like a phone pendant. There were also a few yellow talismans. What the hell was that drawing? It was even crazier than a doctor's prescription. Then, he took out a bronze mirror from his pocket. It was probably the demon-revealing mirror. The system flipped through the information and said, the peachwood sword was purchased from Taobao for $9.09, and the yellow talisman was purchased from Taobao for $3 a dozen. Only the bronze mirror was obtained from the Emperor's Gate. Wei Wei Bai's fingers trembled as she looked at the bronze mirror. What's the use of it? Can fight ghosts? If he was trapped here forever, Bai Weiwei probably wouldn't be able to hold on until dawn. There wasn't even a light switch. Her hands were sweating profusely. The dark environment made her extremely nervous. Fortunately, there was a system to chat with her to distract her. Otherwise, she wouldn't have gone down the stairs. The system said, "You can't fight ghosts, but your side reward is here." Wei Wei Bai. What's the reward? The system said, "The Chinese talisman in your hand is the reward. As long as you stick it on the evil spirit's face, you'll be able to stop it." Wei Wei Bai immediately took a look at the Chinese talisman in her hand. Only 3. The system said, "It's very expensive. There's no discount." There was no discount at the supermarket. It was too expensive to be worth it. But there was no item to catch ghosts in the discount. It reluctantly took out a portion of its snack money to buy Chinese talismans for her, but it was rejected. Wei Wei Bai, the main system is so stingy. The rewards are getting more and more ridiculous. The stingy system didn't dare to say anything. It silently hugged the potato chips tightly. Wei Wei Bai was about to put away the bronze mirror and look for a way out. The bronze mirror seemed to vaguely show something. Did the S/ to the full articles / the downloads to the S to make it easier for you to read next time? You can click Save. Chapter 1663. She couldn't help but take a closer look, but it was her own face. She looked quite cute, with a pair of round almond-shaped eyes, short hair that reached her ears, and a standard oval face. She didn't look like a devastatingly beautiful woman, but she was elegant and clean. Wei Wei Bai took a few more glances, and, suddenly, she saw something behind her in the mirror. She couldn't help but observe, and found a pair of red eyes. The system reminded her softly, "There's a ghost behind you." Wei Wei Bai's hand trembled, and the figure behind her in the mirror became more obvious. Her neck was so stiff that it made a cracking sound. She finally mustered up the courage to look back, and there was indeed a ghost behind her. In the dilapidated staircase, long hair fell from the stairs, and the end of the hair was a woman's face. The face was only a dozen centimeters away from her. Wei Wei Bai's whole body turned cold, and the fingers that were holding the mirror started to tremble. The distance was too close. Wei Wei Bai saw the woman hanging upside down from the stairs. Her blood-red feet were straight up, and her head was pulled down by her hair, forming a strange posture with her neck crooked. Blood continued to drip from her feet, landing on her mangled face that was beyond recognition. Her empty eyes were white as she stared straight at Wei Wei Bai. Bai Wei Wei's entire person was stunned. No matter how many times she had seen it, or how many big scenes she had experienced. When she saw these ghosts, she was still terrified, and her legs were still weak. She still couldn't control her fragile little heart from trembling. The female ghost suddenly opened her mouth slowly and laughed eerily. "Are you the one who invited the pen spirit?" This was the real pen spirit that was invited by the group of death-seeking experts. Senior in red, awe. Wei Wei Bai felt as if she had been electrocuted, and the bronze mirror hit the female ghost's face hard, causing her face to become crooked. Then, she jumped up, grabbed a handful of yellow talismans, and ran downstairs. "Ghost Tongzi, there's a ghost." The system said, "Yeah, that female ghost's head was crooked and her neck was split in half." She reached out with her bloody hands and put her head back in place. Then, she chased after us. She used her head to walk, thump, thump. Wei Wei Bai said, "Don't say it. It's even scarier." The system said, "I'll show you the process of the ghost catching up, so you can run faster." Wei Wei Bai said, "My legs are weak. I can't run fast." The system replied, "There's nothing to be afraid of. There are no ghosts in this world. It's all your fault for not being strong enough. I'll play you a song to cheer you on." Then Wei Wei Bai heard it. "The wind is howling. The horses are neighing. The yellow river is roaring. The yellow river is roaring." The system said, "How is it? Listening to such a majestic song, you're not afraid anymore, right?" Wei Wei Bai asked, "Are there really no ghosts in this world? Is it all a psychological effect?" The system was silent. Then it said faintly, "I'm lying, silly child. If you don't believe me, look behind you. The senior in red is catching up." Wei Wei Bai did not dare to look. She ran down the stairs as fast as she could. As she ran down the stairs, hair started to appear. The female ghost's voice became shrill. "Did you invite the pen spirit? Did you invite the pen spirit?" Wei Wei Bai turned around and yelled, "No, don't chase me. I won't agree to be with you no matter how much you chase me." This type of ghost would definitely want to kill her. Then, she would leave her in this building. That was how it went in the movies. However, when she turned around, she saw that face hanging in the middle of the stairs. It was less than 3 centimeters away from her. Chapter 1664. The female ghost kept running behind her, sticking close to her back. Wei Wei Bai's mind went blank. Only then did she remember her yellow talisman. Then, she took out a yellow talisman and was about to stick it on the female ghost's face. She didn't know where the scream came from. It gave Wei Wei Bai a fright. The yellow talisman actually stuck on the ghost's hair and didn't stick on the ghost's face. Her hair suddenly burned. A violent force appeared from the yellow talisman, burning with yellow flames. The female ghost screamed in agony. Blood started to flow from her 7 orifices on her pale face. Wei Wei Bai's legs trembled, and she fell down the stairs. She hit the wall of the stairwell, and her head was a little dizzy. "Are you okay?" A pleasant and deep voice sounded. Wei Wei Bai's lips trembled. I'm fine." After saying that, she looked up and seemed to see a pair of feet wearing black cloth shoes floating 5 centimeters above the ground. Then, she looked up and saw Yu Maqian's handsome face. He was casually playing with a fountain pen with his fingers. He wasn't wearing the student sportswear anymore. He was back to his original appearance. He was wearing a navy blue man's gown with a beautiful nephrite jade pendant hanging on his waist. His long black hair was braided and fell behind his head. It followed his floating body and swayed from time to time. The corners of his mouth were slightly raised. His dark eyes had a kind of exquisite death aura. If his feet weren't off the ground, Wei Wei Bai would feel that this young man in front of her was good-looking and full of spiritual energy. It was as if he had walked out of a painting of the Republic of China. Wei Wei Bai tried to convince herself. This was the target. If she ran away now, she would have to come back in the future. So, Wei Wei Bai stretched out her trembling hand and gently grabbed his trousers. Then, she looked up, and there was a trace of sincere pleading in her watery eyes. "Can you save me?" The girl's voice was clear like spring water. It seemed out of place in this dirty place. The power of the yellow talisman was limited. After the female ghost's hair was burned, the flames disappeared. The corridor returned to darkness, and the faint moonlight shone through. The young man's expression was strangely frozen. His voice was gentle, with a kind of ticklish tone as he said, "Oh, you want me to save you?" The female ghost jumped down the stairs with a thud. The whites of her eyes were bloodshot, as if they were soaked in blood. She was provoked by Wei Wei Bai and was filled with resentment and anger. "I want you to die. I want you to die." Wei Wei Bai was frightened and immediately reached out her hands to hug the pair of floating feet. Both of them were ghosts. He would choose someone with good looks to hug her thigh. Even if he died, he would die in the hands of a good-looking ghost. After Wei Wei Bai hugged his legs, she shivered. It was frighteningly cold. Yu Maqian, on the other hand, tilted his head in confusion when she pounced on him and hugged his legs. The female ghost's remaining hair was like a sharp thorn, piercing through the stair railings and directly piercing towards Wei Wei Bai's head. Wei Wei Bai watched in horror as the hair attacked her. She was so frightened that she immediately closed her eyes and hugged Yu Maqian's legs tightly, her face rubbing against his dark blue robes. Yu Maqian lowered his head to look at her. She was like a pitiful little animal, trembling in fear. His expression was calm as he reached out his fingertips to touch the coils of her hair. The female ghost's hair was already attacking him, but the young man calmly raised his hand and grabbed the hair. The female ghost's face showed intense pain. /save button. Chapter 1665. Yu Maqian slowly used his strength and tore off the long hair one by one. The female ghost screamed at the top of her lungs. Yu Maqian said indifferently, "Get lost." The female ghost immediately ignored her broken hair and used the remaining long hair to wrap around her body. She turned into black smoke and disappeared. After the female ghost disappeared, Yu Maqian continued his actions. His white, nearly transparent fingers touched by Wei Wei's head. Her soft hair warmed up his cold fingers with the warmth of a human. He really could touch her. Yu Maqian looked at her strangely. Why could he touch her? He was an earthbound spirit. It was impossible for ghosts and humans to touch each other, even if humans thought that ghosts could kill them. It was also a strong hypnosis, but he was very sure that she could touch him. It was not hypnosis, nor was it an illusion in a special formation. The real contact made the young man who had not seen anyone for 100 years show a trace of greed in his eyes. What a warm body. Her trembling skin pressed against his ice-cold body, causing him to tremble slightly as well. Wei Wei Bai said to the system with a trembling voice, "A ghost is touching my head. I'm going to be unlucky for 3 years." The system said, "You are indeed going to be unlucky for 3 years." After that, the system's notification sounded. This mission is to obtain the love of Yu Maqian. Target, Yu Maqian. Completion, 0. Time, 3 years. 3 years was too long, this strategy time. Of course, compared to a lifetime, 3 years was not unbearable. No, the target was a ghost. 3 minutes was unbearable. The system saw that she was so scared and immediately encouraged her. Don't you have a yellow talisman? If you're really scared, stick it on the face of a ghost and tie it up. Wei Wei Bai, it made sense. With a yellow talisman in hand, as long as she stuck it on the face, there was no need for her to be scared. She was a woman who was used to grand occasions. After brainwashing herself, Wei Wei Bai raises her stiff neck. No matter what, even if the target is a crab spirit, she still has a strategy. They couldn't discriminate against him just because he wasn't human. Wei Wei Bai just raised her head when she saw Yu Maqian's face right in front of her. The youth's skin was too pale, so pale that it was fragile. There was no light in his black eyes. They were as dark as the deepest night. Even Wei Wei Bai's face couldn't be reflected in such dark eyes. The shape of those eyes was very beautiful, but it was too dark. Wei Wei Bai was scared again. She pursed her lips and was just about to show off her ability to speak human language when she saw a ghost. "Big uncle, thank you. Thank you, you saved me," the system asked. "Is your tape jammed?" Yu Maqian was not the slightest bit impatient. Seeing her like this, he gently curved his lips. Then he lowered his head, and his cold lips covered her trembling lips. Wei Wei Bai, ding, the male lead's favorability has increased by 5. Wei Wei Bai swore that this was the fastest strategy target to increase favorability in history. And she didn't do anything. She only felt that her lips were covered by a piece of ice. It was so cold that it hurt. She didn't dare to move away, so she could only let him kiss her gently. It wasn't gentle, but it was very slow and strange. It was like the feeling of a poisonous snake slipping across her skin. As the favorability increased, Wei Wei Bai's heart flashed with all kinds of guesses, but she had a certain feeling. It was not the favorability of love. It had nothing to do with friendship or family. This kind of increase in favorability made her vigilant. Yu Maqian was a little reluctant to part with the warmth of her lips. He slowly left. There was no sign of breathing between his nose and mouth, and there was no breath. A joyful smile appeared on his cold and pale face. As expected, it's a pure yang body. He looked the same as he did 100 years ago. Yin yang eyes, pure yang body. It was almost a perfect match for him. They had finally met. Yu Maqian's smile became even more gentle, but she didn't know why it gave people a strange feeling of hypocrisy. He reached out his beautiful fingers and held her confused and scared face. He said in a low voice, "Don't be afraid. I'll protect you." Wei Wei Bai, one who is unaccountably solicitous, is hiding evil intentions. She couldn't feel at ease with any kind of strange increase in favorability. Her lips trembled as she revealed a smile. "You really are a good ghost. I'll burn money for you when I get out." Yu Maqian shook his head. His smile was like a strange mask. "I want you to be my bride." Is at https://www.sashu.com/// Chapter 1666. The wind blew, the dark and empty staircase and the bloody painting of the 5th floor were painted on the wall. The atmosphere was very quiet. His pale fingers were placed on her shoulder, cold to the bone. Wei Wei Bai shrank into a corner, feeling like a weak and pitiful little thing. She was always the one forcing others to marry. She had just transmigrated and had not done any strategy. Yet, she was forced to marry by a ghost. Wei Wei Bai's mind was filled with a conspiracy, a very big conspiracy. It did not make sense for someone to marry a ghost. Moreover, the 5 points of affinity proved that Yu Ma Qian was just a little bit interested in her. The fragile affinity was on the verge of collapse. This made Wei Wei Bai even more vigilant. Bai Weiwei also specifically asked the system, is the goal of this strategy to pull someone in as a stand-in? The system said, yes, you have a pure yang body in this world, and you have yin-yang eyes. Of course, it was accidentally mutated when you transmigrated. The original owner did not. Wei Wei Bai said, he wants to possess my body. The system said, let me look through the information. Wei Wei Bai said, it must be. I have the same body as him. So he wants to become a human. So he wants to kill me and possess my body. This strategy target is too hardcore. Her body was female. He was not afraid of the monthly menstruation tormenting him to death. The system said, I found the information, but it is not as scary as you said. Isn't Yu Ma Qian's body still suppressed below? Wei Wei Bai stared at the young man in front of her and asked distractedly, then what? Has he turned into bones? The system said, no. It seems that his body has not transformed for thousands of years because of the formation. Wei Wei Bai said, then he's an old zombie. The system said, he still retains his vitality, as long as there is a pure young object similar to him to suppress this place. Then he can revive and run away. Wei Wei Bai was speechless. This reason was even scarier. He was not happy to be suppressed in this place filled with ghosts. It was one thing for him to find a substitute, but he was actually planning to turn her into an object of suppression. She thought about how she would spend time with a bunch of vengeful spirits in the future. Wei Wei Bai expressed that she couldn't wait to die immediately and give up on the strategy. Yu Ma Qian's smile was still as strange as ever. He sat cross-legged, about 10 centimeters above the ground. There are many benefits to marrying me. Isn't that good? Although he was speaking the truth, his eyes were terrifyingly dark. It was as if he would start a massacre if she said no. Under his threatening gaze, Wei Wei Bai stiffened for a moment before she slowly nodded. Okay, you ghost. After saying that, a yellow talisman was fiercely stuck to his face. Ruthless, accurate, and fast, there was absolutely no mistake. Suppress your ass. You actually dare to set your sights on her. Yu Ma Qian was stunned. He floated in the air, his eyes wide open. He looked unusually cute and adorable. Wei Wei Bai immediately jumped up and ran. Tongzi, what do I do with this ghost wall? The system said, this is a psychological effect. You just have to think that the next floor is the 4th floor. Wei Wei Bai said, 4th floor, 4th floor, 4th floor. As she muttered, the number of words on the staircase suddenly changed to the 4th floor. Wei Wei Bai immediately ran to the 3rd floor, muttering, 3rd floor, 3rd floor. When she finally saw the door, she hurriedly opened it, only to find that the door was locked. Wei Wei Bai felt nervous. Usually, after the door was locked, ghosts would also come. Suddenly, she heard a dong-dong sound. Wei Wei Bai looked back with difficulty and saw a pair of blood-red eyes staring at her from the stairs. The S/the full articles that downloads the S to facilitate your next reading. You can click Save at the bottom to record this reading. Chapter 1667. It was the senior in red who was standing upside down and walking with her head. She was staring at her. Wei Wei Bai's mouth was dry. She could not breathe properly, and her heart was beating too fast. She did not die suddenly because her body was strong. The red-clothed senior sister cracked open her black mouth and began to laugh eerily. Her head bounced up in a strange position, and then she fell down one stair after another with a thud. Wei Wei Bai said, Tongzi, give me a Rui door and send me to the temple. She wanted nothing more than to hug a Buddhist statue and tremble. The system said, Rui door is very expensive. She could not afford it. The system said, why don't you use a yellow talisman? There's still one left. Wei Wei Bai held the only yellow talisman in her hand. Her hands were trembling like crazy. The senior in red had already arrived in front of her. Wei Wei Bai was scared out of her wits. She calmed down and stuck the yellow talisman on the female ghost's face. The female ghost's long hair was about to pierce through her chest. However, an unknown source of energy caused her body to suddenly stiffen. Before the yellow talisman came, she could not move at all. The yellow talisman stuck to the senior in red who had turned into a statue. Wei Bai saw that the ghost would not move. She sighed in relief. Then, she slowly reached for the door. She thought that the door would not open. It actually opened. Wei Bai immediately opened the door and stepped out. The system said, "Wait." Wei Bai was speechless. Then, she saw the lonely moon outside the door. The dark treetops let out the sharp sound of the cold wind. Under the moonlight, Yu Qian had a yellow talisman stuck on his forehead. A pair of black eyes stared at her. The system finished its sentence. The male lead is outside. Wei Bai said, "What happened to sticking the yellow talisman and not moving?" The system was speechless. The opponent's level was too high. The yellow talisman was ineffective. Yu Qian's handsome face suddenly turned ashen, and his voice was extremely cold. "You're going to marry me." Wei Bai's back was drenched in cold sweat, but her legs did not go soft. Sure enough, after being scared by the same thing for so long, he had become numb to it. Being numb was also a form of bravery. Surprisingly, Wei Bai was still able to remain calm and collected. She didn't even tremble as she revealed a stiff smile. Yu Qian slowly floated in front of her. He tried to blow the yellow talisman, but he realized that he couldn't breathe and couldn't blow it away. He chuckled, seemingly amused. Then, he reached out with his fingertips and removed the yellow talisman from his forehead. "A very good talisman. Did you draw it?" Yu Qian glanced at the yellow talisman and asked curiously. Wei Bai stood up straight, almost using all her strength to answer slowly. "No, it's what the ancestor left for me." She couldn't say that she bought it on Taobao and got it from a system. Yu Qian calmly blew the yellow talisman. This time, the yellow talisman was no longer calm. Instead, it suddenly burned with a green will-o'-the-wisp. The yellow talisman burned. Yu Qian saw that Wei Bai was staring at the ashes of the yellow talisman. He reached out his finger, and a fountain pen appeared on it. The fountain pen drew black lines in the air, and the lines turned into a lifelike piece of paper. The lines on the paper turned back into the yellow talisman. Then, the originally drawn yellow talisman suddenly turned into a real yellow talisman paper. It was exactly the same as the one bought by the system. Yu Qian passed the talisman paper to her and said kindly, "Since it was given by the ancestor, it's a pity to destroy it. I'll draw a few more for you." Chapter 1668. Wei Bai's fingers were stiff, and there was only one thought in her mind. Strategy, 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 not to mention that it was a ghost. Even if it was a dung beetle, she couldn't be picky. Wei Bai finally hypnotized herself. She stretched out her hand and took the yellow talisman from his hand. The yellow talisman was extremely cold, just like the temperature of his body. Wei Bai's fingers were trembling, but her voice finally stopped trembling. She touched her pocket and took out the half-melted chocolate. Then she carefully handed it to him. "Do you want to eat some?" Yu Qian looked at the chocolate in her hand quietly. The smile on his face slowly disappeared. He looked at her strangely. It was as if he was examining something that he was very interested in. Wei Bai's fingers were about to stiffen, but he didn't take it. Could it be that he felt that it was too long? Just as Wei Bai was about to take back the chocolate, a pale finger pressed down on the chocolate. Then, he slowly pinched the chocolate with his fingertips. Wei Bai's palms were sweaty. She said cautiously, "It's very delicious." Yu Qian smiled. Suddenly, he pinched her palm with his fingernails. A red nail mark appeared on her soft palm. Wei Bai took a deep breath and took a few steps back. She looked at him with some fear. Yu Qian said, "This is not a good place. Don't come here next time." After saying that, he drew in the air with the pen in his hand. A ray of light was drawn. No, the darkness was drawn by the fountain pen. Sunlight appeared in the sky. It was already morning, but this place was covered by the yin qi of vengeful spirits. People who entered this place couldn't wait until morning, and there would never be morning. This little celestial master in front of him was stupid and useless. It was obvious that she was taught by those unreliable idiots in the Imperial Tao sect. She was actually afraid of ghosts. Let's go. Wei Wei Bai looked at him in a daze, as if she didn't understand his actions. Yu Maqin smiled. He couldn't help but float in front of her. He stretched out his finger and lightly flicked her delicate ear. I'm not going. I really want you to be my bride. I'll let you stay here forever. His voice lingered in the air, like the sound of spring water hitting rocks. Even his dark eyes didn't look so eerie anymore. Wei Wei Bai hurriedly covered her ears. She glared at him, then turned around and ran without saying a word. As she disappeared from the teaching building, the night once again covered the teaching building. A shrill and mournful laugh sounded from all directions. Yu Maqian acted as if he hadn't heard her and gently peeled the chocolate. The temperature on the chocolate was her temperature. There was an aura as scorching as the sun. Also, if he was trapped here, he might only meet that little celestial master for the rest of his life, let alone for the rest of his life. It's not too late to get her back. Go, Yu Maqian. Replace her with you. Go. The voice was getting more and more shrill and crazy. Countless souls squeezed out of the windows of the school building. They were densely packed and wriggling, trying to squeeze out. Yu Maqian remained indifferent, his delicate face calm as a pine tree. He took a bite of the chocolate and sighed softly. I know how lucky it is to meet a scapegoat, but I'm soft-hearted. Seeing her is like seeing myself. If I leave her here, she'll be scared to death. She was obviously a celestial master from the Imperial Tao sect. She was afraid of ghosts. Crossover system. Adonis, come here. /crossover system. Adonis, come here and read the full article at https://www. Sashu. Download transmigration system. Adonis, come here and read this on your phone. https://m. Sashu. Record. Next time when you open the bookshelf, you can see it. If you like crossover system, Mr. Adonis, come here. Chapter 1669. When he saw that she was afraid of ghosts, he laughed so hard that he couldn't stand up straight. He had never seen a Taoist who was so afraid of ghosts. Moreover, the yang energy in her body could restrain ghosts. If he hadn't mistakenly entered this place, he wouldn't have encountered ghosts on a normal day. To catch ghosts back then, he had put in dozens of times more effort than others. It wasn't that he was stupid, but that he couldn't see ghosts at all. A person with a pure yang body was like a light bulb walking in the dark. Ghosts would run away when they saw them. Where could they catch them? You are so stupid. Do you want to stay here forever? Those ghost heads roared. Their voices, neither male nor female, came from all directions. Impossibly foolish, Yu Maqian, impossibly foolish. Yu Maqian licked his fingers and finished the last bite of chocolate. There was no taste. He was a spirit body. Even if he could get what she gave him, he couldn't taste anything. But surprisingly, he felt that it was sweet. He was indeed soft-hearted and stupid. Otherwise, he wouldn't have been suppressed here back then. After Yu Maqian sighed hypocritically, he suddenly raised his hand. The fountain pen in his hand smoothly drew in the air, and a peachwood sword appeared. A red tassel fell on the hilt of the sword. Golden light flowed out of the peachwood sword, and an astonishing light appeared from the tip of the sword. Those ghosts roared in fear. Their dense heads retreated in fear, not daring to run out of the building. Yu Maqian's expression became indifferent and solemn. After so many years, you can't do anything to me, and I can't kill all of you. We've been killing each other for so long. I'm tired and annoyed. If you provoke me again, I'll take you down with me, even if I burn my soul. After so many years, he didn't perish together with this group of vengeful spirits. It was just so that one day he could go out and seek justice. Unfortunately, he let go of his last hope just now. He suddenly felt tired. How could he not know the purpose of this group of vengeful spirits? He found a scapegoat and left himself. But that scapegoat, such as the little celestial master just now, definitely couldn't suppress such a large group of vengeful spirits. Once he left, the ghosts here would leave as well. No matter how much he wanted to seek justice for himself, Yumachian couldn't bring himself to let this group of evil spirits run amok in the human world. The wraiths slowly quieted down. The teaching building became empty and dark again. The peachwood sword in Yumachian's hand turned back into lines and dissipated. He sat cross-legged in the air with his hands supporting his chin. His dark eyes were half closed. How boring. He was so bored that whenever he saw someone he rarely saw, he would run over to scare her like a half-grown child. Yumachian pursed his lips and sighed. Don't ever come back. Otherwise, I won't be able to control myself and will want you to be my scapegoat. 100 years of loneliness was too unbearable. Just now, he couldn't resist the evil desire in his heart. He really wanted her to become his substitute. So, don't ever reply. That suddenly, a girl's trembling voice came from behind. Her voice was surprisingly pleasant to the ears. Do you want to come with me? She was obviously very scared, but she didn't hesitate in the slightest. Yumachian's body stiffened. He couldn't believe that someone would be so stupid as to think that what she heard was an illusion. But in the next second, a timid hand with a warm temperature held his cold and lifeless fingers. Yumachian's fingers were completely warm. Young energy climbed up his cold and decadent blood vessels and reached his stilled heart. /save button. Chapter 1670. A wave of scorching yang qi started to burn. He finally turned around and saw Wei Wei Bai's beautiful face appear. Wei Wei Bai had difficulty breathing. Her self-brainwashing effect had finally taken effect, and she was not so scared anymore. It's not good here. I'll take you away. She actually did not want to come back. But she had just taken 2 steps when a side mission appeared. Ding, dear darling host, please take the male lead to complete the mission of catching 100 ghosts. Mission point, do not leave the male lead within 1 meter of you. Side mission punishment, electric shock. Bai Weiwei thought it was some 9th heaven Xian Lei that would strike her death. In the end, it was just a simple electric shock. The punishment was so light that it was unreal. When she took 2 steps, she knew why it was just an electric shock. Because the electric shock was real time. When she was 1 meter away from Yumachian, the electric shock passed through her body. Wei Wei Bai walked 3 steps firmly and was almost electrocuted to death. She could only come back. Yumachian's pale and calm face finally showed a trace of demonic fog in his black eyes. He laughed softly. You're really interesting. She was obviously scared to death, but she still dared to come back. Unfortunately, he could not leave this place. He slowly leaned close to her ear and said, Since you're back, why don't you stay here with me? Too lonely, really too lonely. It was good to have one more person to accompany him. His fingernails turned black and had already reached her neck. If he pierced it, she would not be able to get out. Wei Wei Bai grabbed his hand tightly. Her almond eyes were as round as a cat's, but there was no reflection of him. Because he was illusory, he could not be seen, touched, and could not appear in any mirror. The eyes were just one of the mirrors. This little celestial master had a pair of crystal clear eyes. They did not have any filth or turbidity. It was a rare good mirror. No wonder she could see ghosts. She was born with yin-yang eyes, the same talent as him. Yumachian also cherished talent. When he saw such a good seedling, he couldn't help but feel pity for him, as if he was looking at a seedling. Ding! The male lead's favorability is at 7. Wei Wei Bai. His favorability towards her is rising so fast. Is he trying to take her to death? After all, he still wanted her to be his scapegoat. Yumachian chuckled softly like an innocent youth. Seeing that she was so scared, he didn't harden his heart to keep her. He threatened, If you don't leave, you'll really marry me. Wei Wei Bai was speechless for a moment, but she still said firmly and shamelessly, If I want to marry you, you have to propose first. Come with me. Yumachian felt that she was really interesting. Anyway, he had nothing to do. He nodded lightly. As long as you could take me out, I will propose marriage. The people of a natural law school proposed to the people of the Imperial Path sect. He would be laughed to death. But Yumachian acted like he didn't understand this and was a bit willful. Wei Wei Bai immediately turned around, held his cold hand, and rushed out of that bright place. She said to the system, Tongzi, can we really go out? Yumachian didn't look like he could go out. The system said, his body is suppressing here, so his soul can't go out. but your body's yang qi can help him escape. As long as Wei Wei Bai held Yu Ma Qian's hand tightly and gave him some yang qi from time to time, the human world could hold Yu Ma Qian. Of course, she could also pull Yu Ma Qian out of this place. But if the body didn't have a scapegoat, it couldn't go out. Wei Wei Bai nodded. She understood. As long as she gave Yu Ma Qian enough yang qi, right? Her body was like a small sun now, but how could she give Yu Ma Qian yang qi? The important thing was that they escaped from the school building. Wei Wei Bai turned around and shouted, "Sorry for being rude." After shouting, she kissed Yu Ma Qian's lips fiercely. Like artificial respiration, she passed her breath to him. Yu Ma Qian's cold body was warmed by her breath. Before he could react, the hustle and bustle of the human world hit him in the face. He looked up blankly and saw the busy crowd, the cars coming and going, and the hot sun. He went out. Chapter 1671. Wei Wei Bai left his lips and realized that they were standing on the street. The dilapidated school building was not far away. It looked like an ordinary, run-down building with no signs of life. Wei Wei Bai held his hand tightly and said softly, "Follow me closely. There are many roads here. You will get lost." Yu Ma Qian felt the heat of the sun. He also felt the vitality in her body. The streets, after 100 years, were different from before. There were more people. However, there were more ghosts and monsters. People's desires were rampant, and there was a foul atmosphere everywhere. Yu Ma Qian glanced at the people who passed by him. Many of them were surrounded by black energy. These were the people who would be unlucky in the near future. There were also the people that ghosts like to haunt. The purer a person's soul was, the more ghosts would haunt them. Bai Weiwei's physique was special, and her yang qi was boiling, unless it was in a special place. Otherwise, it would not be easy to see ghosts. He floated and followed her forward. Wei Wei Bai suddenly thought of something. She rushed to a shop and bought a black umbrella. Then, she shielded him from the sun. Yu Ma Qian looked at the black umbrella. He then saw Wei Wei Bai's pure almond eyes staring at him. She was so afraid of him at first. Now, she was slowly getting used to it. He smiled. "You brought me out. I will fulfill my promise and bring you to propose marriage." Wei Wei Bai. Propose marriage, get married, become Yu Ma Qian's substitute, be suppressed in his place, get along with a bunch of ghosts, ha ha ha. She refused. Of course, she could not reject him directly. She could only test him. People nowadays have to fall in love first. When they are familiar with each other and feel that the time is right, they can propose marriage. Yu Ma Qian was teasing her. After all, humans and ghosts were different. Even if he was once a ghost catcher, he was now nothing more than an ominous ghost wandering the world. If he really went to the Imperial Path sect to propose marriage, it was not certain if the Imperial Path sect could destroy him. However, the little celestial master would definitely be punished. He extended his hand and touched the handle of the umbrella. A wave of warmth appeared from his fingertips. It was the yang energy coming from her hand that was holding the umbrella. He was finally certain that the yang qi on her body had concealed the ghost qi on his body. Thus, he managed to hide it from the netherworld and bring it into the mortal realm. This kind of belt was really similar to a human belt, because as long as there was still yang qi left in the things that she had touched, he would be able to touch them. Therefore, as long as he was by her side, he would be able to escape from the place that was suppressing him and wander around. Yu Ma Qian lowered his head to look at her. Under his messy bangs, a hint of a smile appeared in his dark eyes. It was rare to find someone with the same physique as him. His talent was even purer than his. He suddenly whispered, "There's a ghost." Wei Wei Bai was shocked and looked around in fear. Where? How could a ghost wander around so arrogantly in broad daylight? Yu Ma Qian used his almost transparent fingertip to tap the back of her hand. Then, he pointed to a tall building in front of them. Wei Wei Bai followed his actions and looked up. She realized that there was a radio and television station building in front of them. At the highest point of the building, on the dangerous edge of the balcony, a white figure stood upright. Wei Wei Bai was not nearsighted, so she could clearly see that the figure was standing on top of the building. Her long hair covered her entire face. She was wearing a white dress that was stained with blood. Suddenly, she seemed to have noticed Wei Wei Bai's gaze. A cold wind blew past, and the black hair on her face fluttered. A pair of venomous eyes stared at Wei Wei Bai. By Wei Wei, at the slash crossover system. Adonis, come here and read the full article at https://www.sashu.com. Download transmigration system. Adonis, come here and read this on your phone. https://m. Sashu.com. Save button below to record this reading. Chapter 1672. Then she trembled and pressed the umbrella down, blocking the female ghost line of sight. Is there a ghost? What? I didn't see anything. Wei Wei Bai stiffened her neck and refused to admit it. She heard that once she admitted to seeing a ghost, the ghost would follow her. She really couldn't suppress the fear that came from the bottom of her heart. This fear came from the shadow of her childhood. It was almost an insurmountable psychological barrier. Yu Maqian showed a mischievous smile. She really was afraid of ghosts. It was such a contradiction and cute contrast. It was rare for Yu Maqian to leave the place of suppression, so when he saw Wei Wei Bai, he even found her pleasing to the eye. Ding! The male lead's favorability has increased to 10. Wei Wei Bai, the favorability came too fast. It was like a tornado. She couldn't handle it. She hadn't gone through the process of making a scene, quarreling, making up, or killing each other. How did the favorability increase? Wei Wei Bai, who had always had a rough journey, was not used to the speed of the favorability increase. Wei Wei Bai said, Tongzi, I feel like there's a conspiracy. The favorability was too smooth. It made her feel unsure. The system said, you're cute and the ghosts like you. The favorability increased. Don't worry too much. The host was used to being abused, sometimes when she came to a smoother world. Unexpectedly, they were all worried and frightened. In this world, other than the more tiring side missions, the system found that the emotional fragments in this world were very gentle. So it was normal for the favorability to increase. But because the host was abused by the perverted male lead too many times, the system had no way to comfort her. Seeing the system so calm, Wei Wei Bai could only suppress the urge to stir up trouble in her heart. Other than the fact that this world was full of ghosts, it seemed to be quite smooth. Full of ghosts, Wei Wei Bai grabbed the umbrella and said to Yu Maqian, let's go. Yu Maqian smiled gently, then looked at the female ghost in white on the tall building. The female ghost seemed to want to come down and follow them. Yu Maqian calmly looked at the white-clothed female ghost. A murderous intent appeared in his dead eyes. This is a warning. Wei Wei Bai was targeted by a female ghost. She planned to come and pester her. The white-robed female ghost was taken aback, and an intense fear appeared on her face. She immediately crouched down and trembled, not daring to follow. Yu Maqian knew that it was his existence. Wei Wei Bai's pure yang body was being suppressed. Therefore, those ghosts started to target Wei Wei Bai. He was now a ghost with heavy yin energy. Being by her side was depriving her of her yang energy. Her existence, which was originally like a small sun, had become dim. But because of the existence of the yin-yang eye, now, compared to ordinary people, she was more likely to attract ghosts. Malicious ghosts were filled with all kinds of grievances, resentment, and obsessions formed by the deaths of wrong people. Once they realized that someone could see them, they would come over and try to get that person to avenge them. If their wishes were not fulfilled, they would start killing people. That was why these ghosts were really troublesome. Yu Maqian looked at Wei Wei Bai, who was holding the umbrella with some difficulty. Her gaze was straight ahead. A few strands of her neat short hair fell to the side of her cheeks. There was a faint blush on her fair skin. It was a healthy color that only living creatures had. Yu Maqian touched his face. It was cold and pale. He glanced at the little celestial master who was seriously blocking the sun for him. He tilted his head and thought seriously for a moment. Suddenly, he gently tried to step on the ground. Chapter 1673. The ground sizzled as the scorching heat burned a hole in his shoes. Yu Maqian helplessly supported his chin with his hand. It seemed that he could only float. The ground was too hot in the day. He could only trouble the little celestial master to continue raising her hand to shield him from the sun. Wei Wei Bai brought Yu Maqian back to her rented apartment. In bang bang bang. This was the sound of her suitcase, stool, and other things being thrown out by the landlord. Yes, she was 3 months behind on her rent. Wei Wei Bai had officially become one of the homeless people sleeping on the streets. And one of them was Yu Maqian. Wei Wei Bai awkwardly carried her suitcase. Why don't we go to a hotel first? Wei Wei Bai then checked her balance. Her balance was pitifully low. Wei Wei Bai looked at her pitiful balance and thought that she had to survive the night. She asked the system, "Where's the cheapest hotel nearby?" The system looked at the map and sent her a name. Wei Wei Bai immediately pulled Yu Maqian over excitedly. The hotel was actually not very remote. However, there was a commercial plaza nearby, and this area was being demolished. But for some reason, halfway through the demolition, the developers all ran away. This hotel was also struggling to survive in this dilapidated neighborhood that was half demolished. When Wei Wei Bai pulled Yu Maqian over, she felt that the whole place was gloomy. Moreover, this demolition site was facing the broadcasting building. She did not know if that female ghost was still there. The original owner of this body had some common sense about taboos. For example, one should not look directly at a ghost. Therefore, one should not open their inner eyes easily. Ghost hunters without yin-yang eyes would use special methods to open their inner eyes. Wei Wei Bai, who had yin-yang eyes, did not need to do so. Therefore, she had to be more careful, because if she looked directly at a ghost, the ghost would come over. Most specters had obsessions, and they would try their best to pester the humans who saw them to help them complete their obsessions. If he couldn't complete it, he would drag the others down with him. What was even scarier was a ghost that looked for a scapegoat. Most malicious ghosts could only wander around the place where they died, and some ghosts would even repeat the scene of their death over and over again. To escape this terrible torture, ghosts would pull someone over to be his substitute so that he could escape. Just like her relationship with Yu Maqian. She was the best scapegoat for Yu Maqian. After going through all kinds of taboos in her mind, Wei Wei Bai didn't dare to raise her head. She was afraid that she would see some ghost hanging in the air and looking at her. The old man smoked a cigarette and casually gave Wei Wei Bai a key. The old man looked at her from head to toe. "Little girl, don't open the door after midnight, no matter what you hear." After that, the old man took the money and let her in. Wei Wei Bai, if he had said that from the start, she would definitely not have been able to control herself. Yu Maqian looked around curiously. He had been trapped in that building all this time. Although there were occasionally people who accidentally barged in, he could play with them. He could also see a lot of things about modern society through the eyes of those people. For example, the group of students that Wei Wei Bai had brought. He even tried to conjure up their university sportswear and blend in with them to scare them. It was just for fun. If he didn't find fun like this, these 100 years of loneliness could drive a ghost crazy. Of those new students, except for Xiao Nian, who courted death, he had casually sent the rest of the new students away. Yu Maqian wasn't a good person, but he still had a sense of responsibility as a ghost hunter. Chapter 1674. So if he could save her, he would. If he couldn't, it was fine too. Coming out with Wei Wei Bai was even more surprising. The image that he saw was indeed different from the impression that was left in the eyes of others. Bai Wei Wei opened the door to the room. It was a standard single bedroom. The white sheets and pillows looked quite clean. The bathroom had frosted glass. Wei Wei Bai suddenly thought of a very important question. Tongzi, does he follow me to the toilet? Within 1 meter, there was no distance at all. When she squatted on the toilet, did this ghost have to stay close to protect her? The system said, "It's okay. You won't be able to see him when you close your eyes." Wei Wei Bai, after a long silence, Wei Wei Bai asked again, "What about bathing?" The system said, "Well, just bear with it for a while. After all, he's your male lead." "Where's your male lead?" Wei Wei Bai was speechless for a while, then said, "That's good. He can't run away when I'm bathing." The system, ? Wei Wei Bai put down her luggage and saw Yu Maqian sitting on the bed, but he couldn't touch the bed. The sheets were not wrinkled at all. He thought for a while, then suddenly reached out to hold Wei Wei Bai's hand. Her warm fingertips were pressed into the sheets by him. The bed warmed up immediately, and he sat on the bed. He couldn't help but touch the soft bed and the clean sheets. He let go of Wei Wei Bai's hand and couldn't help but roll around on the bed. His navy blue robe was full of marks from the sheets. Then he couldn't help but hug the round white pillow and bury his head in it, sighing at how comfortable it was. Wei Wei Bai took off her coat and stood by the bed, deep in thought. Finally, she hesitated and reached out to hold his wrist. "All right, I haven't introduced myself. I'm Wei Wei Bai." Yu Ma Qian looked at her from the side, his dark eyes looking adorably adorable. He smiled. "I'm Yu Ma Qian." He had a good impression of this little celestial master who had brought him out. Therefore, his attitude was unusually easygoing. He could actually be considered a gentle person or a ghost. Wei Wei Bai seemed to have opened up a chatterbox with him and began to nag him about her situation. For example, he had come to this city to work for his dream of buying a house. To be more familiar with her, Wei Wei Bai tried her best to make up stories about how hard it was for her to earn money and how she was chased away by her landlord many times. However, Yu Ma Qian simply concluded, "Your ability isn't good enough. It's only right that you starve to death." Wei Wei Bai, although his words were crude, his reasoning was not crude, but this was too straightforward. Yu Ma Qian also seemed to feel that he had gone too far, so he tried to salvage the situation. "It's fine. If you don't understand, I can teach you a few moves so that you can earn a living." Little Celestial Master's ability was simply terrible. Fortunately, she was from the Imperial Path faction. If she was from a Natural Path faction, he would probably be angered to death and directly beat this incompetent disciple to death. People from the Imperial Path faction were never reliable. There were many people who ate and drank for free and swindled others. They were more proficient in deception than exorcism. They were the faction that the Natural Path faction looked down on the most. However, Yu Ma Qian did not feel any repulsion. She was not his disciple, so why should he worry? It was rare to see such a good seedling like Wei Wei Bai in the Imperial Path faction. If she was in the Natural Path faction, they would definitely nurture her with all their might. She would not be in such a miserable state. Since she had brought him out to play, he could also teach her a few ordinary moves. It would not be a problem for her to earn a living and a few houses. The TXT. Chapter 1675. Wei Wei Bai scratched her head in distress. "A ghost is teaching me the art of catching ghosts. Don't regret it if I catch you after I learn it." Yu Ma Qian stared at her blankly for a while before he couldn't help but laugh. "Sure, I'll wait for you to catch me." Wei Wei Bai looked at his mocking face and turned around. "Don't look down on me. It's just a ghost. Why would I be afraid of it?" After that, she walked to the bathroom angrily, 1 meter away from the male lead. Electric shock. She stopped in her tracks, and a wave of pain came from her body as if she had been struck by an electric current. It was so painful that she wanted to die. Wei Wei Bai held the door open with difficulty. She wanted to enter the narrow bathroom. This ghost was following her to the toilet. Taking a bath was fine, but going to the toilet was too much. She would try to solve it quickly. The electric shock wouldn't kill him. Bai Weiwei struggled to move her feet into the bathroom. Before the door was closed, she had already turned her head with a pale face. "Brother Yu, can I sit in front of the bathroom door?" She was going to be electrocuted to death. Her limbs were all over, and every blood vessel smelled of burning. She would die if she held on for another second. Yu Ma Qian's ears itched. Her voice seemed to be trembling, and the unique gentleness of a girl's voice was trembling. Brother, what a new name. He was the youngest in the Heavenly Tao School and never had a sister. But with his current age, he couldn't be her brother. He was old enough to be her grandfather. Seeing that she was going to die on the spot, Wei Wei Bai held the door and trembled. Her eyes were red from the pain, and tears were about to burst out. Her voice was weak. "I'm a little scared. Stay closer to me." Yu Ma Qian didn't know why, but he found it interesting to tease her. He turned his body and supported his face with his hand. "What are you scared of?" Wei Wei Bai said, "I'm scared of ghosts, and even more scared of electric shocks." Yu Ma Qian smiled and said, "I'm a ghost too." Wei Wei Bai was about to kneel on the spot. She held the door tightly and said through gritted teeth, "You're different." "Yu Ma Qian, what's the difference?" Wei Wei Bai's mind was muddled by the electric current, and her voice became muffled. "You won't hurt me." She analyzed Yumachian's past and found that he had a good personality. Compared to any of his previous targets, it wouldn't be an exaggeration to call him an angel. Suddenly, Wei Wei Bai felt her body become lighter, and the electric shock disappeared. Wei Wei Bai looked up and saw Yumachian floating in front of her. His dark eyes were bottomless, and his pale face was devoid of any expression. His thin red lips curled up slightly, as if he was mocking her. Then, he reached out his finger and tapped her forehead. Don't trust others so much. Don't trust ghosts either, you naive little fool. She had only seen him a few times, yet she had recklessly brought him out. What if he was an evil spirit? She died a long time ago. If you trust someone too much and get betrayed, it would be very painful. Wei Wei Bai rubbed her head and frowned as she muttered, You're different. Yumachian felt that she was completely unteachable. He shook his head. All right, I'll stay here. No other ghosts will dare to come. Bai Weiwei immediately nodded. Then, with a brush, she took off her clothes. Yumachian, under the clothes was the body of a young girl wearing a tight-fitting shirt. Her skin was as white as snow, her arms were slender, and her waist was soft and delicate. When she bent over, a short white waist was exposed under the clothes. That was all there was to it. He waited until she took off her pants. Yumachian suddenly turned around, his back facing her. Chapter 1676. He asked anxiously, What you doing? Wei Wei Bai was confused for a moment. Taking a shower. Yumachian said, I'm here. How can you be so frivolous? Wei Wei Bai frowned in confusion. You're not human. What's there to be frivolous about? After that, Wei Wei Bai turned on the shower head. Yumachian heard the sound of running water and turned around curiously. However, he saw Wei Wei Bai taking a shower naked. Amidst the steam, that body that was as white and warm as a magnolia flower made his eyes burn. He immediately turned his head and his body stiffened. Didn't she know that showing her body to a man required a husband-wife relationship? Yumachian wanted to walk away, but when he remembered that she was afraid of ghosts, he could only stand there and not move. Suddenly, there was a knock on the door. Wei Wei Bai did not hear it and continued to take a shower. He raised his gloomy eyes and stared coldly at the door. 12 o'clock had passed. Something that should not have come out had come out. The knocking on the door became urgent. Then, it was a woman's voice. Open the door. Yumachian coldly curled his lips. How rude, knocking on the door like this. Aren't you afraid that your soul will disappear? He stretched out his fingertips and gently snapped his fingers. The knocking on the door stopped. Yumachian's fingers were very graceful. He pulled out a yellow talisman from the air and said softly, Go. The yellow talisman went through the door and a muffled sound came from outside. The ghost who knocked on the door ran away. Yumachian was too lazy to chase, but he looked back warily. However, he saw that Wei Wei Bai's back was facing him. Under the steam, her beautiful back was so beautiful that his dark eyes were stunned. Then he stiffened his neck and turned his face back. The sound of running water covered up his actions. The ghost in this hotel was a real malicious ghost. If the little celestial master ran into them, she might be taken away. Yumachian didn't know why he would one day worry so much about another person's matters. Perhaps it was a protective nature. After all, they belonged to the same path, and she was just a young seedling. It was reasonable for him to protect her. After rationalizing his actions, Yumachian finally breathed a sigh of relief. Suddenly, a hand patted his shoulder lightly. Yumachian's body stiffened again, as stiff as a zombie. He didn't dare to turn around, and his voice trembled slightly. What is it? Wei Wei Bai hesitated for a moment before saying, I forgot to bring my clothes. Yumachian, Wei Wei Bai, can you help me get my underwear and jacket? Yumachian couldn't help but touch his face. He didn't know why, but he felt that his face was burning. His face was obviously pale and cold, so why did she feel like it was burning? He pursed his lips and floated her luggage. With a light tap, the luggage opened. The clothes were scattered all over the place. The things in this luggage were really messy. Yumachian, who had obsessive-compulsive disorder, couldn't help but help her tidy up. Suddenly, the little celestial master's cry of pain came from behind. She seemed to be in pain. She staggered a few steps and was about to run toward him. Yu Maqian thought that there was some danger. He immediately turned around with a serious expression. A soft body fell into his arms. The cold embrace welcomed the impact of the scorching sun, and he was completely stunned. He floated upright, and his hands didn't dare to move. His eyes were fixed on the ceiling. The ghost that had escaped had a scary head popped out from the ceiling, wanting to launch a sneak attack. In the end, she saw Yu Maqian's dark eyes looking at her with murderous intent. The female ghost. Then, she slowly retracted her head and pretended that she had never been here. Wei Wei Bai, who was numb from the electric shock, finally came back to her senses in Yu Maqian's arms. She stood up straight and heaved a sigh of relief. "I'm sorry for bumping into you. I couldn't stand properly." Yu Maqian felt that the warmth in his arms was gone. He immediately turned his back to her. He didn't make a sound and remained silent. Wei Wei Bai immediately put on her clothes. Hearing the sound of her putting on her clothes, Yu Maqian couldn't help but frown. He looked at her body. It seemed like he was really going to propose. The download address is at https://www.sashu.com. Chapter 1677. However, Yu Maqian saw that his fingers were almost transparent white. This color was as fragile as the fog at the end of spring that could disappear at any time. He sighed softly. In this state, it was not suitable for him to propose marriage. After all, it would delay her. A ghost should not be moved by humans. The two worlds were so distinct that it was almost impossible to cross over. Yu Maqian lowered his head. His dark eyes were a little depressed. Suddenly, he heard the sound of the bed sheets being lifted and the sound of Wei Wei by getting on the bed. "Brother Yu, it's very late. I'll sleep first." It was already past midnight. Wei Wei Bai felt that she would not feel safe if she did not hide in bed. She did not know if it was an illusion, but she felt that there was something wrong with this hotel. It was gloomy everywhere. However, she did not dare to ask. She was afraid that if she did, he would tell her that there were ghosts everywhere. If she did not know that there were ghosts, she would not be afraid. Once she knew that there were ghosts, she would be so scared that she would not dare to sleep at night. That little bit of money could be exchanged for a good night's sleep. She might really have to sleep on the streets tomorrow. She could not waste this last night of enjoyment with a blanket, a bed, and a roof because of ghosts. Therefore, Wei Wei Bai convinced herself again that there were no ghosts with a blanket. Yes, that was why the blanket was the safest place in the world. Yu Maqian did not dare to look back. He crossed his arms and pretended that he did not see her body. After all, if he admitted it, he would have to propose marriage. However, he did not have good conditions. If he proposed marriage, he could not give her happiness. This was an irresponsible thing to do. Therefore, Yu Maqian fell into a strange dilemma. He just came out to have fun. If there was a chance, he would seek justice. He did not expect that he would really get into a romantic debt. Yu Maqian helplessly put his hands together, supported his chin, and sighed helplessly in his heart. Wei Wei Bai's breathing gradually calmed down. Yu Maqian dared to secretly look back. However, he saw that she was wearing thin, short-sleeved underwear. Her limbs were spread out, and the blanket was kicked away. This sleeping posture was really bold. Yu Maqian stretched out 2 fingers and gently pinched the corner of the blanket. He lifted the blanket and covered her body with it. It also covered her fair arms and beautiful and adorable ankles. After covering himself with the blanket with much difficulty, Yu Maqian crossed his arms and said softly, "Now that you're with me, you've seen too many ghosts and will be haunted." When the pure yang body was suppressed, the disadvantage of the yin-yang eye appeared. He reached out his finger and gently placed it over her eyes. Her thick eyelashes swept across his palm. It was warm, and he was stunned for a moment. He had originally wanted to seal her yin-yang eyes, but after placing his finger on her eyelids and not moving for a long time, he calmly withdrew his hand. Forget it. What if I seal her yin-yang eyes? She wouldn't be able to see him. Let's talk about it later. Yu Maqian rested his chin on his hand and thought calmly. Suddenly, he heard the sound of the female ghost next door scratching the wall. Creak, creak, creak. It was indescribably irritating. A gust of cold air kept emerging from the ground. This hotel was in a place of great evil. Feng shui locations gathered energy. Once there was a murder, it was easy for malicious ghosts to appear. Therefore, it was easy for a group of ghosts to gather in such a place. But Yu Maqian was very sure that there was only one malicious ghost in this hotel. It was the female ghost just now who wanted to come in and attack them. She was scared away by him. There was only one, an abnormal number of words. Chapter 1678. It was strange that there was only one malicious spirit in such a dangerous place. Yu Maqian didn't want to meddle in other people's business. Whether he saved people or not, it was just a matter of convenience. The female ghost's voice became louder and louder. Strands of long hair began to appear from the ground. Yu Maqian looked down indifferently. Killing intent appeared in his dark eyes. He didn't listen to the warning. Don't blame him. Yu Maqian raised his hand. A fountain pen appeared, and a peachwood sword was drawn. The red tassels on the peachwood sword floated in the air. They were as red as blood. He fixed the peachwood sword on the ground. The long hair disappeared in a flash. Yu Maqian floated in the air and raised his hand to draw in the air. Dozens of yellow talismans appeared and formed a circular array. They were pasted on the wall. Golden light appeared on the wall, emitting an unpleasant burning smell. The female ghost screamed. Yu Maqian sneered. Golden light flowed in his dark eyes. A golden mark appeared on his forehead. The heavenly Dao Sex Dao technique was to connect the heavens and control the ghosts. Yin and Yang opened the Dao and reversed the universe. When he was still alive, he was still young and unfamiliar with all kinds of spells. However, after so many years of suppression and experience in fighting ghosts, he was barely qualified to touch the bowl of rice of the founder. The yellow talismans emitted golden lines that climbed on the wall. The lines of each yellow talisman were connected. Finally, the room became a cage of golden lines. No power of the netherworld could penetrate. The female ghost's voice was also completely isolated. Yu Maqian turned around and saw that the little celestial master's frown slowly eased because of the noise. He looked at her quietly for a while, then floated out of the room with the peachwood sword. This hotel gave him a familiar and strange feeling. A ghost hotel, a taboo to not go out at midnight. There was also a huge feng shui terrain that looked like an Yin gathering formation. What a strange place. Yu Maqian landed on the ground. His long robe fluttered. There was a murderous coldness in his handsome face. The ground was abnormally cold. After he went out, he saw that in the dark corridor, the door of the next room was open. A female ghost's shrill voice sounded. Why did you abandon me? I loved you so much. I became a murderer for you. If your wife hadn't died, how could you have gotten her company? A woman's voice came from the next room. A man's voice sounded in annoyance. Enough. Are you done yet? I don't know who the murderer is. My wife jumped off a building because of depression. Don't talk nonsense. The woman roared. You don't want to admit it after making me a murderer? I love you. The man finally held back his anger and comforted her. Well, the limelight is very tight recently. Don't make trouble. I love you too. We'll get married in a while. The woman hesitated. Really? The man was silent for a moment, then said, Really? Come here. I bought you a necklace. Yu Maqian walked step by step to the next room and found that it was very bright. The table, bed, and chairs were all very cozy. There was fruit on the table. The TV was on. A man's back was facing the door. He reached out and put his hand on the woman's neck. A slender but unusually hard necklace strangled the woman's neck. The woman struggled desperately. Blood flowed from her neck, and more blood flowed out. Finally, the room was covered with blood. The bright room dimmed and became blood red. // Chapter 1679. The fruits on the table had also rotted and emitted a foul smell. The man laughed sinisterly. You're no longer of any use. Hurry up and die. The woman stretched out her hand and bent it in the air. Suddenly, the woman's fingers turned into black nails and pierced through the man's body. Black blood splashed out from the man's body. It attacked Yu Maqian. Yu Maqian stood at the door and smiled coldly. He drew a line at the door with his peachwood sword. A golden line appeared under his feet. The black blood retreated when it encountered the golden color. The female ghost also seemed to have encountered the most unbearable attack. Her hands grabbed her neck tightly. Her rotten face and empty eyes were extremely distorted. He killed me. I love him so much. Why did he kill me? The female ghost knelt and kept pulling at her hair with her fingers. There was more blood on her neck. However, the surging, stinking blood was unable to flow past the doorway at all. Yu Ma-Chien pointed the peachwood sword to the ground. All the walls of the room shook violently. The joints of the female ghost's body twisted. She crawled on the ground with her elbows, her black hair wriggling with blood. It was indescribably disgusting. Yu Ma-Chien was used to the forms of ghosts, so he was not moved at all. He said, "You are too noisy." The female ghost was stunned. Yu Ma-Chien repeated, "Too noisy." The function of the hotel was to sleep. The little celestial master had paid, so the hotel had to provide the same service. That was why it was so noisy. He could complain about the owner of the hotel. Of course, this guest also needed to be complained about. She was too uncivilized. Yu Ma-Chien took out a handkerchief, stepped on the peachwood sword, and looked at the female ghost indifferently. "What grievances do you have? Close the door and cry by yourself. But if you cry too loudly, you even hit the wall with your head to disturb the guest next door. This is unreasonable. How could you disturb others like this? You have no morals at all." The female ghost twisted and lay on the ground, staring at Yu Ma-Chien. She stretched out her finger and laughed. Come in and kill me." Yu Ma-Chien sneered. "Are you crazy? I could just squat at your door and set up a formation to kill you. Why should I enter your door? This hotel is so strange." He was used to being vigilant and would not let his guard down just because there was only one ghost. Furthermore, this room was where that ghost had died. It was also the domain of this ghost. It would take a lot of effort to kill a ghost in her domain. He couldn't be bothered. If she hadn't been so noisy, he wouldn't have bothered with her at all. He had seen so many ghosts that he didn't care about them anymore. I almost forgot. Yu Ma-Chien slapped his head helplessly. He was also a ghost now. Yu Ma-Chien slashed at the door with his peachwood sword, and a golden mark appeared. Finally, fear appeared on the female ghost's face. She curled into a ball and stared at Yu Ma-Chien. Just as Yu Ma-Chien was about to arrange the array, he heard the sound of the door being pushed open. He paused. A warm body rushed over from behind and bumped into his back. A crying and trembling voice sounded. "Yu Ma-Chien, where did you go?" Her voice was extremely helpless, as if he was her savior. Her hands were around his waist, and her soft body was pressed against his cold back, warming his body. Yu Ma-Chien was distracted, and the blood spread across the golden line. In an instant, he appeared in the blood-red room. Chapter 1680. While he was distracted, the female ghost successfully pulled him into this room. Wei Wei Bai, who was sleeping soundly, was suddenly jolted awake by an electric shock. She found that Yu Ma-Chien had disappeared. Her brain was also numbed by the electric shock. If Yu Ma-Chien ran away, was she like a roasted chicken shocked by electricity? Every cell in her body felt like it was being roasted. With great difficulty, she finally got out of bed with the perseverance of a long journey. She knocked open the door and rushed to Yu Ma-Chien's side to hug him. She really used up all her strength. So when she caught her breath, she found that the place she was in was not right. Why did she come to a bloody room if she was not in the corridor? The layout of this room was similar to the room next to hers, but the atmosphere here was too gloomy. Even the color of the lights was a dark red. She saw that the door outside the room was also blood red. It was as if she had been transported from a normal world into an unknown and extremely terrifying space. A chill climbed from Wei Wei Bai's feet to the top of her head. She hated horror movies the most, especially horror movies. Yu Ma-Chien finally turned around helplessly and reached out to touch her forehead. He frowned and said, "You can't do anything right. Can't you understand the feng shui of this place? How can you run around like this?" He had set up an array in her room. The floor, the walls, the ceiling, and even the door were sealed. No trace of energy could disturb her. She could actually wake up and run out rashly. He had forgotten to add a lock outside the door. If he walked further away and did not come out, she would have been eaten by ghosts. It was simply infuriating. No, infuriating. Wei Wei Bai covered her head with both hands. She was stunned. I saw that you were not here, so I came out to look for you. Yu Maqian's fingers paused, and his dark eyes were stunned. His fingers poked her forehead. It was warm to the touch. Looking at her worried and teary eyes, he hesitated for a moment and did not continue poking. Then his voice softened. All right, this is not a good place. Let's go out. Lend me some of your yang qi. He could deal with this female ghost, but he kept feeling that something was wrong with this place, so he didn't go all out. His intuition had always been accurate. His many years of experience in dealing with ghosts had also made him much calmer. When he was young, he was competitive, reckless, and troublemaker. He was old now. He could borrow some yang qi so that he could use it when necessary. After all, yang qi was the best weapon against ghosts. He was in a special state, which was why he could live with the help of yang energy. Other ghosts did not have this ability. Wei Wei Bai nodded without hesitation and didn't ask why. She immediately stood on her tiptoes and held his face with both hands. She leaned forward and kissed his thin lips. Yu Maqian's lips felt warm as he stared at her blankly. Her warm lips passed through his teeth, the tip of his tongue, and into his body. Her lowered eyelashes trembled. Her beautiful and clear eyes were like a pool of clear water, but there was warmth in them. Yu Maqian couldn't breathe, but he also felt that he was suffocating. Maybe it was because the yang qi was too strong. Yu Maqian reached out and put his hand on her shoulder, wanting to push her away. But she suddenly let go of him. Yu Maqian's lips felt cold. He frowned, not used to it. Wei Wei Bai immediately said, Is it not enough? Yu Maqian opened his mouth and was about to say that it was enough. A kiss sealed his lips once again. Yu Maqian, then he silently pushed her hand away and landed on her shoulder. He just pressed down and didn't do anything. It was like a hug. Ding! The male lead's favorability has increased to 15. At https://www.sashu.com/ to read the full article at https://www.sashu.com to TXT download at https://www.sashu.com to read on. Com. Chapter 175. Under Su Yan's realistic acting, the Princess of Chu finally believed Su Yan. Without waiting for Su Yan to react, a strand of divine thought entered Su Yan's mind. Su Yan, from today onwards, you will enter my monster palace and become a disciple of my East Palace. Although the Princess of Chu believed Su Yan, she still looked at Su Yan with an expressionless face and a trace of indifference. Su Yan didn't care. When he felt the memories in his mind, he quickly knelt and said, Thank you, Palace Master, for your kindness in accepting me. The Princess of Chu nodded and waved her hand impatiently. Go. The divine thought that I just passed on to you contains everything about the Monster Palace. I hope you can serve the Monster Palace in the future. Otherwise, the Princess of Chu didn't finish her words. Only a mournful expression passed through her face, making people shudder. At the same time, the Princess of Chu disappeared from the palace, leaving Su Yan alone in the huge palace to sort out the information that the Princess of Chu had just passed on. Although Su Yan entered the Monster Palace only for the matter of the Monster Palace seal and his father. However, Su Yan knew that if he wanted to investigate these matters in the Monster Palace, then he must truly become a disciple of the Monster Palace. As for the future, Su Yan didn't have any plans. Of course, Su Yan didn't know that the Princess of Chu had left an imprint in his body. Right now, Su Yan only wanted to understand all of the Monster Palace's matters. After sorting out the memories that the Princess of Chu gave him, Su Yan understood the power of the Monster Palace. In the past, although Su Yan knew about the existence of the Monster Palace, he also knew some things about the Monster Palace. However, that was only the tip of the iceberg. Through these memories, Su Yan truly understood the existence of the Monster Palace. Although the Supreme Demon Palace was a sect. However, within the Monster Palace, there were 4 main palaces: East, West, South, and North. These 4 great palaces also belonged to one side, and each palace had a palace master. However, the East Palace had always been the main palace. Although the Princess of Chu was only one of the 4 palace masters, she was the master of the entire Monster Palace. In other words, the other 3 palaces were only subsidiary palaces of the East Palace. Of course, being a subsidiary was one thing. Every year, the 4 great palaces would fight both openly and covertly for the position of the ruler of the entire palace. It was only because of the existence of the Princess of Chu that for many years, the East Palace's position among the 4 great palaces had never been shaken. In the memories, the Princess of Chu also taught him about the open and covert struggles of the 4 great palaces. Other than facing external enemies, the 4 great palaces basically did not interact with each other on a daily basis. Even the people of the 4 great palaces often had some fights. Of course, these things only happened in the other 3 palaces. Because of the existence of the Princess of Chu, very few people would attack the East Palace. After all, because of the existence of the Princess of Chu, the people of the East Palace had a sense of superiority. Not only that, this sense of superiority was also a symbol of strength. However, this symbol of strength was only among the palace masters. Among the disciples, the East Palace did not have this sense of superiority. Of course, these things were not in the memories. Su Yin still did not know. Su Yin now understood that there were many benefits in the Monster Palace. These benefits would always surpass the Hidden Sword Tomb. The Hidden Sword Tomb was divided into outer disciples, inner disciples, and true disciples. However, there was no such thing in the Monster Palace. In the Monster Palace, all the disciples were treated equally. Only strength was king. The strong were the senior brothers, and the weak were the junior brothers. This made Su Yin involuntarily think of the gloomy Qin Luo he saw in the room just now. According to Chu Linger, Qin Luo was the eldest senior brother in the East Palace. Qin Luo was the strongest among the disciples of the East Palace. The strongest among the disciples. Su Yin could not help but frown as he thought. This Chu Linger is already the emperor of Tianxiang. If Qin Luo is the strongest, then his strength, Su Yan's heart could not help but tremble as he thought about it. In the Hidden Sword Tomb, although Su Yan's strength was not the strongest, he had always been in existence favored by the heavens. But now, Su Yan felt a sense of powerlessness. This sense of powerlessness was caused by the strength of these disciples to Su Yan. In the Monster Palace, saints were everywhere, and the Emperor of Tianxiang could only be regarded as outstanding. This made Su Yan, who was only a 3-meridian saint, feel a sense of oppression that he had never felt before. Thinking of Qin Luo's strength, for some reason, Su Yan's heart surged with a desire for strength. The Emperor of Tianxiang, Su Yan thought as he licked his lips, and a look of determination burst out from his eyes. At the same time, Su Yan also thought of a very serious problem. In the 10,000 Ghost Cave, Su Yan had tried to break through the 4th Holy Meridian. Unfortunately, when he was absorbing the ghost energy, he was interrupted. This caused Su Yan to fail in forming the Holy Meridian. However, the ghost energy had opened up the Holy Meridian in Su Yan's body. If Su Yan wanted to form the 4th Holy Meridian now, he could only rely on the ghost energy to do so. Ghost energy was originally a rare thing in the world. Now that he was in the Monster Palace, Su Yan really did not know where to find the ghost energy to form his 4th Holy Meridian. If this 4th Holy Meridian was not formed, he would not be able to break through the next Holy Meridian. Thinking about these problems, Su Yan could not help but frown. This is a troublesome matter. However, Su Yan did not pay much attention to it. Although there were very few places in the world with ghost energy, Su Yan believed that as long as he looked for it, such a place would definitely exist. He sorted through the memories that the Princess of Chu had passed him. Su Yan had a general understanding of the entire Monster Palace. In addition to the existence of the 4 great palaces in the Monster Palace, in each palace, there were several large and small palaces. For example, the place where Su Yan was standing now was the Monster Palace. The East Palace Main Hall was also the residence and cultivation place of the Palace Master. Here, unless there was an important matter to attend to, or if the palace master allowed it. One could not enter casually on normal days. Suyin did not know this rule, just now. Now that he knew this rule, he could not help but look around a few more times. The cultivation method in his body was activated, and he absorbed the spirit energy around him. He could not help but smile. This place is indeed where the East Palace main hall is located. The spirit energy here is probably dozens of times denser than the immortal sword peak in the hidden sword tomb. Suyin felt the spirit energy around him, but he did not absorb it. His fourth holy meridian had already been formed, so it was useless even if he absorbed the spirit energy. In addition to the main hall, there were also various large and small palaces. For example, in the Monster Palace, some disciples who had made great contributions to the Monster Palace were given personal palaces by the Monster Palace. In these palaces, there were slaves. In addition to these, the palaces were also divided into the Elixir Palace, the Martial Arts Palace, the Hidden Sword Palace, the Sword Forging Palace. All kinds of palaces used for ordinary disciples to cultivate were clearly divided. Thinking of so many palaces, Suyin could not help but be amazed by the power of the Monster Palace. In the past, when Suyin was in Jingzhou City, the Hidden Sword Tomb was the #1 sect in Jingzhou City. Now, compared to the Monster Palace, Suyin knew that the Hidden Sword Tomb was nothing compared to the Monster Palace. In fact, regardless of the size of the Monster Palace, just from the strength of the disciples of the Monster Palace, it was enough to see the power of the Monster Palace. Qin Luo and Chu Linger were only disciples of the Monster Palace, but they were already emperors of heaven. They were many times stronger than the true disciples of the Hidden Sword Tomb. Of course, these palaces were not the only ones in the Monster Palace. There were also many forbidden areas. In the memories given by the Princess of Chu, there were some introductions to these palaces, but there were only a few sentences about the forbidden areas. Forbidden areas. Only the palace master of the palace can enter. With just a few sentences, Suyin could feel the Monster Palace's strict prohibition of the forbidden areas. At the same time, it was also because of this restriction that Suyin had some expectations for the Forbidden Lands. After figuring out the general situation of the entire Monster Palace, Suyin reluctantly left the main hall. If possible, Suyin really wanted to stay here and not leave. After all, the East Palace main hall was the place with the densest spirit aura in the entire Monster Palace. It was very beneficial for cultivation. Moreover, if there was nothing wrong with the main hall, he could not enter it casually. Who knew when he would come back again after leaving this time? Reluctance was one thing. Suyin still resolutely left. After all, spirit aura was useless to Suyin now. Suyin had to find ghost aura now. Where in the world is there ghost aura in this Monster Palace? Suyin muttered to himself as he walked out of the main hall. As soon as he walked out, he saw Chu Linger waiting for him. Looking at Chu Linger's innocent face, all the irritation in Suyin's heart disappeared at this moment. He greeted Chu Linger and asked, "Young Palace Master, why are you still here?" "I'm waiting for you," Chu Linger said without hiding anything. She was obviously very happy to see Suyin. Then she asked Suyin, "Suyin, what did my mother say to you?" "Nothing. She just wanted me to become a disciple of the Monster Palace," Suyin said faintly. He did not say a word about the Princess of Chu's question. When Chu Linger heard Suyin's words, a smile appeared on her face. Suyin, now that you have become a disciple of the Monster Palace, you will be my junior brother from now on." While speaking, Chu Linger pretended to be an adult. She tiptoed and patted Suyin's head. Suyin couldn't help but smile. At the same time, looking at Chu Linger's appearance, Suyin suddenly sighed in his heart. Why do people live in this world? Of course, this thought only flashed through his mind for a moment. Suyin knew that he could not be as innocent as Chu Linger and live a happy life every day. Of course, Suyin did not know that the reason Chu Linger was able to recover her innocence so quickly was because in 3 days, the Princess of Chu had erased Chu Linger's memories of her in the 10,000 Ghost Cave. Only the memories of Suyin saving her were left. Even the memories of her, Xiao Ju, and Sister Ping were left. In fact, The princess of Chu had originally wanted to erase Chu Linger's memories of Su Yan. However, when she thought about the strangeness of Su Yan's body, the princess of Chu had another idea. That was why she did not erase Chu Linger's memories of Su Yan. That was why Chu Linger was able to recover her innocence so quickly. That was why Chu Linger did not have any restraints in her heart. Chapter 176. Without the sadness of the 10,000 Ghost Cave, Chu Linger was like a snow lotus. She was so bright and lovable. Looking at Chu Linger, Su Yan didn't know why he thought of the red-clothed figure on the heavenly sword peak of the hidden sword tomb. Thinking of that red-clothed figure, Su Yan couldn't help but smile bitterly. Chu Linger saw Su Yan's appearance and couldn't help but frown. She asked, "Su Yan, what's wrong? Don't you want to be my junior brother?" Su Yan was stunned, then smiled and said, "No, why wouldn't I like it? Hello, senior sister." When Su Yan called her senior sister, Chu Linger immediately giggled. She happily pulled Su Yan's hand and said, "Let's go, junior brother. I'll take you to receive this month's offerings." Okay. Su Yan nodded and followed Chu Linger. Offerings were a benefit that every Monster Palace disciple could enjoy. The only difference was that it depended on one's strength. Su Yan was now a Monster Palace disciple, so he naturally had his share of offerings. The two of them walked and chatted as they walked, laughing and laughing. Suddenly, they attracted the attention of many disciples. Well, who is that person? Why is he so close to Junior Sister? Many disciples didn't know about the 10,000 Ghost Cave, and they didn't know Su Yan. Now that they suddenly saw a stranger walking so close to Chu Linger, they couldn't help but feel a burst of anger in their hearts. After all, Chu Linger was born beautiful, lively, and cute. She was the goddess in many people's hearts. Now that they saw their goddess walking with a stranger, they were naturally angry. Su Yan felt the hostile gazes from his side and couldn't help but smile bitterly. "Senior sister, I'm afraid my days in Monster Palace won't be easy in the future." What? Chu Linger obviously didn't understand the meaning behind Su Yan's words. She tilted her head and blinked her eyes at Su Yan. Su Yan was stunned when he saw Chu Linger's expression. He shook his head and said, "It's nothing." Chu Linger was obviously very dissatisfied with Su Yan's answer. She muttered, "Muddle-headed, you really are a silly junior brother." With that, Chu Linger skipped ahead. Along the way, she kept greeting the seniors and juniors around her. Everyone responded enthusiastically. Clearly, Chu Ling was very popular in the Eastern Palace. Actually, that was not the case. Not to mention Chu Ling-er's identity as the young palace lord. Just Chu Ling-er's naive and innocent appearance was the object of many people's love. Su Yan looked at her appearance and couldn't help but murmur in his heart, "Why did I say this to her? Isn't it good to let her be an innocent girl?" Su Yan thought with a smile and followed Chu Linger. Soon, the two of them walked and arrived at the palace where the offerings were distributed. Because the Monster Palace had a fixed time to distribute offerings every month, and this time was not the time to distribute offerings, there were not many people in the palace. Soon, Su Yan received the offerings and came out. There were 100 spirit stones and various elixirs to assist in cultivation. Although they were only elixirs to assist in cultivation, Su Yan couldn't help but admire the power of the Monster Palace. With such offerings, one a month, it was probably not something that any sect could afford. Moreover, these offerings were only for Su Yan, the saint, and did not include the offerings that Emperor Tianxiang received. Su Yan came to the Monster Palace mainly because of the Supreme Demon Ancient Seal and his father. While enjoying these offerings and being accompanied by a cute little girl next door, Su Yan suddenly thought that it would be a good choice to stay in a Monster Palace. Of course, this was just a thought. Su Yan knew that the Monster Palace was destined to be a place for him to pass through. It was not even comparable to the Hidden Sword Tomb. This was because when he joined the Hidden Sword Tomb, he was not the successor of the Buddha Sword sect. At that time, Su Yan was only focused on the Hidden Sword Tomb. At that time, Su Yan did not even think that one day he would be expelled from the Hidden Sword Tomb. "Little junior brother, this offering needs to be handed over." As soon as Su Yan came out with the offerings, Chu Linger mischievously came up and extended her hand to Su Yan. Su Yan was stunned, but seeing Chu Linger's expression, he could not bear to refuse her. He obediently handed over the offerings that he had just received to Chu Linger. When Chu Linger saw that Su Yan was so cooperative, she couldn't help but roll her eyes and scold him. "I was just kidding. What a silly junior brother." Su Yan smiled embarrassedly. He really did not know how to get along with Su Yan's personality. Along the way, Su Yan had always been a lone traveler. Even with Lu Fei, Ouyang Tianqing, and some other friends, they did not talk much. When he was with Lu Fei, it was Lu Fei who kept talking. Su Yan had always been a man of few words. Every time he heard Lu Fei's nagging, Su Yan had the urge to beat him up. Now that he suddenly had a girl-next-door friend, Su Yan really did not know how to get along with her. It was no wonder that Chu Linger called him silly. Silly junior brother. When Chu Linger saw Su Yan's embarrassed smile, she could not help but scold him again. Then she said, "Silly junior brother, senior sister will naturally not take your offerings, but you have to be careful. Other senior brothers are not as kind as senior sister." When Su Yan heard Chu Linger's words, he could not help but frown. He did not understand the meaning of Chu Linger's words. Chu Linger looked at Su Yan's appearance and did not keep him in suspense. She smiled and said, "Silly junior brother, in our monster palace, when the offerings are distributed every month, the senior brothers will compete with each other. The loser has to obediently hand over the offerings." "Can't I refuse?" Su Yan asked. "Yes, why not? But who is willing to be a coward?" Chu Linger said as she blinked her eyes. She looked at Su Yan with a surprised expression and said, "Silly junior brother, are you going to be a coward?" Su Yan couldn't help but blush with shame. He coughed dryly and thought about the matter of his ghost chi. He changed the topic and asked, "Senior sister, do you know where there are more corpses in Supreme Demon Palace?" "Places with more corpses." When Chu Linger heard Su Yan's words, she could not help but be surprised. She did not directly answer Su Yan's question. Instead, she looked at Su Yan with a strange expression and said, "Silly junior brother, what do you want to do? Why do you want to go to a place with more corpses?" I. When Su Yan heard Chu Linger's question, he did not know how to answer. After all, the matter of him cultivating a unique holy bloodline was too strange. Su Yan did not know how to explain it to Chu Linger. However, before Su Yan could answer, a voice came from the side. "The place with more corpses is naturally the dock." Second senior brother. When Chu Linger saw the person who came, she jumped up to greet him. Then she explained to Su Yan, "Silly junior brother, this is our Eastern Palace's second senior brother, Nangong Xiaoming." "Second senior brother, hello." Su Yan cupped his hands towards him. His expression did not change at all. He still maintained his cold expression. However, when he felt the faint spiritual power flowing through Nangong Xiaoming's body, Su Yan could not help but tremble in his heart. Another emperor of heaven. Nangong Xiaoming did not care about Su Yan's actions. Instead, he looked at Chu Linger tenderly and said, "Little junior sister, a big play is about to start at the drama hall. Do you want to go together?" Okay. Chu Linger immediately clapped her hands. Her face was full of expectation, but she did not forget Su Yan. She turned to Su Yan and said, "Silly junior brother, do you want to go together?" Before Su Yan could answer, Nangong Xiaoming heard how Chu Linger addressed Su Yan. He could not help but frown. Although Chu Linger was not the strongest among the disciples of the Monster Palace, she was not the weakest either. According to the rules of the Monster Palace, the stronger one was the senior brother. However, Chu Linger had always asked others to only address her as junior sister. Because Chu Linger was like a little sister next door, everyone was willing to call her junior sister. However, Chu Ling was now calling Su Yan junior brother. It was originally an ordinary form of address, but this unique form of address caused Nangong Xiaoming to feel a trace of dissatisfaction, especially when he heard Chu Ling's invitation. Nangong Xiaoming immediately cast a threatening look at Su Yan. Su Yan originally did not want to go. After all, the so-called big show was nothing more than some entertainment. Its purpose was to please everyone and add some fun to the boring cultivation life. Su Yan did not want to waste any more time. But looking at Nangong Xiaoming's threatening look, Su Yan's heart suddenly surged with pride. He smiled and nodded, saying, "Okay, let's go together." The moment Su Yin agreed, Nangong Xiangming's killing intent surged out of his body. Chu Linger did not notice, but when she heard Su Yin agree, she smiled happily and said, "Okay, let's go together. Let's go together." After saying that, Chu Linger took the lead and led the way. Only Nangong Xiangming and Su Yin were left behind. When Nangong Xiangming saw Chu Linger walk forward, his face suddenly sank. A powerful spiritual energy forced Su Yin to shout, "Boy, you'd better know your place. You'd better stay away from junior sister. Otherwise, I will definitely teach you a lesson." As he spoke, the strength of the Emperor Tianxiang suddenly pressed down on Su Yin. Su Yin suddenly felt the blood and qi in his body surging. He was stunned on the spot. Nangong Xiaoming looked at Su Yin and smiled coldly. Then, he caught up with Chu Linger. When Chu Linger saw that only Nangong Xiaoming was coming up, she frowned slightly. She turned to Su Yin and shouted, "Silly junior brother, hurry up. What are you waiting for?" When he heard Chu Linger's words, Su Yin resisted the surging blood and qi in his body and shouted, "Senior sister, I won't go. You guys go. It's really strange that you don't want to go." Chu Linger scolded, but didn't feel that there was anything wrong with it. She left with Nangong Xiaoming. Puchi. As soon as Chu Linger left, Su Yin immediately spat out a mouthful of blood. The reason why Su Yin didn't go was not that he was afraid of Nangong Xiaoming, but he didn't want to ruin his image in front of Chu Linger. Chapter 177. Su Yin did not intend to go with Chu Linger. It was only because of Nangong Xiaoming's threat that Su Yin agreed to go. Now that Su Yin was injured by the spiritual pressure, he did not go. It was not that Su Yin was afraid of Nangong Xiaoming, but Su Yin did not want to ruin his image in front of Chu Linger. He did not want the innocent Chu Linger to know about the darkness. He also knew that if Chu Linger knew about the matter between him and Nangong Xiaoming, Chu Linger would definitely help him talk to Nangong Xiaoming. This was not what Su Yin wanted to see. Matters between men should be resolved by men. Nangong Xiaoming's threat did not make Su Yin feel fear. Instead, it made Su Yan's desire for power reach the peak. Su Yan's eyes were filled with determination and malevolence. What Su Yan needed the most now was ghost qi to break through his fourth Saint Meridian. Only by forming his fourth Saint Meridian would he be able to do so. Su Yan's strength would he be able to improve. Although Nangong Xiaoming told him that the place with the most corpses was the dock, Su Yin was not in a hurry to go. Although the dock did not sound dangerous, Su Yin knew that since Nangong Xiaoming told him about it, it was obviously not a good place. If Su Yin was not injured, it would be fine. Under the pressure of Nangong Xiaoming's spiritual qi, Su Yan's internal injuries weren't small. Su Yin had to restore himself. Of course, the most important thing was that Su Yin didn't know where the sea dock was. He had to find someone to ask. Of course, Su Yin did not choose to heal himself here. Instead, he went to his assigned disciple hall. Su Yin had just joined the Monster Palace, so he did not have much to contribute to the Monster Palace. The Monster Palace would not give him an independent disciple hall. Instead, it was the younger brother's hall. Although this was also a huge palace, there were many disciples living in this palace. Compared to the luxurious palace where one person could enjoy an entire palace, this palace only had one room per person. Obviously, it was much more miserable. Fortunately, Su Yin did not have many requirements for these living places. As long as there was a place to stay and allow him to have an independent space, that was enough. Relying on the memories given to him by the Princess of Chu, Su Yin quickly found his residence. However, before Su Yin could enter, many people surrounded him. They all looked at Su Yin with murderous eyes. Clearly, they were up to no good. When Su Yin saw this, he smiled calmly. He didn't want to pay any attention to them, so he took a detour. Unfortunately, these people did not intend to give Su Yin a chance to leave. They went forward to block Su Yan's path. A disciple with countless scales on his face blocked Su Yan's path. He looked at Su Yin with disdain and said, "Are you a new disciple? Hand over today's offerings." Su Yin looked at this disciple with countless scales on his face. An evil smile appeared at the corner of his mouth as he coldly said, "Why? The disciple, with countless scales on his face, was straightforward. He smiled coldly and clenched his fist. No reason. Because I am the palace master, and I am stronger than you. I am your senior brother. Is that so? Su Yin smiled faintly as he looked at the disciple who was covered in scales. There was a hint of disdain at the corner of his mouth. Do you really think that you are my match? Stinky brat, hand over the offerings quickly. In the future, stay away from our junior sister. Otherwise, we will teach you a lesson today. Yes, stinky brat, hand over the offerings quickly if you know what's good for you. This time, the scaly man didn't open his mouth to speak. Instead, the people around him started to shout. When Su Yin heard this, he smiled indifferently. What? You want to bully me with numbers? Hearing Su Yan's words, the scaly man waved his hand, and the surroundings immediately quieted down. Brat, don't say that we are bullying you with numbers. Can you handle me alone? As the scaly man spoke, his spiritual energy suddenly surged, and a majestic spiritual energy rushed toward Su Yin. The aura of a saint from the 5 bloodlines was so strong and so threatening. Under the pressure of the boundless spiritual aura, the white clothes on Su Yan's body started to flutter. However, Su Yin remained unmoved. Only his eyes, which were looking at the scaly man, continued to emit a resplendent glow. He faintly opened his mouth and asked, Can I kill people here? When the people around him heard Su Yan's words, they were stunned. However, they quickly recovered and shouted one after another. When arrogant brat, you want to kill a saint from the 3 bloodlines? Yes. Do you want to kill senior brother Yu Xiang? Countless voices sounded. Some people looked down on Su Yin, while others shouted for the scaly man to teach Su Yin a lesson. Senior brother Yu Xiang, quickly teach this brat a lesson. Yes, senior brother Yu Xiang, beat this brat up. Let's see if he still dares to talk nonsense. When the scaly man heard Su Yan's words, he could not help but feel a burst of anger. However, he was calmer than the others. He looked at Su Yin and said slowly, In the monster palace, when disciples fight, if the weaker one wins, the winner can kill. Can I? Hearing this, Su Yin raised his eyebrows slightly as an evil grin appeared on his face. Seeing Su Yin smirk, Yu Xiang was furious. He pointed at Su Yin and shouted, Brat, do you still want to kill me? Yes. Su Yin shouted and patted his storage bag. The ghost howl sword appeared in Su Yan's hand. Suddenly, a ghost howl sounded and emitted an eerie aura. When Yu Xiang saw Su Yan's ghost howl sword, he could not help but frown. Obviously, he was surprised that the ghost howl sword could emit such power. However, this surprise quickly disappeared. His eyes emitted a cold light as he looked at Su Yin and said disdainfully, Brat, since you want a beating, don't blame me. Go to hell. Su Yin had always been a person who did not like to waste words. Without waiting for Yu Xiang to finish speaking, he shouted coldly, and his body suddenly rushed forward. The ghost howl sword in his hand directly pierced towards Yu Xiang. His speed was as fast as lightning. So fast. With just one sword, everyone was stunned. They could not believe that Su Yin, a saint with 3 bloodlines, could burst out with such speed. Yu Xiang was also taken aback. However, he was a saint of the 5 veins after all, so he quickly reacted. His figure quickly flew backwards and narrowly avoided Su Yan's sword. The look of disdain in his eyes when he looked at Su Yin was no longer one of disdain. Instead, it had turned solemn. Good boy, your speed is not bad, but I don't know how strong you are, Yu Xiang said. At the same time, he shouted, and the spiritual energy in his body suddenly burst out. At this moment, there was a ritual instrument in his hand. Monster Palace was different from other sects. If other sects had people who cultivated ritual instruments, they were all cultivators of ritual instruments. Sword sects, on the other hand, were all cultivators of swords. Monster Palace, on the other hand, had people who cultivated swords and magic weapons. Yu Xiang was obviously not a swordsman. He had taken out a magic weapon. This magic weapon was like a huge water fish. The moment it was taken out, the fish's mouth emitted a ripple. Obviously, it was also an extraordinary item. The moment Yu Xiang summoned his magic treasure, He didn't waste any more words and activated his magic treasure. Bang! With a loud bang, a powerful wave burst out from the fish's mouth. The moment the wave appeared, it suddenly exploded towards Su Yan. Its speed was fast, like the huge waves of the East Sea, directly covering Su Yan. When the onlookers saw this scene, they all retreated. Their faces were full of horror. Senior brother Yu Xiang, this Yu Wuhan's magic weapon has been cultivated to the extreme. Yes, you know that senior brother Yu Xiang is only a saint of the 5 meridians. If he becomes a celestial emperor, how powerful will this Yu Wuhan be? Yes, this arrogant boy. Under senior brother Yu Xiang's move, there is no way he can avoid it. Let's see what qualifications he has to be arrogant now. When the surrounding people saw the huge wave released by Yu Xiang's magic weapon, they were sure that Su Yan could not avoid it. Su Yan looked at the huge wave that was surging towards him, but he was very ferocious. But Su Yan did not have a trace of fear. A cold smile appeared at the corner of his mouth. His body suddenly jumped up, raised the ghost howl sword in his hand, and slashed down. Wailing of 10,000 ghosts. In an instant, countless ghostly cries filled the air. The ghost howl sword emitted a powerful black fog, which instantly condensed into a huge ghost head. The moment the ghost head appeared, it opened a huge mouth and bit toward the wave. Bang! A loud boom rang out as the wave and the enormous ghost head collided and exploded. Everyone was stunned by this scene. They couldn't imagine that Su Yan could burst out with such a powerful move and block Yu Xiang's attack. Yu Xiang could not help but be stunned. But at the moment he was stunned, a sword light flashed in front of him, and Su Yan appeared in front of him. Yu Xiang was shocked. He shouted and hurriedly raised the magic weapon in his hand to block. Clang! The ghost howl sword struck Yu Xiang's magic weapon, Yu Wuhan, and immediately burst out with a crisp sound. Yu Xiang was shocked and took a few steps back. Yu Xiang's face became even more surprised. He looked at Su Yan and muttered to himself, How is it possible? How is it possible? He is only a saint of 3 bloodlines. How can he burst out such powerful spiritual energy? Yu Xiang was angered by this. His whole body trembled with anger. He operated his cultivation method, and the spiritual energy of a saint of 5 bloodlines also surged and pressed towards Su Yan. Under this powerful spiritual energy, Su Yan frowned slightly, but his body did not slow down. His pupils suddenly shrank, and he raised the ghost howl sword in his hand and directly slashed at Yu Xiang. Is it like this again? The moment Yu Xiang's spiritual energy surged, his confidence increased a lot. With a cold smile, he stepped forward and raised Yu Wuhan in his hand to meet Su Yan. Chapter 178. That's it. When Su Yan saw the water pillar that was attacking him, a disdainful smile appeared on his face. In an instant, the ghost howl sword in his hand started to dance rapidly. Immediately, a sword cry resounded. The constantly moving sword light was so fast that it seemed to have transformed into countless long swords. Crackle! Crackle! The water column was sliced off section by section until all of it slid down. You think that's it? Of course, Yu Xiang was a saint of 5 veins, and his strength was not limited to that. The moment Su Yan blocked the water column, Yu Xiang suddenly leaped up and made a hand seal. A powerful water column burst out from Yu Wuhan. The moment the water pillars appeared, a series of loud booms rang out and fell down. Su Yan frowned, but he did not have time to block them. His entire body was enveloped by the water pillars. You still dare to think that's it? A cold smile appeared on the corners of Yu Xiang's mouth when he saw that Su Yan was enveloped by the rain of water. If it was any other time, then Yu Xiang would have stopped because even a saint of the 5 bloodlines wouldn't be able to escape if they were struck by his rain of water. But today, it was probably Su Yan's arrogance that provoked Yu Xiang's anger. Yu Xiang did not stop because of this. The moment the water column burst out, Yu Xiang roared again and waved his Yu Wuhan. In an instant, countless water waves surged. Like 1,000 layers of huge waves, they pounced on Su Yan and covered Su Yan's entire body. The onlookers were all horrified when they saw this. At the same time, they looked at Su Yin, who was surrounded by the water column and the huge waves, and gloated. Now this kid is definitely dead. How dare he be so arrogant in front of our senior brother Yuxiang? That's right. Even our senior brothers don't dare to fight senior brother Yuxiang. With a strength of 3 veins, he's courting death. When he heard the surrounding crowd's words, the corners of Yuxiang's mouth lifted into a pleased smile. He looked at Su Yin, who was surrounded by water pillars, and coldly laughed. Brat, you are courting death. Don't blame my senior. Is that so? Before Yuxiang could finish speaking, an evil voice came from within the rain of water pillars. Coincidentally, at that moment, the water pillars and waves retreated. Su Yan's body slowly appeared. His entire body was emitting a powerful golden light. Under such circumstances, it was extremely dazzling. How? How is this possible? How is this possible? How can he still stand under the water column attack of senior brother Yuxiang? Impossible. This can't be real. When the surrounding people saw that Su Yin was still standing there, their faces were filled with horror. Most of them couldn't believe what they were seeing. They all thought that Su Yin was going to die. Even if Su Yin did not die, he should be lying in a pool of blood. However, Su Yin was still standing there unharmed. Even his clothes were not damaged. How could they believe this? Yuxiang looked at Su Yin and was stunned. How? How is this possible? Nothing is impossible. Su Yin looked at Yuxiang and smiled coldly. His body suddenly surged forward as fast as lightning. In an instant, he was in front of Yuxiang. The ghost howl sword in his hand was pointed at Yuxiang. The sword light flashed and was already at Yuxiang's throat. Although Yuxiang could still attack, he did not expect Su Yin to be able to stand under his ferocious attacks. Moreover, Su Yin was able to attack so quickly. The sword light flashed, and the ghost howl sword was already in front of him. There was no time to dodge. Yuxiang screamed in fear and fell to the ground. He watched as the ghost howl sword was about to pierce through his body. When the people around saw this scene, they were so scared that they screamed. They looked at this scene in disbelief. Just as the ghost howl sword was about to pierce through Yuxiang's throat, Su Yin stopped and withdrew the sword. He said coldly, "Killing you will dirty my hands." Yuxiang screamed in fear. Something flowed out from his crotch and wet his pants. The onlookers were also stunned. They looked at Su Yin as if they were looking at a monster. A 3-meridian saint. Su Yin was only a 3-meridian saint. How could he do that? Su Yin did not pay attention to their gazes. He withdrew the ghost howl sword and turned to walk away, leaving the onlookers dumbfounded. They did not react until Su Yin was far away. They all ran to help Yuxiang. At this moment, Su Yin, who had just left, suddenly turned around. The few of them were so scared that their bodies trembled. A trace of disdain flashed across Su Yan's face as he said word by word, "Remember, my name is Su Yin. I am not someone you can easily bully." Su Yin. Su Yan's name was forever engraved in their hearts. They did not dare to challenge Su Yin again. For Su Yin, this was just a small episode. Although he was only a 3-meridian saint, 2 levels lower than Yuxiang, Su Yin had the invincible golden body, the blood dragon pupil, and the flying sword in the red fire sword case. Su Yin was confident that he could even fight a 6-meridian saint. A saint was no longer Su Yan's target. Emperor Tianxiang was Su Yan's target. Su Yan's eyes glowed red when he thought of Nangong Xiangming's last look and Qin Luo's gloomy expression. His desire for strength reached its peak. Of course, Su Yin was still calm despite his desire. Su Yan's mind had passed through the endless corridors of the Buddha sword and comprehended it at Cho Bo's place. Ordinary people could not compare to him. The angrier Su Yin was, the calmer he became. Although Su Yin was angry at the humiliation Nangong Xiangming had brought him, his heart was still as clear as a mirror. If he wanted to move forward, he had to find the ghostly qi. He had no other choice. Only ghostly qi could help him recondense his 4th Saint Meridian. Su Yin believed that Nangong Xiangming had not lied to him about the dock. However, Su Yin also knew that Nangong Xiangming would not be so kind as to warn him. Since he was able to warn him, it meant that the dock was a dangerous place. Su Yin thought about the dock. He sat cross-legged and ran his cultivation method. He quickly absorbed the surrounding spirit energy to restore the spirit energy in his body and heal the injuries Nangong Xiangming had caused him. Because of the sword intent of the red fire sword case and the abundant spirit energy in the monster palace, Su Yin recovered to his peak state in less than an hour. Since he had recovered, Su Yin planned to go to the dock. Su Yin had a rough understanding of the monster palace with the memories given by the Princess of Chu. However, there was no memory of the dock in the memories. The island of the monster palace was so big that it would not be easy to find a dock. Su Yin did not know who to ask for help. Just as Su Yin was in trouble, there was a knock on the door. Su Yin frowned slightly, but he still got up to open the door. Seeing that it was Yu Xiang and his followers, Su Yan's eyes suddenly turned cold. He said coldly, "Are you still not convinced? Senior brother Su, it's a misunderstanding." When Yu Xiang heard Su Yan's words, his whole body suddenly trembled. He hurriedly said, "Senior brother Su, we are here to offer this month's offerings." As he spoke, Yu Xiang held the offerings he had received this month and presented them to Su Yin with both hands. Su Yin looked at the offerings in Yu Xiang's hands and frowned. He thought to himself, "I just entered the monster palace and am not familiar with many things. If I have these people running errands, it will save me some trouble in the future." Su Yin made up his mind and looked at the offering in Yu Xiang's hand. He waved his hand and said, "This offering is for you to keep by your side. As long as you listen to my orders in the future, it will be fine." When Yu Xiang and the others heard that Su Yin did not take the offerings, they were overjoyed. They hurriedly bowed and said, "Senior brother Su, from now on, all the disciples of this palace will obey your orders. From now on, you are the palace master of this palace." Okay. Although Su Yin was not interested in being the palace master, he did not refuse and nodded slightly. Seeing that they were still afraid of him, Su Yin waved his hand and said, "Come in." Hearing that Su Yin wanted them to go in, the few of them tiptoed in. Su Yin looked at their fearful faces and said slowly, "Since you have chosen to obey my orders in the future, you don't have to be so afraid. As long as you don't disobey me in the future." "Yes, yes." Yu Xiang and the others hurriedly nodded, but their fear of Su Yin did not change. Su Yin looked at them and did not say anything. Instead, he asked, "Do you know where the sea dock is?" The sea dock. When Yu Xiang heard Su Yan's words, he was shocked. "Senior brother Su, why do you ask about the sea dock? I have my own plans." Naturally, Su Yin wouldn't tell them why he wanted to go to the sea dock. Looking at them, it was obvious that they weren't strangers to the sea dock. He opened his mouth and asked, "I asked about the sea dock. Tell me where it is." Su Yin paused and hesitated for a moment. He said, "And where is the sea dock?" Okay. When Yu Xiang heard Su Yan's words, he did not dare to ask more. Instead, he introduced the sea dock to Su Yin. "Senior brother Su, you have just entered the monster palace, so you don't know. The sea dock is a dangerous place. If the monster palace disciples are not forced to, no one is willing to go to the sea dock." "What do you mean?" Su Yin asked again. "The entrance to the sea dock is in the suburbs of the Western Monster Palace. The sea dock is said to lead to the East Sea. There are countless dangerous sea beasts there. Some of the Monster Palace disciples want to hunt sea beasts and enter the sea dock, but most of them do not return. And the sea dock is not only home to sea beasts. The East Sea often has tsunamis that will sweep through the sea dock. This makes the sea dock even more dangerous." Su Yin listened and understood. Obviously, the sea dock is like the Hengduan Mountain, but the Hengduan Mountain is densely covered with monsters, while the sea dock is filled with sea beasts. Chapter 179. After listening to Yu Xiang and the others, Su Yin fell into a moment of hesitation. After all, from Yu Xiang's words, Su Yin could feel that the sea dock was a dangerous place. Su Yin did not want to rush into such an unknown place. Unfortunately, when he asked Yu Xiang and the others, they all said that they did not know if there were any other places with many corpses and ghostly auras. This left Su Yin with no other choice. It seems that this trip to the sea dock is inevitable. Su Yin muttered to himself. There was a hint of helplessness in his tone. His eyes flashed and a red light surged out. Sea beasts. I wonder if my blood dragon eyes have any effect on sea beasts. Sea beasts only existed in the East Sea. There were no sea beasts in other places. Suyin had only seen rumors of sea beasts in books. He had never seen a real sea beast. However, he had never seen one before. Suyin was also clear that sea beasts were much stronger than demonic beasts. No matter what, I have to go to the sea dock. Suyin thought about it and did not hesitate anymore. After all, he had no other choice. If he did not obtain a ghostly aura, he would not be able to form his fourth meridian. After making up his mind, Suyin didn't plan on staying any longer. He resolutely stepped onto the path of the dock. The entrance to the sea dock was on the outskirts of the West Palace. Although they were all within the Monster Palace, because of the conflict between the East, West, North, and South Palaces, there were very few interactions between the palaces. Moreover, the two palaces were located at the east and west ends of the West. They were the furthest apart. If Suyin were to travel with his current strength, he might not be able to reach the sea dock even if he walked for several months. Fortunately, there were teleportation portals between the palaces. These teleportation portals belonged to the Monster Palace and were not guarded. Everyone in the Monster Palace could use them. Suyin entered the teleportation portal to the West Palace. No one noticed. However, after arriving at the West Palace, Suyin became much more careful. If he was discovered by the people of the West Palace, he would get into some trouble. More importantly, the disciples of the West Palace were much stronger than the disciples of the East Palace. If Qin Luo and Nangong Xiaoming were to come out, Suyin did not think that he would have the strength to resist them. As such, Suyin was extremely careful as he walked through the West Palace. Fortunately, Suyin was quite lucky. Along the way, no one from the West Palace noticed Suyin. It was probably because very few people were willing to go to the sea dock that Suyin was not discovered. With Yu Xiang and the others' detailed descriptions, Suyin quickly found the entrance to the dock. Just as he approached the entrance, Suyin felt a majestic power surge out of the dock. A fishy smell assailed his nostrils. Suyin could not help but frown. He became more cautious about this trip to the sea dock. Since I've already come this far, how can I retreat? Suyin steadied his mind and no longer hesitated. He strode toward the entrance of the sea dock. The difference of one step was like the difference between heaven and earth. Just as Suyin stepped into the entrance of the sea dock, a loud whistling sound suddenly entered his ears. That whistling sound was deafening. Suyin could not help but be startled. He hurriedly used his qi to resist. The moment the qi protected his body, the ripples in his heart slowly calmed down. The sea dock really lives up to its name. Suyin felt the power of the sea dock and could not help but nod. However, he did not have the slightest intention of retreating. His eyes shone with a firm gaze as he resolutely stepped forward. He had already learned from Yu Xiang that the sea dock was actually a huge passage that kept going forward. It was only at the deepest part of the sea dock. Yu Xiang meant that no one had ever reached the deepest part of the sea dock. Even the palace masters of the Monster Palace had never reached the end of the sea dock, so no one knew what the end of the sea dock was. Of course, Suyin was not interested in the end of the sea dock. Now, Suyin wanted to find a place where ghost qi existed. In fact, ghost qi was everywhere in the world. As long as someone died unjustly, ghost qi would be formed. However, just a little bit of ghost qi was useless to Suyin. What Suyin needed was a lot of ghost qi. Only ghost qi that was as rich as spirit qi could allow Suyin to successfully condense his fourth holy meridian. After walking for almost an hour, Suyin did not encounter any ghost qi except for the fact that he did not encounter any danger. This made Suyin anxious. I've been walking for more than an hour now, and I haven't seen a corpse or a wisp of ghost qi. Is there really ghost qi in the sea dock? Suyin's eyes fell into a daze. If there was no ghost qi in the sea dock, Suyin really did not know where he could go to get ghost qi. He definitely could not return to the 10,000 Ghost Cave. Suyin knew that with his current strength, even if he entered the 10,000 Ghost Cave 10 times, he would die 10 times. Plop! Just as Suyin was confused, there was a sudden loud noise. Suddenly, a huge sea beast rushed over. This sea beast was like a water snake, but it had 4 legs. Its body was smooth and without any markings, and its entire body was dark black. Su Yin couldn't help but be shocked, and hurriedly retreated. Sea beast. Although this was the first time Su Yin had seen a real sea beast, he was able to recognize it at first glance. However, he did not know the name of this sea beast, nor did he know the strength of this sea beast. Su Yin did not dare to be negligent. He hurriedly took out the ghost howl sword. At the same time, without giving the sea beast any chance to react, the blood dragon pupil turned and flashed forward. The ghost howl, sword in its hand, slashed down horizontally, emitting a mournful ghost howl. Plop! The water, snake-like four-legged sea beast was suddenly split into two and fell to the ground. Looking at the sea beast's body on the ground, Su Yin could not help but smile. It seems that sea beasts are only SOSO. However, before Su Yin could finish speaking, he looked at the sea beast's body on the ground and was stunned. The sea beast that looked like a water snake on the ground did not die because of the attack. Instead, it was split into two. The two halves of its body wriggled again and grew four limbs at a speed visible to the naked eye. Just like that, one sea beast became two. Su Yan's scalp tingled as he saw this. The solar-colored glaze, sword scripture in his body quickly circulated and quickly slashed at the two sea beasts. Bang! Bang! Two loud noises were heard, and the two sea beasts were split into four. However, with the previous experience, Su Yin was not happy. Instead, he stared at the sea beast's body. As expected, the sea beast's body grew again, from 2 to 4. With the previous experience, Su Yin was not as flustered as before. He only frowned slightly. The strength of sea beasts is indeed not something that demonic beasts can compare to. Su Yin thought as he rotated the blood dragon pupil. A red light surged out and shone on the sea beast's body. However, the sea beast was only stunned for a moment before it immediately recovered and went berserk. The four-legged sea beast pounced at Su Yin at the same time. The blood dragon pupil is indeed useless against these sea beasts, Su Yin murmured. Seeing the sea beasts pouncing at him, he did not dare to be careless. He hurriedly jumped up and slashed out with the ghost howl, sword in his hand. Once again, he cut the 4 sea beasts in half. However, he still could not kill the sea beasts. Instead, more and more of them appeared, but their bodies were much smaller than before. Although this was the case, Su Yan's eyebrows were tightly knitted together as he looked at the increasing number of sea beasts. It seems that it is useless to cut them in half. Su Yan looked at the densely packed sea beasts and muttered. He put away the ghost howl, sword in his hand. The blood dragon pupil rotated and his body quickly jumped up. At the same time, he waved his hand and a wisp of spiritual energy flowed out from his saint vein. This wisp of spiritual energy contained the heat of the molten green lotus fire. Su Yin slapped it away. Puff! Suddenly, a loud explosion sounded. The molten green lotus fire burned on the sea beast's body and turned into ashes in an instant. It was no longer reborn. After a few consecutive attacks, Su Yin finally cleared all the sea beasts. The corners of his mouth curled into a smile. Let's see how you will be reborn now. After Su Yin finished speaking, he panted heavily and could not help but smile bitterly. Just one sea beast is already so difficult to deal with. It's no wonder that the world is so fearful of sea beasts. With these thoughts in mind, Su Yin picked up the demonic core of the water snake and, without hesitation, proceeded forward. No matter what, Su Yin had already decided that he would definitely condense his 4th Saint Meridian today. Su Yin walked forward again. Another sea beast appeared. This sea beast was different from the one Su Yin had seen previously. It looked like a cheetah, but unlike a cheetah, it had no fur on its body. Instead, there was a wave of water flowing around it. Su Yin could not help but frown. He gripped the ghost howl, sword in his hand. Looking at the cheetah-like sea beast, he suddenly swung his sword. Bang! Because he did not know the strength of the sea beast, Su Yin did not use his full strength. The moment he swung his sword, the sea beast suddenly exploded and slapped its palm towards Su Yan's ghost howl sword. Su Yan's body trembled. He quickly retreated a few steps. Looking at the sea beast, there was a hint of vigilance in his eyes. This sea beast is obviously much stronger than the previous one. Roar! The sea beast suddenly let out a low roar. In an instant, it pounced towards Su Yan. Its speed was as fast as a bolt of lightning. Seeing this, Su Yan could not help but feel a burst of anger. He shouted, "Beast, how dare you take the initiative to attack?" While speaking, Su Yan's figure rushed out. Facing the attack of the sea beast, he did not have the slightest intention of dodging. At the same time, the ghost howl sword in his hand struck out. The moment the sword light flashed, a loud sound was immediately heard. It directly stabbed towards the sea beast's abdomen. Su Yan could not help but smile. "Let's see how you block it." Bang! But just as Su Yan's smile appeared, the moment the ghost howl sword struck the sea beast, Su Yan's smile suddenly froze. Originally, Su Yan wanted to cut open the sea beast's abdomen with one strike. However, the moment the ghost howl sword pierced through the sea beast's abdomen, a powerful wave of water appeared under the sea beast's abdomen, directly protecting it. Not only that, a powerful force spread out from the water wave. Su Yan, who was holding the ghost howl sword, suddenly felt the web between his thumb and forefinger go numb. He almost lost his grip on the ghost howl sword. What a powerful beast. Chapter 180. The appearance of this cheetah-like sea beast also made Su Yan realize the true strength of sea beasts. Looking at this sea beast, Su Yan didn't attack rashly, but carefully observed its movements. Su Yan believed that even if this sea beast was powerful, it must have some flaws. Bang! While Su Yan was observing, the sea beast once again rushed towards Su Yan. Its speed was as fast as lightning. Fortunately, Su Yan had the blood dragon pupil, plus speed itself was something that Su Yan had always been proud of. Therefore, he wasn't afraid of the attack of this cheetah-like sea beast. However, Su Yan knew that if he didn't quickly deal with this cheetah-like sea beast, if he let it continue to attack like this, then sooner or later, the spirit chi in his body would be exhausted by this sea beast. "Let's test you again." Su Yan looked at the cheetah-like sea beast rushing towards him. His eyes moved quickly, and at the same time, the ghost howl sword in his hand once again attacked, and directly broke the body of the cheetah-like sea beast. Bang! Unfortunately, at the moment when Su Yan's attack was about to hit, the body of the cheetah-like sea beast fluctuated, and in an instant, a water wave barrier appeared and blocked Su Yan's attack. At the same time, the water wave also attacked along with the ghost howl sword. At the same time, a huge and strange force surged up. Su Yan was shocked in his heart, and hurriedly withdrew the ghost howl sword, and quickly rushed back to avoid that force surging up. Is there really no way to break it? Su Yan looked at the cheetah-like sea beast and frowned. Although the attack of this sea beast wasn't very good, its defense was too abnormal. Moreover, the attacks of this cheetah-like sea beast didn't weaken in the slightest. Instead, each attack was stronger than the previous one. At this moment, even if Su Yan could avoid the attacks of this cheetah-like sea beast, but with the spirit chi in his body disappearing, if he couldn't kill this cheetah-like sea beast, then in less than half an hour, the spirit chi in Su Yan's body would be exhausted. At that time, it would be the end of Su Yan. Unfortunately, the cheetah sea beast's defense was too strong. Su Yan tried a few more times, but he still couldn't break it. Su Yan had raised his speed to the limit while dodging the attacks of the cheetah sea beast. Therefore, he had consumed a huge amount of spirit energy. Therefore, Su Yan was gasping for breath after doing this several times. Is there really no way to deal with this beast? Su Yan took advantage of the gap between the attacks of the cheetah sea beast and gasped for breath. At the same time, he also observed the body of the cheetah sea beast and wanted to find a flaw. I've already tried attacking its body, feet, tail, and head. They're all useless. Su Yan looked at the cheetah sea beast and tried to figure out its weak points. But before Su Yan could figure out, the cheetah once again pounced at them. In desperation, Su Yan could only use his spirit energy to dodge quickly. He He didn't dare to attack rashly because every time he attacked the cheetah sea beast, it would only consume the spirit energy in his body faster. Is there really no other way? I'm a dignified peak sword sage. Am I going to die in the hands of this beast? Su Yan's dodging became more and more powerless. There was a bit of unwillingness in his eyes. Unfortunately, the cheetah sea beast didn't show any sympathy to Su Yan at all. Instead, it had failed to hit Su Yan dozens of times. This had aroused its ferocious nature. Roar! It didn't give Su Yan any chance to catch his breath. With a low roar, it instantly pounced at Su Yan. Its huge bell-like eyes suddenly burst out with an ominous glint. Su Yan was already exhausted. He was quite helpless when he saw the attack of the cheetah sea beast. He turned his blood dragon pupil and was about to dodge. However, Su Yan's eyes suddenly lit up when he saw the ominous glint in the cheetah sea beast's eyes. Eyes, yes, eyes. Su Yan was overjoyed in his heart. The exhaustion in his body seemed to have dissipated at this moment. A bright light surged in his eyes. He patted his storage pouch and took out the ghost howl sword. Su Yan didn't dodge when he saw the attack of the cheetah sea beast. He tightly grasped the ghost howl sword and calmly looked at the cheetah sea beast. Now's the time. Su Yan twisted his hands a moment. The cheetah sea beast pounced on him. His body rushed forward. The ghost howl sword stabbed toward the cheetah sea beast's eyes at the same time. Its speed was as fast as lightning. Asterisk bang, asterisk, a loud sound echoed. This time, there was no water wave defense. The ghost howl sword directly pierced through the cheetah sea beast's eyes. The cheetah sea beast roared violently. Its vigorous body suddenly fell to the ground and died with a mournful wail. It's finally over. Su Yan saw that the cheetah sea beast was finally dead. He breathed a sigh of relief in his heart. At the same time, his body became soft and fell to the ground. However, Su Yan didn't dare to stop for a moment. He took out the green lotus core fire and the red parting sword box. He operated the great sun-colored glaze sword scripture to quickly absorb the heat of the green lotus core fire and the sword intent inside the red parting sword box. Coupled with the spirit chi of the world and the great sun-colored glaze sword scripture, he quickly recovered the spirit chi of his body. Although Su Yan recovered his spirit chi very quickly, but because he had been entangled with the cheetah sea beast for too long, Su Yan recovered for more than 2 hours. During this time, he also swallowed a lot of consecration pills that he had received in the Monster Palace. Only then did he recover his strength. The moment his spirit chi recovered, the exhaustion in his body also disappeared. His eyes regained the bright light. Just at the moment when he looked into the depths of the sea, Su Yan hesitated again. This sea dock is really extraordinary. It's as fierce as the legends say. But I didn't see any ghost aura. Was this trip worth it? Su Yan hesitated, but in just a moment, it was removed from his mind by Su Yan. No matter what, since I've already come here, how can I give up halfway? Su Yan said. He picked up the sea beast monster core, dropped by the cheetah sea beast. His eyes regained the determination. He went all the way forward and encountered several sea beasts. The further they went, the more powerful the demonic beasts became. However, with the experience of killing the water snake demonic beast and the cheetah demonic beast, Su Yan also knew that these sea beasts were powerful because they had some special abilities. For example, the water snake sea beast could regenerate, and the cheetah sea beast had no effect on other parts of its body except for its eyes. Therefore, Su Yan was not in a hurry to attack the next few sea beasts he encountered. Instead, he first searched for their weak points or their strong points before launching an attack. The few times he encountered sea beasts, although there were some surprises, there were no real dangers. The moment Su Yan killed a sea beast, Su Yan finally felt a surge of ghost aura. Ghost aura. Feeling this ghost aura, Su Yan's tired posture suddenly swept away. His heart moved, and he immediately walked forward. However, just as he took a step, Su Yan stopped and sat down cross-legged. He began to absorb the spirit chi and sword intent to restore the spirit chi in his body. It wasn't until an hour later that Su Yan returned to his peak state. Only then did Su Yan take a step forward. The deeper he went, the thicker the ghost chi became. This ghost aura was an existence similar to spirit chi. It was an invisible existence. If it was an ordinary person, they wouldn't be able to feel the ghost aura in such a place. They would only be able to feel the gloomy feeling. However, Su Yin was different. His fourth Saint vein was condensed from the ghost aura. Now that he was close, Su Yin could clearly feel the dense ghost aura. Su Yin was overjoyed. However, amidst his joy, Su Yin quickly noticed the eerie white bones on the ground. His brows involuntarily knitted together. Since there are so many bones here and the ghost aura is so dense, this is obviously a place of extreme evil. Su Yin thought to himself. His eyes became vigilant. He looked around and gripped the ghost howl, sword tightly in his hand. Pudong, at this moment there was a loud sound. Suddenly, 3 sea beasts rushed out from the side. That's right, 3 sea beasts. This was different from the sea beasts Su Yin had encountered previously. No matter how strong the sea beasts were, there would only be one of them. Now that there were 3 of them, each of them different, Su Yin couldn't help but frown. One sea beast was already difficult to deal with, let alone 3. If Su Yin hadn't felt the ghost aura earlier, he would have definitely turned around and fled. However, now that he felt the ghost aura, this place was exactly what Su Yin needed. Su Yin wouldn't run away no matter what. Looking at the 3 roaring sea beasts, Su Yan's eyes lit up. At the same time, he gripped the ghost howl sword in his hand tightly. Not only that, the moment Su Yan's blood dragon pupil turned, the dragon blood ice fire shield suddenly erupted. With the dragon blood ice fire shield, Su Yin could control it freely. Because the dragon blood ice fire shield only had the ability to defend against the cold and heat of the world, it had no effect on other attacks. However, now that Su Yin had used it, it was obvious that Su Yin was going to go all out. Roar! The 3 demonic beasts let out a few low roars and attacked Su Yin in an instant. Its speed was so fast that it far surpassed the sea beasts that Su Yin had encountered earlier. Su Yin was shocked. The blood dragon pupil quickly turned. With a thought, the sword dragon flew out from the storage bag. Su Yin immediately jumped on it and quickly dodged the attack of one of the sea beasts. At the same time, Su Yin memorized the appearance of this sea monster in his mind, trying to find its weakness and its ability. Pudong. Just as Su Yin dodged one of the sea beasts, another one pounced at him. Su Yin was shocked. He circulated his cultivation method and quickly dodged. The sea beast narrowly passed by Su Yin. Bang! Unfortunately, this time there were not only 2 sea beasts, but 3. When Su Yin dodged 2 of them, he was 1 step behind. In the end, he was still 1 step too slow and was hit by another sea beast. His entire body was sent flying backwards. The huge force suddenly shook Su Yan's body. Poochie! Su Yin only felt the blood in his body churning, and he spat out a mouthful of blood. Damn it! Su Yin cursed in his heart. He didn't dare to stop for even a moment. He hurriedly jumped up and looked at the 3 sea beasts. His eyes suddenly narrowed. The spirit chi in his body quickly surged and rushed into the ghost howl sword. Wailing of 10,000 ghosts. Chapter 181. This was a sea beast that looked like a giant bear. Su Yin didn't know what kind of sea beast this was, nor did he know how much energy this sea beast had and why it had the special characteristics of sea beasts. If it was only 1 sea beast, Su Yin could still take advantage of his speed to observe the characteristics of the sea beast. However, at this moment, there were 3 sea beasts. Su Yin had nowhere to hide. He had no choice but to attack. A sword art whizzed out, and the huge ghost head instantly slammed into the sea beast that looked like a giant bear. This ghost head was the wailing of thousands of ghosts emitted by Su Yan's ghost howl sword. This sword art was so powerful that Su Yin was confident that even a saint of the 5 veins wouldn't dare to take it head on. However, this giant bear-like sea beast didn't seem to care at all. However, it was as if he had completely disregarded it. He was completely unafraid of the huge attack that Su Yin had emitted. In fact, there was even a hint of mockery in its crimson eyes. Su Yin couldn't help but be surprised. Obviously, This sea beast was far more powerful than the sea beast that Su Yin encountered just now. It even had some intelligence. Roar! The giant bear sea beast roared, and its body leaped up. Bang! In an instant, there was a loud bang, and it instantly tore apart the wailing of thousands of ghosts emitted by Su Yin and directly approached Su Yin. Su Yin was shocked and hurriedly dodged. At the same time, the other two sea beasts also didn't stop because of the attack of the giant bear sea beast. As for the other two sea beasts, one was like a wild horse, and its speed was extremely fast. The moment it moved, its huge body had already collided with Su Yin. The other sea beast was like a hound, but it was much bigger than a hound. Its body was faintly exuding a hot light, and when the light was emitted, it could make people feel a heat flow in their body. Not only that, the hound sea beast's speed was not slower than the wild horse sea beast. As its four limbs moved, it opened its bloody mouth and pounced toward Su Yin. Su Yin had just evaded the giant bear sea beast when he saw the two wild horse sea beasts and the hound sea beast attacking him at the same time. The blood dragon pupil was once again alarmed. The attack speed of the wild horse sea beast and the hound sea beast slowed down a lot. However, they still attacked as fast as lightning. With Su Yan's current strength, there was no way he could avoid it. Invincible golden body. Seeing this, Su Yin reacted quickly. He gritted his teeth and shouted. Suddenly, a golden light burst out from Su Yan's body and enveloped Su Yin. Bang! The two sea beasts collided at the same time, and under the trembling of the golden light, both of them let out a painful roar and retreated a few meters. Although it was only a few meters, it gave Su Yin a chance to catch his breath. Su Yin hurriedly leaped onto it. As he panted heavily, he floated in mid-air. His eyes stared at these few sea beasts as his mind quickly spun. These three sea beasts are clearly much stronger than the ones I have encountered before. If there was only one, perhaps I would have a chance. However, there are three now, then Su Yin couldn't help but frown as he thought about it. In order to avoid the attacks of these three sea beasts, Su Yin not only used the sword technique, he also used the invincible golden body. The invincible golden body was Su Yan's strongest defense. It was also a life-saving skill that Su Yin had always been proud of. However, with Su Yan's current strength, he could only use the invincible golden body twice. Now, he had already used it once. Su Yin already felt that more than half of the spirit chi in his body had been consumed. If he were to use it again, Su Yin would definitely run out of spirit chi. In such a dangerous place, if I can't kill these three sea beasts, the invincible golden body obviously can't be used again. Su Yan's eyes turned slightly as he carefully observed the three sea beasts. He knew that he definitely couldn't use the invincible golden body to resist the attacks of these three sea beasts. Since that's the case, there's only one way left. Fight! Su Yin secretly shouted, and a bright light instantly emitted from his eyes. As the light overflowed, it projected a strong determination to kill. This wasn't because Su Yin wasn't afraid of the three sea beasts in front of him, but because Su Yin knew that since he was in such a predicament, the only way was to fight to the end to have a chance of survival. Bang! Without waiting for the three sea beasts to attack, Su Yan's body suddenly exploded. The great sun-colored glaze, sword scripture in his body quickly circulated and emitted a strong spiritual power. In an instant, sword light flashed. The ghost howl sword in Su Yan's hand had turned into the pagoda sword. As the pagoda sword light flashed, Su Yan had already made his move. His body surged out like a flood dragon. His speed was so fast that it tore through the void and immediately stirred up a powerful airflow. Not only that, but the Buddha sword also slashed down. The sharp sword light burst out, and a loud whistling sound reverberated in the air. This was just a sword attack, and there was nothing fancy about it. However, the power was not inferior to the wailing of thousands of ghosts that Su Yin had just used the ghost howl sword. Not only that, at the moment when Su Yin rushed out, bang, there was a crisp sound. Several flying swords had already circled around Su Yin and rushed up to Su Yan's body. Go to hell! Su Yin shouted and pointed his sword at the giant bear sea beast. In the attack, just now, Suyin had already seen that among the 3 sea beasts, the giant bear sea beast was the strongest. Since it was the strongest, what Suyin had to do was to kill the strongest one first. When the giant bear saw Suyin rushing over, its scarlet eyes once again showed a look of disdain. Similarly, its body did not retreat half an inch. Roar. It was a low roar. Its 4 limbs suddenly stood upright, and it was only supported by its 2 hind legs. Its 4 limbs were like human hands, and they directly slapped toward Suyin. What? When Suyin saw this scene, he could not help but be shocked. He wanted to dodge, but was too late. Bang! There was a loud sound as the giant bear's 2 palms directly slapped Suyin's body. Suyin's whole body was suddenly shaken and sent flying. Poochie, a mouthful of blood spurted out. The flying swords that were revolving around Su-Yin also fell. This giant bear sea beast is really strong. Su-Yin wiped the blood from the corner of his mouth and immediately stood up and murmured. There was still no fear in his heart, because Su-Yin was very clear that if he was afraid, then only death would await him. Su-Yin was not only not afraid, but also did not stop. As he waved his hands, the few flying sword that had just fallen instantly rose up again and attacked the giant sea beast. However, this time before the flying swords flew out, the other 2 sea beasts had already moved. The hound sea beast and the wild horse sea beast were obviously speed attack sea beasts. The 2 sea beasts rushed towards Su-Yin at the same time. Their speed was like lightning, and in an instant, they had already arrived in front of Su-Yin. Su-Yin looked at the 2 sea beasts rushing towards him, but he did not panic at all. Instead, his face became calmer. Break! Just when the 2 sea beasts were about to collide with Su-Yin, Su-Yin waved his hands and shouted. The flying swords that flew out suddenly changed their direction and directly attacked the 2 sea beasts. Obviously, sea beasts that had reached their level already had some intelligence. They never thought that Su-Yin would use such a move. The 2 sea beasts were startled and hurriedly retreated. Now, Su-Yin saw the 2 sea beasts retreating and coldly shouted. He clenched the Buddha sword in his hand, and his body rushed forward. Suddenly, he attacked the wild horse sea beast. In this dangerous situation, Su-Yin knew that he had to go all out to have chance. At this time, Su-Yin also used all of his strength to the extreme. The moment his eyes surged, his speed reached an unprecedented speed. Like a dragon in the East Sea, he surged out. In an instant, the Buddha sword in Su-Yin's hand pierced towards the wild horse sea beast. Bang! Suddenly, there was a loud explosion. The Buddha sword in Su-Yin's hand directly hit the wild horse sea beast. When Su-Yin saw this, the corners of his mouth revealed a trace of a smile. He lightly shouted, and his body directly pierced through the wild horse sea beast's body. Roar! The wild horse sea beast burst out a miserable cry, and its body also went soft and fell to the ground. When Su-Yin saw this, he wiped the sweat on his forehead and slightly smiled one down. However, before Su-Yin's smile fell, the wild horse sea beast that had just fallen stood up again. Its body that was pierced by Su-Yin was actually slowly recovering. What? When Su-Yin saw this scene, he could not help but be shocked and said in surprise, This wild horse sea beast has the ability to regenerate. Show. While Su-Yin was still in shock, the giant bear sea beast had already closed in on him. Its huge palm rushed towards Su-Yin's body. Although the giant bear sea beast speed was not as fast as the wild horse sea beast and the hound sea beast, its strength was much more powerful than the 2 sea beasts. Of course, its speed was only slightly inferior to the wild horse sea beast and the hound sea beast. Its real speed was not slow at all. The palm swept past like a hurricane. Su-Yin was suddenly shocked, and his blood dragon pupil rotated, trying to dodge. However, it was impossible to dodge between the 2 palms of the giant bear sea beast. When Su-Yin saw this, he clenched his teeth and shouted, Since I can't dodge, I will fight with you. While speaking, Su-Yin quickly circulated the great sun-colored glaze sword scripture, and a powerful spiritual power suddenly erupted, exuding a dazzling light. He held the Buddha sword in his hand and directly stabbed towards the palm. Bang! The sword and the palm collided in the void, and suddenly a loud sound erupted. Su Yin originally wanted to pierce through the palm of the giant bear sea beast, but Su Yin found that the giant bear sea beast was not injured at all. At the same time, Su Yin could also feel a huge force coming from the Buddha sword. Puchi, under this powerful force, Su Yin suddenly felt a surge in his body and blood spurted out. Chapter 182. Su Yin had only received one palm attack from the giant bear. However, the enormous power behind that attack had made Su Yin feel as if his internal organs had been shattered. Asterisk cough, asterisk, asterisk cough, asterisk, asterisk cough, asterisk. Su Yin coughed a few times and spat out a mouthful of blood. He supported himself with the Buddha's sword and stood up from the ground with difficulty. The giant bear, the wild horse, and the hound weren't in a hurry to attack Su Yin. The three sea beasts were fighting against each other. They were looking at Su Yin with a mocking expression in their eyes. From time to time, they would issue low roars. It seemed as if they were discussing something. It also seemed as if they were looking down on Su Yin. Su Yin naturally didn't pay attention to the expressions of these three beasts at this moment. However, these three beasts weren't in a hurry to attack. This gave Su Yin a chance to rest. I can't continue like this. What should I do? Su Yin looked at the three beasts and frowned. At the same time, his mind was spinning rapidly. Just one attack was enough to injure me severely. I, Su, will definitely die here today if this happens again. Then, I can't let them attack me again. I'll use my speed to entangle them. I'll also find out the weakness of these sea beasts. Speed, that's right, speed. Su Yan's eyes immediately condensed a burst of bright light as he thought about this. However, this bright light had just surged for a moment when Su Yin saw the restless wild horse and hound sea beasts. But it immediately dimmed down. There was a self-mocking smile on his face. He shook his head and said with a wry smile, "Even if I can use my speed to entangle them, the spirit energy in my body, the spirit energy in Su Yan's body wasn't enough to support his speed under several all-out attacks. He couldn't even release the invincible golden body now. The injuries he had suffered had also slowed down the speed he was so proud of. Obviously, it was impossible to use speed to control the sea beast. This caused Su Yin to once again fall into a state of confusion. Looking at the three restless sea beasts, Su Yin did not have a trace of fear, but he was unwilling. He was unwilling to lose to the three beasts like this. He was unwilling to lose his life because of this. Roar! Before Su Yin could think further, a loud roar was suddenly heard. It was as if the three sea beasts had discussed something. The wild horse sea beast took the lead and attacked Su Yin. Its speed was as fast as lightning. It flashed in the void and arrived in front of Su Yin. Su Yin was shocked, and his pupils shrank. Unfortunately, it was too late. Speed was one of the abilities that Su Yin had always been proud of. However, when the wild horse launched its attack, Su Yin felt overwhelmed. In fact, he couldn't even catch a glimpse of its shadow. Even a blood dragon pupil couldn't catch it. Su Yin was shocked. At the same time, with a loud bang, Su Yan's body was sent flying again. Cough, cough, cough. Su Yin coughed a few times, and another mouthful of blood gushed out. The spirit chi in his body was almost exhausted. How can this wild horse's speed suddenly become so fast? Su Yin looked at the wild horse. He was puzzled, but more than that, he was astonished. Su Yin had encountered many experts. Even Sovereign Linghai could catch a glimpse of its shadow because of the blood dragon pupil. However, Su Yin found that he couldn't catch a glimpse of the wild horsey beast. How could Su Yin not be astonished? While Su Yin was still in a state of shock, a loud bang was heard as the hound sea beast moved out once again. Although the hunting dog's attack speed wasn't as fast as the wild horse's, it wasn't slow at all. Moreover, at the moment when the hound sea beast attacked, Su Yin unexpectedly felt a burning sensation. Before the hound sea beast could attack Su Yin suddenly stopped. Su Yin felt a surge of energy in his body, as if it was burning. Su Yin was shocked. He hurriedly urged the molten green lotus to resist. Unfortunately, Because of the lack of spirit chi, Su Yin felt a burst of pain in his body before the molten green lotus could surge. At the same time, a huge force attacked him. Puchi! Su Yin spat out another mouthful of blood, and his body was sent flying back dozens of meters. This time, before Su Yin could stand up, the giant bear sea beast roared. Its forelimbs stood upright, and with a bang, it smashed towards the ground. Suddenly, a series of loud sounds were heard, and the entire sea dock's passage trembled as if there was an earthquake. Su Yin was lying on the ground. Because of such an earthquake, his internal organs felt as if they were about to explode. Puchi! Puchi! Su Yin felt uncomfortable and spat out 2 mouthfuls of blood. The condensed light in his eyes had already disappeared. There was only astonishment left in his eyes. He looked sideways at the 3 sea beasts. The wild horse sea beast body was faintly surging with a dazzling power. The hunting dog sea beast body was glowing with a fiery red light. The giant bear sea beast didn't have anything on its body, but at a glance, it gave people a heavy feeling. Su Yin couldn't help but be surprised when he saw this. He suddenly remembered a legend he had read in the Hidden Sword Tomb's Immortal Sword Peak. Su Yin's heart couldn't help but tremble as he imagined the description in the book and the power of the 3 sea beasts just now. Wind, fire, and 3 sea beasts. Su Yin's heart trembled as he thought about it. He looked at the 3 sea beasts, and there was unprecedented fear and surprise in his eyes. There had always been very little information about sea beasts. Before coming here, Su Yin had also never seen a sea beast before. However, Su Yin clearly saw the records of the legendary beasts in the Hidden Sword Tomb's Immortal Sword Peaks, Immortal Sword Peaks, Immortal Sword Peak. Although there was no description of the appearance of the wind, fire, and 3 sea beasts in the records. However, there was a description of the characteristics of the wind, fire, and 3 sea beasts. Wind, just like the wild horse sea beast just now, was as fast as the wind and couldn't be captured at all. Fire, in the attack, had the fire attribute, which could make people's internal organs burn because of it. Strength was infinite strength. The power contained in it was not clearly recorded in the book, but it was written that if the sea beasts were to show their power, they could topple the mountains and overturn the seas. They could overturn the East Sea and cause tsunamis. A sea beast could set off the sea and cause tsunamis. How much power did it have? Su Yin didn't dare to imagine. And now, looking at the characteristics of the 3 sea beasts, they were the legendary beasts of the wind, fire, and 3 sea beasts. Especially when Su Yan's sword pierced through the wild horse sea beast just now, the wild horse sea beast was able to recover quickly. This made Su Yin even more convinced that these were the legendary wind, fire, and 3 sea beasts. Su Yin couldn't help but smile bitterly as he thought, I didn't expect that I would be so unlucky as to encounter the legendary wind, fire, and 3 sea beasts. Before Su Yin knew about these 3 sea beasts, he still wanted to try his best to kill his way out. But if these 3 were really the legendary wind, fire, and 3 sea beasts, then there would be no chance at all. Although Su Yin was arrogant, it didn't mean that he didn't know his own limits. Even if a spiritual sea or square circle realm expert came here, they wouldn't be able to escape from the hands of the wind, fire, and 3 sea beasts. Su Yin was only a saint with 3 meridians. In addition, he lacked spiritual energy in his body. It was simply impossible for him to escape from the hands of the wind, fire, and other sea beasts. Looking at the lights surging in the red eyes of the 3 sea beasts and their playful expressions, Su Yin was even more certain that they were the wind, fire, and other sea beasts. It seems that I'm going to fail miserably here today. Su Yin looked at the 3 sea beasts and smiled bitterly. The light condensed in his eyes just now also dimmed. After all, the wind, fire, and other sea beasts were legendary existences. Since he had encountered them today, it would be a blessing to die in their hands. Su Yin smiled bitterly. Although he was unwilling, there was nothing he could do. Sigh. Su Yin sighed. The fear he had when he first learned that the 3 sea beasts were the wind, fire, and other sea beasts was gone. There was only unwillingness. He was unwilling to lose his life like this. I'm not willing. Su Yin held his breath and raised his head to shout. Looking at the three sea beasts that were glaring at him, his eyes suddenly lit up. If these three sea beasts are really the wind, fire, and other sea beasts, then wouldn't it be as recorded in the book? These three sea beasts are playful by nature, not bloodthirsty, and have no enmity towards humans. They would even promote some experts that they like. Su Yan's eyes lit up as he thought about it. Although he didn't know the personalities of the three sea beasts, Su Yan already had an idea in his mind. I'll give a try today. Su Yan gritted his teeth and quickly circulated the Virocana-colored glaze sword in his body. Of course, he didn't attack the three sea beasts, but quickly absorbed the ghostly aura around him. Not only did he absorb the ghostly aura around him, but Su Yan also took out the red parting sword case. The Virocana-colored glaze sword quickly circulated, healing his injuries and condensing his fourth Saint Meridian. Su Yan was betting that these three sea beasts were the legendary wind, fire, and other sea beasts. He was also betting that these three sea beasts would spare him after seeing his performance. Su Yan was very clear that with his current strength, it was impossible for him to escape from the three sea beasts. Therefore, Su Yan could only gamble. Ayo. As Su Yan sat down cross-legged and absorbed the ghostly aura around him to condense his fourth Saint Meridian, the three sea beasts looked at each other as if they were discussing something. Su Yan couldn't help but be overjoyed. He hurriedly closed his eyes and ignored the three sea beasts. He focused on absorbing the spiritual and ghostly aura around him to recover his strength and condense his fourth Saint Meridian. Ayo. Seeing Su Yan like this, the three sea beasts kept growling as if they were discussing something. Suddenly, the giant bear sea beast turned abruptly. Pong! Another giant palm slammed on the ground, causing the ground to tremble as if there was an earthquake. Su Yan sat on top of it and felt all the meridians in his body explode. Poochie. Chapter 183. Poochie. Su Yan spat out a few more mouthfuls of blood. The blood and qi in his body tumbled. His entire body felt like it was about to explode. The stinging pain was like being bitten by thousands of ants. The pain exceeded any pain Su Yan had ever endured. Every meridian, every inch of skin, every piece of flesh felt like it was about to be torn apart at this moment. Su Yan couldn't help but let out a low roar. His eyes suddenly opened, but his gaze was like a torch, because Su Yan knew that if he admitted defeat like this, he would really lose today. Then, he would become a trace of ghost energy in the dense ghost energy here. Master 3 Seas, Su, came here today to absorb the ghost energy here. I hope you can help me. Su Yan said to the 3 sea beasts with difficulty. Then, he closed his eyes again and quickly absorbed the surrounding spirit energy and ghost energy. He endured the great pleasure and kept absorbing the ghost energy. The converted spirit energy passed through the great sun-colored glaze sword scripture to all parts of his body. Slowly, a stream of spirit energy surged. However, when the 3 sea beasts saw it, they were obviously stunned. They looked at each other and kept roaring. But this time, they didn't disturb Su Yan anymore. Instead, they looked at Su Yan with interest and watched quietly from the side. After about half an hour, it seemed as if the 3 sea beasts had sensed something. Suddenly, the giant bear slapped the ground again, and the earth started to shake violently once again. The spirit energy that Su Yan had just absorbed dissipated again in this earthquake. Poochie at the same time, Su Yan spat out a mouthful of blood. His whole body seemed to be torn apart again. Su Yan roared and gritted his teeth. He endured the great pain in his body and urged the great sun-colored glaze sword scripture to absorb the ghost energy and spirit energy around him. At this moment, bang, 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 the giant bear sea beast showed its power again and shook the ground a few times. The constant tremors caused Su Yan to feel dizzy. He felt like his entire body was about to explode. However, Su Yan's eyes were still as bright as a torch. He didn't ask, nor did he say another word. The spirit chi in his body was scattered, but it condensed once again. Once, twice, countless times, Su Yan's entire body was close to numbness, but his eyes were still like torches. He did not show any signs of wavering as he continued to absorb the surrounding ghost chi. Unfortunately, the three sea beasts did not let Su Yan go. While the giant bear was constantly harassing Su Yan, the other two sea beasts were simultaneously attacking Su Yan. In this endless torment, Su Yan's entire body was about to explode. Finally, he couldn't hold on any longer. I refuse to accept this. Su Yan let out a low roar as he fell to the ground and fainted. Looking at the three sea beasts, his eyes were filled with unwillingness. The Monster Palace was one of the three major sects in the 5 counties. Because of the Monster Palace's special reasons, the Monster Palace lived on the outskirts of the East Sea of the Monster Palace all year round. On the Great Monster Island, other than managing the matters of the Hidden Demon region, it could be said that they did not care about anything in the world. This also caused the Monster Palace to have many civil wars. After all, every cultivator had the blood of battle flowing in their veins. In addition, the Monster Palace had 4 major palaces. This made the Monster Palace's civil war atmosphere more serious than any other sect in the world. It could even be said that although the Monster Palace was only a sect, it was also one of the 4 major sections. It was divided into 4 major palaces: East, West, North, and South. Each palace master was a sect master. It was precisely because of such an existence that the civil war in the Monster Palace became more and more serious. The Monster Palace would often reveal which palace's disciples were beaten by which palace's disciples. On this day, the East Palace revealed that an East Palace disciple was killed by a Nangon disciple. That's right, he was not beaten, but killed. Although fights between palaces were a common occurrence here, the palaces fought against each other. After all, they all belonged to the same sect, so it was relatively rare for them to be killed. The East Palace disciple was killed by a Nangon disciple, which immediately caused a huge uproar in the East Palace. All the disciples of the East Palace were gathered in the East Palace main hall. The Princess of Chu sat on the throne in the center. There was no trace of expression on her peerless face. Only her eyes emitted a cold gaze, which was enough to see the anger in her heart. All the disciples of the Monster Palace were not as strict as other sects, nor were there other sects where the disciples on each level had different uniforms. In a Monster Palace, there was no exclusive uniform. Even so, it cannot be said that the Monster Palace did not have any level rules. At this moment, all the disciples and elders of the East Palace were gathered in the East Palace main hall. From the position they were standing, it was enough to see that the Monster Palace was also a dignified sect. First, the elders of the East Palace stood at the front, followed by the senior brothers of the East Palace. At this time, they were gathered together. All of them had their heads lowered and did not dare to breathe loudly. They quietly waited for the Princess of Chu to speak. The Princess of Chu looked at the crowd, swept a circle, and slowly said, "This time, the Nangon Palace disciple killed my East Palace disciple. Who can explain to me clearly?" Although the Princess of Chu's voice was not loud, it projected an irresistible majesty. Just as she finished speaking, a voice rang out. In the crowd, suddenly, a trembling person knelt on the ground and said in a trembling voice, reporting to the palace master, this matter was provoked by the people of the Nangon Palace. This disciple attacked first. The people of the Nangon Palace attacked? The Princess of Chu still said coldly, but the aura emitted from her face made people feel a deep sense of fear. When the person heard the Princess of Chu's words, he suddenly trembled again and hurriedly kowtowed. "Palace master, spare me, spare me." This disciple provoked first, but it was the people of the Nangon Palace who said that there was no one in the East Palace, so this disciple attacked. When the Princess of Chu heard this person's words, she was still expressionless, but the light emitted from her eyes became colder and colder. After a while, suddenly, a snort came out from her nose. "You were not wrong to attack, but I heard that there were only 2 people on the Nangon Palace side. Could it be Palace Master? Spare me, spare me." The person did not wait for the Princess of Chu to finish speaking, and his whole body trembled as he begged for mercy. The Princess of Chu could not help but frown. Originally, she wanted to interrogate this matter, but now it seemed that the Princess of Chu already knew, so there was no need to interrogate this matter. Especially when she saw the person begging for mercy, she could not help but sigh in her heart. Although the East Palace is the ruler of the Monster Palace, the disciples of the East Palace are not comparable to the North, South, and West Palaces. They have tarnished the prestige of the East Palace. If this continues, the East Palace will be suppressed sooner or later, sigh. When the Princess of Chu thought about the disciples of the East Palace, she could only sigh and sigh, especially when she thought about the competition between the disciples of the four great palaces. She felt even more melancholy. Is there really no one in the East Palace? As the Princess of Chu lamented in her heart, she suddenly thought of a person, Su Yan. As the Princess of Chu thought about it, she looked down and did not see Su Yan's figure. She frowned and coldly shouted, "Su Yan, where are you?" "Palace Master, Su Yan went to the sea dock this morning." Someone who knew where Su Yan went came forward and reported, "The sea dock." When the Princess of Chu heard this, she could not help but frown. Her heart was even more startled. She did not ask about the matter of the disciple being killed, and waved her hand to leave the main hall, leaving behind a group of astonished East Palace disciples. After the Princess of Chu left the main hall, she went to her own place of seclusion. She walked straight to a desk and looked at a crystal bead on the desk. With a wave of her hand, an image appeared on the crystal bead. The figure that appeared in the image was Su Yan. When the Princess of Chu saw Su Yan lying motionless on the ground, she frowned again. At the same time, she could not help but feel a surge of anger. This boy really overestimated himself. How dare he barge into the sea dock with the strength of a mere saint of 3 bloodlines? The Princess of Chu was furious and was about to go out. However, on second thought, she turned back. This boy is courting death. Why should I save him? Anyway, his origin is unknown, and there are many secrets hidden in his body. It's better to let him stay in the sea dock. The Princess of Chu muttered to herself and did not intend to save Su Yan. She just glanced at the image on the crystal bead and was about to turn it off. But just as she was about to turn it off, the Princess of Chu suddenly saw Su Yan move in the image. She could not help but be stunned. When she looked again, she saw Su Yan slowly getting up from the ground. The Princess of Chu could not help but smile. This boy is strong. Looking at the fierce battle in the image, coupled with the blood on the ground, it's obvious that he's heavily injured. I can't believe he's still alive. The Princess of Chu muttered to herself and did not turn off the image. Instead, she watched with interest. In the sea dock, Su Yan naturally did not know that the Princess of Chu was watching him. He slowly got up from the ground and touched his body with a look of horror on his face. "I'm actually not dead." Su Yan was surprised. Suddenly, he thought of something and hurriedly operated his cultivation method. An excited smile immediately appeared on his face. 4 bloodlines, Ghost Chi Saint bloodline. I've condensed the Ghost Chi Saint bloodline. Ha ha! Su Yan could not help but laugh. While feeling happy, Su Yan could not help but feel puzzled at the same time. I clearly felt that I was killed by the 3 sea beasts. What's going on? Just as Su Yan was puzzled, a divine thought suddenly appeared in his mind. Boy, your perseverance has affected the 3 venerables. Today, I'll spare your life. I'll also bestow upon you a special ability of the 3 venerables, the illusion technique. When Su Yan heard this voice, he suddenly trembled. At the same time, he immediately felt a memory flowing into his mind. It was the illusion technique. This illusion technique was a kind of secret technique. Through the bloodline, one could temporarily enter the illusion and transform into various forms. Of course, the form of this transformation was determined by one's cultivation. The form that one transformed into for the first time would be that form. Chapter 184. Illusionary Skill. Su Yan could not help but lick his lips as he combed through the memories left behind by the sea beasts. His eyes shone brightly, and the excitement on his face could not be concealed. Su Yin had never expected that his efforts would not only not cause him to die in the hands of the wind, fire, and fire beasts, but also bring him such benefits. Furthermore, he had successfully condensed his fourth Saint Meridian. How could Su Yin not be happy and excited? Anyone would be happy and excited. After all, it was already a blessing to be able to survive. Furthermore, he had obtained a secret skill that was definitely above the Xian level. Could this be the legendary saying that one who survives a great disaster is bound to have good fortune in the future? Su Yin grinned. Thinking about it, even someone as strict as him couldn't help but mock himself. Right at this moment, another memory appeared in his mind. Lad, of course, the illusionary skill that you obtained was not given to you for free. After 10 years, you must return to this sea dock and accept my orders. What? Hearing the memories of the 3 Seas giant beast, Su Yin could not help but be startled. That aura from just now was also covered up. Su Yin was truly grateful to the 3 Seas giant beast for this matter. After all, if the 3 Sea beasts had not shown mercy, Su Yin would have definitely died here and turned into a wisp of ghostly aura. Not to mention, the 3 Sea beasts had given him the illusionary skill. One must know that the illusionary skill was something that Su Yin had only heard of in legends. Although Su Yin had not verified the strength of the illusionary skill, he knew that it was definitely not an ordinary skill based on the complexity of the cultivation of the illusionary skill. However, no matter what, if it was a gift from the 3 Seas giant beast, Su Yin would definitely accept this favor. However, if Su Yin were to return to the sea dock and accept the orders of the 3 Seas giant beast after 10 years, Su Yin could never agree to this. It was not that Su Yin looked down on the 3 Seas giant beast. As the saying goes, the strong are respected. The fact that the 3 Seas giant beast was able to leave behind memories in his mind meant that it had gained sentience and was no different from a human. Instead, it was the unique arrogance that belonged to Su Yin. That was the arrogance of a man. Therefore, Su Yin definitely could not obey the 3 Seas giant beast's orders. Not to mention Su Yin's current identity as the sect leader of the Buddha Sword sect. Even if Su Yin was just a man, Su Yin would definitely not listen to the orders of others. I, Su Yin, have always been a lone wolf. I have never been tied down by anything. How can I be ordered around by others? Su Yin gritted his teeth. His eyes were filled with unswerving determination. He wanted to refuse. Unfortunately, there was no sign of the 3 Seas giant beast in the vicinity. Su Yin did not even have the chance to refuse. 10 years. Su Yin gritted his teeth. It was not that he did not think about not coming back after 10 years. However, Su Yin knew that the 3 Seas giant beast was not afraid that he would not come back after 10 years. Su Yin even suspected that the 3 Seas giant beast had placed some kind of seal in his body. Unfortunately, Su Yin did not find any seal in his body after checking his body several times. However, Su Yin's actions stunned the Princess of Chu, who was observing him in the East Palace. Did he find out that I planted a seal in his body? The Princess of Chu thought about it, but quickly shook her head and rejected this idea. If Su Yin had reached her level, the Princess of Chu would believe it. However, Su Yin was only a 3 bloodline saint. The Princess of Chu did not believe that Su Yin could find out that she had planted a seal in his body. Of course, Su Yin really did not find out. After checking his body, Su Yin did not find anything strange, so he could only give up. Of course, not finding anything did not mean that Su Yin believed that the 3 Seas giant beast had not planted any seal in his body. After all, Su Yin knew himself very well. Su Yin knew that he was only a newborn calf in the eyes of many experts with his current strength. 10 years, 10 years, Su Yin murmured a few more times before finally thinking of something. His eyes immediately shone with resplendent light as he raised his head and said loudly, "Sovereign of the 3 Seas, I, Su Yin, am indebted to you today. I, Su Yin, will definitely repay you in the future. However, I, Su Yin, have always been a lone wolf. If you want me to return 10 years later and listen to your orders, I, Su Yin, will definitely not agree to it. Right now, Regardless of whether the three of you can hear me or not, I, Su Yin, will definitely return to this place after 10 years and settle this matter today." After Su Yin finished speaking, he bowed to the air and stood up. His eyes shone with a never-before-seen determination. He thought to himself, "Regardless of whether there is a seal in my body or not, I will return to this place in 10 years." It wasn't that Su Yin wanted to come back and listen to the 3C's giant beast orders. It was just that Su Yin was a person who valued friendship. He wanted to return this favor. Of course, these were all matters for the future. Su Yin did not dwell on it. After all, 10 years was still a long time. Right now, Su Yin was more concerned about the illusion technique. After reading the illusion technique again, Su Yin could not wait to sit down cross-legged and begin to cultivate. Although this transmogrification secret technique did not have a clear classification, Su Yin knew that if he cultivated this transmogrification secret technique, it would definitely become a great trump card for him in the future. The cultivation method in his body circulated, leading to the major meridians and condensing, constantly spreading to all parts of his body. According to the cultivation method of this illusion technique, it stimulated all of his skin. However, after just the first time, Su Yin felt that the spirit in his body was lacking. He had to stop, and a bitter smile appeared on the corner of his mouth. This illusion technique is really mysterious, Su Yin said with a smile, no longer in a hurry to cultivate. After just cultivating, Su Yin knew that it was definitely not a day's work to successfully cultivate this illusion technique. At this moment, he was still in the sea dock. There were hidden dangers everywhere, so it was obviously not suitable for cultivation. After stopping his cultivation, Su Yin stood up and looked into the depths of the sea dock. He could not help but frown. "I came here today for the ghost chi. Now that the fourth Saint Meridian has been condensed, this sea dock..." Su Yin looked in front of him in a daze. Su Yin had seen how dangerous this sea dock was. However, looking into the depths, Su Yin felt that he would definitely regret it if he left today. This was an indescribable and mysterious feeling. Su Yin also did not know what was going on. Just by looking at each other, he felt that if he left today, he would definitely regret it in the future. Su Yin stood there and looked at each other for a while. Suddenly, his eyes narrowed, and a sharp light shot out. "I, Su Yin, have never done anything that I regret. Since I have this feeling today, even if it is a dragon's pool or a tiger's den, I will take a look." After saying that, Su Yin did not hesitate in the slightest and resolutely stepped forward. In the Eastern Palace, Empress Chu, who was standing in front of the crystal ball, flew into a rage. "You overconfident brat. You're already lucky to be able to come this far without dying. Yet you still have the guts to continue forward. You really don't know your place." In her anger, the Princess of Chu wanted to summon Su Yin to return. However, just as she turned around, she thought, "This person has just entered the Monster Palace. I don't know anything about him. Why should I care so much about him?" In fact, the Princess of Chu had been paying attention to Su Yin since the first time she saw the secrets hidden in Su Yin's body. Now that Su Yin had entered the sea dock, it naturally attracted the Princess of Chu's attention. This was because the Princess of Chu had gone deep into the sea dock before. At that time, the Princess of Chu was already a spirit sea knight. At that time, the Princess of Chu had not encountered the wind, fire, or the 3 sea beasts. She had almost died in the sea dock, so the Princess of Chu was very clear about the dangers of the sea dock. As for how Su Yin was able to reach this place, he was well aware of it. It was already a miracle that Su Yin could reach this place with his strength. However, Su Yin still wanted to go forward. How could the Princess of Chu not be angry? However, when she thought about how Su Yin had chosen this path, the anger in the Princess of Chu's heart lessened a lot. She did not leave, but quietly observed Su Yin in the crystal. "Boy, since you won't go forward, it's good. Let me see how good you are. Let me see how good you are for Linger to think so highly of you." The Princess of Chu had erased Chu Linger's memories of the 10,000 Ghost Cave. However, the Princess of Chu did not erase Chu Linger's memories of Su Yin. In the past few days, Chu Linger's evaluation of Su Yin had become higher and higher. Moreover, When the Princess of Chu had checked Su Yan's body that day, the Princess of Chu had unknowingly become more and more interested in Su Yan. Of course, Su Yan did not know that the Princess of Chu was still looking at him in the Eastern Palace. If he knew, Su Yan would not go forward. After all, he had too many secrets. Su Yan knew that he did not have the strength to protect them, so Su Yan did not want to expose them to others. Unfortunately, Su Yan did not know that a pair of eyes were staring at him, and he walked forward resolutely. The moment he walked forward, the pulling force from before became stronger. Su Yan could not help but frown. What is in this dock? Why is there a force pulling me? Su Yan frowned, and his footsteps quickened. Of course, his whole body was in a state of alert. Su Yan did not dare to underestimate the dangers of the dock. After all, there could be sea beasts that were difficult to deal with here at any time. However, the more Su Yan was on guard against the appearance of sea beasts, the more he did not encounter any. Based on his previous experience, he was certain that there would be sea beasts within half a kilometer of the dock. However, Su Yan had already walked for half an hour, and he still did not see a single sea beast. This made Su Yan puzzled. What is going on? Could it be that there are no more sea beasts along the way? Hoo. Just as Su Yan was thinking, a whistling sound suddenly came, accompanied by a strong hurricane. Chapter 185. Rumble. Although the hurricane was not strong, the entire dock shook like an earthquake after a while. A loud noise followed, and as it got closer, one could vaguely feel the smell of the sea in the hurricane. Su Yan could not help but frown. This is not only Su Yan, but Princess Chu, who had been using the crystal bead to observe in the East Palace, also frowned when she felt the tremors in the dock. However, as the tremors in the dock became more and more intense, Su Yan and Princess Chu seemed to have thought of something, and both of them could not help but tremble. Hurricane and tsunami. Princess Chu could not help but exclaim in her practice room, her beautiful face full of shock. Su Yan, on the other hand, let out a low growl from within the dock. On this handsome face, in addition to shock, there was more fear. Tsunami. Although Su Yan had never seen one before, he had read about tsunamis in a book. Tsunamis were the wrath of the Bohai Sea. This dock was located in the East Sea, and the eruption of hurricanes and tsunamis was the wrath of the East Sea. Not to mention the strong hurricane, the waves that were accompanied by were enough to shatter all living things, which was the most terrifying. It was said that even if the Supreme Spirit Sea encountered a tsunami, there was only one choice, and that was to run. And Su Yan was only a Formeridian saint. Then, rumble, at the moment when the powerful noise came again, Su Yan did not hesitate at all. The solar-colored glaze, sword scripture in his body quickly operated, and he stepped on the sword dragon and rushed out. As for the force just now, Su Yan had long forgotten about it, because Su Yan knew very well that no matter what kind of force was pulling him, he had to save his life. Su Yan rushed forward with all his strength, and his speed was like a bolt of lightning, and he was suddenly 100 meters away. Unfortunately, the loud noise behind him was getting louder and louder. Even though Su Yan was extremely fast, he still couldn't escape. The moment Su Yan turned his head around, a wave rolled over. As it rolled, the trees and rocks around the dock were instantly destroyed. Suddenly, the entire dock looked like it was doomsday. Su Yan stared blankly at the powerful explosive force of the hurricane and tsunami. However, while he was in a daze, the waves had already surged over, accompanied by a hurricane. This time, the hurricanes were no longer as weak as before. Every time a hurricane passed by, it would instantly cause a series of explosions. They were like sharp blades that directly cut through the skin. Uffed! In just a moment, Su Yan felt as though his entire body was being torn apart by the powerful hurricane. His body could not help but churn, and he spat out a mouthful of blood. Su Yan was shocked. What a strong wind! Su Yan was shocked, but his reaction was also very fast. He hurriedly operated his cultivation method, and the powerful spiritual energy in his body quickly surged out to protect his body. Unfortunately, even so, Su Yan still felt as though his entire body was being cut by countless sharp blades. And this was only a hurricane, and there were no waves. The speed of the stormy waves was also astonishing. In an instant, they had already arrived in front of Su Yin. Su Yin wanted to escape, but unfortunately, he could not keep up with the speed. Fight! Seeing that there was no way to escape, Su Yin gritted his teeth and quickly operated the Great Sun-colored glaze sword manual in his body. The powerful spiritual energy suddenly burst out, and a bright golden light was emitted from Su Yin's body. Invincible golden body. That's right, Su Yin was using the invincible golden body. Bang! Just as Su Yin used the invincible golden body, the stormy waves suddenly hit Su Yin's body, setting off a huge wave. All the surrounding vegetation and rocks were destroyed, and Su Yin was also enduring the attack of the stormy waves. That powerful force, even with the support of the invincible golden body, still caused Su Yin to feel as though countless sharp blades were cutting his body, and he felt a great pain. Bang! 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 The stormy waves hit Su Yin's body one after another. Su Yin's eyes were like torches, and there was no trace of struggle. Su Yin knew that only by persevering through these stormy waves could he survive. While Su Yin was enduring the onslaught of the stormy waves, the Princess of Chu, who was in the Eastern Palace, could see everything clearly. Seeing the countless stormy waves hitting Su Yin's body, the Princess of Chu felt that Su Yin would not be able to withstand it. But Su Yin was still able to withstand it. This boy really has some ability. Although her daughter kept talking about Su Yin's merits in her ears, the Princess of Chu still did not believe that Su Yin was outstanding. Now that she saw Su Yin being washed by the stormy waves, the Princess of Chu finally had a whole new level of respect for Su Yin. This new level of respect was not only because of the secrets Su Yin had, but also because of the recognition of Su Yin's strength. The Princess of Chu watched as Su Yin, who was inside the crystal ball, became more and more difficult to withstand. The Princess of Chu could not help but feel compassion for him. There were thousands of disciples in the Eastern Palace. Even if it was the eldest disciple of the Eastern Palace, the Princess of Chu still did not put them in her eyes. She treated them equally, but for some reason, when she found out about Su Yin's secrets, the Princess of Chu felt that Su Yin was not simple. Now that she saw Su Yin in the sea dock, she felt that Su Yin was not a simple person. His admiration for Su Yin deepened. At the same time, he had a vague feeling that Su Yin would become a dazzling new star in the Eastern Palace. Looking at Su Yin's expression that was becoming more and more difficult to hold on, Chu Wangfei's heart was moved and she wanted to save him. But in the end, she steeled her heart and said, Su Yin, if you really have the ability, come out of the sea dock. When you come out, you will become the prince consort of the Eastern Palace. Although the Princess of Chu said this to Su Yin, in fact, it was also said to herself, the so-called pitiful hearts of parents in the world. No matter how high the Princess of Chu stood, she was just an ordinary mother in front of Chu Linger. The Princess of Chu knew very well that although the Monster Palace had not been involved in the affairs of the world for so long, because of the Monster Palace, one day it would go to the point where the world would kill it. She, the Princess of Chu, was not afraid. But she was not afraid. She was afraid. She was worried about her daughter. Although her daughter was talented and intelligent, she did not know the dangers of the world. A long time ago, the Princess of Chu wanted to find a good husband for Chu Linger. Unfortunately, there were many capable people in the Eastern Palace. There was still no one who could catch the eye of the Princess of Chu. It was not until Su Yin's appearance that the plan that Chu Wangfei had been plotting for a long time was born again. Su Yin, I hope you can come out of here. The Princess of Chu looked at Su Yin's ugly expression in the crystal bead. She gritted her teeth and did not choose to go to the sea dock to help Su Yin. Instead, she stared straight at the crystal bead. She wanted to see if Su Yin was qualified to be the prince consort of the Eastern Palace. Of course, Su Yin did not know what the Princess of Chu was thinking in her heart. He did not even know that the Princess of Chu was looking at him. Facing these huge waves, Su Yin only had one thought, and that was to survive. Under the attack of the huge waves, Su Yin's clothes had long been tattered, and his body was also covered with wounds. The spiritual energy in his body was almost exhausted under the attack of the waves. However, the stormy waves did not stop because of this. I have already used the invincible golden body twice, and now I am completely relying on the last trace of spiritual energy to support myself. If this spiritual energy is exhausted, Su will definitely die in these waves. Su Yin gritted his teeth and endured the attack of the stormy waves. At the same time, he was thinking of a way to deal with it. Even if I can withstand the attack of these waves, the entire sea dock will be submerged. I can't breathe, and I can't escape the fate of death. Su Yin frowned, and his mind was constantly thinking of a way. Su Yin was very clear that even if he could barely withstand the attack of the stormy waves, he would not be able to withstand it. However, even if he could withstand such a powerful hurricane and tsunami attack, the entire dock would be submerged. At that time, even if Su Yin could withstand it, he would not be able to breathe and would still die here. What should I do? What should I do? Su Yin growled. Suddenly, his eyes lit up. The illusion skill. Yes, if I can master the illusion skill now and turn into a dragon, can I get out of here? Su Yin thought, and a bright light suddenly gushed out of his eyes. When the last wave attacked, Su Yin held his breath, and the great sun-colored glaze sword scripture in his body quickly operated. At the same time, he silently recited the illusion skill's formula. His whole body quickly began to cultivate according to the transformation method in the illusion skill, because the entire sea dock was submerged by the sea. At this moment, Su Yan's whole body was immersed in the water, and he could not breathe at all. No matter how strong a warrior was, if he lost air and breath, it meant that only death was left. Gulp, gulp. Moreover, Su Yan's spiritual energy was scarce at this moment. In just a few breaths, Su Yin felt a surge in his body. He could not help but open his mouth, spitting out countless bubbles and swallowing a few mouthfuls of seawater. This made Su Yin, who was already uncomfortable, even more uncomfortable. Whoosh, whoosh, whoosh. At this moment, a whistling sound suddenly came from the seawater. Su Yan's mind shook. Looking at the submerged sea dock, he saw a few sea beasts approaching him. Damn it! Su Yin, who was already uncomfortable, could not help but curse when he saw these sea beasts coming in. He watched as these sea beasts slowly approached him. Su Yin wanted to resist them, but unfortunately, he did not have the strength to do so. At this moment, Su Yin, who was lacking spiritual energy in his body, was submerged in the seawater. He could not use any strength at all. He could only watch as these sea beasts approached him. If I don't transform today, I will definitely die. Su Yin knew that with his current strength, he could not stop these sea beasts. The only way now was to successfully transform. If he succeeded in transforming into a dragon, Su Yin would have a chance. Chapter 186. Illusion Technique. When Su Yin had just obtained this technique, he had already determined the form he wanted to transform into. That was the world's greatest divine beast, the dragon. In his previous life, Su Yin was a descendant of the dragon. In this life, Su Yin was even more deeply indebted to the dragon. The blood dragon pupil had 2 dragons in it, which was why it had such a miraculous effect. And Su Yan's body had also been forged by the bone dragon. If Su Yan's body had not been modified by the bone dragon, Su Yan's body would have been destroyed by the powerful attack, even if he had an invincible golden body. Therefore, it could be said that Su Yin was deeply indebted to the dragon. In the first moment, the form Su Yin chose to transform into was already confirmed to be a dragon. However, the illusion technique was actually so easy to cultivate. This was a secret technique. Regardless of a warrior's knowledge of secret techniques, it was also a test of a warrior's talent in secret techniques. Su Yin had already cultivated it once just now, and knew that this secret technique could not be cultivated in a day or two. Su Yin chose to give up. However, Su Yin had no choice now. At this moment, Su Yin's body was lacking in spirit qi, and only by completing the illusion could he survive. This was the only way. Although Su Yin was seriously injured at this moment, his eyes were like torches. He knew very well that completing the illusion was his last chance. Submerged in the sea, Su Yin endured the immense pain of not being able to breathe. However, Su Yan's face did not have a trace of emotion, and the great sun-colored glaze sword manual in his body quickly circulated. In his mind, he constantly recited the incantation of the illusion technique. Perhaps Su Yin still had some understanding of the illusion technique the first time, but this was the second time, and Su Yin had confirmed the form he wanted to transform into, and Su Yin himself had the bone dragon to refine his body. Coupled with the two dragons in his eyes, it was naturally much easier for him to cultivate the illusion technique compared to ordinary people. As he recited the chant, Su Yan's body slowly began to change. Su Yin could not help but feel overjoyed. Is it going to transform? The corners of Su Yan's mouth curled up into a faint smile. He was about to complete his transformation, but unfortunately at the last moment. Su Yin couldn't help but spit out a mouthful of blood. The blood scattered in the sea like a bloody mist. What's going on? Su Yin was shocked and quickly realized the crux of the problem, because the illusion technique also required the support of spiritual energy. Su Yan's spirit chi had long been depleted while he was enduring those terrifying waves. Now that he had to resist the invasion of the seawater, the spirit chi in his body was depleted. How could he withstand the transformation? Illusion technique, dragon form, activate. Su Yin let out an unwilling roar and once again attacked the blood vessels in his body. Unfortunately, due to the lack of spiritual energy, not only did the attack fail to complete the transformation, it was instead attacked by a devouring force. Puffed. Su Yin could not help but spit out another mouthful of blood. Cough, cough, cough. Su Yin coughed a few times and swallowed a few mouthfuls of seawater, causing his already uncomfortable body to fall into a state of near death. However, Su Yin did not think about this. No matter how uncomfortable his body was, Su Yin could hold on. What Su Yin cared about now was how to get out of here and how to resist the incoming sea beasts. Could it be that I can't escape the fate of death today? Su Yin recalled that when he entered the sea dock today, he had been on the brink of death several times. At this moment, as he looked at the sea monster that was continuously approaching him, and his chest that was becoming more and more uncomfortable, Su Yin could not help but reveal a bitter smile. At the same time, a look of unwillingness appeared in his eyes. In the East Palace, the Princess of Chu looked at this scene and frowned slightly, but her face was still as cold as ice. She had no intention of rescuing him. She just looked at the sea beasts that were about to pounce on Su Yin and said to herself regretfully, "Su Yin, I have to admit that you are tenacious and indomitable. Unfortunately, you were too arrogant. You can only blame yourself for dying in this tsunami today." As the Princess of Chu spoke, she closed her eyes. There was regret and compassion in her eyes. Of course, her compassion was not for Su Yan's imminent death, but for her daughter. Su Yin was the only son-in-law that the Princess of Chu liked, but at this moment, everything was about to come to an end. "Su Yin, your origin is unknown. If you die in the dock today, I won't have to worry about you." The Princess of Chu muttered to herself. As she spoke, she waved her hand to close the image of the crystal bead, because she had already seen the several sea beasts wandering in the sea have already pounced on Su Yin. In this situation, even if the Princess of Chu wanted to save Su Yin still could not escape death. For someone who was already dead, the Princess of Chu did not have the mood to pay attention to him. Bang! The moment the Princess of Chu waved her hand, the Princess of Chu was stunned. "What is this?" The Princess of Chu looked at the image in the crystal bead in astonishment. Her face was full of surprise and disbelief. How is this possible? How is this possible? The Princess of Chu's face was full of disbelief, but the image transmitted from the crystal bead was real. She saw that Su Yin, who was about to fall into the sea beast's mouths, suddenly surged with golden light and burst out with a powerful force. Su Yan's entire body exploded and turned into a giant dragon. Transformation technique. How can this Su Yin know the long-lost secret technique of my monster palace? How is this possible? When the princess of Chu saw Su Yin transform into a dragon, her entire face was distorted. Her entire head was about to stick to the crystal bead. Her eyes were full of surprise. Could it be that this Su Yin stole the Monster Palace's transformation technique? As the princess of Chu thought, she immediately shook her head and rejected the idea. The transformation technique had been lost for hundreds of years, and Su Yin was only in his early 20s. How could Su Yin have stolen the Monster Palace's transformation technique? Could it be that Su Yin encountered a fortuitous encounter? As the princess of Chu thought, she was even more certain of this idea. Her eyes flashed, and she looked at Su Yan's eyes with a hint of charm, as if she had made up her mind. Naturally, Su Yin didn't know that he was being watched. At the last moment when the sea beasts rushed over, Su Yin continuously completed the transformation. Unfortunately, the spiritual energy in his body was insufficient. Even if Su Yin had mastered the essentials of transformation, he still couldn't complete it. He watched the sea beasts open their bloody mouths to swallow him. Su Yin almost fell into despair, and it was in this despair that Su Yin suddenly felt a warmth in his dantian, and a wisp of spiritual energy surged up. Although this wisp of spiritual energy wasn't much, it was Su Yan's last ray of hope. Su Yin didn't have time to be surprised. Why did this spiritual energy suddenly appear in his dantian? He rushed up and completed the first transformation. Su Yin ignored the great pain in his body that felt like it was being torn apart, and ignored the fact that his whole body was about to explode. Only a burst of light surged in his red eyes, a burst of light of excitement. Under this light, all the pain seemed so insignificant. This was because Su Yin knew that he was about to complete the transformation. He was going to leave this place, and he didn't have to die here today. Roar, golden light flickered, and a tremendous force spread out like a tidal wave. The entire submerged dock was immediately shaken by Su Yan's low roar. The sea beasts that were swarming over were forced to retreat, one after another, under the pressure of this tremendous force. Want to leave? It's not that easy. A cold smile appeared at the corner of Su Yan's mouth. He let out another low roar, and his dragon body, which had already completely transformed, swiftly moved out. Dragon, it was the ruler of all things. It could adapt to the sky, the earth, and the sea. At this moment, Su Yin, who had transformed into his dragon form, was like a fish in water within the sea. His speed had also increased by dozens of times. As he swam forward, his enormous front claws opened and directly tore two sea beasts into pieces. In the blink of an eye, the sea beasts that were chasing after Su Yin fled. However, Su Yin didn't intend to let them go. He swam. His speed was like lightning, and those sea beasts couldn't escape at all. In a few breaths, they were all torn into pieces. The transformation technique is indeed powerful. After tearing all the sea beasts into pieces, Su Yin couldn't help but reveal a devilish smile. Of course, this smile didn't blossom on his face at this moment, because Su Yin was no longer in human form. Instead, he was in dragon form. The huge dragon head cracked a smile, and only a roar could be heard. I don't know how long this transformation technique can last. It's better for me to go out first. After Su Yin dealt with the sea beasts, he also knew that the transmogrification technique would definitely have a time limit. Once it disappeared, it would be troublesome if he wanted to go out again. He didn't care too much and swam towards the dock's exit. At this moment, Su Yin suddenly felt a pulling force surging towards him. Su Yin couldn't help but be stunned. Bang! Suddenly, there was a loud sound, and a ray of light burst out from his storage bag. The powerful sword essence surged out, and the sound of the sword was loud. The heaven-destroying sword actually came out by itself. Su Yin couldn't help but be stunned. After obtaining the heaven-destroying sword in the sword collection tomb, Su Yin had never used the heaven-destroying sword. It wasn't just because the heaven-destroying sword had lost its sword spirit, blade, and sword tassel. It was because Su Yin knew that with his current strength, he still couldn't control the heaven-destroying sword. After all, The heaven-destroying sword was a divine weapon. Now that he wasn't powerful enough, and the heaven-destroying sword was a divine weapon, it would attract too much attention and attract unnecessary trouble. Therefore, when Su Yin obtained the heaven-destroying sword, he had never used it. Now that he saw the heaven-destroying sword surging out by itself, how could Su Yin not be surprised? Why did the heaven-destroying sword come out by itself? Su Yin frowned. Suddenly, he thought of something, and his eyes lit up. Could it be? At this moment, Su Yin saw a ray of light in the sea. The heaven-destroying sword swam up by itself and directly merged with the ray of light. As it merged, a powerful ray of light burst out. The ray of light overflowed, and countless sword essences surged out. Chapter 187. Roar. In the face of such a powerful sword essence attack, Su Yin still felt a tremor in his body, even though he had the sword essence holy meridian. He couldn't help but let out a low roar. The roar spread out in the sea. It immediately formed a huge wave that attacked the surroundings. However, the moment it got close to the Zhutian sword, it was absorbed and exploded. Countless waves surged. Even though Su Yin was in a transformed state, the moment the waves surged, the huge power still made Su Yin feel that his whole body was about to be unstable. He kept retreating. What a powerful power! Su Yin was dumbfounded. In the East Palace of the Monster Palace, there was a person who had the same expression as Su Yin. Godly sword weapon. The Princess of Chu looked at the Zhutian sword with a surprised expression. Of course, while she was surprised by the Zhutian sword, the Princess of Chu was more surprised by Su Yin. Su Yin was highly praised by her daughter. Let's not talk about this for now. Su Yin's secrets were enough to make the Princess of Chu worried. In addition, Su Yin had entered the sea dock. Not only could he reach the sea dock, but he could also survive the hurricane and tsunami. This was already a miracle. Not only that, but Su Yin also mastered the Monster Palace's lost transmogrification secret skill. If the Princess of Chu hadn't been so smart, it would have been difficult for her to accept. Now, Su Yin had taken out another godly weapon. How could Chu Wangfei believe it? But between disbelief and disbelief, she had no choice but to believe it, because the scene in the Crystal Pearl was real. Who is this Su Yin? Originally, the Princess of Chu had a look of approval for Su Yin. After all these years, she had never looked at the younger generation in a different light. Now, she saw Su Yin in a new light. This was also the reason why the Princess of Chu had made Su Yin the prince consort of the Monster Palace. At that time, although the Princess of Chu had doubts about Su Yin's identity, the Princess of Chu was confident that she had placed a seal on Su Yin's body. No matter what Su Yin did in the future, it would be difficult for him to escape. However, the moment she saw the heaven-destroying sword, the Princess of Chu could not help but doubt. Would her prohibition really work on her? Thinking of this, the Princess of Chu became even more wary of Su Yin. Of course, Su Yin was still unaware of this matter. He just stared blankly at the heaven-destroying sword. After 10 breaths, Su Yin felt a wave of spiritual energy leaving his body. Is this a sign that the illusion technique is about to disappear? Su Yin frowned slightly. If the illusion technique disappeared, Su Yin would definitely not be able to get out. Why did the heaven-destroying sword suddenly release such a strange phenomenon? How long will this phenomenon last? Su Yin muttered to himself as he looked at the heaven-destroying sword. The loss of spiritual energy in his body became more and more obvious. The heaven-destroying sword did not have any intention of stopping. It continued to spin in the water, releasing a strong force that prevented Su Yin from getting close. No, I have to get out. If I don't, I won't have another chance. Su Yin felt a rapid loss of spiritual energy in his body. He knew that this was a sign that the illusion technique was about to disappear. Looking at the heaven-destroying sword that was continuously releasing a strong force, his eyes suddenly narrowed. Roar! With a low roar, it opened its huge claws and grabbed at the heaven-destroying sword. At the moment when the claws grabbed at the sword, a strong force suddenly surged. Su Yin felt as if his hands were being burned by a raging fire. That strong force was very intimidating. It caused the blood in Su Yan's body to circulate in reverse. The heaven-destroying sword seemed to want to break free from Su Yan's hands. Countless waves of force were spreading and destroying Su Yan's claws. Is the heaven-destroying sword trying to break free? Su Yan frowned. Ah! With a low roar, he grabbed the heaven-destroying sword with more force. The moment the force increased, the pain in his claws became more and more intense. However, Su Yan's eyes were still like torches and his face was expressionless. Let's go. Su Yan gritted his teeth and grabbed the heaven-destroying sword and stuffed it into his storage bag. Only then did the strong force stop. At the same time, Su Yan also felt that the spiritual energy in his body was being drained more and more rapidly. His entire body could not support it anymore. I have to get out quickly. Su Yan was very clear that this was an illusion technique and was about to disappear. He did not dare to stay any longer and hurriedly swam out. His speed was as fast as lightning, and he was already a few hundred meters away in an instant. However, because Su Yan walked too far in, even if Su Yan was moving at a very fast speed, he still could not catch up with the loss of spiritual energy in his body. Bang! With the sound of water splashing, Su Yan immediately returned to his original state. The feeling of chest tightness came again, and, at the same time, Su Yan felt weak all over his body. Countless waves were like invisible pressure that directly pressed down on him. Su Yan suddenly felt dizzy. No, I have to get out. Su Yan almost fainted. At the last moment, Su Yan exploded with a loud sound. Ah! Su Yan let out a low roar as he used the last bit of strength he had to swim out. Bang! His whole body directly hit out and flew out of the dock and finally reached the ground. At the same time, Su Yan also fainted. It was not until half an hour later that Su Yan slowly opened his eyes. Because this was the entrance to the dock, and the dock was recognized as a dangerous place in the Monster Palace, there were very few people coming and going here. Su Yan fainted again for half an hour, and no one disturbed him. Su Yan opened his eyes and wanted to stand up, but he felt that his limbs were weak. Just as he stood up, he fell to the ground again. It seems that this illusion technique is not without side effects. Su Yan quickly understood that this was the side effect of using the illusion technique. At that time, Su Yan originally thought that the illusion technique he learned would become a weapon for his attack in the future. But now it seemed that the illusion technique could only be used as his last trump card. Even so, Su Yan was still very happy. Especially lying on the ground and looking at the white clouds in the blue sky, Su Yan could not help but smile. It's good to be alive. In this enlightenment, Su Yan also learned about the dangers of the dock. If there is nothing in the future, I really should not go to dangerous places. This time, if it was not for a coincidence, I really would not have been able to come out. Su Yan looked at the dock and sighed. Then he thought of the sky-destroying sword. He patted his storage bag, and the sky-destroying sword suddenly appeared. When it appeared, countless rays of light jumped up, and a strong sword cry burst out. It was very different from before. Su Yan looked carefully and saw that there was an additional sword tassel on the hilt of the sky-destroying sword. Su Yan could not help but laugh. Ha! I did not expect the sword tassel of the sky-destroying sword to be in the dock. Ha! It was really easy to get it. When Su Yan obtained the sky-destroying sword, he already knew that the sky-destroying sword was missing a sword tassel, a sword blade, and a sword spirit. At that time, Su Yan was still thinking about where to find these three things. He did not expect to find the sword tassel when he came to the dock. Su Yan was wild with joy. He kept fiddling with the sky-destroying sword for a while before putting it back into the storage bag. After all, the sky-destroying sword was too eye-catching. But the moment the sky-destroying sword came out of the storage bag, there was already a strange movement. The sword light flashed and attracted the attention of the disciples of the West Palace of the Monster Palace. There were disciples rushing over. Of course, Su Yan did not know. At that moment, Su Yan was still immersed in the excitement of obtaining the sky-destroying sword tassel, leaping into the fourth line of saints, and obtaining the illusion technique. After being excited for a full hour, Su Yan finally calmed down the excitement in his heart. When I return to the East Palace, I have to enter the West Palace boundary. I have to quickly recover my spiritual power. As Su Yin muttered to himself, he immediately sat down cross-legged and began to use the Virokana-colored glaze sword manual to recover the spiritual power in his body. The moment Su Yin recovered his strength, he did not notice that not far away, there were a few eyes staring at him. The disciple of the West Palace, Wu Yang, was one of the recognized geniuses of the West Palace. At the age of 15, he was already a 7-line saint. Such a terrifying cultivation speed was difficult to find in the entire Monster Palace. Wu Yang was a suspicious person and never did anything he was not sure of. Looking at Su Yin sitting cross-legged, Wu Yang did not rush forward. Instead, he watched carefully. Beside him, a disciple of the West Palace, Zhou Chun, a 5-line saint, saw Wu Yang hesitate and reminded him in a low voice, "Senior Brother Wu, look at this kid's spiritual power fluctuations. He is only a 4-line saint. What is there to be afraid of?" A disciple of the Western Palace who was also a saint of the 5 bloodlines also chimed in. "That's right, Senior Brother Wu. The phenomenon just now clearly came from here. It must be from this person. Senior Brother Wu, let's go. What you two know, didn't you see the speed at which this kid is absorbing spiritual power?" Wu Yang heard their words and reprimanded them in a low voice. Only then did Zhou Chun and Zhou Chun notice the speed at which Su Yin was absorbing spiritual power. Spiritual power was originally an invisible thing. However, at this moment, they watched as Su Yin absorbed the surrounding spiritual power like a whirlpool, constantly surging into Su Yan's body. Zhou Chun and Lei Jun were shocked. Their jaws dropped, not daring to utter a single word as they waited for Wu Yang to speak. This person's cultivation speed is so shocking, but why is he only a 4-line saint? Wu Yang looked at Su Yin and could not help but frown. He naturally did not know that Su Yin had stepped into the legendary realm, and the difficulty of cultivation was dozens of times more difficult than ordinary people. It was not strange that he was only a 4-line saint. This person looks unfamiliar. He is obviously not from the West Palace. Wu Yang muttered in a low voice. After observing for a while and confirming that Su Yin was only a 4-line saint, he thought of the vision that had just happened here and stepped forward. Su Yin was recovering the spiritual power in his body. With the sword will in the red parting sword case and the rich spiritual power around him, he recovered quickly. In just a short while, he had recovered most of his spiritual power. Chapter 188. Who are you? Tell me your name. Wu Yang, who was dressed in white, asked as he looked at Su Yin with a cold expression. There was disdain in his eyes when he looked at Su Yin. This was the arrogance that belonged to a genius. Especially when he saw Su Yan's age, his disdain was even stronger. This was because to him, he was a genius, and Su Yin was just an ant. Not only him, but even the ordinary Zhou Chun and the graduate beside him looked at Su Yin with disdain because they were beside Wu Yang. "I am Su Yin, a disciple of the East Palace of Monster Palace." Su Yin did not care much about Wu Yang's attitude. Instead, he cupped his hands respectfully. A disciple of the East Palace? When Wu Yang heard Su Yin say his name, his eyes darkened as if he thought of something. His eyes moved again as he looked at Su Yin. He could not help but sneer. "Disciple of the East Palace, Su Yin? You and I, the East and West Palaces, have never been on good terms. Why are you here?" "I'm just passing by." Although Su Yan's face was humble, his words were extremely casual. Wu Yang had his pride, and so did Su Yin. When Wu Yang and the other two came over, Su Yin had already seen their strength clearly. A 7-bloodline saint and 2 5-bloodline saints. Obviously, Su Yan's strength was pressuring him to face the 3 of them. However, Su Yin was not afraid at all. Instead, the bloodthirsty blood in his heart was boiling. If it were not for the fact that Wu Yang was still young, Su Yin would not be so polite to him. Of course, being polite was just being polite. Su Yin would not let him off easily. Moreover, he was a 7-bloodline saint. This was a very rare opponent. At least for Su Yan's current strength, Su Yin really longed for an opponent who could match him, who could make his blood boil, who could let him fight to his heart's content. Therefore, Su Yan's attitude towards him was also filled with his own arrogance. If Wu Yang did not look for trouble, then he would let it go. If he wanted to make things difficult for himself, then Su Yan would not condone it. It was obvious that Wu Yang, who had always been a genius, had always thought highly of himself. Hearing Su Yan's tone, he immediately snorted and shouted, "How dare you be so arrogant when you set foot in my West Palace?" When Su Yan heard Wu Yang's words, he couldn't help but laugh in his heart. Why do arrogant people always say that others are arrogant? Of course, Su Yan didn't say this to Wu Yang. He just smiled and said, "Senior brother, I'm really just passing by. How can I be so arrogant?" "Who's your senior brother?" Without waiting for Wu Yang to speak, Zhou Chun and Graduate, who had been eyeing Su Yan covetously for a long time, shouted, "Aren't you?" Su Yan was not angry at their words. However, Su Yan knew that today's matter would not be settled peacefully. Originally, Su Yan did not want to cause a commotion in the West Palace. After all, this was the West Palace's territory. If he fought here, it would definitely cause a lot of trouble. Su Yan longed for a strong opponent, but Su Yan did not have the tendency to torture himself. At the moment, as a four-bloodline saint, Su Yan was confident that he could fight Wu Yang, who was a seven-bloodline saint. However, there were some experts of a higher level. That would be another matter. After all, the difference in strength was too great. If he encountered them, he would be courting death. "Since you're not my senior brother, how should I address the three of you?" Su Yan still maintained his indifferent expression. "Cut the crap. Su Yan, hand over the treasure just now, and we'll spare your life today." Zhou Chun was obviously impatient. He did not continue to deal with Su Yan, but directly stated his intention of coming here. "Treasure." Su Yan frowned slightly. Then he recalled the light that the sky-crushing sword had burst out again and understood in his heart. Originally, Su Yan thought that this was the West Palace's territory and that the three of them had come here unintentionally to meet him. Since this was the West Palace's territory, Su Yan did not want to cause too much trouble. However, Su Yan now knew that if he could not take out a treasure that the three of them were interested in today, it would be difficult for him to avoid a fight. A fight that would be difficult to avoid. Thinking of this, Su Yan could not help but lick his lips. He did not waste any more time talking nonsense. Instead, he channeled the Virokana-colored glaze swordplay in his body and absorbed the spiritual energy of heaven and earth to return to his peak state. When Zhou Chun and Graduate saw Su Yan's behavior, they were instantly enraged. However, the two of them knew that Wu Yang was their boss. They turned around and pointed at Su Yan and said to Wu Yang, "Senior brother Wu, this guy is extremely arrogant." "You see." "Yes." Graduate also glared at Su Yan angrily and shouted, "Senior brother Wu, this guy is so arrogant." "You see." Compared to the two of them, Wu Yang's face still maintained the same indifferent expression. However, the moment his eyes moved, there was a surge of murderous intent. He looked at Su Yan and said coldly, "Su Yan, I don't know what treasure you took from the West Palace, but I advise you to hand it over obediently." "I took a treasure from the West Palace?" Su Yan could not stop himself from bursting into laughter. However, he did not explain himself. He knew that no matter how much he tried to explain himself, it would be pointless. Rather than wasting his breath, he might as well use this time to recover some of his strength. A Seven Meridian Saint was definitely a strong opponent. Although Su Yan was confident that he was invincible, he did not dare to underestimate him. After all, this was a Seven Meridian Saint, which was 3 levels higher than him. Moreover, there were 2 Five Meridian Saints standing beside him. "Su Yan, what are you trying to do?" When Wu Yang saw that Su Yan actually ignored him, a fierce glint finally appeared on his calm face. "Nothing." Su Yan smiled faintly. He narrowed his eyes and sized up the 3 of them. "Senior brothers, Su Yan, I've already said that I am merely passing by this place. If you insist that I am here to take the Western Palace's treasure, what else can I do?" "Su Yan, stop pretending. We clearly saw the light of the treasure just now. How dare you deny it?" Zhou Chun pointed at Su Yan and shouted. Su Yan could not be bothered to explain. He shook his head and sighed, "What a joke. What a joke." Zhou Chen became even more furious when he saw Su Yan's attitude. He pointed at Su Yan and shouted, "Su Yan, you, a disciple of the East Palace, trespassed on the territory of the West Palace and took our treasure. How dare you be so arrogant? You really don't know what's good for you." Zhou Chen said, and looked back at Wu Yang. Wu Yang nodded. Zhou Chen's lips curled into an evil smile. He waved his hand, and a powerful wave of spiritual energy suddenly appeared. "Su Yan, we originally wanted to let you go after you hand over the treasure because we are all disciples of the Monster Palace. However, since you're courting death, don't blame me for what happens next." As he spoke, the spiritual energy emitted from Zhou Chen's body suddenly became like a straight line and quickly attacked Su Yan. Seeing this, Su Yan smiled slightly. At the same time, the sun-colored glaze sword manual in his body was activated. With a wave of his hand, the saint veins in his body were activated and a powerful force surged out. Bang! It collided with the spiritual energy emitted by Zhou Chen, and a loud explosion sounded in the void. What? Wu Yang, Zhou Chen, and Lei Jun were stunned by this simple clash of spiritual energy. In particular, Zhou Chen's face was full of surprise. This kid is only a saint with 4 veins. How can his spiritual energy be denser than mine? Senior brothers, I'm really just passing by. Su Yan looked at the surprised expressions of the 3 and smiled slightly. You are courting death. Zhou Chen's attack had failed, and he had even failed at the hands of someone lower than him. This was already a great humiliation, and when he heard Su Yan's words, he felt like Su Yan was mocking him. He was enraged. He slapped his bag of holding and took out his magic treasure. It was an iron chain. It was completely black, and every section of the iron chain faintly emitted a deep aura. Clearly, it was an extraordinary item. Su Yan could not help but be stunned when he saw this. Although he was a sword cultivator, he was also clear about the quality of magic treasures. When Zhou Chen saw Su Yan's expression, the confident smile immediately returned to his face. Su Yan, this magic treasure of mine is called the Heaven Shackling Chain. Even a saint with 5 veins would find it difficult to resist. If you are afraid, kneel in front of me and beg for mercy. Then, hand over the treasures you obtained in the Western Palace, and I may spare your life." Su Yan was stunned when he heard Zhou Chen's words. He then shook his head and smiled. "How ridiculous. I already said that I was just passing by. Why don't you believe me?" Good, good. Zhou Chen nodded at Su Yan's words. He looked at Su Yan and sneered. "Su Yan, since you are courting death, don't blame me." As he spoke, Zhou Chen waved the Heaven Shackling Chain in his hand. The Heaven Shackling Chain was an extraordinary item. In addition, Zhou Chen was a saint with 5 veins. If he was in other sects, he would be considered a genius of the generation. The moment the Heaven Shackling Chain was waved, there was a loud explosion in the void. It was so fast that it was faintly discernible. It attacked Su Yan directly like a long snake. Not bad, not bad. When Su Yan saw Zhou Chen's move, he couldn't help but praise him. You know it's not bad. Hurry up and die. When Zhou Chen saw Su Yan's expression, he thought that Su Yan was afraid. A complacent smile immediately appeared on his face. Unfortunately, before he could fully smile, he heard Su Yan say, "Not bad, but it's a pity that your speed is a bit slow." What? When Zhou Chen heard Su Yan's words, he was stunned. Suddenly, he felt as if his chest was about to explode. An intense rage surged within him. He waved the heaven-binding chain and shouted, "Su Yan, go to hell. I already said that it's too slow." Su Yan looked at Zhou Chen's heaven-shackling chain and did not panic. His eyes narrowed as he jumped up and dodged Zhou Chen's attack. Plop! Zhou Chen's heaven-shackling chain missed and exploded on the ground with a loud explosion. Chapter 189. Speed and strength were relative. The stronger one was, the faster one's speed would be. However, every single one of Zhou Chen's attacks was dodged by Su Yan. Zhou Chen's attacks missed several times. If his opponent was stronger than him, he would have given up. However, his strength was clearly higher than Su Yan's by 1 level, but Su Yan dodges attacks every time. This was definitely the greatest humiliation in his life. Zhou Qin's entire chest was about to explode. Su Yin, I must kill you today. Zhou Qin growled and suddenly jumped up. His hands moved, and at the same time, a powerful spiritual energy suddenly erupted from the heaven-shackling chain. The moment the spiritual energy fluctuated, it faintly emitted gusts of cold wind. Su Yin frowned slightly, and the corner of his mouth revealed a devilish smile. Are you going to fight for real? Zhou Qin's hands moved, and the heaven-shackling chain in his hand suddenly spun rapidly under the circulation of his spiritual energy. It formed a powerful hurricane that rushed towards Su Yin. Heaven-shackling chain, everlasting storm. Zhou Qin shouted out loudly. His entire body immediately emitted a powerful radiance. The heaven-shackling chain started to revolve, forming a hurricane. In an instant, it erupted like a mountain flood and rapidly surged towards Su Yin. Its speed was simply not something that Zhou Qin's previous ordinary attack could compare with. Ha ha ha, Su Yin die. After exploding with his proud move, Zhou Qin immediately revealed a sinister smile. However, Su Yin looked at the everlasting storm without any change in his expression. If there was anything, it was only the red light that was emitted from his eyes. Everlasting storm is indeed powerful, but it's still useless against me. Su Yin sneered, and his body suddenly exploded. At the same time, the ghost howl sword appeared in Su Yin's hand. In an instant, Su Yin waved the ghost howl sword in his hand. It spun like a whirlwind in Su Yin's hand, emitting a mournful ghost howl. The black sword light emitted under the scorching sun. Bang! With a loud bang, the boundless storm collided and was actually blocked by Su Yin's ghost howl. What? Zhou Qin was stunned. His proud move was blocked by Su Yin just like that. How is this possible? How did he block it? He wasn't the only one who was surprised. Graduate, who was beside him, was also surprised. Only Wu Yong was stunned for a moment when he saw Su Yin block Zhou Qin's attack, but he quickly regained his composure. What other moves do you have? Su Yin actually managed to block the everlasting storm that Zhou Qin had unleashed. He asked with a devilish smile. Zhou Qin was almost driven crazy by Su Yin. This Su Yin was clearly weaker than him. However, why was it that Su Yin was able to dodge all of his attacks? Zhou Qin was confident that even those at the same level as him would not be able to take the everlasting storm head-on. How could Su Yin possibly do that? Arrogant fool, have a taste of my phantom gold lock. After hearing Zhou Qin's angry roar, Graduate instantly came to his senses. With a roar, he took out his magic treasure and attacked Su Yin. Obviously, Graduate was slightly stronger than Zhou Qin. The phantom gold lock was a huge golden lock. The moment it was taken out, it exploded with a dazzling light. Not only that, but Graduate was also much faster than Zhou Qin. With a leap, the spirit energy in his body surged. In an instant, he was in front of Su Yin. The phantom gold lock in his hand slammed down, directly smashing down on Su Yin's head. Die! Graduate had already recognized Su Yin's terrifying speed when he watched the battle between Su Yin and Zhou Qin. Originally, he didn't plan to hit Su Yin with this move. However, when he saw that Su Yin did not dodge, he sneered. A sinister smile appeared at the corner of his mouth. For cultivators of Dharma treasures, every Dharma treasure had its own characteristics. The sky-shackling chain could bind people. Graduate's phantom gold lock was above strength. When it smashed down, it would be as heavy as 1,000 pounds. Even if Su Yin were to receive his phantasmal golden lock head-on, he was confident that he would be able to teach him a lesson. Just now, he was still worried that Su Yin would dodge with his terrifying speed. Now that he saw that Su Yin did not dodge, he was naturally happy. Seeing that the phantom gold lock was about to hit Su Yin, a sinister smile appeared at the corner of Graduate's mouth. Bang! However, at this moment, Su Yin slowly raised his hand. The ghost howl, sword in his hand, blocked the phantom gold lock. The collision of the phantom gold lock and the ghost howl sword caused a huge energy fluctuation. How is this possible? Graduate was stunned when he saw that Su Yin had blocked his phantom gold lock attack. However, he quickly reacted. The spirit energy in his body surged, and the phantom gold lock suddenly flowed out. It suppressed Su Yan. Unfortunately, Su Yan did not move at all. With a faint smile on his face, he raised his hand and waved. Bang! Suddenly, a powerful spirit energy burst out. Graduate had always been proud of the power of the phantom gold lock. However, under Su Yan's majestic spirit energy, he suddenly felt a huge pain in his arm. Bang! With another loud sound, his entire body suddenly flew backward. He staggered a few steps on the ground before coming to a stop. How is this possible? How is your strength greater than mine? Graduate looked at Su Yan with shock in his eyes. Whoosh! At this moment, Zhou Qin's figure suddenly rushed out. He waved the heavenly chain in his hand and pounced on Su Yan. The heavenly chain exuded an awe-inspiring aura. In a short period of time, it wrapped around Su Yan like a snake. Graduate, let's attack together. If we don't kill this kid today, we won't be able to resolve the hatred in our hearts. Zhou Chen seemed to have admitted that he was not a match for Su Yan. The moment he attacked Su Yan, he shouted to Graduate. When Graduate heard Zhou Chen's words, he suddenly understood. He was not a match for Su Yan alone. If the two of them joined forces, let's see if Su Yan still dared to be so arrogant. Su Yan, if I don't kill you today, I won't be able to resolve the hatred in my heart. Graduate growled. Suddenly, he waved the phantom gold lock and pounced on Su Yan. The two of them attacked together. Their attacks were much stronger than before. Moreover, it was obviously not the first time that the two of them worked together. One retreated while the other advanced. There were no flaws. The heavenly chain wrapped around Su Yan, and the phantom gold lock followed closely behind. Die, Su Yan! Zhou Chen and Graduate shouted at the same time. Su Yan looked at their ferocious expressions and smiled. He clenched the ghost howl, sword in his hand. Suddenly, a powerful spirit energy surged out. The ghost howl, sword immediately emitted a roar. At the same time, a black gas condensed from the ghost howl sword. Seeing Zhou Chen and Graduate approaching, Su Yan's pupils suddenly shrank. He quickly waved the ghost howl, sword in his hand. Rumble! A powerful explosion burst out. Ghost howl sword, wailing of 10,000 ghosts. Su Yan shouted and immediately slashed the ghost howl, sword in his hand. Suddenly, the ghost howl sounded again and again. Black gas filled the air. In an instant, it condensed into a huge ghost head. Roar! With a low roar, the huge ghost head attacked Zhou, Chen, and Graduate. Not good. When Zhou Chen and Li Jun saw such a powerful move, they were shocked and wanted to dodge. Unfortunately, the ghost head was too fast. It was like a bolt of lightning. The two of them could not dodge at all. The two of them could only hurriedly withdraw their magic treasures to protect their bodies. Bang! The huge ghost head suddenly collided with the two of them. The two of them howled at the same time. Their bodies flew backward at the same time and fell to the ground with a bang. Although this move caused them to be seriously injured, it made them extremely embarrassed. Their faces were covered in dust, and their clothes were tattered. Su Yan. The two of them looked at each other with anger in their eyes. They raised their magic treasures and were about to attack Su Yan again. At this moment, Wu Yang, who had been standing on the side and had not made a move or said anything, suddenly flashed and blocked in front of the two of them. Senior brother Wu. The two of them could not help but be stunned when they saw Wu Yang blocking in front of them. Don't you think it's embarrassing enough? Two saints of the 5 bloodlines were forced to this point by a saint of the 4 bloodlines. How can you still have the face to fight? Wu Yang raised his eyebrows and said coldly, without even looking at the two of them. When the two of them heard Wu Yang's words, they immediately blushed and lowered their heads, not daring to speak. Wu Yang did not pay attention to the two of them. Instead, he turned to look at Su Yan and smiled. Su Yan, I have to admire you. As a saint of the 4 bloodlines, you actually forced Zhou Chen and Wan Li to this point. It's finally the real thing. Su Yan smiled but did not say anything. He only looked at the dazzling light condensing in Wu Yang's eyes and thought to himself. Wu Yang did not get angry when he saw that Su Yan did not pay attention to him. Instead, he continued, Su Yan, you are very strong. Unfortunately, You are only a saint of the 4 bloodlines. No matter how strong you are, it's useless." As he spoke, a burst of powerful spirit qi suddenly surged from Wu Yang's body, emitting a dazzling light. The moment the spirit qi surged, it quickly revolved around Wu Yang's body and headed straight for Su Yan. Su Yan could not help but frown slightly. Wu Yang's spirit qi was much stronger than Zhou Chun and Wen Li's spirit qi. It must be known that in the saint bloodline realm, the difference between each bloodline was a chasm that was difficult to cross. Wu Yang's spiritual energy was at least dozens of times greater than Zhou Qin's and Li Jun's. Under the pressure of the powerful spiritual energy, Wu Yang couldn't help but take a few steps back. He quickly circulated his cultivation method, and his spiritual energy erupted. Only then was he able to stabilize himself. A saint of the 7 bloodlines is indeed not something a saint of the 5 bloodlines can compare to. Su Yan looked at Wu Yang and licked his lips. Feeling the powerful force, he was not afraid at all. Instead, the blood in his heart began to boil. "Su Yan, I admire you. It's because I admire you that you must die today." Chapter 190. "Su Yan, it's time for you to die." Wu Yang bellowed coldly. Suddenly, his figure surged forward at a speed far faster than both Zhou Chun and Li Jun. Like a bolt of lightning, he slapped his palm towards Su Yan. Su Yan could not help but be slightly careless. After all, Wu Yang was a 7-meridian saint, a full 3 meridian more than Su Yan. Whether it was in terms of speed, density of spirit qi, or strength, Wu Yang far surpassed Su Yan. When Su Yan saw Wu Yang's attack coming, his blood dragon pupil suddenly shrank, and Wu Yang's speed immediately slowed down. Taking advantage of this slow speed, Su Yan hurriedly controlled the sword dragon and quickly swept backwards, avoiding Wu Yang's attack. Not bad. Having seen Su Yan's speed that did not match his strength, Wu Yang was not surprised that Su Yan could avoid this move. He only smiled coldly and moved his body in midair, slapping his palm towards Su Yan's chest. Su Yan saw that the blood dragon pupil shrank, and his figure rapidly swept backwards. "Show!" Wu Yang's palm swept past Su Yan's side. Su Yan was secretly shocked. This 7-meridian saint is really strong. If I only rely on the blood dragon pupil to dodge, I will definitely not be his match. Su Yan was well aware of the strength of a 7-meridian saint. If he only relied on speed to dodge, he would definitely be at a disadvantage within 3 rounds. Of course, Su Yan was shocked, but there was not a trace of fear. Instead, his eyes were like torches. When Wu Yang attacked again, Su Yan's blood dragon pupil suddenly shrank, and his figure rapidly swept backwards. At that moment, several flying swords suddenly surged out from Su Yan's body. The flying swords were like lightning. After attacking, they suddenly flashed and directly attacked Wu Yang. Wu Yang never expected that Su Yan would burst out with so many flying swords. He was shocked and hurriedly rushed back. Unfortunately, Su Yan's flying swords caught him off guard. Although Wu Yang's speed was amazing, he was still a bit slower. Whoosh! A flying sword directly cut through the clothes on Wu Yang's shoulder. Wu Yang looked at the torn pieces of his clothes, and killing intent surged in his eyes. "What is Su Yan? What is Su Yan? Be careful!" Just as Wu Yang was still angry about his clothes being torn, Zhou Chun and the other 2 hurriedly reminded him. Su Yan clenched the ghost howl, sword tightly in his hand, and leaped down from the sky. His body was like a great rock as the ghost howl sword in his hand emitted countless rumbling sounds and instantly pierced towards Wu Yang's head. Wu Yang was stunned for a moment, but he reacted quickly. He slapped his storage bag and hurriedly summoned his sword, waving it to block Su Yan's attack. Clang! The 2 swords collided, and suddenly there was a burst of energy fluctuation. Zhou Chun and the other 2 standing at the side couldn't help but retreat a little. The 2 collided and immediately separated. Wu Yang raised the sword in his hand and looked at Su Yan, his eyes becoming colder and colder. "Su Yan, I didn't expect you to be able to force me to use the spirit crossing sword." "Very good, very good." Obviously, Wu Yang was the same as Su Yan, a sword cultivator. Su Yan's face was expressionless. Only his eyes were still filled with a resplendent light. Die! Wu Yang roared, and the majestic spirit qi in his body surged. The next moment, he held the spirit-crossing sword in his hand and attacked Su Yan. The speed of the 7 meridians Saint was fully displayed here. The spirit-crossing sword was like a long snake as it surged out. The surrounding air immediately filled with a series of rumbling sounds. Su Yan frowned, but his speed wasn't slow. The spirit qi in his body surged, and his body suddenly met Wu Yang's attack. At the same time, the ghost howl sword in his hand was waved out, and countless black sword shadows burst out. Bang! The two swords collided, and once again there was a terrifying explosion. Both of them were sword cultivators. Wu Yang relied on his strength, and the spirit-crossing sword in his hand flashed out as fast as lightning. Although Su Yan's strength was a little weaker than Wu Yang's, Su Yan relied on the special effect of the Blood Dragon pupil, and the speed that Su Yan was proud of, so he wasn't slower than Wu Yang. The Ghost Howl sword constantly blocked Wu Yang's attacks. After a few rounds, although Su Yan was at a disadvantage, he was still able to stand in an invincible position. Su Yan, you must die today. At this time, Wu Yang's attack had erupted to the extreme. The spirit qi in his body burst out and swept up Su Yan. The powerful spirit qi pressure and the majestic spirit qi that was 3 meridians higher than Su Yan's instantly surged onto Su Yan's body. Under the powerful spirit qi pressure, Su Yan suddenly felt that his body was imprisoned, and Su Yan also slowed down a little. And it was because of this delay. Wu Yang's spirit-crossing sword had already closed in and directly stabbed towards Su Yan's chest. A 7 meridians saint is indeed powerful. Su Yan was shocked and hurriedly withdrew the ghost howl sword to protect his chest. Bang! With a loud sound, Su Yan's body was suddenly sent flying several meters away. Not only that, Wu Yang's attack didn't stop. Wu Yang's body suddenly leaped up, waving the spirit-crossing sword in his hand. In an instant, there was a sound, and the surrounding air seemed to condense together. Dai Su Yan, Sword King Chop. Wu Yang roared, and the spirit-crossing sword in his hand instantly slashed horizontally. Rumble! At the moment when the spirit-crossing sword slashed horizontally, there was suddenly a burst of roars, and the whole sky seemed to have darkened. A powerful qi energy erupted from the spirit-crossing sword. It formed a huge wave of spirit qi that directly hit Su Yan. The speed was swift and violent, and was not the slightest bit weaker than the tsunami that Su Yan encountered in the dock. The moment the qi energy surged, there was suddenly a burst of sand and stones like a tornado. Sword King Chop. Su Yan frowned slightly and didn't have time to think, and quickly operated the Great Sun-colored glass sword manual. With a bang, a golden light flashed and fell from head to toe, wrapping Su Yan in it. Bang! At the moment when Su Yan's invincible golden body leaped up, Wu Yang's attack had already exploded on Su Yan's body, and suddenly there was a surge of fog, wrapping Su Yan in it. Looking at the surging fog, the corners of Wu Yang's mouth rose slightly. You overestimate yourself. So what if you're strong after all? You're a saint with 4 bloodlines. When Zhou Chun and Li Jun saw the mist, they laughed happily. Ha ha, brat, you're arrogant, you're arrogant. And just when they all thought that Su Yan would definitely be injured or killed by this move, a bright light flashed. Suddenly there was a burst of bright light in the fog, and suddenly a scarlet light surged out, attacking Wu Yang like a bolt of lightning. Wu Yang was shocked and wanted to dodge, but the speed of the red light was too fast, and there was no way to avoid it. Bang! The red light directly exploded on Wu Yang's body. Although it didn't kill Wu Yang, it pierced a huge hole in Wu Yang's white clothes. The fog gradually fell, and Su Yan's figure slowly appeared. What? How is this possible? How is he not dead? When Zhou Chun and graduates saw Su Yan's figure, their eyes were filled with astonishment. Although Wu Yang's face didn't change from the murderous intent surging in his eyes, he was obviously surprised that Su Yan could dodge a Sword King chop. Su Yan, You're really something, Wu Yang said coldly, and suddenly he raised the spirit-crossing sword in his hand to attack Su Yin. Su Yin, let's see how you dodge this. As he spoke, the sword flashed and arrived in front of Su Yin. Ghost Howl's sword, wailing of 10,000 ghosts. Seeing Wu Yang's attack, Su Yan's eyes turned, and he quickly circulated his cultivation method. Countless amounts of spirit power surged out and passed into the Ghost Howl's sword. Suddenly, Ghost Howl sounded, and a black fog surged, forming a huge ghost head that attacked Wu Yang. Su Yin, do you think this will work? Wu Yang had just seen Su Yin use the wailing of 10,000 ghost sword technique, so he wasn't surprised at all. He didn't panic either, and he sneered and waved the spirit-crossing sword in his hand. His whole body rotated, forming a hurricane that directly hit the wailing of 10,000 ghosts. Su Yin was expressionless as he looked at Wu Yang. The blood dragon pupil rotated, and his body suddenly rushed out. The spirit power in his body suddenly surged out, and a green flame suddenly attacked and burned Wu Yang's body. Wu Yang didn't expect Su Yin to emit such a flame, and the high temperature immediately roasted Wu Yang. Fortunately, Wu Yang was a saint of the 7 bloodlines. When the flame burned on his body, Wu Yang instantly dispersed the spirit power in his body and extinguished the flame. However, his clothes were burned black and white, which made him look very ugly and extremely embarrassed. The scorching heat from earlier had caused Wu Yang to endure quite a bit of pain, causing Wu Yang's previously unmoving face to appear slightly exhausted. Su Yin, you actually have the heavenly fire. Wu Yang stared at Su Yin with murderous intent in his eyes. Su Yin didn't answer Wu Yang's words, but carefully observed Wu Yang. After using the sword technique twice and the invincible golden body once, the spirit power in Su Yan's body also fell into a state of exhaustion. This saint of the 7 bloodlines is really capable. If I continue like this, I will definitely lose. Su Yin thought to himself. Without waiting for Wu Yang to make the first move, he held the Ghost Howl sword in his hand and attacked Wu Yang first. Seeing this, Wu Yang shouted coldly, "You're courting death." He raised the spirit-crossing sword in his hand and followed Su Yin. Suddenly, the sword light flashed in the void above. Go to hell. Wu Yang swept his sword and slashed towards Su Yin. It was as fast as lightning. However, Su Yin wasn't slow either and quickly raised his sword to block. Su Yin, you think this is it? When Wu Yang saw Su Yin raise his sword to block, the corners of his mouth couldn't help but reveal a trace of a sneer. The spirit-crossing sword that was chopping down on Su Yin suddenly changed direction and swept toward the other side of Su Yin's body. Chapter 191. You want to compete with me in swordsmanship? You are courting death. Seeing that Su Yin was hit by his sword, Wu Yang smiled coldly and leaped forward at an even faster speed. Bang! He directly kicked Su Yin's shoulder. Su Yin, who was already injured, couldn't dodge in time and was hit by Wu Yang's kick. Immediately, a huge pain came from his shoulder. Under the pressure of the powerful spiritual power, the blood in his body surged. Poochie! He spat out a mouthful of blood. His entire body was also sent flying backwards. Die! Seeing this scene, Wu Yang coldly shouted. He didn't stop his attack and leaped towards Su Yin again. The spirit-crossing sword in his hand directly chopped towards Su Yin's head. Seeing this scene, Su Yin was suddenly shocked. The Virokana-colored sun swordsmanship in his body quickly circulated. He tightly grasped the Ghost Howl sword in his hand and swept it horizontally. Suddenly, a powerful spiritual power surged out. Ghost Howl soared 10,000 ghosts out of the cage. Suddenly, a gust of wind and clouds filled the air, forming a huge black curtain in front of Su Yin. The black curtain directly rushed toward Wu Yang at a speed as fast as the tide of the East Sea. What? Seeing this move, Wu Yang was shocked. He quickly retreated and looked at Su Yin with a face full of surprise. You don't have enough spiritual power. How can you still burst out the sword skill? Su Yin didn't answer Wu Yang. Taking advantage of the second move of the Ghost Howl sword skill and the 10,000 ghosts out of the cage attack, the Blood Dragon pupil instantly rotated, and the Virokana-colored sun swordsmanship in his body quickly circulated. Suyin instantly stepped forward and rushed toward Wu Yang. As the Ghost Howl sword moved, the sword light flashed, and the sound of the sword shook. The long sword rushed forward like an arrow leaving the bow, extremely fast and fierce. I only have this one chance, only one chance. Suyin stared at Wu Yang with narrowed eyes. He knew that this was his only chance to attack. Suyin had used the invincible golden body once, used the sword art twice, and fought against Wu Yang for a long time. The spirit qi in Suyin's body had long been exhausted, so this move was Suyin's last resort. One sword to decide the universe, Suyin shouted. Suddenly, the surrounding air condensed, and the majestic spiritual energy erupted from the Ghost Howl sword. This sword technique was not a sword technique. It was merely a single move, but the explosive power of this move was extremely shocking. As the sword descended, a series of loud noises immediately erupted. What's going on? Wu Yang was stunned to see that Suyin could unleash such a powerful attack with just one move of his swordsmanship. Then he reacted and smirked. Humph, Suyin, you're only a four-pole saint, but you can unleash such a terrifying power. You've really impressed me. But do you think it's useful? Today, let me, Wu Yang, show you what absolute strength is. Wu Yang looked at Suyin's sword, and a murderous look immediately surged in his eyes. With a roar, he suddenly stepped forward, and the spirit-crossing sword in his hand leaped out like a long dragon. For a moment, the sword radiance overflowed, and the sword hummed. Its power was equally amazing. Zhou Chun and Li Jun were stunned to see this, but when they saw Suyin, a wicked smile immediately appeared on their faces. Suyin will definitely die today. Bang! As the two of them spoke, Wu Yang's and Suyin's swords collided in midair. A strong spiritual energy fluctuation erupted and invaded the surroundings. The surrounding vegetation was destroyed in an instant. The muddy water on the ground also rose, and a burst of bright light burst out from both of them at the same time. Suyin, you're very strong, but it's useless. Wu Yang looked at Suyin's increasingly pale face and laughed. Suddenly, a powerful spiritual energy burst out from Wu Yang's body. Die! Wu Yang laughed ferociously. Bang! Suyin's entire body was suddenly hit. Poochie! Another mouthful of blood spurted out from Suyin's mouth. Suyin, you're very strong, but it's a pity that you're too weak. Wu Yang looked at Suyin and laughed. Suddenly, he saw that the pair of eyes on Suyin's pale face no longer emitted a bright light, but a deep evil meaning. Wu Yang was stunned. Whoosh! A dazzling light spread out, and Wu Yang was suddenly startled. Unfortunately, it was too late. Pudong, with a loud sound, a flying sword cut through the void and directly pierced through Wu Yang's shoulder. The huge force attacked, and Wu Yang's entire body was suddenly sent flying. Bang! Bang! Wu Yang and Suyin fell to the ground almost at the same time, and there was a loud explosion. Senior brother Wu, Zhou Chun and the other two looked at each other and hurriedly came to their senses and ran in Wu Yang's direction. Poochie! Poochie! At the same time, Wu Yang and Suyin spat out a mouthful of blood at the same time. Senior brother Wu, how are you? Zhou Chun asked Wu Yang with concern. Get out of my way. Wu Yang waved away Zhou Chun's arm and slowly stood up. He looked at Suyin with killing intent in his eyes and smiled ferociously. Suyin, I didn't expect that I, a 7 Meridian saint, would be injured by a 4 Meridian saint like you. Suyin, you must die today? Wu Yang roared and almost fainted. He was a proud son, and even the Emperor Tianxiang of the Western Palace dared not offend him easily. However, he had been defeated by Suyin, a 4 Meridian saint. Humiliation. To Wu Yang, this was the greatest humiliation of his life. Unfortunately, the sword had injured him quite badly. As he roared, Wu Yang suddenly felt his qi and blood surging in his body. Poochie! He spat out another mouthful of blood. He lost his balance and fell to the ground, unconscious. When Su Yin saw that Wu Yang had fainted, his qi and blood also surged in his body. Poochie! He suddenly spat out a mouthful of blood and felt dizzy. He was about to pass out. Fortunately, Su Yan's willpower was amazing. He forced himself not to pass out. This was because Su Yin knew that if he passed out, he would definitely die today. After all, this was the Western Palace's territory. When Zhou Chun and the graduate saw that Wu Yang had passed out, they were shocked. At the same time, a burst of anger surged in their chests. They waved the artifacts in their hands and pointed at Su Yin, shouting, "Su Yin, how dare you injure our senior brother Wu? Let's see if I don't kill you today." "Kill me?" Su Yin couldn't help but laugh. "The two of you have already lost to me. This time, you're only injured because of me. Don't tell me that the Western Palace has such scoundrels." Su Yin had always been unwilling to waste his breath with others. However, now that he was injured, Su Yin had to use words to stall for time. After all, if he were to fight Zhou Chun and the graduate now, he would definitely not be able to escape death. As expected, when Zhou Chun and the graduate heard Su Yan's words, their faces immediately flushed. They stood there, not knowing whether to move or not. Su Yin saw the two's attitude and smiled slightly. However, Su Yin knew that the two of them were definitely not chivalrous people if they could join forces to deal with him. His words were definitely useless against the two of them. He had to threaten them. As Su Yin thought about it, he suppressed the surging qi and blood in his body. He gripped the ghost howl, sword in his hand, and pointed at the two of them. "Although I, Su Yin, am injured today, if the two of you want to die, I, Su, don't mind sending the two of you to heaven." Although Su Yan's voice was not loud, a domineering aura was faintly emitted from his eyes. The dragon might within his blood-red dragon eyes caused Zhou Chun and Wen Li to be involuntarily stunned. Originally, the two of them really wanted to disregard their status and directly kill Su Yin. However, now that they saw Su Yin like this, they were really afraid and did not dare to move. Although they did not dare to move, their mouths were unforgiving. They looked at Su Yin and roared angrily, "Su Yin, don't be so arrogant. Do you think there's no one in the Western Palace who can help you?" "So what if there's no one in the Western Palace?" Su Yin said contemptuously. He did not put Zhou Chun and the graduate in his eyes at all. Although Su Yin knew that he was not a match for the two of them due to his injuries, he was still arrogant. However, with Su Yan's arrogance, he definitely wouldn't submit to people like Zhou Chun and Wen Chun. This wasn't because he was struggling, but because he was Su Yin. Well, Su Yin." Zhou Chun looked at Su Yin. He was so angry that his whole chest was about to explode. He pointed at Su Yin and shouted, "Su Yin, since you think there's no one in the Western Palace who can help you today, I'll let you see the strength of the Western Palace disciples." As he spoke, Zhou Chun suddenly made a hand seal. The moment the spiritual qi surged, a red light suddenly spread out from his palm and spread in the sky. As the red light spread out, in less than a few breaths, there was a sudden noise in the surroundings. Dozens of Western Palace disciples gathered around. "Zhou Chun, why are you in such a hurry to use the Western Palace assembly token?" When dozens of Western Palace disciples gathered around, a young man in a black robe walked faintly. Obviously, he had reached the strength of an emperor Tianxiang. He was also the leader of the group of disciples. He stepped forward and asked Zhou Chun, "Senior Guan, this boy is a disciple of the Eastern Palace. He stole the treasure of the Western Palace and injured Senior Wu." Zhou Chun first greeted Guan Xiaojie, then pointed at Su Yin and said angrily. When Guan Xiaojie heard Zhou Chun's words, he first checked on Wu Yang's injuries. When he saw that he was only injured, he turned to look at Su Yin. Originally, there was a surging murderous intent in his eyes. After all, the major sects in a monster palace had always been at odds with each other. Usually, there was a lot of open and covert fighting. The disciples of the major palaces usually saw each other as enemies. Moreover, now that he heard that the treasure of his palace had been stolen and that one of his disciples had been injured, he was furious. Chapter 192. It would have been fine if they were anywhere else, but they were still in the territory of the West Palace. Guan Xiaojie listened to Zhou Chun's words, and a murderous look appeared on his gentle face. At the same time, he looked at Su Yin with murderous intent. However, when the murderous intent fell on Su Yin, it immediately turned into astonishment. The saint of 4 bloodlines, how is this possible? Guan Xiaojie and Wu Yang were both disciples of the West Palace, and they were both well-known figures in the West Palace. Although they didn't have much of a relationship, they were no strangers to each other. Wu Yang was a saint of 7 bloodlines. Not only Wu Yang, but even Zhou Chun and the graduate were both saints of 5 bloodlines. Su Yin was only a saint of 4 bloodlines. So how could he hurt Wu Yang, Zhou Chun, and the graduate? Zhou Chun, do you think Junior Brother was really hurt by this kid? Guan Xiaojie didn't believe that Su Yin, a saint of 4 bloodlines, could defeat Wu Yang, a saint of 7 bloodlines, not to mention that there were 2 other saints of 5 bloodlines present. When he looked at Zhou Chun and graduate, his face couldn't help but be filled with anger. Zhou Chun and the graduate trembled when they saw Guan Xiaojie's expression. They hurriedly said, "Senior Brother Guan, I'm telling the truth. Senior Brother was really hurt by this kid." Yes, Senior Brother Guan, I don't know how this kid cultivates, but his speed is very fast." The graduate also quickly chimed in, afraid that Guan Xiaojie wouldn't believe them. "I don't think you two would dare to lie to me." Guan Xiaojie looked at their cowardice and snorted. He immediately looked back at Su Yin and checked Su Yin again to confirm that Su Yin was only a saint of 4 bloodlines. He was even more surprised. How could a saint of 4 bloodlines defeat Wu Yang, a saint of 7 bloodlines? Of course, Guan Xiaojie knew that with Zhou Chun and the graduate status in the West Palace, they wouldn't dare to lie to him. It was precisely because Guan Xiaojie knew that the 2 of them wouldn't dare to lie to him that he was even more surprised and puzzled. He originally thought that Su Yin knew some secret technique, but after looking at Su Yin and seeing that Su Yin didn't have any abnormalities, he dispelled the doubts in his heart. "Kid, you're only a 4 Meridian saint, but you can defeat a 7 Meridian saint. You're really something." Guan Xiaojie looked at Su Yin in disdain. He was very surprised that Su Yin, who was only a 4 Meridian saint, could defeat a 7 Meridian saint. However, he was the emperor of Tianxiang. With the arrogance of an emperor, he looked at Su Yin with disdain. Su Yin looked at Guan Xiaojie's disdainful look and couldn't help but smile coldly. The emperor of Tianxiang and so many saints. The West Palace is really full of talents. Guan Xiaojie didn't understand the meaning in Su Yin's words. Instead, he thought that Su Yin was afraid of him. He couldn't help but smile. Of course, the West Palace is full of talents. You dare to come to the West Palace and make trouble. This time, I advise you to obediently surrender. Maybe I'll spare your life, because we're both disciples of the Monster Palace. Surrender? Su Yin heard Guan Xiaojie's words and couldn't help but laugh. Ha, what a joke. The Emperor of Tianxiang and so many saints are bullying me, and you still have the nerve to ask me to surrender. Is this the quality of a disciple of the West Palace? What? Guan Xiaojie heard Su Yin's words and suddenly became furious. He pointed at Su Yin and shouted, "Kid, you're about to die, and you still dare to be stubborn." "I'm stubborn?" Su Yin smiled coldly. "If I wasn't a disciple of the Monster Palace, then it wouldn't matter. Since I am a disciple of the Monster Palace, then all of you are also disciples of the Monster Palace. This time, you West Palace disciples are bullying the weak. I don't have many, but you're bullying me with numbers. You've really humiliated the Monster Palace. As a disciple of the Monster Palace, I feel ashamed for you." Su Yan's voice became louder and louder. He was not afraid of Guan Xiaojie and the other disciples of the West Palace at all. His tone was sonorous and powerful. Guan Xiaojie and the other disciples of the West Palace couldn't help but feel embarrassed. Guan Xiaojie was even more furious, but he had to admit that Su Yan's words made sense. Okay. Guan Xiaojie flew into a rage, but he couldn't do anything to Su Yin. He could only point at Su Yin and shout, "Kid, I can spare you today. As long as you leave behind the treasures of the Western Palace, you can leave on your own." "Your treasure of the West Palace." Su Yin couldn't help but sneer. Su, I've already said that I didn't take anything from the West Palace. How can I stay? You're lying. I clearly saw a bright light coming from here. It was bright and beautiful. It must be a treasure. Zhou Chun heard Su Yan's words and immediately shouted from the side. What a joke, what a joke. Su Yan heard Zhou Chun's words and didn't even bother to argue. He smiled coldly and said, I, Su, am here today. I'm alone. You people of the West Palace rely on your numbers. Naturally, you can say whatever you want. If that's the case, I, Su Yan, have nothing to say. Su is here today. You can do whatever you want of me. Su Yan said with an indifferent attitude. Not to mention that Su Yan hadn't recovered from the lack of spiritual qi in his body. Even in his subverted state, Su Yan knew that he still had no power to fight back against an Emperor Tianxiang. Since that was the case, Su Yan simply put on an indifferent attitude and let you do whatever you want him. In any case, Su Yan relied on reason. Guan Xiaojie really didn't know what to do when he saw Su Yan like this. Not to mention that Su Yan was a disciple of the Monster Palace. Even if Su Yan wasn't a disciple of the Monster Palace, it was disgraceful for an Emperor Tianxiang to bully a saint. Zhou Chun had suffered unprecedented humiliation at the hands of Su Yan. He didn't care whether it was honorable or not. Seeing that Guan Xiaojie had no intention of attacking, Zhou Chun raised the magic weapon in his hand and pointed at Su Yan. He shouted, Su Yan, don't be so arrogant. You set foot in the West Palace today and took our treasure. You are a disciple of the West Palace, and everyone has the right to punish you. You say that the West Palace bullies you. Why don't you call your East Palace disciples over and let the disciples of the two palaces compete and see who's stronger? Even though Guan Xiaojie was the strongest among these disciples, he was still able to defeat the strongest of them all. However, he wasn't the smartest. He didn't know how to get out of this situation, but when he heard Zhou Chun's words, he immediately smiled. That's right. Su Yan, you say that the West Palace disciples bully you because they're stronger. Why don't you call your East Palace disciples over and compete with them? Otherwise, people will say that the West Palace is bullying you. Su Yan couldn't help but frown when he heard Guan Xiaojie's words. Su Yan had always been a loner and didn't have many friends. Even in the East Palace, Su Yan had only been here for a few days. Apart from Chu Linger and a few of his subordinates, he didn't know anyone else. Moreover, because of Chu Linger's matter, all the disciples of the East Palace viewed him as an enemy. It was obviously impossible for them to help him out. Moreover, Su Yan was in the West Palace's territory and didn't have the signal to contact the East Palace disciples. Even if he wanted to contact them, it was impossible. Seeing Su Yan's troubled expression, Guan Xiaojie immediately sneered. Su Yan, why can't you call your East Palace disciples over? Seeing that Su Yan didn't answer, Guan Xiaojie smiled even more happily. Su Yan, since you can't call your East Palace disciples over, don't blame the West Palace for bullying you. While speaking, Guan Xiaojie's spirit qi suddenly burst out. The majestic spirit qi of the Emperor Tianxiang immediately threatened Su Yan. Su Yan, who was already seriously injured, suddenly felt a strong sense of oppression invade him. His body turned over and over. Puchi! Su Yan suddenly spat out a mouthful of blood. Guan Xiaojie was already ready to make a move. He really wanted to see how Su Yan, who was only a 4-meridian saint, could defeat a 7-meridian saint. However, because of Su Yan's words at that time, he felt that he was in the wrong and didn't make a move. Now that he had a reason to make a move, Guan Xiaojie naturally wouldn't be polite. With a wave of his hand, another burst of powerful spirit qi burst out. Su Yan's entire body suddenly shook, and he flew out in an instant. He fell to the ground with a loud bang. A 4-meridian saint can defeat a 7-meridian saint. I think it's just SOSO. Guan Xiaojie couldn't help but sneer. He pointed at Su Yan and shouted, Boy, if you don't want to die, hand over the treasure of the West Palace obediently and apologize to the disciples of the West Palace. I'll spare your life. Spare my life. Su Yan slowly stood up from the ground and wiped the blood from the corner of his mouth. His eyes were like torches. There was no trace of fear in his eyes as he looked at Guan Xiaojie. Instead, there was a bright light. There was a burst of unswerving determination in that light. Guan Xiaojia, the West Palace, is it? I, Su, am here today. I'm not as strong as you, so I can accept this humiliation. But if you want me, Su Yin, to surrender, that's simply a fantasy. You're courting death. When Guan Xiaojia saw that Su Yin was still so stubborn even though he was about to die, a wave of anger immediately surged in his chest. With a cold shout, his body suddenly surged out violently. He was as fast as lightning. In an instant, he was in front of Su Yin. He waved one hand, and his palm formed the shape of an eagle's claw. He went straight for Su Yan's throat. Boy, since you're so arrogant, don't blame me for being rude. You can only blame the people of the East Palace for not being able to save you. Die. As Guan Xiaojia spoke, a burst of powerful spirit qi burst out from his body. His palm also went directly for Su Yan's throat. Although Su Yan wanted to resist, he didn't have enough strength. The spirit qi in his body was deficient, and he was seriously injured. There was no way he could dodge Guan Xiaojia's attack. He could only watch helplessly as Guan Xiaojia closed in on his throat. What an arrogant disciple of the West Palace. Do you really think there's no one in the East Palace? Suddenly, a threatening voice came from the horizon. Chapter 193. Then a beautiful figure descended from the sky. Her white robes fluttered in the wind like a fairy descending to the mortal world. All the disciples of the Western Palace were taken aback. Even Su Yin was stunned. Of course, Guan Xiaojia was no exception. Looking at the sudden appearance of the white-robed figure, he was also stunned. All of a sudden, he let out a blood-curdling scream, and his entire body immediately flew out. The person who came was none other than the Princess of Chu, the Palace Master of the East Palace, who had been observing Su Yin. What an arrogant West Palace disciple. Do you really think there's no one in the East Palace? In the dock, Su Yin had been in danger several times, but the Princess of Chu had not saved him. That was because the Princess of Chu thought that Su Yin asked for it. But now that Su Yin was being bullied by other disciples, it was not something that the Princess of Chu could tolerate. What's more, the Princess of Chu had just seen Su Yin use the strength of a saint of the 4 bloodlines to defeat the 2 saints of the 5 bloodlines, Zhou Chun and Li Feng. He even fought to a draw with the saint of the 7 bloodlines, Wu Yang. This made her, who already admired Su Yin, have a good impression of Su Yin. How could she allow Su Yin to die in the hands of a West Palace disciple? Palace Master? All the disciples of the West Palace were stunned when they saw the Princess of Chu. Then, all of them trembled and hurriedly knelt on the ground and shouted respectfully, "Who dares to secretly hurt me?" Although Guan Xiaojia saw the figure of the Princess of Chu fluttering in the wind, he did not see the face of the Princess of Chu. As one of the best disciples of the West Palace, he was humiliated. But before he could finish speaking, he saw Princess of Chu's frosty face. His entire body suddenly trembled, and with a bang, he immediately fell to his knees. Palace Master Chu. The Princess of Chu didn't even look at Guan Xiaojia. Instead, she looked into the distance and snorted coldly. Western Palace, what arrogance. My Eastern Palace's disciples were just passing by, but your Western Palace's disciples try to kill them. Do you really think that my Western Palace doesn't have anyone capable? Ha ha! Just as the Princess of Chu finished speaking, a laugh sounded from the horizon. Then, a black figure appeared in front of everyone. This person's face was filled with wrinkles. Adding on his mottled white hair, it was obvious that he was old. His skinny body gave off the feeling that he would collapse at any moment. But it was this kind of old man. His eyes faintly emitted an oppressive aura, and there was an irresistible force between his brows. Palace Master Chu of the Eastern Palace has graced us with your presence. Forgive me for not coming out to meet you. The old man came out and said to the Princess of Chu. Although he was polite, his words were filled with disdain and mockery. Palace Master. When the disciples of the Western Palace saw the old man, the fear they felt in front of the Princess of Chu immediately lessened. They all greeted him with joyful smiles on their faces. That's right. This person was none other than the Palace Master of the Western Palace of the Monster Palace, the Celestial Pig Monster King. The Celestial Pig Monster King nodded slightly in response to the greetings of the disciples of the Western Palace. His eyes focused on the Princess of Chu again. He maintained his mysterious smile and said, "Palace Master Chu, it's normal for disciples to fight. There's no need to be so calculative." The Princess of Chu looked at the celestial pig monster king. Her expression became colder, and her eyes were filled with disdain. She said coldly, "Celestial pig, if there was only one disciple of the Western Palace, I wouldn't care about a fight between disciples of the same level. But you have so many disciples of the Western Palace, including Emperor Tianxiang, bullying a saint disciple of the Eastern Palace. Isn't this bullying?" "Ha!" The celestial pig monster king chuckled again and said slowly, "Palace Master Chu, you're wrong. Your disciples of the Eastern Palace trespassed into the territory of the Western Palace and took our treasures. Of course, our disciples of the Western Palace had to stop them. Moreover, Guan Xiaojia, a disciple of the Western Palace, gave your disciples a chance to ask your disciples to come. It was your disciples who didn't come." The celestial pig monster king smiled mysteriously again. "Palace Master Chu, if you really think that my disciples of the Western Palace are bullying your disciples of the Eastern Palace, our two palaces can hold a competition. What do you think?" The Princess of Chu couldn't help but feel angry when she heard the celestial pig monster king's words. She yelled, "Celestial pig, don't think that you can talk to me like this just because you have a few talented disciples in the Western Palace." The celestial pig monster king saw the Princess of Chu's anger and smiled proudly. "Haha, Palace Master Chu, you're wrong. We both belong to the Monster Palace. Isn't it a blessing for the Monster Palace that we have such talented disciples?" "Humph." The Princess of Chu snorted and didn't answer the celestial pig monster king. After all, although the Eastern Palace was the leader of the four major palaces in the Monster Palace, the disciples of the Eastern Palace were the weakest. This had always been a sore point for the Princess of Chu. However, this was an indisputable fact. The Princess of Chu didn't know how to respond to the celestial pig monster king's words. The celestial pig monster king was even more proud when he saw the Princess of Chu's deflated expression. He said, "Palace Master Chu, it just so happens that the Eastern and Western palaces don't have any major events. Why don't we hold a competition between the disciples? What do you think?" The celestial pig monster king knew that the disciples of the Eastern Palace were weaker than the disciples of the Western Palace. That was why he said this to the Princess of Chu. He wanted to make fun of the Princess of Chu. The disciples of the Western Palace were all in high spirits when they saw the Princess of Chu's deflated expression. They stood behind the celestial pig monster king in high spirits. Guan Xiaojia, who had just been pushed back by the Princess of Chu, was especially proud. "Celestial Pig Monster King, are you trying to bully the Eastern Palace?" The Princess of Chu was furious when she heard the Celestial Pig Monster King's words. This old fellow clearly knew that the disciples of the Eastern Palace were weaker than the disciples of the Western Palace. Yet, he still made such a suggestion. The Celestial Pig Monster King looked at the Princess of Chu and smiled proudly. "Palace Master Chu, look at what you're saying. How could I, the Celestial Pig Monster King, dare to bully the Eastern Palace? With you around, who would dare to say that there is no one in the Eastern Palace? It's good that you know." The Princess of Chu immediately shouted when she heard the Celestial Pig Monster King's words. A powerful spiritual energy surged from her body and exploded. All the disciples of the Western Palace could not help but tremble. "Celestial Pig Monster King, let me tell you this. No matter what happens in the Eastern Palace, I, the Princess of Chu, am here. Don't even think about shaking the Eastern Palace's position in the Monster Palace." The Princess of Chu's voice was not loud, but it contained spiritual energy. It was majestic and domineering. When the heavenly pig demon king saw the majestic spiritual energy emitted from Chu Wangfei's body, he couldn't help but be stunned. His smug expression froze at this moment. "Umph." After the Princess of Chu finished speaking, she snorted coldly. Ignoring the ugly expressions of the Celestial Pig Monster King and the others, she waved her hand and carried the unconscious Su Yin into the clouds and disappeared from the Western Palace. She left behind the stunned disciples of the Western Palace and the furious celestial pig monster king. Princess of Chu, as long as the Princess of Chu is here, don't even think about shaking the Eastern Palace's position. Good, good. After the Princess of Chu left, the celestial pig monster king roared angrily. Princess of Chu, just you wait. Just you wait. I, the celestial pig monster king, will make you submit to me one day. Although the Princess of Chu already had a daughter, her face had not changed for 100 years. Her beautiful face still retained the skin of a young girl, which did not diminish her beauty at all. She was favored by countless powerful figures in the Monster Palace. If it were not for the Princess of Chu's amazing strength, there would be countless people in the Monster Palace who would want to make the Princess of Chu submit to them. The Celestial Pig Monster King was even more so. He had been lusting after the Princess of Chu's beauty for a long time. He had been suppressing it in his heart. Su Yin was brought back to the Eastern Palace by the Princess of Chu. Although Wu Yang had fainted in the end, Su Yin himself had not fared much better when a 4-bloodline saint fought a 7-bloodline saint. Rather than saying that Su Yin had defeated Wu Yang, it was more accurate to say that the two of them had only fought to a draw. If it were not for Su Yan's strong will, Su Yin would have fainted long ago. When Su Yin saw the Princess of Chu arrive, he knew that he was safe. His will that had been holding on finally relaxed, and he fainted. Consort Chu saw all of this with her own eyes. Looking at the unconscious Su Yin, the Princess of Chu could not help but mutter to herself, "Not only is this child's strength amazing, but even his will is not something that ordinary people can endure." The Princess of Chu had checked Su Yan's injuries and knew that Su Yin had not only exhausted his spirit chi, but he was also seriously injured. If it had been an ordinary person, they would have fainted long ago. But this person was able to hold on until I arrived, and only fainted when he knew that it was safe. This will... The Princess of Chu looked at Su Yin with more and more admiration. However, when she thought of the secret contained in Su Yan's body, she fell into a melancholy. To think that in the hundreds of years that I have been in charge of the Monster Palace, there has never been such a talented person. As a saint of the 4 bloodlines, he was able to fight a saint of the 7 bloodlines to a draw. If this child is allowed to grow, his future will be immeasurable. I'm afraid that he will be able to enter that legendary realm. If Ling were to be handed over to this person, it would obviously be the best choice. However, this person has too many secrets. I don't know if he is truly loyal to the Monster Palace. Thinking about it, the 100-year agreement is getting closer and closer. Sigh. Thinking about the agreement, the Princess of Chu could not help but frown and sigh. At this time, Su Yin opened his eyes and saw the Princess of Chu's melancholy appearance and the 100-year agreement that the Princess of Chu had mentioned. Su Yin could not help but be stunned. A 100-year agreement? What kind of agreement does this Princess of Chu have? Looking at her helpless appearance, it seems that she is very reluctant. Looking at this Princess of Chu's spirit chi, although I am not sure what realm it has reached, it is still the Boundary Realm. Boundary Realm. Thinking of this, Su Yin could not help but tremble. He really could not think of anything that could make the Boundary Realm feel helpless. Chapter 194. This is, although Su Yin did not open his eyes in order not to let the Princess of Chu know that he had woken up, Su Yin could feel a wave of power spreading throughout his body. Although there was no pain, Su Yin could clearly feel that his meridians had been shackled. However, this shackle disappeared very quickly. Secret technique, restriction, secret technique. Su Yin quickly thought of something, and his heart skipped a beat. Although Su Yin did not know what kind of restriction the Princess of Chu had placed on him, Su Yin was no stranger to this restriction secret technique. If a person was placed with a restriction secret technique, then the person who placed the restriction would be able to control the person at will in the future. When Su Yin thought of being controlled by the Princess of Chu in the future, his whole body could not help but tremble. Immediately, a wave of anger surged in his chest. However, when he thought of the Princess of Chu's strength, Su Yin still endured it. The Princess of Chu did not know that Su Yin had already understood. She just looked at Su Yin and smiled with satisfaction. Although this child has many secrets, with these 2 restrictions, Even if he wants to go against my wishes in the future, I'm afraid that it is not his choice. What? 2 restrictions? When Suyin heard the Princess of Chu's words, he was even more shocked. He had not expected that the Princess of Chu had not only placed 1 restriction on him, but 2. What is the Princess of Chu afraid of? Suyin was shocked and even more puzzled. I'm only a 4 Meridian saint, while the Princess of Chu is at the square boundary. Not only that, but she is also a disciple of the Monster Palace. Why is she afraid of me? While Suyin was puzzled, he didn't dare to make a sound because of how powerful the Princess of Chu was. He could only hide all his anger in the bottom of his heart. The Princess of Chu glanced at Su Yin again. She didn't know that Su Yin had already woken up. She thought that Su Yin hadn't woken up yet, so she didn't bother with Su Yin and turned to leave. Su Yin was left alone on the bed, unable to figure out what had happened. Why is the Princess of Chu so afraid of me? Why did she place 2 layers of restrictions on me? Could it be that she wants to use me to do something? Su Yin kept thinking about it. Unfortunately, Su Yin was left to his own devices. He couldn't figure out the Princess of Chu's true motive. No, I can't let this restriction exist. I, Su Yin, have never been threatened by anyone, not even the Princess of Chu, Su Yin said in his heart. His unopened eyes suddenly flashed with a determined light. Of course, Su Yin knew that the restriction placed on him by the Princess of Chu's strength couldn't be broken so easily. Now, Su Yin could only endure it. Only when he reached a certain height could he break it. Cough, cough, cough. Cough, cough, cough. Su Yin felt that he had pretended enough. He coughed a few times and woke up. Although the Princess of Chu had left the room, she had been watching over here. When Su Yin woke up, the Princess of Chu walked in. She looked at Su Yin and said expressionlessly, "Awake?" Su Yin nodded and hurriedly got up. He cupped his hands to the Princess of Chu and said, "Thank you, Palace Master, for saving my life. It's fine. You are a disciple of the East Palace. How can I allow you to be bullied by the people of the West Palace?" The Princess of Chu waved her hand and said casually, as if she was talking about something unrelated. If Su Yin didn't know that the Princess of Chu had placed a restriction on him, Su Yin would definitely be grateful to the Princess of Chu. But now that Su Yin knew that the Princess of Chu had placed a restriction on him, how could he be grateful to her? He only felt anger. The trip to the Monster Palace. This wasn't Su Yan's purpose. Su Yin came to the Monster Palace only for the secret of the Tai Yao ancient seal. Su Yin, you can fight a saint of the 7 bloodlines to a draw with the strength of a saint of the 4 bloodlines. I didn't misjudge you. Of course, the Princess of Chu didn't know that Su Yin had already known that she had placed a restriction on him. She still maintained her coldness. Although Su Yin was angry, he still restrained himself. He didn't show the slightest trace of anger on his face. Instead, he smiled and said, "Palace Master, I'm sorry. If you hadn't saved me, I'm afraid I would have died in the West Palace. That's just because you're too weak." As the Princess of Chu spoke, she waved her hand and a pill with a delicate fragrance fell on the palm of the Princess of Chu. "Su Yin, this is the energy-gathering pill. It's very helpful for the cultivation of a saint. I'll give it to you now. Give it to me." Su Yin looked at the fragrant pill in the Princess of Chu's hand and couldn't help but be stunned. Energy-gathering pill. Su Yin naturally wasn't unfamiliar with it. This pill was a level 5 pill that was refined by gathering all the rare herbs in the world. When a Saint Bloodline expert swallowed the energy-gathering pill, he could gather the spirit chi of heaven and earth and forcefully open a Saint Bloodline to condense. Level 1. Although it was only level 1, this level of the Saint realm was difficult for many people to cross in their lifetime. Now it could be done with just 1 pill. From this, one could see the importance of the energy-gathering pill. If Su Yin didn't know that the Princess of Chu had placed a restriction on his body, Su Yin would definitely take the energy-gathering pill without hesitation and would be very grateful to the Princess of Chu. However, Su Yin now knew that the Princess of Chu had placed a restriction on him. Now, she had rewarded him with such a precious pill. How could Su Yin not be puzzled? The Princess of Chu placed a restriction on me and rewarded me with such a precious pill. Clearly, she isn't trying to suppress my cultivation. Then why is she doing this? While Su Yin was puzzled, His expression didn't change. He said with a slightly agitated tone, Palatial Lord Chu, how can I accept such a precious pill without doing anything? Accept it. The Princess of Chu maintained her cold demeanor. As she spoke slowly, she handed the pill to Su Yin. Thank you, Palatial Lord. Although Su Yin was puzzled, he couldn't bear to reject such a precious pill like the energy-gathering pill. Thinking of the effects of the energy-gathering pill, his hands trembled as he took the pill from the Princess of Chu. Seeing Su Yin take the pill, the Princess of Chu said, Su Yin, I naturally didn't give you this energy-gathering pill for no reason. It's to give you the right to enter the great Fey ancient pagoda to cultivate. The right to cultivate in the great Fey ancient pagoda. Su Yin could not help but be taken aback. Clearly, there was nothing in the Princess of Chu's memories regarding the cultivation of the great Fey ancient pagoda. Okay. The Princess of Chu was not surprised by Su Yin's puzzlement. Instead, she nodded and said, Su Yin, the Great Fey Ancient Pagoda is a secret cultivation pagoda that the 4 great palaces have. The pagoda is divided into 10 levels, and each level has its own special effect. Cultivating in the pagoda is 100 times faster than cultivating outside. 100 times faster. Su Yin could not help but be surprised. His eyes immediately surged with a glint as he yearned for the great Fey ancient pagoda. Compared to Su Yan's surprise, the Princess of Chu was still as cold as ice. She did not even look at Su Yin as she continued. Of course, due to the limited resources in the pagoda, not all disciples can enter to cultivate. Only the top 10 disciples of the Eastern Palace have the right. So what I want you to do now is to obtain the right. The Princess of Chu said to Su Yin. Finally, her frosty face immediately turned serious. Under this powerful pressure, Su Yan's body trembled, but he quickly recovered. Thinking of the cultivation speed of the great Fey ancient pagoda, his eyes surged with a glint. Palace Lord, I will definitely not disappoint and obtain the right to enter the great Fey ancient pagoda. Okay. The Princess of Chu nodded. With a wave of her hand, a domino landed in Su Yan's hand. Su Yin, this domino contains the information of all the disciples of the Eastern Palace. It also records how you obtain the right to enter the top 10. I will give you a month's time. You must obtain the right to enter the great Fey ancient pagoda. Yes. Su Yin nodded seriously. At the same time, he vaguely felt the blood in his body begin to boil. The right to enter the great Fey ancient pagoda, 100 times faster cultivation speed. Su Yin, will definitely obtain it. After the Princess of Chu explained these matters, she let Su Yin leave. Su Yin did not stay for long. He left the Eastern Palace main hall and returned to his younger brother hall. The younger brother hall did not have a real name. However, he had heard from Yu Xiong that because he was the ruler of this hall, it was named after him. Now, Yu Xiong had lost to Su Yin. The hall naturally had to change its name. Of course, Su Yin could not be bothered with such trivial matters. When he returned to the palace and thought about how he was a palace master, he felt that it was a wonderful thing. At least when he was cultivating here, he would not be disturbed by others. Su Yin returned to the hall, but he did not see Yu Xiong and the others. Clearly, they were busy with some missions. There were all kinds of missions in the Monster Palace. For example, going out of the EC to train, go to some of the great phase martial arts halls to do missions could be exchanged for benefits in the Monster Palace. Su Yin did not care about them. He went back to his room and took out the domino that the Princess of Chu had given him. The Princess of Chu gave me the energy recovery pill and this domino. Clearly, she wants me to become stronger quickly. But why did she put restrictions in my body? Su Yin thought about the 2 restrictions in his body and felt uncomfortable. Su Yin activated the Great Sun-colored glaze sword manual and searched his body. Unfortunately, he could not find the location of the restriction. He helplessly shook his head and said with a bitter smile, Forget it, forget it. Obviously, Chu Wangfei does not have any ill intentions toward me now. After all, with her strength, she does not need to place any restriction in my body. Thinking about it, Su Yin stopped thinking about it. Instead, he looked at the bone tablet in his hand and a bright light surged in his eyes. The top 10 disciples of the Eastern Palace, the ancient Fey Tower. Su Yin bit his lip and crushed the domino in his hand. When the domino broke, a memory suddenly appeared in Su Yan's mind. The domino clearly recorded how to obtain the right to cultivate in the ancient Fey Tower. There was also a list of all the Eastern Palace disciples. Of course, it was a list of all the disciples, but it was only a list of the stronger disciples. Chapter 195. Of course, Su Yin didn't need to know all the disciples of the East Palace. Su Yin had always been a loner. Ever since he stepped into the world of martial artists, although he had many senior and junior brothers, there were only a few of them whom he could really talk to. Therefore, Su Yin didn't care about how many disciples there were in the East Palace. In the memory of the bone tablet that Princess Chu had given him, it was enough to have some important disciples. The Great Fey Ancient Pagoda didn't exist in the memories given by Princess Chu the first time. This time, it was clearly recorded in the memories of the domino. Su Yin combed through the memories of the domino and immediately understood the existence of the Great Fey Ancient Pagoda. Monster Palace didn't have a distinction between inner and outer sect disciples. However, that didn't mean that Monster Palace didn't separate the disciples' identities. Not only were the disciples of Monster Palace divided, but it was also clearer than the sect Su Yin used to be in, the Sword Collection tomb. It could be seen from the Great Fey Ancient Pagoda. Monster Palace was divided into 4 great palaces, and the Great Fey Ancient Pagoda was also divided into 4. Each palace occupied a Great Fey Ancient Pagoda. Only the top 10 disciples of the 4 great palaces were qualified to enter each ancient pagoda to cultivate. From the Great Fey Ancient Pagoda's cultivation speed that was 100 times faster than normal, it was enough to see that Monster Palace's division of disciples was stricter than any other sect. Of course, Su Yin didn't care about the disciples' so-called identities. Su Yin only cared about the cultivation of the Great Fey Ancient Pagoda. 100 times faster cultivation speed was definitely enough to drive every warrior crazy. Su Yin was no exception. Through the bone tablet's memory given to him by Chu Wangfei, Su Yin knew that it was not an easy task to enter the top 10. To become a top 10 disciple of the palace, not only did one have to be strong enough to suppress others, but more importantly, one had to complete the missions given by Monster Palace. Of course, this mission had nothing to do with Su Yin. It was not that Su Yin did not want to complete the mission. Instead, it was the Princess of Chu who opened the back door for Su Yin. Therefore, what Su Yin needed to do now was to quickly increase his strength. The disciples in the top 10 were all emperors of the celestial phenomenon realm, while Su Yin was only a saint of the 4 bloodlines. Even if she could fight against the saint of the 7 bloodlines, she would still be in an invincible position. However, Su Yin knew very well that with his current strength, he would not be able to fight back at all if he were to face the Emperor of Tianxiang. Emperor Tianxiang. After Su Yin sorted through the memories in the bone tablet, his eyes immediately surged with a bright light, especially when he thought of the humiliation he had suffered at the hands of Guan Xiaojia in the Western Palace. His desire for strength had reached an unprecedented level. The spirit channeling realm cultivates the path of life and the path of soul. Once you reach the pinnacle, you will break through the path and form a saint vein. Each meridian has 1 level. Only when the 9 meridians stand at the peak can the 9 meridians allow them to observe the heavens and form the heavens. This was the most basic technique of cultivation. However, Su Yin knew that he could not be compared to ordinary people. He did not cultivate the path of life and the path of soul, but the path of the human heart. When one formed a saint vein, every saint vein would be different from that of ordinary people. Every saint vein that Su Yin had was a kind of comprehension. He had to create a new element in order to form a saint vein. Therefore, according to ordinary people, Su Yin's cultivation would definitely be twice as hard as ordinary people. This was because every time Su Yin formed a saint vein, it was equivalent to forming a new saint vein. It was different from ordinary people. When the path of life and the path of soul turned into saint veins, it was destined that every saint vein would be formed. As long as he cultivated more, when his spiritual chi or some of the elements he cultivated reached the peak, he would naturally be able to form a second saint vein. However, Su Yin could not. Now, Su Yin was a saint of the four bloodlines. Every saint vein was a different kind of power. The first saint vein was the power of sword intent. The second saint vein was the power of heavenly fire. The third saint vein was the chi of 100 poisons. The fourth saint vein was the soul of 10,000 ghosts. These four saint veins were new comprehensions for Su Yin every time. And it was this new comprehension that made Su Yin fall into a state of confusion. Now, each of my saint veins is different. What is my fifth saint vein? Su Yin frowned and fell into a state of confusion. Thinking of his four different saint veins, he smiled bitterly. Although the four saint veins are different, the power that they can erupt seems to be the same as an ordinary saint. Only the heavenly fire saint vein is useful. I can use the power of the molten green lotus fire. The other saint veins, the soul of 10,000 ghosts, the chi of 100 poisons, and the power of sword intent don't seem to be of much use. If there are no benefits, why did I choose to cultivate so many saint veins? When Su Yin first comprehended the power of sword intent and condensed a saint vein, Su Yin did not think much and thought that sword intent would become his main saint vein from then on. Su Yin, who was originally a sword cultivator, did not think much about it. Unfortunately, when he entered the 10,000 ghost cave, he happened to encounter the heavenly fire. At that time, Su Yin did not intend to condense a saint vein. He only wanted to devour the molten green lotus fire. How could he know that the moment he absorbed the molten green lotus fire, he would automatically condense a saint vein? At that time, Su Yin was only immersed in joy. He did not pay much attention to it. Not to mention later, Su Yin had comprehended the poison chi in his body. He did not hesitate to condense his third saint vein. The fourth saint vein was even more so. Because he had absorbed the ghost chi in the 10,000 ghost cave, Su Yin did not have a choice. He could only go all the way and even set foot in the dangerous sea dock to condense the fourth saint vein. Now that the fourth saint vein had been formed, he did not know what element the fifth saint vein was. This made Su Yin puzzled. In particular, he did not discover that the four saint veins in his body were stronger than ordinary people. This was because the power of the four saint veins was still the same as the saint veins of ordinary people. If that's the case, why did I cultivate so many saint veins? Su Yin sank into a melancholy. When he circulated the great sun-colored glaze sword sutra in his body, he was even more puzzled. When the Su family first cultivated, Su Yin chose the great sun-colored glaze sword sutra. At that time, Su Yin thought that the great sun-colored glaze sword sutra was suitable for him and did not think much about it. Su Yin knew that the world was vast and there were all kinds of cultivation techniques. Some high-level cultivation techniques were even heaven-defying and could absorb everything in the world. However, after choosing the great sun-colored glaze sword sutra, Su Yin did not think about other cultivation techniques. It was not that Su Yin did not want to obtain those heaven-defying cultivation techniques, but that Su Yin knew that these heaven-defying cultivation techniques were not things of legend. Even if he obtained them, since he had already cultivated the great sun-colored glaze sword sutra. With Su Yin's character, he would not casually change his cultivation technique. This was also why Su Yin did not think much about the great sun-colored glaze sword sutra for so long. However, as his strength grew, Su Yin also discovered the differences of the great sun-colored glaze sword sutra, even though he did not have the guidance of the ancestors. Although Su Yin had chosen the great sun-colored glaze sword sutra from the start and did not know much about other cultivation techniques, there were some books that recorded the mysteries of cultivation techniques. Comparing them, he naturally knew the differences of the great sun-colored glaze sword sutra. When an ordinary person reaches the 9th level of the spirit realm, they have already cultivated the life Tao and the soul Tao. I have also stepped into this realm before, but I broke through the life Tao and the soul Tao. Originally, one could only stay in the spirit realm for life, but I stepped into the 10th level of the spirit realm and recultivated the Tao of the human heart. Although there was some luck involved, I have to admit that it is related to my Great Sun-Colored Glaze Sword Sutra. Now, an ordinary person can cultivate one main meridian and condense 9 meridians, but I am able to cultivate all 9 meridians and comprehend one meridian at a time. It is most likely because of the Great Sun-Colored Glaze Sword Sutra. Su Yan's eyes flickered. Su Yan narrowed his eyes and went through everything that had happened since he stepped into the world of martial artists. He immediately discovered this problem. The Great Sun-Colored Glaze Sword Sutra is definitely not so simple. After thinking for a while, Su Yan suddenly opened his eyes and said with certainty, it was a pity that he had been alone all this time and did not have any seniors to explain it to him. Even though he knew that the Great Sun-Colored Glaze Sword Sutra was not so simple, Su Yan still could not figure out why. He was even more confused about the matter of condensing a Saint Meridian. After sitting in the room for a few hours, he still couldn't think of a reason why this was happening. Forget it. I've already cultivated 4 meridians, and it is impossible for me to give up. Instead of worrying about this, I might as well think about the 5th meridian. Su Yan shook his head and threw away all the confusion that had just surged in his mind. That originally confused pair of eyes once again condensed into a resplendent light. Since I have embarked on a different path from ordinary people, I will open up a new path. So what if I comprehend 1 meridian at a time? There are only 9 meridians in this world. How can I, Su Yan, stop at 4 meridians? As Su Yan thought about it, all the confusion disappeared. All that was left was the light of unswerving determination and the desire for strength. The Great Fate Ancient Pagoda. Thinking about the strength and the heaven-defying cultivation of the Great Fate Ancient Pagoda, Su Yan's eyes could not help but surge with greed. He was filled with anticipation for the Great Fate Ancient Pagoda. Of course, anticipation was just anticipation. Su Yan knew that it was not easy to enter the Great Fate Ancient Pagoda. The Monster Palace mission was waived by Su Yan because of the Princess of Chu. This saved Su Yan a lot of trouble, but it also made Su Yan even more confused. The Princess of Chu planted 2 restrictions in my body and gave me so much help. Clearly, it was not to control my cultivation. Then what was the reason? Su Yan was confused again. After thinking for a while, he still could not figure it out. He sighed and said, forget it. Regardless, what I need to do now is to increase my strength as soon as possible. And if he wanted to increase his strength quickly, the Great Fate Ancient Pagoda was clearly a shortcut. Although Su Yan wanted to step into the Great Fate Ancient Pagoda now, from the memories of the bone token that the Princess of Chu had given him, she had the intention of letting Su Yan enter the Great Fate Ancient Pagoda directly. Unfortunately, the Princess of Chu was the mistress of a palace. Even if she favored Su Yan, she could not break the rules of the Monster Palace. Waiving Su Yan's mission was already a backdoor. Chapter 196. Top 10 Eastern Palace Disciples. As Su Yan thought of this, his eyes immediately emitted a ray of unswerving determination. A surge of hot blood also surged in his heart. Of course, while his blood boiled, Su Yan did not lose himself. This was because from the memory in the bone tablet, Su Yan already knew that the last disciple in the top 10 of the Eastern Palace was also a celestial emperor. With Su Yan's current strength, if he encountered an Emperor Tianxiang, he would be able to sense the Emperor Tianxiang's aura and know that it was an Emperor Tianxiang. However, he wouldn't be able to tell how many stars the Emperor Tianxiang had reached. Heaven was divided into the 3 celestial forms of sun, moon, and star. Sun-ranked emperors of Tianxiang were legends, and there were only a few moon-ranked emperors of Tianxiang. Most people formed celestial forms mainly based on the celestial form. This was why when one reached Emperor of Heaven, they were called Emperors of Heaven. As for the 2 celestial forms of sun and moon, very few people could form them. Even if someone could, they would only be divided by the number of stars they had. At the peak of 9 stars, one could transform one's Dantian into a sea and enter the spirit sea realm, becoming a supremacy. Of course, it was still too early for Su Yin to enter the world of Supremacy Spirit Sea. At this moment, Su Yin only needed to obtain the qualifications to enter the Great Fei Ancient Pagoda. And to enter the Great Fei Ancient Pagoda, one had to be in the top 10 of the Eastern Palace disciples. Great Fei Ancient Pagoda. Monster Palace had a pagoda in each of the 4 main palaces. To enter the Great Fei Ancient Pagoda, one had to be in the top 10 of the Eastern Palace disciples. Not only that, the Great Fei Ancient Pagoda was a mysterious existence in the Monster Palace. If one did not contribute greatly to the Monster Palace, many Monster Palace disciples would not know of the existence of the Great Fei Ancient Pagoda in the Monster Palace. After all, the Great Fei Ancient Pagoda was 100 times faster than the outside world. It was enough to make any warrior envious. Therefore, the Great Fei Ancient Pagoda had always been considered a forbidden area in the Monster Palace. Disciples who did not have the qualifications to enter the Great Fei Ancient Pagoda were forbidden from taking half a step inside. Therefore, the only way to enter the Great Fei Ancient Pagoda was to be in the top 10 of the Eastern Palace disciples. Top 10. Su Yin narrowed his eyes as he thought. Although he could say that it was because the Princess of Chu had pulled strings for him this time, it was still not easy to get into the top 10 of the Eastern Palace disciples. The disciples of the Eastern Palace were the weakest of the 4 palaces. However, among the top 10 disciples, even the weakest was a 1-star Emperor Tianxiang. Of course, the reason why Su Yin knew all this was because of the memory of the domino that the Princess of Chu had given him. 1-star Emperor Tianxiang. Although he is only 1 star, he is not someone I can fight against right now. Although Su Yin was very confident in the Supreme Fei Ancient Pagoda, Su Yin knew that with his current strength, he had no chance of beating a 1-star Emperor Tianxiang. Furthermore, there were many Emperor Tianxiang in the Monster Palace. For a mere 1-star Emperor to be able to be in the top 10 of the Eastern Palace disciples meant that he was naturally stronger than ordinary Emperor Tianxiang. Unknowingly, if Su Yin wanted to challenge this top 10 qualification, the difficulty would naturally be much higher. Strength. Everything depends on strength. I can only keep improving my strength. There is no other choice. Su Yin muttered to himself as his eyes lit up. Originally, Su Yin was still feeling melancholy about his sacred bloodline. However, Su Yin had already thought it through. So what if he had different sacred bloodlines? Since he wanted to walk this path, he would persevere. 5 bloodlines. Thinking about the different powers of his 4 bloodlines, Su Yin also began to think about his 5th bloodline. If it were an ordinary person, there would be no need to do so. They could just start absorbing the spiritual energy of heaven and earth to cultivate. However, Su Yin was different. He needed to have an epiphany for each bloodline. He needed to have the elements needed to form a sacred bloodline. Although the power of each bloodline is different, I can form a sacred bloodline as long as I find the power that the cultivation method in my body can sense. This saves me some cultivation methods. Of course, Su Yin was just comforting himself. After all, it was as difficult as ascending to heaven for a warrior to comprehend a sacred bloodline once, let alone Su Yin wanting to comprehend it 9 times. If it were an ordinary person, they would have gone crazy long ago. Only Su Yin's strong will was enough to withstand it. Since absorbing spiritual energy is useless, it is useless for me to sit here. Only by going out to experience will I have a chance to obtain the power of a sacred bloodline. Su Yin muttered to himself. He stood up from the bed and walked straight out of the door. Although Su Yin was full of confidence, Su Yin couldn't help but frown when he walked out of the door. 1 bloodline, 1 enlightenment. It was easy to say, but how could it be so easy to do? Now that Su Yin was standing at the door, he didn't know where to go. The best way to comprehend the power of the world was to travel the rivers and the 9 continents. However, could Su Yin leave the Monster Palace now? Although Su Yin had been avoiding the Guyu sect's pursuit for some time, the humiliation that the Guyu sect brought him had always been engraved in his heart. The moment he fell off the cliff of the Hengduan Mountain, Su Yin had already sworn that when he returned to the hidden demon region one day, he would set foot on the Guyu sect. The Guyu sect was a large sect with thousands of disciples. It was obvious that Su Yan's current strength was not enough to contend against them. Since that was the case, now was not the time for Su Yan to leave the Monster Palace. After all, the Monster Palace was the way to the Hidden Demon region. Not being able to leave the Monster Palace is a troublesome matter. Su Yan frowned again as he thought about it. However, his frown quickly relaxed as a faint smile appeared on his lips. The Supreme Demon Palace is so big. I don't believe that I, Su Yan, can't condense my 9 meridians here. As he said that, Su Yan's eyes flashed. He quickly determined his goal. Monster Palace, East Palace, Martial Arts Training Hall. The Martial Arts Training Hall was a hall that every palace must have. As the name suggested, the Martial Arts Training Hall was a place for the disciples to practice martial arts. In fact, Su Yan had only been in the Monster Palace for a few days. First, he was unconscious for 3 days. Then, he entered the sea dock and stayed in the Monster Palace for less than a day. Su Yan had never set foot in the Martial Arts Training Hall. The reason why Su Yan knew about the existence of the Martial Arts Training Hall was because of the memories given to him by the Princess of Chu for the first time. It made Su Yan aware of the existence of the Martial Arts Training Hall in the Monster Palace. After all, the Martial Arts Training Hall was an ordinary place in the Monster Palace. All disciples could set foot in it. As soon as Su Yan left the palace he lived in, he went straight to the Martial Arts Training Hall. Nothing happened along the way, but Su Yan found that many disciples around him were looking at him with eyes full of hatred. This made Su Yan very confused. Originally, there were tens of thousands of disciples in the Monster Palace. There were tens of thousands of disciples in the East Palace alone. Not all disciples in the palace knew each other. Su Yan had not been in the East Palace for long, so there should be very few people who knew Su Yan. However, Su Yan found that all the disciples were looking at him with strange eyes. Of course, Su Yan did not know that on the first day he entered the Monster Palace. Chu Linger's intimate attitude made many disciples engrave Su Yan's appearance in their minds. One had to know that Chu Linger was the goddess of all the disciples in the East Palace. Su Yan, a new disciple, was so intimate with Chu Linger. Naturally, the disciples thought that Su Yan had blasphemed their goddess. As Su Yan walked down, naturally, many disciples looked at Su Yan with hatred. Fortunately, the strength of these disciples was only in the Saint bloodline realm. Some were even weaker than Su Yan, so nothing happened along the way. Su Yan, who had always been alone, ignored these hateful gazes. As the saying goes, if people don't offend me, I won't offend them. As long as these people did not come to find trouble with me. Su Yan was too lazy to pay attention to them. He did not want to waste his cultivation time. Soon, Su Yan arrived at the Martial Arts Training Hall. The Martial Arts Training Hall was the place where the disciples usually cultivated. There was no one guarding it, so all the disciples could enter and leave freely. However, although this was the case, there were different levels in the Martial Arts Training Hall, where the Spirit Realm was to cultivate, where the Life Soul Realm was to cultivate, where the Saint Bloodline Realm was to cultivate, and where the Emperor Tianxiang Realm was to cultivate. They were all divided into different levels. Su Yan only knew of the existence of the Martial Arts Training Hall, but he did not know of the divisions in the Martial Arts Training Hall. As soon as he walked into the Martial Arts Training Hall, Su Yan did not look at the plaque hanging outside the door. He walked directly into the Emperor Tianxiang Realm's Martial Arts Training Hall. Walking into the Martial Arts Training Hall, Su Yan was once again shocked by the power of the Monster Palace. This Martial Arts Training Hall was like a small world. At a glance, there was no end to it. Compared to the Sword Collection Tomb, it was probably half the size of the Sword Collection Tomb. Su Yan was surprised, but at the same time, he felt a little relieved. Su Yan had always regarded the Monster Palace as a place to pass by. However, Su Yan knew that during this period of time, he still had to stay in the Monster Palace to cultivate. The more powerful the Monster Palace was, the more beneficial it would be for him. After all, Su Yan had never had any feelings for the Monster Palace, but he also did not have any hatred for it. No matter how powerful the Monster Palace was, it would not hinder him. On the contrary, the strength of the Monster Palace would allow him to obtain more resources. This is the first time I've set foot in this martial arts training hall. I still don't know how to cultivate. While Su Yin was surprised by the strength of the monster palace, he fell into a state of confusion. Su Yin had always been a loner since he stepped into the world of martial artists. Even after entering the sword collection tomb, he was still running around for the sword well. After coming out of the sword well, Su Yin became a true disciple of the sword collection tomb. However, before Su Yin could enjoy the identity of a true disciple, he had been expelled from the sword collection tomb. After leaving the sword collection tomb, Su Yin was like a rogue cultivator. He had no fixed residence and walked all the way to the monster palace. He really had not been to any martial arts training hall to cultivate. Su Yin looked around and muttered, "Although this place is rich in spirit energy, what I need more is to comprehend the fifth holy vein. Since this place is so big, I might as well try my luck." Su Yin said and walked forward. Chapter 197. This martial arts palace was so huge that it was unimaginable. Although it was only a palace, there were many large and small rooms in it. Just now, Su Yin saw many rooms along the way. Those rooms should have provided some kind of training. However, as Su Yin walked, he merely glanced over and didn't look carefully. At this time, Su Yin didn't know whether it was the noise coming from inside the Xian Bing Coal Pond or the words Xian Bing Coal Pond that were shocking enough, but he immediately stopped when he saw it. Xian Bing Coal Pond, Su Yin muttered. Before he could think much, his footsteps couldn't help but walk inside. Disciple of the four lineages saint, what are you doing here? Leave quickly. As soon as Su Yin walked in, he was noticed by a person in the room. That person first glanced at Su Yin and then shouted at Su Yin. His eyes were full of disdain. When Su Yin heard this, he suddenly woke up from his astonishment and looked at the person who had shouted at him. This person had an ordinary square face and belonged to the kind of face that was common. If one only looked at him, they would not remember him. Su Yin had always held the principle of not offending people if they didn't offend him. Looking at the disdainful look in those eyes, he couldn't help but sneer. If this person was a Tianxiang emperor, Su Yin would give up. After all, a Tianxiang emperor was stronger than him and had the capital to be arrogant. However, this person was only a saint of the six lineages, although he was 2 levels higher than him. However, Su Yin could fight a saint of the 7 lineages to a draw. Would he be afraid of a saint of the 6 lineages? However, Su Yin, who never liked to cause trouble, was too lazy to care about it. After all, Su Yin had seen too many of these people's arrogant faces and defeated too many of them. As long as this person didn't provoke him, Su Yin was too lazy to cause trouble. Moreover, Su Yin was more concerned about the mystery of this room, called the Xian Bing Cold Pond. The young man was called Shu Sang. Seeing that Su Yin, a saint of the 4 lineages, dared to ignore him, a surge of anger immediately surged in his body. He stepped forward to stop Su Yin and shouted, "Boy, I told you to leave. Didn't you hear me? Why should I leave?" Su Yin said slowly. Looking at his eyes that were filled with the smell of gunpowder, there was not the slightest change in his expression. "Why should I leave?" When Shu Sang heard Su Yin's words, he tilted his head and looked at Su Yin with extreme arrogance. He mocked, "Kid, is this your first time in the martial arts training hall? Don't you know that the martial arts training hall is the place where Emperor Tian Xiang trains?" Emperor Tian Xiang. Su Yin was taken aback. He really didn't know about this. However, Su Yin didn't think too much about it. Instead, he glanced at Shu Sang and couldn't help but smile. He asked in return, "Since this is where the Emperor Tian Xiang cultivates, why are you here? Are you also one? How am I the same as you?" Shu Sang's face darkened when he heard Su Yan's words. "What's the difference?" Su Yin smiled coldly. "Can you defeat the Emperor Tian Xiang with the strength of a saint of the 6 lineages? What nonsense are you talking about?" Shu Sang was shocked when he heard Su Yan's words. Strength represented one's identity and status. Moreover, among the countless disciples in the Eastern Palace, although there was no clear division of identity, there was definitely a strict division of strength. If a saint of the 6 lineages dared to say that he could match the Emperor Tian Xiang, it would be a blasphemy against him. So after hearing Su Yan's words, Shu Sang couldn't help but tremble. He looked around and saw that no one was paying attention. Then, he pointed at Su Yin and shouted, "Brat, I don't care who you are. In short, you shouldn't be here. Hurry up and scram before I kick you out." Oh, if no one cared about this, Su Yin would have just glanced around. If he did not find anything, he would have left. At any rate, Su Yin did not want to cause any trouble. However, Shu Sang's words had aroused the arrogance in Su Yan's heart. "If you want me to leave, then I won't leave today." Su Yin looked around and happened to see a stone stool in the room, so he went up and sat down. Shu Sang was furious when he saw Su Yan's appearance. If it wasn't for the fact that he couldn't casually attack in the martial training hall, he would have already attacked Su Yin. Now, he looked at Su Yin and could only clench his teeth and shout, "Brat, I'll ask you one last time. Are you really not leaving?" "I can leave, but you have to come with me," Su Yin slowly said. Compared to Shu Sang's face that was filled with anger, his face still maintained its indifference. Shu Sang shouted, "Brat, what status do you have to compare to me? Can't I?" Su Yin smiled faintly. Originally, he wanted to kill Shu Sang's spirit. However, when he thought about the division of the martial arts training halls that Shu Sang had mentioned, it piqued Su Yan's interest. Su Yin did not continue to attack him. Instead, he said, "I can leave, but give me a reason." "Reason?" Shu Sang heard Su Yan's question and looked at Su Yin with even more disdain. He coldly snorted and said, "Looking at you, it seems you've just joined the Monster Palace. In that case, I'll tell you today." Shu Sang glanced at Su Yin with disdain. "Brat, listen carefully. The place you're standing is the exclusive place for Tianxiang Emperor to practice martial arts. You're only a saint of the 4 bloodlines. You don't have the right to come in, do you understand? If you want to come in here, you have to look at your own strength." When Su Yin heard Shu Sang's words, he ignored him. Instead, he furrowed his brows and thought about the different entrances he saw at the entrance. Su Yin suddenly realized something and smiled. So this martial arts training hall is also divided into different levels. Shu Sang saw Su Yan's expression and thought Su Yin understood. So he shouted again, "Brat, now that you know you shouldn't be here, why don't you scram?" "Scram." Su Yin couldn't help but laugh when he heard this. He glanced at Shu Sang and said, "Senior, I see that you haven't reached the Tianxiang Emperor level yet. If you want me to scram, won't you have to scram yourself? What do you know? How can I compare to you?" Shu Sang immediately became anxious when he heard Su Yan's words. "How can you not compare? I know you haven't reached the Tianxiang Emperor level yet." Su Yin looked at Shu Sang with a sharp glint in his eyes, making Shu Sang feel uneasy. Who is this brat? How can a saint of the 4 bloodlines make me feel this pressure? Shu Sang was stunned when he saw Su Yan's sharp eyes, but he quickly reacted and said coldly, "All right, kid, since you say so, I'll tell you the truth and convince you wholeheartedly." Su Yin smiled and didn't care about Shu Sang's words. He looked at Shu Sang with interest, wanting to see how Shu Sang would convince him. Shu Sang saw Su Yan's expression and smiled. His eyes immediately surged with confidence. He glanced at Su Yin with disdain and said, "Brat, do you know Ratley?" Ratley. Su Yin was stunned after hearing this name. It wasn't because of how powerful this person was, but because Su Yin knew that this was the 1-star Tianxiang Emperor among the top 10 disciples of the Eastern Palace. If it was before, Su Yin really wouldn't know, but with the memory of the Princess of Chu's Bone Tablet, Su Yin had a deep impression of the top 10 disciples of the Eastern Palace, whether it was their appearance or name. Shu Sang saw Su Yan's shocked expression and thought that Su Yin was afraid. He arrogantly smiled and said, "Brat, I'm Shu Sang, Rat Li's younger brother. Now, tell me, do I have the qualifications to enter?" Su Yin didn't expect to meet Shu Li's younger brother here, but when he heard Shu Sang's words, he quickly recovered. He looked at Shu Sang's arrogant expression and smiled indifferently. "You mean to say that you can come here because of your brother's relationship?" Shu Sang clearly didn't hear the mockery in Su Yan's words. Instead, he proudly smiled and said, "That's right, brat. If you have the ability, find a big brother and find a Tianxiang Emperor to protect you. You can naturally come here." Oh, Su Yin just wanted to figure out what was going on and was about to leave. After all, if only Tianxiang emperors could enter the martial arts palace to cultivate, Su Yin wouldn't break the rules. However, after hearing Shu Sang's words, Su Yin immediately understood. Although the martial arts palace was a place for Tianxiang emperors to cultivate, it wasn't that strict. As long as someone brought you in, you could enter. Since it wasn't breaking the rules of the monster palace, Su Yin had nothing to worry about. He smiled and said, "Shu Sang, if I don't leave today, what will you do?" "What?" Shu Sang was shocked when he heard Su Yan's words. He immediately came to his senses and pointed at Su Yin. "Brat, are you playing with me?" Su Yin didn't answer and only smiled meaningfully. Shu Sang was so angry that his lungs were about to explode. He pointed at Su Yin, his eyes trembling with anger. "Brat, it seems that you really don't know what's good for you." While speaking, Shu Sang was about to attack Su Yin. Just as Shu Sang was about to attack, a shout suddenly came from the side. "Shu Sang, don't fight in the martial arts palace." While speaking, a figure appeared in front of Shu Sang and Su Yin. This person's appearance was quite similar to Shu Sang's. They both had ordinary square faces, but compared to Shu Sang, this person had a bit more dignity between his eyebrows. When Su Yin saw this person, he couldn't help but frown. At the same time, he confirmed this person's identity. Eastern Palace's top 10 disciples. Rat Li, Big Brother. When Shu Sang saw Shu Li arrive, his angry expression towards Su Yin also calmed down. What replaced it was a look of schadenfreude, especially when he looked at Su Yin with disdain. It was as if he was saying, "My big brother is here. Brat, you're dead." Chapter 198. Rat Li didn't care about Su Yan's stare. He looked at Su Yin and asked, "Kid, are you Su Yin?" "Yes." "How do you know my name?" When Su Yin heard Shu Li's words, he couldn't help but be surprised. He hadn't been in the Supreme Demon Palace for a long time. It was reasonable to say that this Shu Li shouldn't have recognized him, since this was his first time meeting Shu Li. How did Rat Li know his name? "Not only do I know your name, but I also know that you have earned the right to enter the top 10. Rat Li still had that mysterious smile on his face. After he said that, Su Yan's expression didn't change much. On the other hand, Shu Sang's entire body shook. He looked at Su Yin with a strange expression. He turned his head and looked at Shu Li with a questioning expression. "Brother, what did you say?" This little brat obtained the qualifications to fight for the top 10 positions? How is this possible? If you wanted to enter the top 10, you didn't just need to be strong. You also needed to complete the missions given by Monster Palace. Only by completing the missions could you enter the top 10. In other words, only the disciples who completed the missions could enter the Great Fei Ancient Pagoda. The Great Fei Ancient Pagoda only existed for the geniuses of Monster Palace. Some normal disciples, or some higher-ups in Monster Palace, didn't think they had the right to enter the Great Fei Ancient Pagoda. That meant they didn't know about the Great Fei Ancient Pagoda. They also didn't know that the top 10 disciples of Monster Palace had such benefits. That was because those missions were all hidden missions. Only when they were completed would the disciples be notified that they had obtained the qualifications to compete for the top 10 disciples and the right to enter the Great Fei Ancient Pagoda. Therefore, the disciples in the East Palace of Monster Palace didn't know much about the top 10 disciples. Although Rat Sang wasn't as qualified as Rat Li, he knew about the Great Fei Ancient Pagoda because of his relationship with Rat Li. Rat Sang had been working hard to earn the right to enter the top 10. Unfortunately, even though Rat Sang knew the inside story and worked hard for a few years, he still couldn't earn the right to enter the top 10. Now that he heard that Su Yin, who was only a 4 Meridian Saint, had obtained the qualifications to compete for the top 10, how could Shu Sang not be surprised? After all, there were too many missions that needed to be completed in order to compete for the top 10 spots. Some missions were even difficult for Emperor Tianxiang to complete. He couldn't believe that Su Yin had earned the right to enter the top 10. Of course, he still didn't know. Su Yin had only been in the Supreme Demon Palace for a few days. If he knew, he would definitely be even more astonished. Of course, if he knew again. The reason why Su Yin was able to obtain the right to enter the top 10 so quickly was because Monster Palace's East Palace Palace Master, Princess Chu, had given Su Yin a huge backdoor. The East Palace Palace Master. Although the disciples of the East Palace were the weakest among the four palaces, everyone knew that the East Palace Palace Master, Princess Chu, was the Palace Master in charge of Monster Palace. She was the #1 person in Monster Palace. Moreover, Princess Chu had always been cold to her disciples. She had never given any pointers to anyone. In everyone's hearts, Princess Chu was like a god. Many people hoped to get some pointers from Princess Chu, but they could only feel regret in their hearts. If people knew that Su Yin was so valued by Princess Chu, the entire Monster Palace would probably be in turmoil. Su Yin naturally knew the ins and outs of the entire Great Fate Ancient Tower battle because he had obtained the dominoes memories from Princess Chu. At that time, Su Yin didn't feel much when Princess Chu exempted him from the mission. Now, he saw Rat Mulberry's surprised expression. Su Yin couldn't help but laugh inwardly. It seems that being exempted from the mission has saved me a lot of trouble. That's right. Su Yin only felt that it was less troublesome to do something that others would go crazy over. As for why Ratley knew his identity, Su Yin also knew a thing or two. When Ratley first said his name, Su Yin might have been a little puzzled. However, when Ratley said that he had won the battle for the top 10 disciples, Su Yin understood. This was clearly Monster Palace's preferential treatment for the top 10 disciples. Since Ratley knows that he has obtained the qualifications to compete for the top 10 disciples, the other top 10 disciples should know as well. This matter has become much more interesting. Su Yin couldn't help but smile as he thought about it. His eyes were still shining with a determined light. He didn't have a trace of fear towards the top 10 disciples, knowing that he had obtained the qualifications to compete for the top 10 disciples. Instead, the warlike blood flowing in his bones faintly surged and boiled. Compared to Rat Mulberry's face full of surprise, Ratley still maintained that mysterious smile. He didn't pay attention to Rat Mulberry's face just now. Instead, he looked at Su Yin with a trace of disdain in his eyes. It's surprising that a mere four-veined saint can obtain the qualifications to compete for the top 10 disciples. But so what? Your strength is still too weak to take the top 10 disciples. Facing Rat Li's naked ridicule, Su Yin still didn't have the slightest change in expression. Moreover, he didn't care about Rat Li's words and only smiled coldly. It wasn't that Su Yin was arrogant. It was because he was called Su Yin. All along, Su Yin didn't want to argue. So what if others ridiculed him? So what if they underestimated his strength? So what if he was only a four-veined saint? As long as he was given some time, he would definitely stand at the peak. Therefore, Su Yin didn't want to waste time arguing with Ratley about these things. What he wanted to do was to defeat Ratley in the martial arts arena. Only then would it be the most powerful debate. What an arrogant brat. Rat Mulberry saw Su Yin's attitude and immediately became angry, especially when he thought about how he couldn't obtain the qualifications to compete for the top 10 disciples as a six-veined saint. Su Yin was only a four-veined saint, yet he already had the qualifications to compete for the top 10 disciples. This made Rat Mulberry feel even more unbalanced. Seeing Su Yin ignore his brother's words, he became even angrier. He pointed at Su Yin and shouted, "Brat, since you can obtain the qualifications to compete as a four-veined saint, then let me see what you're capable of today." As he spoke, Rat Mulberry was about to attack Su Yin, but before he could do anything, he was pulled back by Ratley. "Brother." Rat Mulberry saw Ratley pull him back and looked at Ratley in confusion. "Brother, this brat is so arrogant. Why don't you let me teach him a lesson?" "You're not his match." Ratley looked at Rat Mulberry's agitated expression and said indifferently, "What?" Rat Mulberry trembled and pointed at Su Yin in surprise. "Brother, what did you say?" "He's only a four-veined saint. How am I not his match?" Shu Li's expression couldn't help but sink when he saw his own agitated appearance. He shouted, "I said no, it's not. Rat Mulberry still wanted to say something, but seeing Rat Li's serious expression, he could only shut up. However, killing intent surged in his eyes as he looked at Su Yin. Su Yin didn't care about Rat Mulberry's expression. Instead, he was interested in Rat Li's words. Six-veined saint, four-veined saint, 2 levels apart. Logically speaking, a four-veined saint shouldn't be able to defeat a six-veined saint. However, This Rattly can see that Rat Mulberry isn't his match. He has some skills. It seems that this Rattly is only a 1-star Rattly, yet he's ranked in the top 10. He does have some skills. Through the Domino's memories, Su Yin knew that there were more than 10 kings of Tianxiang in the Eastern Palace. Some disciples were even stronger than Rattly, but they weren't ranked in the top 10. Clearly, Rattly had some extraordinary abilities. Su Yin didn't pay much attention at the time, but now that he heard Rattly's words, he couldn't help but admire Rattly. At the same time, he felt that the battle for the top 10 was getting more and more interesting. Previously, Su Yin wanted to get into the top 10 only to obtain the qualifications to enter the Great Fate Ancient Pagoda. Now that he saw Rattly, Su Yin yearned to fight with Rattly. Of course, Su Yin still knew that with his current strength, he would definitely be humiliating himself if he fought with an emperor of Tianxiang. Moreover, he had no chance against Rattly, who was ranked in the top 10. Therefore, Su Yin didn't provoke him. Instead, he looked around and said, "Emperor of Tianxiang's cultivation ground? Not bad. Although I'm only a 4-vein saint, I'll be able to set foot in this cultivation ground one day." With that, Su Yin was about to leave. However, just as Su Yin was about to leave, Rattly suddenly called out to Su Yin, "Su Yin, although you're only a 4-vein saint, you've obtained the qualifications to compete. You have the right to cultivate here." Oh! Hearing Rattly's words, Su Yin stopped and looked back at Rattly. He smiled and said, "Senior brother Rattly, do you mean that you want me to cultivate here?" Of course. Shu Li also smiled faintly, but there was no expression on his face. It was impossible to tell what he was thinking. It wasn't just others. Even his brother, Shu Sang, couldn't guess what he was thinking. Originally, when he drove Su Yin away, he still had a proud expression. However, when he learned that Su Yin had obtained the qualifications to compete for the top 10, Shu Sang felt that his pride had been deeply hurt by Su Yin. In particular, when Rattly said that he was no match for Su Yin, he felt even more grieved. Now that he heard that his brother actually wanted Su Yin to stay here to cultivate, he was even more furious. After all, because of Rattly, Shu Sang could enter the Emperor of Tianxiang's martial arts palace to cultivate as a 6-vein saint. This had always been something that Shu Sang was proud of. Chapter 199. Unfortunately, no matter how unconvinced Shu Sang was, he still didn't dare to act rashly in front of Rattly. He could only look at Su Yin and grit his teeth. Su Yin completely ignored Shu Sang's expression. He was more concerned about why Rattly had invited him to stay in the Sky Phase Martial Arts Training Hall to cultivate. "Su Yin, are you puzzled as to why you were allowed to stay in the Sky Phase Martial Arts Training Hall to cultivate?" Rattly suddenly asked while Su Yin was puzzled. This stunned Su Yin. He looked at Rat Li's mysterious smile. He was even more puzzled about Rat Li's identity. At the same time, he was even more puzzled about why Rattly had asked him to stay in the Sky Phase Martial Arts Training Hall to cultivate. Of course, Su Yin didn't ask why. This was because in just a few words, Su Yin had already understood some of Rattly's personality. This person was extremely conceited, as if everything was under his control, and he would naturally say what he wanted to say. Sure enough, in the next second, Rattly smiled and said, "Su Yin, in fact, the Monster Palace's martial arts training halls are not very strict. As long as you can accept the environment here, no one will stop you." Oh! When Su Yin heard Rat Li's words, he immediately smiled. Although Rat Li's words were vague, with Su Yin's intelligence and wisdom, how could he not understand the meaning of Rat Li's words? Obviously, this Rat Li wanted him to accept some missions that only the Sky Phase Emperor could complete. He wanted to frame him. Of course, when he looked at Rat Li, there was no killing intent in his eyes. Obviously, he didn't have any intention of harming him. If this was the case, then this Rat Li must have wanted him to retreat in the face of difficulties. Who was Su Yin? In his previous life, he was a sword saint at the pinnacle of his generation. He was the embodiment of the pride of heaven and earth. If Rat Li didn't provoke him, it wouldn't matter. But since Rat Li said so, it aroused Su Yin's interest. Su Yin wanted to see what was so special about this Sky Phase Martial Arts Training Hall. especially when Su Yin saw the words mysterious ice-cold pond at the door. He faintly felt that there was something he wanted here. Su Yin really didn't want to leave. Ratley looked at the flickering light in Su Yan's eyes and couldn't help but laugh in his heart. You can be so rash just by obtaining the qualifications to compete for the top 10 positions. I want to see how you can endure the training in the Sky Phase Martial Arts Training Hall. Ratley secretly laughed and didn't say anything to Su Yin. Instead, he looked at Rat Sang and greeted him. Rat Sang, you still haven't finished cultivating in the mysterious ice-cold pond today. Why aren't you going? Yes. When Rat Sang heard Rat Li's words, he couldn't help but be surprised. This was because he had already entered the mysterious ice-cold pond to cultivate today. He wanted to ask his brother why he suddenly said this. Seeing Rat Li's flickering eyes, he quickly reacted. He looked at Su Yin with a deep expression and said, Yes, I still haven't finished cultivating in the mysterious ice-cold pond today. Brother, let's go cultivate now. As he spoke, Rat Li and Rat Sang stepped into the room of the mysterious ice-cold pond. As Su Yin watched the two leave, he faintly smiled and said, Just as I expected, this Shu Li is trying to make me back off. If that's the case, I really want to see what's so special about your mysterious ice-cold pond today. Su Yin murmured. His eyes suddenly flashed with a bright light. He immediately followed Rat Li and Rat Sang and walked towards the mysterious ice-cold pond. Su Yin, Rat Li, and Rat Sang were not the only ones inside the mysterious ice-cold pond. However, the three of them were outside earlier, so they didn't attract much attention. Now that the three of them had arrived, the disciples around the mysterious ice-cold pond saw Rat Li and all greeted him. Among the disciples here, if they weren't Heaven Phase Kings, then they were Quasi-Heaven Phase Kings. Saints, 9 meridians. When they reached the peak of 9 meridians, they would be Quasi-Heaven Phase Kings. Apart from Shu Sang, it was clear that Su Yin was the lowest. After everyone greeted Rat Li, they immediately noticed Su Yin. Looking at Su Yin, who was only at the peak of 4 meridians, they couldn't help but frown. At the same time, a 1-star Heaven Phase King immediately stopped Su Yin and shouted, A 4-meridian saint has entered the Heaven Phase King's martial training hall. What are you doing here? Quickly leave. However, before this person finished speaking, Rat Li waved his hand and interrupted him. Prime Minister Een, I brought this person here. There's no need to be calculative. When the person heard Rat Li's words, he was stunned at first. Then, his expression quickly changed. He looked at Rat Li with a flattering expression and said, Since you brought him here, of course he can cultivate here. After that person finished speaking, he stepped forward and patted Su Yin on the shoulder. Kid, you have to cultivate well. Don't let down Rat Li's good intentions. Su Yin smiled, but didn't say anything. However, he was looking forward to Rat Li's strength even more. This was a young man Rat Li called Prime Minister Een. Although Su Yin couldn't see how many stars he had, Su Yin could tell that this person was a Heaven Phase King. Since he was a Heaven Phase King and Rat Li was only a 1-star Emperor, this person's strength definitely wouldn't be weaker than Rat Li. However, he was so polite to Rat Li. Naturally, one could see that Rat Li, a 1-star Heaven Phase King, wasn't that simple. And from Rat Li's words, it was clear that this person didn't know about the competition for the top 10 disciples. Su Yin was too lazy to pay attention to this. As for Rat Li saying that he was brought here, Su Yin didn't say much. After all, Rat Li's words could save Su Yin a lot of trouble. Su Yin was naturally happy to save trouble. Rat Li saw that Su Yin didn't respond, so he didn't say anything. Instead, he looked at the profound, ice-cold pond and saw a few people cultivating in the pond. He called out to Rat Sang. Rat Sang, since you're already here, why don't you quickly enter the pond to cultivate? Yes, big brother. Rat Sang respectfully replied and walked straight into the profound, ice-cold pond. When he passed by Su Yin, he gave Su Yin a meaningful smile. Su Yin saw Rat Sang's appearance and couldn't help but laugh in his heart. What's so mysterious about this pond? Is there a need to be like this? When he just entered here, Su Yin had already carefully observed the profound ice-cold pond. Although this mysterious ice-cold pool faintly emitted a chilling aura, Su Yin did not feel anything special about it. In Xiang, this is the first time that junior brother Su has come to the profound ice-cold pond. He doesn't know the mysteries of the profound ice-cold pond. Explain it to him. The moment he saw Su Yan's disdainful eyes, Ratley slightly smiled and said to In Xiang, who was standing next to him, "Okay." In Xiang straightforwardly responded and went up to explain the mysteries of the profound ice-cold pond to Su Yan in detail. Junior brother Su, don't think that the profound ice-cold pond looks ordinary. It actually has a deep meaning. This In Xiang obviously didn't know the true relationship between Su Yin and Ratley. He only thought that Su Yin was the same as Rat Sang and was brought in by Ratley. He was naturally very respectful to Su Yin. When he talked about the profound ice-cold pond, he was incomparably meticulous, afraid that he would miss out on a single detail. Su Yin didn't point it out and instead listened attentively to In Xiang's explanation. Although Su Yin didn't find anything mysterious about the profound ice-cold pond, Su Yin was clear that since Ratley was able to lead him here today, this profound ice-cold pond was definitely not as simple as it looked on the surface. After listening to In Xiang, Su Yin also had a new understanding of the profound ice-cold pond. Junior brother Su, although the profound ice-cold pond doesn't look strange on the surface, the water in the pond is like 1,000-year-old frost. It's bone-chilling cold. Even Emperor Tianxiang wouldn't be able to stay in it for a long time. Not only that, this profound ice-cold pond is actually divided into several layers. When you go deeper into a layer, the stone wall will light up a lamp. In Xiang said and pointed at a stone wall behind the profound ice-cold pond. Faintly, there were several red lights that lit up, ranging from 1 to 3. There were a total of 9 lamps on the stone wall. It was obvious that the profound ice-cold pond was divided into 9 layers. Above the 3rd lamp, there were no more lamps lit up. It was obvious that the people who entered the profound ice-cold pond to cultivate were at most at the 3rd layer. Junior brother Su, did you see that? There's a light here. It means that someone has reached which level of the profound ice-cold pond. Although In Xiang revealed a fierce expression when Su Yin came in earlier, he still had a fierce expression on his face. Now, he thought that Su Yin was brought here by Ratley. When he talked to Su Yin, his face was full of flattery. His face was full of smiles, and he looked very amiable. Su Yin looked at his enthusiastic appearance. On his originally cold and arrogant face, he couldn't help but smile. He nodded and said, "Yes, I saw it." Hearing that Su Yin understood, In Xiang smiled and continued, "Junior brother Su, after hearing this, you must be wondering what benefits there are to cultivate in the profound ice-cold pond." Although In Xiang's words were meant to ask Su Yin, but without waiting for Su Yin to speak, In Xiang smiled and continued, "Junior brother Su, I can tell you that there are many benefits to cultivating in the profound ice-cold pond. This profound ice-cold pond can not only refine one's body. At the same time, the spirit qi in the profound ice-cold pond is much more abundant than the outside world. Cultivating in the profound ice-cold pond can not only refine one's physical strength, but also absorb the spirit qi in the profound ice-cold pond, thus speeding up one's cultivation." While speaking, In Xiang's expression became more and more exaggerated. It was obvious that he was excited about the mysteries of the profound ice-cold pond. I didn't expect that although the profound ice-cold pond looks ordinary, it actually has so many mysteries. After listening to In Xiang, Su Yin couldn't help but nod his head. But looking at those lit-up red lights, Su Yin couldn't help but ask in confusion, "Senior brother In Xiang, this profound ice-cold pond can be divided into 9 layers. Does it mean that the deeper you go, the denser the spirit qi is?" Chapter 200. After listening to In Xiang's introduction of the mysterious ice-cold pond, Su Yin also had a certain understanding of the mysterious ice-cold pond. When Su Yin saw the mysterious ice-cold pond for the first time, he thought it was ordinary and did not take it seriously. Now that he thought about it, the mysterious ice-cold pond was not as simple as it looked, especially when In Xiang mentioned the mysterious ice-cold pond. Even the Emperor Tianxiang could not stay in it for a long time. This made Su Yin more careful. Today, Ratley led me here to make a fool of me. If I don't dare to enter the frozen pond of profound ice and leave now, I will definitely be looked down upon. Although I don't care about how others look at me, but because the frozen pond of profound ice is so mysterious, I have to try. As Su Yin thought about it, a bright light suddenly condensed in his eyes as he looked at the cold pond of mysterious ice. At the same time, a light smile appeared at the corner of his mouth. Cold pond of mysterious ice. I will challenge you today. Let's see how mysterious you are. Even Emperor Tian Xiang couldn't withstand it. Su Yin whispered and was about to step into the mysterious ice-cold pond. Suddenly, the crowd around the mysterious ice-cold pond burst into a clamor. Look, look, the fourth lamp is lit up. As this voice rang out, a voice rang out. Everyone present, including Su Yin, looked at the stone wall behind the mysterious ice-cold pond. They saw that the fourth lamp on the stone wall was lit up with red light. If Yin Xiang did not explain it to him, Su Yin really did not know what this red light meant. Now, Su Yin naturally knew that when the fourth red light was lit up, it meant that someone went deep into the fourth layer of the mysterious ice-cold pond. Fourth layer. Who reached the fourth layer? Yes, our East Palace has not had anyone go deep into the fourth layer for many years. Who is it? The moment the red light was lit up, all the disciples were boiling. The mysterious ice-cold pond. Although everyone did not know why there were so many mysteries here. However, everyone knew that the deeper one went into the ice-cold pond, the colder it would be. Even Emperor Tian Xiang had never been able to go deep into the fourth layer. Because with the strength of Emperor Tian Xiang, his spiritual energy could not withstand the coldness of the ice-cold pool. In the past, there were some arrogant people who didn't believe in the power of the profound ice-cold pond. They stubbornly stayed in the pond and finally died in the profound ice-cold pond. Therefore, from a certain perspective, although the profound ice-cold pond looked calm on the surface, it was actually a dangerous place. The fourth level? Su Yin looked at the fourth lamp and frowned slightly. Compared to the excitement of the others, his face still had a stern expression. He swept his gaze over the expressions of everyone and quietly said in his heart, "Just how cold is the water of this mysterious ice-cold pool?" It actually caused these disciples, who were the prides of the Supreme Demon Palace, to be so surprised. Huh! Just as Su Yin was thinking about the mysterious ice-cold pond, Yin Xiang, who was standing next to him, suddenly laughed and walked to Ratley. He said with a flattering face, Senior Brother Rat. The fourth lantern lit up. Obviously, it is Rat Sang. Junior Brother Rat went deep into the fourth layer. It is really worthy of celebration. Ratley heard Yin Xiang's words, although he felt quite proud in his heart. After all, many Monster Palace disciples were unable to go deep into the fourth layer. However, his brother was only a saint of 6 meridians and could go deep into the fourth layer. As Rat Sang's brother, how could Ratley not be happy? However, in the face of Yin Xiang's flattery, Ratley's expression did not change at all. He just smiled slightly. The moment his eyes swept past Su Yin, they emitted a rather profound light. Su Yin saw Ratley's gaze and was stunned for a moment. Then he suddenly realized, the reason why Ratley led me here today is not only to see me make a fool of myself, but more to avenge his brother. The two brothers have a deep relationship. While Su Yin sighed in his heart, the gaze that he used to look at the mysterious ice-cold pond was filled with determination. At the same time, he muttered to himself in his heart, this mysterious ice-cold pond is said to be so mysterious by everyone. Clearly, it is not so simple. Although I have the Dragon Blood Ice Fire Shield to protect me. After all, I have not stepped into the mysterious ice-cold pond yet. I don't know what is so mysterious about this pond. Naturally, I don't know which layer I can go to. As Su Yin muttered to himself, he had a new understanding of Rat Sang. Just now, Yin Xiang had said that many Heaven Phase Emperors could not withstand the first layer of the mysterious ice-cold pond. However, Rat Sang was only a saint of 6 meridians. How could he enter the fourth layer of the mysterious ice-cold pond? Su Yin was puzzled. He saw that everyone had been staring at the fifth lamp on the stone wall behind the pond. A surge of expectation surged in his heart as he looked at the fifth lamp. The fifth layer, the fifth layer. Some people even looked at the stone wall and shouted excitedly, hoping that someone would break through the fifth layer of the mysterious ice-cold pond. Unfortunately, everyone watched for a while, but they did not see the fifth lamp light up. With a splash, a figure came out of the mysterious ice-cold pond. This person was none other than Rat Sang. Huff, huff, huff. As soon as Rat Sang came out of the water, he gasped for breath. His face was pale. Clearly, he had been in the water for too long and was exhausted. When Ratley saw this, his eyes suddenly flashed. He leaped over and waved his hand. The moment the spirit chi in his body surged, he lifted Rat Sang out of the water. At the same time, Rat Li's spirit chi surged out of his palm and directly entered Rat Sang's body. Only then did Rat Sang's complexion slightly improve. Just as it slightly improved, Rat Sang revealed an excited expression. Big brother, I reached the fourth layer, the fourth layer. Yes. Although Ratley was gratified, he did not show much excitement due to his usual strictness towards Rat Sang. He only patted Rat Sang's shoulder and said, Rat Sang, this mysterious ice-cold pond is divided into 9 layers. You have only reached the fourth layer. It is still too early. Yes. Although he did not receive much encouragement from his brother, it was still difficult to hide the excitement on his face. The onlookers all went up to congratulate Rat Sang. This was not only because of Rat Li's identity, but also because of Rat Sang's ability. This made Rat Sang even more happy. After all, Rat Sang was also a man. He did not want to only live in his brother's shadow. Through his own efforts, he obtained everyone's recognition. This was the will that Rat Sang had always hidden in his heart. Reaching the fourth layer today had undoubtedly allowed Rat Sang to obtain countless honors and reverence. Of course, even so, Rat Sang did not forget Rat Li's words. You are not his match. Thinking about this, Rat Sang couldn't help but feel a surge of hostility. He was a 6-branch saint, yet his brother actually said that he was not a match for a 4-branch saint. This was definitely the greatest humiliation in history for Rat Sang. After entering the mystic ice-cold pond, it was because Shu Sang remembered this humiliation that he was able to break through and enter the fourth layer despite only being able to stay at the third layer every day. While receiving everyone's congratulations, Rat Sang sneered. Now I want to see just how capable you are and how long you can last in the profound ice-cold pond. As Shu Sang spoke, he pushed aside the crowd and searched for Su Yan's figure. However, there was no sign of Su Yan. Rat Sang could not help but be taken aback. Then he suddenly laughed. Ha ha! That kid must be afraid of the profound ice-cold pond and ran away. Just now he said that he wanted to cultivate in the martial arts hall. So he's just a coward. Others did not understand what Rat Sang was saying. However, Ratley was clear. Hearing Rat Sang's words, he could not help but look at where Su Yan was standing. Indeed, he did not see Su Yan's figure. A look of disdain immediately appeared in his eyes as he laughed in his heart. I thought he was capable, but it seems that he is only a flower. Ratley saw that Su Yan was not here and lost interest, so he prepared to leave. Just as he turned around, a person among the crowd surrounding the icy cold pond suddenly shouted, Look, the third light is on. Hearing this person's words, everyone once again cast their gazes towards the stone wall. When they saw the third lamp emitting a dazzling red light, they all frowned. Who entered the third layer? Yeah, could it be Senior Brother Fong? No, Senior Brother Fong is not here today. Then who is it? There are only a few people who can reach the third layer of the profound ice-cold pond, but they are not here today. Yeah, we usually cultivate in the profound ice-cold pond. Now we are all standing here. Who on earth reached the profound ice-cold pond? Everyone looked at the calm water surface of the profound ice-cold pond, and their faces were filled with doubt. After all, those who could be here were all people who usually cultivated in the profound ice-cold pond, so they were all familiar with each other. Those who had the strength to enter the third and fourth layer of the profound ice-cold pond had long stopped cultivating here. Now that they suddenly saw the third lamp lit up and saw that the people who usually cultivated here were all here, they could not help but be confused. Not only them, Ratley also frowned the moment he saw the third lamp. Everyone who usually cultivated in the profound ice-cold pond is here. Who on earth has the strength to reach the third layer of the profound ice-cold pond? And I don't know them. However, Ratley quickly recovered and smiled. There are many disciples in the Eastern Palace. It is not surprising that there are some that I don't know. After speaking, Ratley no longer cared about the red light of the profound ice-cold pond and turned around to leave. After all, for him, the profound ice-cold pond was useless for his cultivation. The reason why he could come here was just to see his brother cultivate. Chapter 201. Shu Sang, let's go. Ratley said to Shu Sang and was about to leave. Shu Sang heard his big brother calling him and didn't think much. He followed Ratley and was about to leave. Right at this moment, there was a sudden outburst of astonishment from the crowd, as well as some excited voices. Four lights lit up, it lit up. What? Everyone who didn't notice the stone wall was stunned and looked back at the stone wall. Everyone was stunned when they saw the bewitching red light emitted by the fourth light. Ratley and Shu Sang were about to leave, but when they heard this person shout, they also looked back at the stone wall. When they saw the red light, they were both stunned. If the third light lit up, everyone wouldn't be so surprised. After all, there were too many disciples in the Eastern Palace who could reach the third level, so there was no need to make a fuss. But if it was the fourth level, that was enough to shock everyone. Even though there were tens of thousands of disciples in the Eastern Palace, only a few dozen people could reach the fourth level of the profound ice-cold pond. Moreover, these people were no longer cultivating in the profound ice-cold pond. For so many years, only Shu Sang had reached the fourth level of the profound ice-cold pond. Now that the fourth lamp of the mysterious ice-cold pond lit up again, it was enough to make people completely shocked. Moreover, no one knew who was in the profound ice-cold pond. Everyone's face was filled with shock. Shu Sang, who had just reached the fourth level and was very proud of himself, could not help but feel a surge of anger when he saw the red light of the fourth level. On the other hand, Shu Li's state of mind was relatively calm. When he saw the fourth light light up, he only frowned, but his expression didn't change much. However, he was puzzled in his heart. There are only a few dozen disciples in the Eastern Palace who can enter the fourth layer of the mysterious ice-cold pool. I know every one of them, but I haven't seen these people today. Who is at the bottom of the mysterious ice-cold pool? As Ratley pondered, a figure suddenly appeared in his mind. His entire body trembled. Could it be him? No, impossible. This Su Yin is only a Formeridian saint. How could he reach the fourth level? While Shu Li was shocked, he hurriedly shook his head and cleared the thoughts in his mind. He did not believe that Su Yin could enter the fourth layer of the mysterious ice-cold pond. Ratley was one of the top 10 disciples of the Monster Palace. Naturally, he had also entered the ice-cold pond to train. He knew the mysteries of the ice-cold pond. Even with his current strength, although he could enter the fourth layer, it was not an easy task. And Su Yin was only a 4-bloodline saint. How could he believe that? Ratley didn't believe it, and neither did Rat Sang. Needless to say, the others didn't believe it either. They just looked at the fourth light that lit up on the stone wall. They kept guessing in their hearts who this person was. Which disciple of the Emperor of Heaven in the Eastern Palace had entered the fourth layer? They didn't expect that the person inside the ice-cold pond was Su Yin. When Rat Sang came out, everyone congratulated him. Only Su Yin did not. When he saw Rat Sang's proud face because he had broken into the fourth layer, that face. When Nu Say, Su Yin, who had always been looking forward to the ice-cold pond, suddenly had a surge of pride in his body. When no one was paying attention, Su Yin stepped into the ice-cold pond. The moment he entered the mysterious ice-cold pond, Su Yin immediately felt a wave of coldness assaulting him. That wave of coldness went deep into his bones, as if it was going to freeze everything. When he felt this powerful cold moment, Su Yin also truly felt the profoundness of the ice-cold pond. This ice-cold pond looks calm on the surface, but it is so cold when one enters the water. It is indeed extraordinary. As Su Yin muttered, his eyes suddenly turned. Outside of Su Yin's body, a layer of faint red light immediately surged. Dragon Blood Ice Fire Shield. The moment the Dragon Blood Ice Fire Shield surged, the cold immediately decreased. Su Yin couldn't help but smile. It seems that the ice-cold pond is only so. While Su Yin was speaking, he quickly drilled into the water. From Yin Xiang's introduction, Su Yin already knew that the ice-cold pond was divided into 9 layers. However, Yin Xiang didn't specifically say how the 9 layers were divided. Su Yin also didn't know how the layers of the ice-cold pond were defined. Under the protection of the Dragon Blood Ice Fire shield, he drilled all the way down, regardless of which layer he reached. Finally, when Su Yin was courageously diving down, the stone wall outside the ice-cold pond lit up with the 4th layer of red light. Everyone who was standing on top of the ice-cold pond was confused. These people thought of all the disciples of the Eastern Palace who could enter the 4th layer of the ice-cold pond, but they couldn't think of a reason. Not only that, the more they thought, the more confused they became. In the end, no one thought that Su Yin was inside the ice-cold pond. With the help of the Dragon Blood Ice Fire shield, Su Yin quickly reached the 4th layer of the ice-cold pond without any obstruction. The moment he stepped into the 4th layer of the ice-cold pond, Su Yin suddenly felt a burst of coldness all over his body, and he suddenly trembled. I have the Dragon Blood Ice Fire Mantle to protect my body. This Dragon Blood Ice Fire Mantle can absorb any kind of heat or cold in the world. But now I can feel the chilliness pressing down on me. This profound, ice-cold pond is indeed extraordinary. The moment the coldness pressed down, Su Yin also quickly stopped moving forward. Instead, he carefully began to examine the surroundings, feeling the constantly invading coldness. Su Yin's eyes suddenly lit up. This ice-cold pond, the pond water is bone-chilling. Isn't it also an element? Since it is an element, it can be used to condense my 5th Saint vein. Su Yin was worried about where to find his 5th Saint vein, but he didn't expect to find it in the ice-cold pond so quickly. With a burst of excitement in his heart, the sun-colored glaze sword manual in his body quickly operated. He wanted to absorb the surrounding coldness. Unfortunately, no matter how Su Yin operated the cultivation method, the surrounding coldness didn't move at all. At the same time, Su Yin also couldn't feel the existence of this coldness. But when the cultivation method was absorbing, he felt a burst of coldness invade him. Su Yin couldn't help but frown. This coldness can't be turned into spiritual qi to condense a saint vein? Originally, Su Yin wanted to use the coldness in the ice-cold pond to condense his 5th Saint vein, but when he operated the cultivation method, he didn't feel the existence of the coldness, which made Su Yin quite disappointed. Su Yin's eyes that were emitting a bright light also dimmed. He sighed softly and was about to stop the circulation of the cultivation method. Suddenly, Su Yin discovered that the Dragon Blood Ice Fire cover that was protecting his body was slowly circulating. Su Yin was suddenly stunned. Su Yin had never had a deep understanding of the Dragon Blood Ice Fire shield. After all, it was a coincidence that he obtained the Dragon Blood Ice Fire shield. Moreover, Su Yin had read countless books, but he had never seen any records about the Dragon Blood Ice Fire shield. As for the Dragon Blood Ice Fire shield, Su Yin only thought that it could absorb the heat and cold between heaven and earth, and had no other use. This time, when he saw the Dragon Blood Ice Fire shield faintly trembling, it immediately attracted Su Yin's attention. I have never known the use of the Dragon Blood Ice Fire shield. Why is it suddenly fluctuating now? Su Yin frowned and pondered for a while, as if he had thought of something. The cultivation method that was about to stop quickly operated again, and the spiritual qi of the 4 veins gathered and attacked the Dragon Blood Ice Fire shield. Bang! Just as the spirit qi fluctuated, a clear and crisp sound suddenly exploded. The Dragon Blood Ice Fire shield that was originally protecting Su Yin suddenly exploded. In an instant, the coldness of the mysterious ice-cold pool attacked Su Yin's body like a sharp blade. What the hell is going on? Su Yin was shocked and hurriedly used his spiritual qi to resist. Unfortunately, his meager spiritual qi could not resist the coldness of the mysterious ice-cold pool. No matter how Su Yin used his spiritual qi to protect his body, the coldness was still like countless sharp blades that drilled into Su Yin's body. Su Yin's body could not help but tremble because of this. All the blood in his body seemed to be frozen at this moment. This won't do. If this continues, I will definitely die here. Su Yin's mind was spinning quickly, and the blood dragon pupil was also constantly flashing, wanting to summon the dragon blood eyes fire shield again. Unfortunately, no matter how hard Su Yin tried, nothing happened. Normally, as long as Su Yin willed it, the dragon blood eyes fire shield would appear. However, it was like a stone sinking into the sea. It was silent, and there was no movement at all. Su Yin's body also felt colder and colder. His hands and feet were almost frozen together at that moment. What the hell is going on? Why did the dragon blood eyes fire shield suddenly disappear? Although the coldness was constantly eroding Su Yin's eyes were still as bright as a torch. This was because Su Yin knew that if there was the slightest mistake, there would be a bit of panic. Then today, he would lose his life in the mysterious ice-cold pool. Although Su Yan's hands and feet had become stiff under the erosion of the coldness, Su Yan's mind was spinning rapidly, thinking about what had just happened. The Dragon Blood Eyes Fire Shield was created because the water from the blood pool in the sword well entered my body. I have never studied it. I only know that the Dragon Blood Eyes Fire Shield can absorb the coldness and heat of the world, but I don't know what other uses it has. Just now, when I used my cultivation method, under the effect of the mysterious ice-cold pool, the Dragon Blood Eyes Fire Shield obviously changed. Cultivation method, spirit, energy. Su Yin frowned and constantly analyzed the ins and outs of the matter. After pondering for a long time, his eyes suddenly lit up. Could it be that the spirit energy of my cultivation method destroyed the Dragon Blood Eyes Fire Shield, causing it to disappear? Originally, Su Yin wanted to use the spirit energy to resist the surrounding coldness. Thinking of this, Su Yan's eyes suddenly became absent-minded. Chapter 202. This time, Su Yin still had spirit energy to protect his body, but his whole body was still frozen. He was very clear that if he retracted his spirit energy, the water of the mysterious ice-cold pond would freeze him in an instant. On the other hand, Su Yin was clearly aware that if the Dragon Blood Ice Fire barrier couldn't be reformed, then he definitely wouldn't be able to hold on for long just by relying on the spiritual energy of a saint of the four bloodlines. In the end, he would still be unable to escape death. First, he would instantly fall into death. Second, he would slowly walk into death. Both were dead ends. However, at that moment of death, there was a suspense. That was, Su Yin's Dragon Blood Eyes Fire Shield disappeared when Su Yin was circulating his spirit energy. If he stopped the circulation of spirit energy, the Dragon Blood Eyes Fire Shield could be restored. Although this was only a choice between the two. But after all, it was related to life and death. Even if Su Yin was extraordinarily intelligent, he could not accept death. This could be said to be a difficult choice. Even if Su Yin was usually swift and decisive, it was still difficult for him to make a decision. And when Su Yin was in a dilemma, above the mysterious ice-cold pond, the onlookers were also in a state of confusion. Ratley and the others racked their brains, but they could not imagine that the person who entered the fourth layer of the mysterious ice-cold pond was Su Yin. They would rather believe that it was the powerful disciples of the Eastern Palace who suddenly came to the mysterious ice-cold pond to train than Su Yin, a mere four-veined saint warrior. And it was precisely because they could not guess who it was. Looking at the fourth layer of red light that had been lit up, the crowd had some expectations, looking forward to the fifth layer of red light to light up. At the same time, they hoped that this person would come out of the pond. That way, the mystery in their hearts would be solved. Unfortunately, they waited for a long time. Not only did they not see the fifth layer light up, but they also did not see anyone come out of the pond. This made their already confused minds even more confused. Who is this person to be able to stay in the fourth layer of the mysterious ice-cold pond for so long and not come out? Ratley had already planned to leave, but now seeing the fourth layer of the mysterious ice-cold pond light up, how could he be willing to leave without knowing who it was? Thinking that this person had already entered the profound ice-cold pond and stayed in the fourth layer for such a long time, he became even more confused. He was one of the top 10 disciples of the Eastern Palace, even though he was ranked last. However, he was still one of the best in the Eastern Palace, and the things he knew were far beyond what the ordinary disciples could compare to. At the same time, he was very clear about how cold the water in the fourth layer of the frozen ice pond was. Even he, who had always been conceited, did not have the confidence to stay in the fourth layer of the icy pond for such a long time. After all, he was only a sky phase emperor. Although the spiritual energy in his body was boundless, under the constant cold stimulation of the icy pond, it would eventually run out. Now that the fifth light had not lit up and no one had come out, how could he not be confused? And Su Yin, who was on the fourth level, naturally did not know about these things. However, as time went by, the water of the mysterious ice-cold pool kept invading Su Yan's body, causing Su Yan's entire body to freeze. His entire body also fell into a state of numbness. If this goes on, I will definitely die here today. Su Yin felt the coldness around him. He gritted his teeth and shouted, I will bet on you today. If this is my fate, then so be it. As he spoke, a resplendent light instantly condensed within Su Yan's eyes that were floating indeterminately. There was no longer any trace of hesitation. His body slightly moved, and the cultivation technique in his body suddenly stopped. All the spiritual energy that was protecting Su Yan's body was taken back. The icy pond. When Su Yan's body lost the protection of spiritual energy, the cold water of the icy pond instantly pierced through Su Yan's body like countless swords. That boundless pain instantly invaded his body. Ah! Su Yan screamed, as if all his hands and feet were torn apart in an instant. Did I make the wrong bet? Su Yan felt this pain. He was unwilling and desperate at the same time. He bitterly smiled and said, I can't believe that I, Su Yan, the peak sword saint of a generation, will finally die in this pool. Su Yan thought, and didn't use his cultivation technique to resist again, because Su Yan was very clear that there wasn't much spiritual energy left in his body. Even if he used his cultivation technique to resist, it would still be difficult to escape the fate of death. Naturally, there was no need to waste energy. It was better to take advantage of this last moment to reminisce about life. Bang! Just when Su Yan completely gave up, a warm current suddenly surged from the bottom of Su Yan's feet. Su Yan could not help but be taken aback. He forcefully supported his stiff head and lowered his head to take a look. Su Yan's eyes immediately emitted a resplendent light. This is the Dragon Blood Ice Fire Mantle. Su Yan whispered in his heart. An unconcealable look of excitement appeared on his face. Just now, Su Yan had already given up and accepted the baptism of death. But in this despair, he suddenly saw the Dragon Blood Ice Fire Shield appear. He saw the dawn of hope. How could he not be excited? Haha, it seems that I made the right bet. Su Yan looked at the Dragon Blood Ice Fire Shield and laughed in his heart. He didn't make any movements. He was afraid that if he suddenly made any unnecessary movements, the Dragon Blood Ice Fire Shield would disappear again. If the Dragon Blood Ice Fire Shield really disappeared, Su Yan would really die here. As the Dragon Blood Ice Fire Shield slowly emerged and protected Su Yan's body, bursts of warmth slowly flowed into Su Yan's body. Su Yan couldn't help but let out a low roar. He moved his muscles and bones and said with a smile, It's good to be alive. After a series of movements, his stiff body completely recovered. Originally, under the protection of the Dragon Blood Ice Fire Shield, Su Yan could still vaguely feel a little cold. But now that the Dragon Blood Ice Fire Shield appeared, in this fourth layer, Su Yan no longer felt a trace of cold. Instead, traces of heat were emitted from his body, making him feel a warmth that he had never felt before. So what if it's a mysterious ice-cold pool? With his Dragon Blood Ice Fire Shield, how can you hurt me? Su Yan was excited. He couldn't help but feel a chill. After all, breaking out of the gates of hell was really too exciting. After Su Yan was excited for a while, Su Yan also re-examined the Dragon Blood Ice Fire Shield on his body. The moment he entered the fourth layer, Su Yan clearly saw that the Dragon Blood Ice Fire Shield had some movement under the cold stimulation of the mysterious ice-cold pool. And it was precisely because of this movement. Su Yan thought that the Dragon Blood Ice Fire Shield could absorb the cold of the mysterious ice-cold pool. Su Yan also wanted to use his cultivation method to absorb the cold air around him. It was also because of this that Su Yan almost stepped into the path of death. Show! At this moment, the Dragon Blood Eyes fire shield moved again. This time, Suyin didn't dare to use his spirit chi anymore. Instead, he carefully observed the changes of the Dragon Blood Eyes fire shield. Ever since Su Yin obtained the Dragon Blood Eyes fire shield. All this while, Su Yin had never truly understood the mysteries behind it. Now that he saw the Dragon Blood Eyes fire shield move by itself, Su Yin was even more puzzled. Why did the Dragon Blood Eyes fire shield move by itself? And why did it disappear when I used my spirit chi? Su Yin was puzzled. He watched the Dragon Blood Eyes fire shield for a long time. Other than a slight tremble, there was no other movement. Su Yin couldn't help but frown. What is going on? Su Yin thought for a long time, but still couldn't understand the mystery of the Dragon Blood Eyes fire shield. In the end, he could only choose to give up. He looked down and frowned again. The mysterious ice-cold pool gets colder as I go down. Although I have the Dragon Blood Eyes fire shield to protect my body, who can guarantee that the Dragon Blood Eyes fire shield can really withstand the cold? Should I continue going down? Su Yin fell into a moment of hesitation as he thought. Under the warmth of his body, Su Yin's hesitation disappeared in a moment. In exchange, he became determined. I've already died once just now. This time, the Dragon Blood Eyes fire barrier is obviously much stronger than before. Why wouldn't I dare to go down? Su Yin muttered to himself. In an instant, he swam underground. This wasn't Su Yin trying to be brave. Su Yin felt that the change of the Dragon Blood Eyes fire shield was related to the coldness of the mysterious ice-cold pool. It was very likely that the colder the water in the mysterious ice-cold pool, the more it could stimulate the Dragon Blood Eyes fire shield. For this, Su Yin had to take a gamble. The onlookers in the mysterious ice-cold pool still didn't leave. They stared at the red light on the stone wall and gathered in twos and threes to talk about something. Who is this person? He has been down for so long. Why hasn't he come up yet? Yes, and the light of the 5th layer hasn't lit up. Obviously, this person is still at the 4th layer. Do you think this person is practicing something at the 4th layer? Maybe. Ratley stood to the side and listened to these people's words. He couldn't help but sneer. Ignorant people. Several hours have passed. Even the strongest disciple of the Eastern Palace can't stay in a mysterious ice-cold pool for so long. Now that such a long time has passed, it's obvious that this person has died here. As Shuli thought about it, the corners of his mouth curled into an evil smile. The doubt in his heart also disappeared. After all, no one would care about a dead person. Rat sang, let's go. Since Ratley thought that this person had died in the mysterious ice-cold pool, he lost interest in watching and turned back to Rat Sang. Rat Sang didn't think as much as Ratley. He was really unwilling. He, Rat Sang, had just entered the 4th layer of the mysterious ice-cold pool with the strength of a 6-veined saint. He was being worshipped and envied by everyone. But it wasn't long before this was broken by someone. How could he be willing? He wanted to wait and see who was in the mysterious ice-cold pool. If they were stronger than him, then he would let it go. If they weren't, impossible. Rat Sang didn't believe that the person in the pool was weaker than him. He didn't believe it. After all, he didn't see anyone come out and didn't see who it was. Chapter 203. Ratley looked at Rat Sang's appearance and couldn't help but sneer. Rat Sang, are you stupid? This person has stayed in the 4th layer for so long and hasn't come out of the 5th layer. He must have died in the profound ice-cold pond. What else is there to see? When Rat Sang heard Ratley's words, he was stunned. Then he thought of something and rubbed his head. He laughed and said, that's right. It has been so long. How could I not think of it? Ha. Rat Sang thought that this person was already dead. The knot in his heart was immediately untied. He laughed a few times and followed Ratley. Big brother, let's go, let's go. Although Ratley was usually strict with Rat Sang, he didn't smile in front of Rat Sang. However, this didn't mean that Ratley didn't love his little brother. On the contrary, Ratley doted on his little brother a lot. Of course, as Rat Sang's big brother, Ratley naturally knew what his little brother was thinking in his heart. Seeing that his mood was suddenly enlightened, Ratley was naturally happy. He glanced at the 4th light on the stone wall and smiled in disdain. He turned around and walked out of the door. After Ratley and Rat Sang left, The others looked at the fourth red light and shook their heads. They all thought that Ratley was right. This person must have died in the profound ice-cold pond. After all, the number of people who died in the profound ice-cold pond every year was not small. Everyone prepared to leave. Of course, there were some people who wanted to stay and watch. At this moment, the fifth red light that had been dim suddenly lit up. Those who wanted to stay and watch were all stunned when they saw the red light. Their faces were filled with astonishment. They rubbed their eyes in disbelief and confirmed that the fifth red light really lit up. They immediately shouted excitedly, "The fifth layer, the fifth layer." That person didn't die. The fifth layer light lit up. Everyone who had just walked to the door heard this shout and were all stunned. Ratley and Rat Sang were also stunned. Especially when Shu Sang came back to his senses, he excitedly ran back. He pushed aside the crowd and walked towards the mysterious ice-cold pond. Seeing the red light on the stone wall, Shu Sang's heart sank. How is this possible? Who entered the fifth layer? Shu Sang was born with the Ice Soul affinity and have only reached the fifth level after forming the Ice Soul Saint vein. Who could reach the fifth level? Shu Sang muttered to himself and frowned as he looked at the red light on the wall. He didn't want to believe that someone had reached the fifth level. After all, no one had been able to reach the fourth level for many years. When Ratley returned and saw the fifth red light, he couldn't help but frown. As one of the top 10 disciples of the Eastern Palace, he naturally knew more than the ordinary disciples. He also knew more about the mysterious ice-cold pond than the ordinary people. It could be said that Ratley knew all the disciples who had the strength to enter the fifth layer of the mysterious ice-cold pond. It was because he knew them all. Ratley was confused because he knew that the disciples who had the qualifications to enter the fifth layer of the mysterious ice-cold pond could no longer cultivate in the mysterious ice-cold pond. After all, they didn't have Shu Sang's special physique. In addition to tempering the body in the profound ice-cold pool, it would not be of much help to their cultivation. Moreover, when they were cultivating in the mysterious ice-cold pond, they had already challenged their limits. They had also broken through their own limits. If they came back now, they would definitely break through their limits. It was impossible for them to come back and waste time in the mysterious ice-cold pond. Then who is this person? Ratley thought and frowned. He tried to find this person's figure in his mind, but he couldn't figure out who it was. After all, he didn't believe that the person in the pond was Su Yin. Su Yin naturally didn't know that there were so many people watching in the mysterious ice-cold pond, and each of them was full of confusion. Su Yin didn't have the leisure to think about these things. At the moment of entering the fifth layer, Su Yin suddenly felt that the surrounding temperature dropped a lot, and the pond water was even colder, although it was still not enough to cause any threat to Su Yin. However, Su Yin could feel that the surrounding temperature dropped because the warm current in his body had disappeared. At the same time, Su Yin could also feel that the surrounding spirit qi had become very abundant. The spirit qi here was at least several times higher than outside the mysterious ice-cold pond. This mysterious ice-cold pond was definitely a holy land for cultivation. However, facing such abundant spirit qi, Su Yin smiled bitterly. Although the spirit qi here is abundant, it's a pity that each of my meridians is a kind of epiphany, so the spirit qi is useless to me. When ordinary people cultivated, when they were at the peak of life soul, they would be able to condense a holy meridian, which was already the main meridian. As for the other 8 meridians, they only needed to absorb spirit qi. When the spirit qi reached a certain level, or when they reached the bottleneck of a meridian, they would be able to break through and condense the second holy meridian. However, Su Yin couldn't do that, because Su Yin needed an epiphany for each of his holy meridians, and they all needed new elements. This made the spirit qi useless to Su Yin. Looking at the abundant spirit qi, but not being able to cultivate, that feeling was like seeing a roast duck in front of him after being hungry for many days, but not being able to eat it. That feeling was really uncomfortable. Although he felt uncomfortable, Su Yin could only smile bitterly. After all, he had already embarked on this path. Sigh. Su Yin sighed helplessly and no longer cared about the spirit qi. Instead, he observed the changes of the dragon blood ice-fire shield on his body. After observing for a while, Su Yin didn't see any changes. He couldn't help but frown. Could it be that my guess was wrong? This dragon blood ice-fire shield has nothing to do with the cold chi of the mysterious ice-cold pond. Before Su Yin could finish his words, a voice rang out. Whoosh, a crisp sound rang out. Suddenly, the dragon blood ice-fire barrier on Su Yan's body started to tremble. Originally, the dragon blood ice-fire shield on Su Yan's body was red, but under the pressure of the cold chi, a thin layer of frost immediately condensed. This frost first slowly surged up from the bottom of Su Yan's feet. Su Yan saw this, and his eyes suddenly lit up. It seems that my guess was right. This dragon blood ice-fire shield really has something to do with the cold chi. As Su Yan spoke, the corner of his mouth couldn't help but float a trace of a smile. But it quickly disappeared. He frowned. Even if this dragon blood ice-fire shield has something to do with the cold chi and changes, what will it change into? Su Yan didn't know anything about the dragon blood ice-fire shield. He didn't dare to use his spirit chi to test it. Facing the changes of the dragon blood ice-fire shield, Su Yin could only watch it change. He didn't dare to use his spirit chi and didn't know how the dragon blood ice-fire shield would change. Su Yin felt an unprecedented helplessness. Looking at the changes of the dragon blood ice-fire shield, Su Yin could only smile bitterly. I don't know if this change is good or bad. I can only wait and see. Su Yin said. He didn't do anything and didn't think about anything. He looked around and happened to see a protruding boulder beside the mysterious ice-cold pond. Su Yin immediately swam over and sat on it, quietly watching the changes of the dragon blood ice-fire shield. He sat there for several hours. Su Yin was happy and at ease. However, it made the people watching on the mysterious ice-cold pond very anxious, especially Rat Sang. Looking at the unchanging fifth lamp, his expression became more and more unsightly. Who is this person? What is he doing under the mysterious ice-cold pond? He has already been down there for so long. How'd he do it? Ratley also frowned as he watched. With the previous experience, he didn't dare to say that this person had died down there. He could only speculate in his heart. Who is this person? How can he last for so long in the mysterious ice-cold pond? Could it be Senior Marshal Brother Chin? Riley almost thought of all the powerful people, but he couldn't figure out who it was. After all, he still ignored Su Yin, especially as time passed. He couldn't believe that the person in the mysterious ice-cold pond was Su Yin. After all, with Su Yan's strength as a four-vein saint, he didn't believe that Su Yin could stay in the mysterious ice-cold pond for so long, let alone the fifth layer. So he didn't believe it even more. Not only did he not believe it, but the people around the mysterious ice-cold pond also didn't believe it. Even Emperor Tian Xiang might not be able to last long in the mysterious ice-cold pond. How could they believe that a four-vein saint could last so long in there? And it was because of this disbelief and doubt in their hearts. So they just stood there, watching and waiting. Originally, there were people who would go into the mysterious ice-cold pond to cultivate in the past, but because of this, no one went into the mysterious ice-cold pond to cultivate. They just quietly waited around. Everyone had different expressions on their faces. They didn't know whether they were looking forward to the sixth lamp's aura or waiting for this person to come out of the mysterious ice-cold pond. Su Yin naturally didn't know these things. He also didn't know that there was a pair of eyes staring at him. This person was no one else but the Princess of Chu. After seeing Su Yan's performance in the Sea Dock last time, the Princess of Chu's appreciation for Su Yin increased a lot. Su Yin, in the eyes of the Princess of Chu, had long been selected as the hope of the Monster Palace. And it was because of the Princess of Chu's expectations for Su Yin. The Princess of Chu also wanted to see how this Su Yin cultivated. She also wanted to see if he could fulfill her expectations. It was precisely because of this mentality. The Princess of Chu, who was free, once again used the crystal pearl to check on Su Yan's existence. Although this crystal pearl looked ordinary. However, it was an extraordinary item. It was called the Taiyao Ancient Pearl, and it was one of the 4 sacred objects of the Monster Palace. This Taiyao Ancient Pearl could use some of the Monster Palace's disciples' aura to observe. Not only could it observe, but when one's strength reached a certain level, it could also use that person's aura to travel through space through the Taiyao Ancient Pearl. Chapter 204. The Princess of Chu had placed 2 restrictions in Su Yan's body. Naturally, she could observe Su Yan's existence through the ancient demon pearl at any time. Of course, the Princess of Chu wasn't observing Su Yan just to see how Su Yan cultivated. She was using the ancient demon pearl to observe Su Yan and investigate Su Yan's secrets. Seeing Su Yan cultivate in the profound ice-cold pond, the Princess of Chu couldn't help but be startled. Especially when she saw Su Yan reach the 5th level of the profound ice-cold pond. She was even more startled. Of course, while she was startled, the Princess of Chu quickly discovered the Dragon Blood Eyes Fire Shield on Su Yan's body. The Princess of Chu was startled at first, but quickly discovered the secret of the Dragon Blood Eyes Fire Shield. She smiled and said, "It seems that the reason why this child can last so long in the profound ice-cold pond must be because of the protection on his body. But why is this protection constantly changing?" The Princess of Chu also saw the Dragon Blood Eyes Fire Shield on Su Yan's body constantly changing. Even though she was the palace master of the Monster Palace and had seen a lot, she still didn't know about the Dragon Blood Eyes Fire Shield. Seeing the Dragon Blood Eyes Fire Shield on Su Yan's body constantly changing, she could only frown, not knowing the reason. Su Yan didn't know that he was being watched. Seeing that the Dragon Blood Eyes Fire Shield on his body finally stopped changing, he smiled and said, "It seems that the cold air here can only make the Dragon Blood Eyes Fire Shield develop to this level." Su Yan didn't hesitate at all as he got up and immediately dived down. Suddenly, above the profound ice-cold pond, the 6th lamp on the stone wall lit up. 6th level, 6th level. When the 6th lamp lit up, the people who had been waiting on the side, who were about to fall asleep, suddenly shouted excitedly as if they saw an oasis in the desert. 6th level, unbelievable. Who is this person? How can he reach the 6th level of the profound ice-cold pond? I think it must be one of our senior brothers in the Eastern Palace. I think so too. Other than them, it can't be anyone else. Yes, but I don't know why those senior brothers, who are always elusive, came back to the ice-cold pond today. I think it should be to explore the secrets of the profound ice-cold pond. That's right. No one has ever reached the 8th level of the profound ice-cold pond. I think this senior brother is here today to break through the 8th level. I think so too. The moment the 6th lamp lit up, everyone began to discuss. Because there were very few people who could reach the 6th level, they were not in a hurry to find out the identity of this person. Instead, he looked at the 7th lamp with anticipation. In contrast to these people's expectations, Rat Sang and Rat Li's expressions became more and more unsightly. Especially Rat Li. Others might not understand, but he was very clear about it. Those who had the strength to enter the 6th layer of the icy cold pond were all in closed-door cultivation during this period of time. It was impossible for them to come here to challenge their limits. He was thinking that it was not these people. Rat Li's brows, which were already squeezed together, frowned even more. If it's not these people, then who has the strength to reach the 5th level? While thinking, Rat Li's eyes suddenly flashed. He whispered, "Could it be him?" "Impossible." Rat Li thought and shook his head. He thought to himself, "I don't know where that person went. How could he appear in the profound, ice-cold pond?" Thinking about this and that, Rat Li really did not know who it was. When Rat Sang saw the 6th level, the unwillingness in his heart also lessened a lot. This was because he knew that to be able to enter the 6th level, one's strength was definitely not something he could compare to. Thinking that this person was probably one of the top 10 disciples of the Eastern Palace, he felt a lot more relieved. When Su Yan entered the 6th level of the profound ice-cold pond, he suddenly felt that the surrounding temperature dropped a lot. This was a lot lower than the previous level. Even with the protection of the Dragon Blood Eyes fire barrier, Su Yan still felt as if there were countless sharp blades attacking his body. His entire body began to tremble because of the cold. This profound ice-cold pond is indeed extraordinary. Even with the protection of the Dragon Blood Ice fire barrier, I can still feel the bone-piercing cold. In this cold, Su Yin could not do anything. Even Su Yin wanted to leave. However, at this moment, the Dragon Blood Ice fire barrier protecting Su Yan's body began to tremble. Then, countless frost appeared. In an instant, the surrounding pond water also began to tremble. Rumble. There was a light explosion. Countless amounts of pond water attacked Su Yan's body. Su Yin could not help but be shocked. This as the pond water began to spin like a tsunami and attacked. What the hell is going on? While Su Yin was shocked, his body hurriedly retreated. However, this profound ice-cold pond was not big, so Su Yin had no way to retreat. In an instant, he was caught up by the rotating pond water. What the hell is going on? Su Yin let out another low roar. He originally wanted to use his spirit chi to block, but unfortunately, Su Yin was afraid that if he used his spirit chi, the Dragon Blood Ice fire barrier would suddenly disappear. If the Dragon Blood Ice fire barrier disappeared, then this cold pond water would really take Su Yan's life in an instant. And if he did not use spirit chi, the rotating pond water was like countless sharp arrows piercing through. Apart from the coldness, Su Yin knew that if it passed through his body, it would definitely take his life. And the rotating pond water did not get close to Su Yin, but he could feel a powerful force coming over. Su Yin looked at the rotating pond water that was getting closer and closer. He gritted his teeth and shouted, "Fight!" While speaking, Su Yan's blood dragon pupil suddenly turned, and the cultivation technique in his body quickly revolved. Bang! At the same time, the Dragon Blood Ice fire barrier protecting Su Yan's body suddenly disappeared. The waves of bone-piercing coldness were like countless blades slashing across. Su Yin felt as if he was being torn in half. However, Su Yan's expression did not change at all. His eyes were like torches. He gritted his teeth, and the spirit chi in his body suddenly erupted. Invincible golden body. Bang! There was a loud noise. A gorgeous light descended and directly protected Su Yan's body. At the same time, the rotating pond water instantly collided with Su Yan's body. Bang! There was a loud noise. At the same time, countless huge waves surged and directly struck Su Yan's body. Under the protection of the invincible golden body, Su Yin was not injured. When this whirling pool of water attacked Su Yan's body, it also slowly came to a stop. Su Yin looked at the pond water that had stopped and also breathed a sigh of relief. He withdrew his spirit chi, and the surrounding light also retreated. Su Yin also hurriedly stopped the cultivation technique and let the Dragon Blood Ice fire barrier appear. Otherwise, without the Dragon Blood Ice fire barrier, the bone-piercing cold pond water would instantly take Su Yan's life. However, just as Su Yin was about to stop the cultivation technique, he found that his cultivation technique could not be stopped at all. The spirit chi in his body also burst out. At the same time, the disappearing Dragon Blood Ice fire barrier instantly surged with a red light. There was a layer of frost in the red light, and it directly poured into the invincible golden body that Su Yin had just burst out. The invincible golden body's essence instantly merged with the Dragon Blood Ice fire barrier. Bang! At the moment of the fusion, there was a loud noise. Su Yin could not help but be stunned. Following the loud noise, the spirit chi in Su Yan's body constantly surged out and merged with the Dragon Blood Ice fire barrier and the invincible golden body. Su Yin was stunned. What's going on? Could it be that the Dragon Blood Ice fire dome is going to merge with the invincible golden body? Su Yin thought of this, and his eyes suddenly lit up. The corner of his mouth revealed a devilish smile. In that case, I will bet on you again today. While speaking, Su Yin did not control the cultivation technique in his body. Instead, he urged the cultivation technique to operate quickly. The spirit chi in the 4 meridians in his body all surged toward the invincible golden body. In an instant, Su Yan's body was protected by an essence light, emitting a bright light. This essence light protected Su Yan's body, and at the same time, it constantly sucked in the spirit chi in Su Yan's body. The consumption of spirit qi was so fast that in less than a few breaths, Su Yan felt that the spirit qi in his body was being sucked dry. Su Yan's whole body suddenly trembled. The speed of the absorption of spirit qi is so fast that the spirit qi in my body is going to be depleted. If this continues, I will definitely exhaust my spirit qi and die. Su Yan thought of this and hurriedly stopped the cultivation technique in his body. Unfortunately, it was useless. The great sun-colored glaze sword scripture, which was usually successful, seemed to be completely out of Su Yan's control at this moment. It was running rapidly, constantly pouring the spirit qi in his body into the invincible golden body and the dragon blood ice fire barrier. With the lack of spirit qi, Su Yan's face became paler and paler, and his whole body became weaker and weaker. However, the invincible golden body and the dragon blood ice fire barrier did not seem to have any intention of stopping as they absorbed the spirit qi in Su Yan's body. The moment it absorbed the spirit qi in Su Yan's body, the invincible golden body, which was originally emitting a golden light, turned red. It quickly condensed with the crimson dragon blood ice fire barrier, turning into a faint frosty color. Su Yan saw this change. Although he was surprised, the lack of spirit qi in his body made Su Yan unable to muster up any strength. Instead, when the cultivation technique was operating, Su Yan became more and more powerless, and his whole head sank into a dizzy state. Princess Chu, who was observing Su Yan through the ancient demon pearl, was alarmed when she saw this scene. What's going on? Especially when she saw Su Yan on the verge of fainting, Princess Chu frowned. She stared at Su Yan's figure in the ancient demon pearl and thought to herself, from the looks of it, he probably can't hold on. Should I save him or not? Princess Chu believed that Su Yan was a rare genius that only appeared once in 100 years. Chapter 205. Since I've already chosen him and placed 2 restrictions in his body, what else do I have to fear? While the Princess of Chu was conflicted about whether to save Su Yan, she thought about how she had chosen to believe in Su Yan and placed 2 restrictions in his body to protect him. What else was there to be afraid of? Thinking of this, the Princess of Chu suddenly came to a realization. Just as she was about to make a move, she saw a bright light emit from the supreme demon ancient pearl. The Princess of Chu could not help but be stunned. However, she quickly came back to her senses with a self-mocking smile on her face. It seems that my hesitation was unnecessary. In fact, Su Yan had never known. In the Princess of Chu's heart, she had always been afraid of Su Yan. After all, when she first met Su Yan, the Princess of Chu had discovered the secrets hidden in Su Yan's body. Although she did not know what these secrets were, it was precisely because the Princess of Chu did not understand what these secrets were that the Princess of Chu had always been afraid of Su Yan. Fear always came from the depths of the unknown. The Princess of Chu had even thought of getting rid of Su Yan. For a genius who could shake the entire monster palace, the best choice was naturally to strangle him in the cradle. However, the Princess of Chu knew better. The monster palace seemed calm, but in fact, it had always been on the cusp of the storm. This was because all the disciples of the Monster Palace were descendants of the Monster Clan. This made the Monster Palace's existence in this world always attract attention. Now that the Monster Palace's strength was huge, and the Monster Palace had always been rarely on the mainland, they could ensure that the Monster Palace was safe. However, who could guarantee that the Monster Palace would always be safe after a few years? Others did not know these things. As the palace master of the Monster Palace, the Princess of Chu was well aware of these matters. In particular, the Monster Palace had been in constant internal strife. The 4 great palaces had never been united. Now that the Princess of Chu was the palace master of the Monster Palace, she could suppress the people from the other palaces and prevent them from acting recklessly. But what if I'm no longer here? As the Princess of Chu thought about this, a slightly tired expression appeared on her devastatingly beautiful face. In fact, she even appeared a little dispirited. She no longer had the usual might of a palace master. In fact, under this fatigue, one could vaguely feel that the Princess of Chu had aged a little. In fact, if it wasn't for the fact that the Princess of Chu's appearance had never changed, she would have been able to tell that the princess had never changed her appearance. According to normal people, the Princess of Chu was already 100 years old and had entered the state of old age. However, because the Princess of Chu's appearance had never changed, the Princess of Chu's face did not show the slightest sign of aging. And it was precisely because the Princess of Chu's appearance had not changed that her strength had always been the number one in the Monster Palace. That was why the Princess of Chu's position in the Monster Palace had always been unshakable. However, the Princess of Chu knew that all of this was temporary. That agreement was coming soon. When that time came, no matter how strong she was, she would not be able to defeat those people. Thinking of that agreement, the Princess of Chu felt a wave of exhaustion again. If other disciples saw her now, they would definitely not believe that the Princess of Chu, who they had always respected as the god of the Monster Palace, would have such a side to her. It was precisely because this side of her had never been known to anyone. After so many years of suppression, Chu Wangfei felt a tiredness that she had never felt before. The 4 great palaces of the Monster Palace. There were 4 palace masters. As for the 3 palace masters, other than fearing the power of the East Palace to control the entire Monster Palace every day, they had never thought about the future of the Monster Palace. Only the Princess of Chu was always thinking about the Monster Palace. It was precisely because of these other 3 palace masters that they had never been able to think about the Monster Palace. This made the Princess of Chu even more tired. It also made the Princess of Chu even more dispirited. All this time, the Princess of Chu had been thinking about the appearance of a candidate who could take over her position in the East Palace. Unfortunately, among the tens of thousands of disciples in the East Palace, none of them caught the eye of the Princess of Chu. This also made the Princess of Chu feel even more tired. At this time, Su Yan walked into the Princess of Chu's field of vision. This made the Princess of Chu see hope. Others did not see Su Yan's hidden explosive power, but when they came out of the 10,000 Ghost Cave that day, the Princess of Chu knew of Su Yan's talent. From that day onwards, the plan that the Princess of Chu had been hiding in her heart had once again emerged. However, it was precisely because of the emergence of this plan and the secret hidden in Su Yan's body that the Princess of Chu could not be at ease. Su Yan, who exactly are you? Can I hand over my huge East Palace to you? The Princess of Chu looked at Su Yan's figure in the Taiyao ancient pearl and fell into a state of confusion. Su Yan, who was in the ice-cold pond, naturally did not know that the Princess of Chu was spying on him. At this moment, Su Yan was more concerned about the changes in his body. The invincible golden body and the dragon blood ice fire shield were constantly absorbing the spirit energy in his body. Su Yan almost fell into a state of unconsciousness. Su Yan knew very well that if this continued, he would definitely die here today. Su Yan was unwilling and wanted to resist. However, it was a pity that the spirit energy in his body did not seem to be under his control. He was unable to resist at all. Due to the lack of spirit energy in his body, Su Yan fell into a state of unconsciousness. His unwilling heart also fell into a state of despair. And just as he was in despair, suddenly, a warm current flowed from Su Yan's dantian. A wave of majestic spirit energy instantly surged up from his dantian. Suddenly, Su Yan's eyes lit up. All of a sudden, with a loud bang, the invincible golden body and the dragon blood ice fire shield, which were constantly absorbing the spirit energy in Su Yan's body, suddenly expanded. The surrounding pond water spun rapidly and instantly froze, turning into countless ice crystals that entered Su Yan's dragon blood ice fire shield. At this moment, the golden light of the invincible golden body also poured into the dragon blood ice fire shield. The dragon blood ice fire shield instantly changed from its previous scarlet color to a frosty color, wrapping around Su Yan's body. At this moment, the spirit energy in Su Yan's body that was constantly being drained and the cultivation method that was constantly operating also stopped. This is Looking at the still mutated dragon blood eyes fire shield that wrapped around his body, Su Yin could not help but be stunned. How did the dragon blood eyes fire shield become like this? Could it be that it merged with the invincible golden body? Su Yin frowned, not understanding why the dragon blood eyes fire shield would have such a change. Dragon blood eyes fire shield. It was produced by the blood that entered Su Yan's body in the sword well. All along, Su Yin did not understand the true mystery of the dragon blood eyes fire shield. Now that the dragon blood eyes fire shield suddenly changed in the mysterious ice-cold pond, Su Yin, who was already puzzled, became even more puzzled. Could it be that the cold energy in the mysterious ice-cold pond clashed with the invincible golden body and then was absorbed by the dragon blood eyes fire shield? Su Yin muttered to himself, wanting to use spirit energy to spy on the dragon blood eyes fire shield. But just now, when Su Yin used spirit energy, the dragon blood eyes fire shield disappeared. If he used spirit energy again, the dragon blood eyes fire shield would disappear, and it would not be fun to be in the mysterious ice-cold pond again. Thinking of this, Su Yin did not dare to use spirit energy. At this moment, Su Yin felt that the spirit energy in his body seemed to be constantly flowing, and it was flowing into the dragon blood eyes fire shield. Just now, Su Yin had been thinking about the dragon blood eyes fire shield. He did not think about it carefully. Now that he thought of this, Su Yin immediately controlled the operation of the cultivation method, stopping the great sun-colored glass sword scripture in his body, and also blocking all the spirit energy fluctuations in his body. Just as Su Yin blocked all the spirit energy operation, with a bang, the dragon blood eyes fire shield on Su Yan's body disappeared, and the surrounding mysterious ice-cold pond's cold water suddenly attacked Su Yan's body like countless sharp blades. In just half a breath, Su Yin felt that his whole body was being torn apart. Su Yin was shocked and hurriedly followed the spirit energy flow just now, and once again operated the great sun-colored glass sword scripture. At the moment that the cultivation method was operating, suddenly, a frost-like halo appeared on Su Yan's body again, wrapping around Su Yan's body, and the chill was also instantly removed. Su Yan's whole body also relaxed. Looking at the mutated dragon blood eyes fire shield on his body, Su Yin seemed to understand something. His eyes turned, and the great sun-colored glass sword scripture in his body quickly operated, and the majestic spirit energy in his body instantly rushed into the dragon blood eyes fire shield. At the moment when the spirit energy surged, the frost-like dragon blood eyes fire shield suddenly emitted a cold light, and even formed ice that was visible to the naked eye. Looking at this, Su Yin was first stunned, and then laughed loudly. I understand, because the dragon blood eyes fire shield absorbed the surrounding cold energy, and, combined with the invincible golden body, it is no longer in its original form. The previous dragon blood eyes fire shield was only a layer of protective light, and was not under my control. Now, the dragon blood eyes fire shield can use my spirit energy to control it, and under the effect of my spirit energy, it will become stronger and stronger. It will become stronger and stronger. Thinking of this, Su Yin frowned again. Looking at the dragon blood eyes fire shield on his body, he hesitated for a moment and suddenly raised his hand to attack his body. Bang! Su Yan's attack was completely blocked by the dragon blood eyes fire shield. Seeing this scene, Su Yin was immediately overjoyed. The dragon blood eyes fire shield has mutated. Now not only can I use my spirit energy to control it, but can also resist spirit energy attacks. Resist spirit energy attacks. Thinking of this, Su Yan's heart was filled with excitement. When Su Yin obtained the dragon blood eyes fire shield, he was quite disappointed that the dragon blood eyes fire shield could not resist spirit energy attacks. Chapter 206. Su Yin wasn't sure how strong an attack the dragon fire eyes fire shield could withstand. However, the dragon blood eyes fire shield could become stronger along with the spiritual energy. Su Yin was confident that as long as he was strong enough and had sufficient spiritual energy, the dragon blood eyes fire shield could withstand an attack of the same level. Thinking of such a powerful defense, Su Yan's heart was filled with joy. However, Su Yin soon realized a serious problem. The invincible golden body has merged with the dragon blood ice fire shield. Does that mean that the invincible golden body will no longer exist? Su Yin frowned as he thought of this. Su Yin had obtained the invincible golden body from the Su family's ancestral pagoda. Many times, he had relied on the invincible golden body to turn danger into safety. Su Yin already had a certain level of affection for the invincible golden body. If the invincible golden body disappeared because of this, Su Yin really couldn't bear to part with it. Moreover, the power of the invincible golden body would always surpass the dragon blood ice fire shield. If he really had to choose one of the two, Su Yin would rather have the invincible golden body than the dragon blood ice fire shield. As Su Yin thought about it, the cultivation method in his body suddenly changed and a majestic spiritual energy surged. In an instant, a layer of golden light was added under the dragon blood ice fire shield's frosty light. The two layers were added together and shone like a thick wall of light. It didn't disappear. The invincible golden body didn't disappear. Su Yin looked at the golden light, and the corners of his mouth immediately surged into an excited smile. Under this laughter, Su Yin quickly saw that the invincible golden body seemed to be different from before. Su Yin looked at it and couldn't help but be stunned. Why is the invincible golden body different from before? Su Yin thought about it and hurriedly used the cultivation method in his body to check the situation. At a glance, he found that the invincible golden body had merged with the dragon blood ice fire shield. The reason why it emitted a golden light was because Su Yin's spirit chi was abundant enough. When it erupted, it emitted a golden light. In other words, the invincible golden body had actually disappeared and had mutated into this dragon blood ice fire shield. However, the characteristics of the invincible golden body had not been lost. As long as Su Yin followed the incantation and surged his spiritual chi, he could still release the invincible golden body. In other words, the invincible golden body had already fused with the dragon blood ice fire barrier and become a skill. However, this skill could be controlled by spiritual energy. When Su Yin sacrificed this skill, Su Yin's body would be covered by this frost-like barrier to protect himself. When Su Yin unleashed his full power, the ice shield would reach its peak. However, this peak would not last as long as the dragon blood ice fire shield. It would only last for a moment. This was similar to the characteristics of the invincible golden body. Su Yin carefully observed for a while, but he still couldn't figure it out. The combination of the dragon blood ice fire shield and the invincible golden body gave birth to a new skill. This skill can be divided into two layers. One layer is the original form of the dragon blood ice fire shield, and the other layer is the original form of the invincible golden body. As Su Yin muttered to himself, the corners of his mouth surged into a smile. The previous worry had completely disappeared. After all, although the dragon blood ice fire shield and the invincible golden body had changed forms, both of their characteristics still existed. Su Yin looked at this frost-like barrier and became more and more satisfied. He licked his lips and said, "This barrier is the combination of the dragon blood ice fire shield and the invincible golden body. It also has such an icy color. In addition, it is in the mysterious ice-cold pond. In the future, it will be called the mysterious ice-cold shield." Mysterious ice-cold shield. With that, Su Yin nodded with satisfaction. The cultivation method in his body changed again. Countless spiritual chi surged out and directly poured into the mysterious ice-cold shield. The frost on the mysterious ice-cold shield suddenly lit up with a bright light. Looking at this bright light, Su Yin became more and more satisfied. Originally, Su Yin wanted to try the second layer of the mysterious ice-cold shield. However, thinking that the second layer of the invincible golden body consumed too much spiritual chi, he had already used it once. If he used it again, the spiritual chi in his body would not be enough. Although Su Yin was happy, he did not forget that he was still in the mysterious ice-cold pond. The coldness of the mysterious ice-cold pond could take Su Yin's life in an instant if he did not have the mysterious ice-cold shield to protect his body. Of course, Su Yin did not only know this time. He also knew that this new skill, the mysterious ice-cold shield, could actually increase with his strength. This was also Su Yan's favorite part. Su Yan was very clear that although he was now a saint, however, with such strength, he was just a newborn in the vast thousand world of warriors. Su Yan wanted to stand at the peak and restore the prestige of the Buddha Sword sect. With his current strength, it was definitely not enough. If the mysterious ice-cold shield stopped at this level, it would obviously pale in comparison. This was also the reason why Su Yan abandoned the previous two names of the Dragon Blood Ice Fire Shield and Invincible Golden Body and named it the Mysterious Ice-Cold Shield. Of course, this was not something that Su Yan casually changed out of boredom. After all, the Dragon Blood Ice Fire Shield and Invincible Golden Body had been merged into one. It was only one skill. If it was divided into two layers, it would obviously be inappropriate to call it by its previous name. Moreover, the characteristics of the previous Dragon Blood Ice Fire Shield were different from the current Mysterious Ice Cold Shield. If it was called by its previous name, it would naturally be a little useless. However, after thinking about it carefully, Su Yan felt that since the Mysterious Ice Cold Shield was divided into two layers, one and one, if the first layer was called the Mysterious Ice Cold Shield, then it would be better to have a name for the second layer as well. Originally, Su Yan felt that he should use the Invincible Golden Body, but after thinking about it, he felt that it was inappropriate. After all, this was the second layer of the Mysterious Ice Cold Shield. When the two were merged, it would be called the Invincible Golden Body. The difference was too great. Su Yan looked at the frosty light on his body and narrowed his eyes. Then he opened them and smiled. If the first layer is called the Mysterious Ice Cold Shield, then the second layer will be called the Mysterious Ice Shield. Mysterious Ice Cold Shield, Mysterious Ice Shield. Su Yan repeated it twice and nodded in satisfaction. He looked at the frosty light flashing on the Mysterious Ice Cold Shield and suppressed the excitement in his heart for a long time. After suppressing the excitement in his heart, Su Yan immediately thought of the strange change that happened when the Mysterious Ice Cold Shield and the Mysterious Ice Shield were created. At that time, the two were constantly absorbing the spirit chi in Su Yan's body. Su Yan could not control the circulation of the spirit chi in his body at all. Until the last moment, the spirit chi in Su Yan's body had completely disappeared. At that time, Su Yan almost fell into despair. He, Su Yan, a peak sword saint, would die in the mysterious ice-cold pool because of the exhaustion of his skill's spirit chi. And at the end of this despair, suddenly, a majestic spirit chi surged out from Su Yan's dantian. It was because of the influx of this spirit chi that the mysterious ice-cold shield and the mysterious ice shield were formed. At the same time, it also saved Su Yan's life. Just now, Su Yan had been immersed in the excitement of the mysterious ice-cold shield and the mysterious ice shield and neglected this matter. Now that he thought about it, Su Yan felt that it was quite strange. In thinking about it carefully, Su Yan clearly remembered that this spirit chi had saved him more than once. Every time, it was almost at the end when he fell into despair that this spirit chi would be produced. What is this spirit chi? Su Yan couldn't help but frown as he thought about it. Although Su Yan knew that this spirit chi had saved him many times, it obviously wouldn't harm him. However, thinking that there was a secret in his body that he didn't know, Su Yan couldn't ignore it. Where did such a strange power come from? Su Yan frowned. He slowly sorted out his memories from the moment he stepped into this world. The Su family's ancestral pagoda, hidden sword tomb, sacred beast mountain, sword well, Hunwan mountain, myriad ghost cave, sea dock, and now the mysterious ice-cold pool. Thinking about the countless dangerous places he had passed through, Su Yan couldn't remember where he obtained this power. Thinking about this hidden power, Su Yan couldn't help but think of the two restrictions placed by the Princess of Chu in his body. Su Yan couldn't help but smile bitterly. Forget it, forget it. I didn't even notice the two restrictions placed by the Princess of Chu in my body. Now, this strange power is obviously stronger than the restrictions placed by the Princess of Chu. How can I notice it? Thinking about it, Su Yan felt a burst of helplessness. But this burst of helplessness quickly disappeared. This was because Su Yan was very clear about what he lacked right now. Strength. Only by constantly improving his strength, as long as he stood at the peak, all these problems could be easily solved. Thinking of this strength, Su Yin immediately thought of the condensation of his fifth holy meridian. Although the spiritual qi in the mysterious ice-cold pond was several times more than the outside world, it was a pity that Su Yin was cultivating one thing at a time. He had yet to comprehend the element required for the fifth saint vein. Even if there was more spiritual qi, it was useless for Su Yin. So now what Su Yin needed to do was to quickly find the element to condense the fifth holy meridian. Originally, Su Yin thought that the cold air in the mysterious ice-cold pool could help him condense the fifth holy meridian. Unfortunately, when Su Yin operated the sun-colored glaze sword scripture, Su Yin couldn't feel the existence of the cold air at all. This meant that he couldn't condense the fifth holy meridian. The reason why Su Yin came to the martial arts training hall was to find the element to condense the fifth holy meridian. Su Yin entered the mysterious ice-cold pool, not only because he wanted to compete with Rat Li, but also because the mysterious ice-cold pool had been described by Yin Xiang, Rat Li, and the others. At the same time, Su Yin also had a hope. He wanted to see if the element to condense the fifth holy meridian would reappear in the mysterious ice-cold pool. Now that he knew that the cold air in the mysterious ice-cold pool wasn't the element to condense the fifth holy meridian, Su Yin's interest in finding out the secrets of the mysterious ice-cold pond also became flat. I heard from Yin Xiang that there are 9 levels in the mysterious ice-cold pool. Although I don't know that I'm at the 4th level now, it seems that the mysterious ice-cold pool is still bottomless. Obviously, I haven't reached the 9th level yet. Then should I go down or not? Chapter 207. Although Su Yin didn't know if this was the 9th level of the mysterious ice-cold pond. But judging from the decrease in temperature of the mysterious ice-cold pond every time, Su Yin could roughly guess that he had entered the 6th level of the mysterious ice-cold pond. It was also because Su Yin knew that this was the 6th level of the mysterious ice-cold pond. In this 6th level, Su Yin didn't find anything important. Now Su Yin knew that the cold air of the mysterious ice-cold pond wasn't the element that he needed to form the fifth holy meridian. There wasn't anything that could move him under the mysterious ice-cold pond. Su Yin naturally didn't want to waste time here. But thinking that he had already reached the 6th level of the mysterious ice-cold pond, Su Yin felt a little regretful if he left now. The mysterious ice-cold pond is divided into 9 levels, and I have already reached the 6th level. Could it be that I'm not going? Su Yin narrowed his eyes and quickly made a decision. I have already comprehended the mysterious ice-cold barrier. The mysterious ice-cold shield's resistance to the cold air is always better than the Dragon Blood Ice Fire shield. As long as I have enough spiritual qi in my body, the cold air of the mysterious ice-cold pond won't be a threat to me. In this case, why don't I try the 9th level of the mysterious ice-cold pond and see what's the mystery of the mysterious ice-cold pond that can emit such cold air? Su Yin didn't hesitate at all and instantly swam to the bottom of the mysterious ice-cold pond. Because of the combination of the Dragon Blood Ice Fire shield and the invincible golden body, Su Yin spent a lot of time in the 6th level. It was a full day and night. This day and night was nothing to Su Yin. But for the onlookers above the mysterious ice-cold pond, it was a difficult day and night. The disciples of the East Palace who could enter the 6th level of the mysterious ice-cold pond were definitely few and far between. Not to mention that there were very few disciples who could stay in the 6th level of the mysterious ice-cold pond for such a long time. During this day and night, the onlookers almost thought of everyone they could think of. Unfortunately, they couldn't think of who it was. It was precisely because of this doubt in his heart. When they were watching, there was always a layer of barrier covering their hearts, and they always felt a wave of discomfort. Who do you think this person is? Why would he stay in the profound, ice-cold pond for so long? I think there's an 80% chance that it's those few senior brothers from our Eastern Palace who have always been elusive. Yes, other than them, no one else has the strength to enter the 6th layer of the profound ice-cold pond and stay there for such a long time. That's right. It must be a senior brother who comprehended something and wanted to cultivate in the profound ice-cold pond. That's why he stayed in the profound ice-cold pond for so long. I think so too. As the crowd chatted, they all agreed that it was a powerful disciple of the Eastern Palace who was cultivating in the Xian ice-cold pond. Right at that moment, someone asked, say, this senior brother has already entered the 6th step. Would he be able to enter the 7th step? Just as this question was being raised, the entire crowd was in an uproar. There were many different opinions, and everyone had their own opinions. Someone said, I don't think he'll be able to enter the 7th step. Someone else said, that's not necessarily true. This senior brother has stayed in the 6th layer for so long and still hasn't come out. It's clear that he wants to prepare to enter the 7th step. The moment this was said, someone immediately retorted, prepare for what? It's not that easy to enter the 7th step. You have to know that in the history of our Eastern Palace, only a few people have reached the 7th step. This senior brother has stayed in the 6th step for so long. It's clear that he doesn't have the ability to reach the 7th step. I say it's definitely to prepare to enter the 7th step. I say it's definitely not. The crowd immediately split into two groups and continued to argue. In this debate, even Xu Sang, who had always had a gloomy expression, joined in. When Xu Sang saw that someone had reached the 4th step, his heart felt like it was being cut by a knife. He was very unconvinced. However, when he saw the light of the 6th step light up, he calmed down. This was because Xu Sang knew that the expert who had the ability to enter the 6th step was definitely one of the top 10 senior brothers in the Eastern Palace. Since it was one of those senior brothers, they were all above Emperor Tianxiang and would always surpass him. Thinking of their strength, Xu Sang's heart calmed down. Among them, only Ratley listened to their argument and frowned. Who is this person? Is it really one of those senior brothers? But why did those senior brothers suddenly come to the profound ice-cold pond? If it's not those senior brothers, who is it? The 7th step? Will this person reach the 7th step? Ratley looked at the red light on the stone wall. The longer time passed, the gloomier his face became. These people were constantly debating and guessing. No one would have thought that the person in the profound ice-cold pond would be Su Yin, who is only a saint of 4 bloodlines. In the entire Eastern Palace, only the Princess of Chu knew. Although the Princess of Chu was wary of Su Yin, when Su Yin's dragon-blood ice-fire barrier and invincible golden body merged, Su Yin had almost fallen into the abyss of death. It was also during that moment of hesitation. The Princess of Chu had thought it through. She had no other choice but to believe in Su Yin. Since she had chosen to believe, she had to completely trust him. At the same time, she had to help Su Yin increase his cultivation as soon as possible. After all, the Princess of Chu knew that there was not much time left until the agreed date. If Su Yin could not grow to the point where he could take charge by himself before the agreed date, in the end, all of this would be a waste of effort. Therefore, even though the Princess of Chu still had some suspicions about Su Yin, when she thought about the 2 restrictions she had placed in Su Yin's body, all of her suspicions were suppressed. Now, she saw Su Yin diving into the 7th level of the profound ice-cold pond. The Princess of Chu could not help but nod in admiration. As the palace master of the Eastern Palace, the Princess of Chu naturally understood the mysteries of the profound ice-cold pond better than anyone else. Although each level of the profound ice-cold pond brought about different cultivation effects. However, the cultivation effects only existed on the physical body. Only by reaching the 7th and 8th level would one truly begin the path of cultivation. When Su Yin entered the profound ice-cold pond, the Princess of Chu had been observing Su Yin through the ancient demon pearl. At that time, when she first saw Su Yin, the Princess of Chu was worried that Su Yin could not withstand the cold air of the profound ice-cold pond. When she saw that Su Yin could enter and exit the profound ice-cold pond, the Princess of Chu was even surprised that the water of the profound ice-cold pond had no effect on Su Yin. After observing for a while, the Princess of Chu realized that Su Yin had a shield that could absorb the cold air. Of course, at the same time, the Princess of Chu also noticed the changes in the dragon blood ice-fire shield. At that time, the Princess of Chu was still worried about Su Yin. Then, when she saw the dragon blood ice-fire shield fuse with the invincible golden body, The little bit of worry in the Princess of Chu's heart disappeared. Instead, she was rather interested in Su Yan's profound, ice-cold barrier. This kid is indeed a dragon among men. With his profound, ice-cold barrier, who among those of the same level can withstand it? As the Princess of Chu spoke, she glanced at Su Yan's figure in the ancient demon pearl and smiled. Su Yan, this 7th level is incomparable to the previous 6 levels. I'd like to see what ability you have to withstand it. As the Princess of Chu spoke, Su Yan, who had just stepped into the profound, ice-cold pond's 7th level, suddenly felt the surrounding temperature decrease. Suddenly, he felt that the surrounding cold air had dropped a lot. Even with the protection of the profound, ice-cold cover, he could still feel a bone-piercing cold pain coming from all over his body. Su Yan couldn't help but be shocked. This 7th level is indeed extraordinary. As he spoke, Su Yan didn't dare to be negligent. He quickly circulated the great sun-colored glaze sword scripture in his body. Soon, the spiritual energy in his body surged, and the frost-colored profound ice-cold barrier suddenly emitted a burst of light. At the same time, the coldness on Su Yan's body also disappeared. What accompanied it was a warm current. Su Yan couldn't help but smile. So what if the coldness is bone-chilling? I have this profound ice-cold barrier. What do you do to me? In the East Palace's main hall, the Princess of Chu saw Su Yan's face through the ancient demon pearl. She couldn't help but smile. Su Yan, I don't know if I should say that you're arrogant or confident. Now that you're in such a dangerous place, you can still smile so naturally. As the Princess of Chu spoke, she originally wanted to use the ancient demon pearl to send a voice transmission to Su Yan from 1,000 miles away, telling him the mysteries of the 7th level. However, after thinking about it, the Princess of Chu immediately dispelled the thought in her heart. Using the ancient demon pearl to send a voice transmission to Su Yan from 1,000 miles away would naturally allow Su Yan to be on guard against what would happen next. However, at the same time, she was also telling Su Yan that she had been watching him all this time. Although the Princess of Chu had chosen to believe in Su Yan, there were some things that the Princess of Chu didn't want to expose in front of others. Not only that, but the Princess of Chu also wanted to let Su Yan experience some hardships during this period. As she thought about it, a smile appeared on the Princess of Chu's beautiful face again. Su Yan, I'd like to see how you're going to handle this hurricane that's about to appear. Bang! Just as the Princess of Chu finished speaking, Su Yan, who was in the glacial ice pond, suddenly felt a powerful energy attack from the surroundings. Although he hadn't seen it yet, Su Yan could feel the powerful energy. He couldn't help but be shocked. What is this? Bang! At the same time, a huge wave suddenly appeared in the glacial ice pond, which wasn't very wide. Countless whirlpools surged, forming countless airflows that surged towards Su Yan's body. That whirlpool seemed to be moving slowly, but it formed a powerful current of air. That current of air attacked like countless sharp blades. Chapter 208. What the hell is going on? Why are there suddenly so many whirlpool attacks here? Su Yan hurriedly dodged the attacks formed by the whirlpools. Looking at the increasing number of whirlpools around him, he frowned. The whirlpools looked ordinary. However, Su Yan knew that the whirlpools were not so simple. From the power they condensed, the attack power of the whirlpools was comparable to that of an expert at the peak of the holy bloodline. If not for the slow speed of the whirlpools, Su Yan would have been hit by the whirlpools by now. Although Su Yan had the profound ice-cold cover to protect his body, this profound ice-cold cover was not like the Dragon Blood Ice Fire cover from before. It could only defend against cold and heat, and at the same time, it could also defend against spirit chi attacks and physical attacks. However, Su Yan was not arrogant enough to think that the mysterious ice-cold shield could resist the whirlpool attack that was comparable to that of an expert at the peak of the holy bloodline. Facing the whirlpool attack, although the speed of the whirlpools was slow, Su Yan did not dare to be careless. The blood dragon pupil rotated and pushed its speed to the extreme, carefully dodging the whirlpool attack. If that was all, Su Yan was not afraid. However, Su Yan soon found that the speed of the whirlpool attack was getting faster and faster, and the number was increasing. He, who could have easily dealt with it with his speed, suddenly felt a burst of pressure. While continuously dodging, Su Yan's spirit chi was depleted. Even the bone-chilling, profound, ice-cold pool, beads of sweat still appeared on his smooth forehead. The whirlpool attack is getting more and more. It can't go on like this. Su Yan carefully dodged the whirlpool attack. At the same time, he patted his storage bag and instantly took out the ghost howl sword. As soon as the ghost howl sword was taken out, a shrill ghost howl spread. However, it was quickly suppressed by the water of the mysterious ice-cold pool. Su Yan did not have the time to care about this. When he took out the ghost howl sword, he held it with one hand and suddenly rushed forward. The ghost howl sword in his hand followed by a horizontal slash, quickly attacking the surging vortex attack. When the sharp sword light slashed across the profound ice-cold pool, countless light screens suddenly erupted, causing a burst of ripples at the bottom of the pool. Bang! At the same time, the ghost howl sword collided with the vortex attack, causing a loud explosion. That whirlpool attack was shattered. Su Yan couldn't help but chuckle. Even though this vortex attack is ferocious, possessing the might of a peak Saint bloodline expert, its defense isn't that strong. If that's the case, when Su Yan said this, his eyes suddenly narrowed and a bright light burst out. Looking at the vortexes that constantly attacked him, Su Yan no longer dodged. He raised the ghost howl sword and instantly rushed forward. He held the sword with one hand, and as his spirit energy surged, he immediately swept the sword away. Bang! 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 With a loud bang, the 5 or 6 vortexes that rushed towards Su Yan instantly turned into a mist and drowned in the mysterious ice-cold pool. It seems that it's just so. When Su Yan saw these vortexes being repelled, the corners of his mouth could not help but curl up into a smile. However, before his smile bloomed, Su Yan's eyes suddenly shrank as he looked ahead. A powerful vortex was surging towards him. Not only that, behind this powerful vortex, there were more vortexes, one wave after another, constantly rushing towards him. These vortexes had not yet approached Su Yan's body, but Su Yan felt a powerful fluctuation of power. Just what the hell are these things? Why are there so many of them, and why are they getting stronger and stronger? Su Yan could not help but curse in his heart. However, Su Yan also knew that it was pointless to complain now. Instead of complaining, it was better to think about how to defend against these attacks. When Su Yan saw these endless vortexes, the first thing that came to his mind was that this was a formation. Unfortunately, Su Yan looked around, but he did not see any formation core, and this vortex did not look like a formation. If it was a formation, he could just find a formation core and break it. This was not a formation at all, and he did not know what was going on with these vortexes. This made Su Yan frown for a while, looking at the vortexes that were getting closer and closer. Su Yan gritted his teeth and shouted, "In that case, I will fight with you today. I want to see how many vortexes you can produce." While speaking, Su Yan stepped up in the water. His body was like a swimming dragon, and the ghost howl sword in his hand struck out. It was like a bolt of lightning exploding in the water, setting off countless waves. Bang! With a loud bang, Su Yan suddenly shattered a vortex attack. After one vortex was shattered, a second one followed. Su Yan did not slow down at all, once again raising his sword and instantly shattering another vortex. Just like that, in just a few breaths, Su Yan had already shattered dozens of vortexes. However, the vortexes were still endless, constantly surging. Su Yan did not stop at all, but instead fought more and more fiercely. When a vortex came, he would smash it, and when 2 vortexes came, he would sweep them both. This stalemate lasted for a few hours. The constantly surging vortexes finally stopped. At this moment, Su Yan was so tired that he was panting heavily. This long battle had consumed too much of Su Yan's spirit chi. After all, Su Yan not only had to deal with the vortexes, but he also had to support the ice-cold shield. This was also because Su Yan had abundant spirit chi in his body. If it was an ordinary saint of the 4 bloodlines, he would have already lost his life. Su Yan clenched the ghost howl sword in his hand, obviously still in a state of battle. The blood dragon pupil emitted a blood-red light, and his eyes were still staring in the direction of the vortexes, panting heavily. After a few breaths, Suyin finally recovered, took a deep breath, and smiled slightly. No matter how fierce the vortexes are, they can't do anything to me. Rumble. Before Su Yin could recover from his joy, a loud bang reverberated. This loud bang was like a sudden explosion of thunder in the sky, and Su Yin could not help but be startled. Quickly looking forward, Su Yin was stunned when he saw the scene in front of him. This is... Su Yin could not believe what he saw in front of him. Countless vortexes densely packed together and surged over, causing a series of loud explosions. Not only that, these vortexes were not directly attacking Su Yin. Instead, they were constantly changing and merging. In just the blink of an eye, the countless vortexes quickly merged together, turning into a huge water dragon. As the water dragon surged, the water of the entire ice-cold pool seemed to suddenly become extremely cold again. The coldness invaded Su Yin's body, and Su Yin suddenly felt his whole body go numb. Su Yin panicked in his heart and hurriedly operated his internal cultivation method to strengthen the profound ice-cold shield. Only then did he feel a little better. The moment the spirit chi poured into the profound ice-cold shield, Su Yin suddenly felt that his body was empty. The spirit chi in his body was almost exhausted. As for the water dragon, it had already arrived in front of Su Yin in an instant. Su Yin wanted to avoid it, but unfortunately, the water dragon was faster than the vortexes just now. It was already in front of him, and there was no way to avoid it. Su Yin was overwhelmed with shock. At the same time, he gripped the ghost howl sword in his hand tightly and activated the cultivation method in his body. Using the last bit of spiritual chi in his body, he shouted, "Break!" Suddenly, the ghost howl sword swept out, and the sound of the ghost howl burst out, and countless sword rays surged past. Bang! Bang! The ghost howl sword hit the water dragon and burst out loud sounds. Sensational. Unfortunately, the water dragon was obviously much stronger than the vortexes just now. The moment the ghost howl sword hit, Su Yin felt his arm go numb, and a strong force attacked. Suddenly, he and his sword were hit by the water dragon. Immediately, Su Yin's body was hit and flew dozens of meters away. Poochie, at the same time, a mouthful of blood spurted out from Su Yin's mouth. The blood spread in the mysterious ice-cold pond and dyed a large area red. Su Yin did not have time to check his injury, but hurriedly stood up, holding the ghost howl sword in his hand, and looked at the water dragon with a slightly worried look. However, when his eyes met the water dragon, Su Yin was stunned. Just now, the water dragon kept attacking Su Yin. However, at this moment, the water dragon began to spin in the cold pond. As the water dragon spun, the surrounding water began to spin as well. In an instant, large water whirlpools began to form in the mysterious ice-cold pond. Su Yin looked at the formed vortex and frowned slightly. Suddenly, he realized something and secretly said, "Not good." He wanted to avoid it, but it was too late. The huge vortex quickly rotated. It produced an unprecedented suction force. Su Yin suddenly felt that his body could not stand stably, and his whole body was sucked into the vortex. Within the whirlpool, Su Yin simply did not have the slightest resistance. Following the whirlpool's continuous rotation, Su Yin soon felt a bout of dizziness. Poochie! Su Yin spurted out another mouthful of blood. His whole body seemed to be falling apart in the rotation of the vortex. The mysterious ice-cold shield on his body was also broken in the rotation. Fortunately, in the rotation of the vortex, countless hurricanes were formed. Su Yin floated in the hurricanes and could not touch the water of the mysterious ice-cold pond. Otherwise, if the mysterious ice-cold shield was broken, the bone-chilling cold water in the mysterious ice-cold pond would instantly take Su Yin's life. This was a blessing in the misfortune. However, Su Yin did not feel happy about this, because Su Yin knew that the situation he was facing now was the real door to hell. Chapter 209. Why is there such a change in the seventh layer of the mysterious ice-cold pond? While Su Yin was in a state of shock, his entire body felt as though it was being torn apart amidst the spinning vortex. Every single joint felt as though it was going to be torn apart in the next second. He did not dare to think too much about this matter. His eyes suddenly shrank. He suppressed the shock in his heart and quickly thought of a way to get out of here. The whirlpool's rotation caused my mysterious ice-cold shield to break. Without the defense of the mysterious ice-cold pond, even if I go out now, I will be instantly frozen to death by the bone-chilling cold water of the mysterious ice-cold pond. However, if I don't go out, I'm afraid that within a few breaths, I will be smashed into pieces in this whirlpool. Thinking of this, Su Yin immediately could not help but smile bitterly. Now, my body is lacking in spiritual qi. In this whirlpool, I can't even muster a trace of strength. How can I talk about the cold water of the mysterious ice-cold pond? No matter what, I have to get out of here first. Only then will I have a chance to survive. Otherwise, I will definitely die here today. Su Yin thought. Although he still could not think of a way, his eyes continued to rotate, emitting a bright light. It was not that Su Yin was not afraid of death. But in this period of time, Su Yin had experienced too many life and death escapes. Su Yin had long been numb to it. After experiencing the baptism of death time and time again, Su Yin understood that so what if he was desperate? Even if Su Yin died, he would die with a backbone. In just this rotation, Su Yin's entire body felt like it was being torn apart. Endless pain spread, but Su Yin had long been numb to it. In this numbness, Su Yin also kept calm for a while. His mind was spinning rapidly. Get out. Now the only way for me to get out is to restore my strength and spiritual qi in my body. But in this situation, I can't absorb spiritual qi at all, so how can I get out? Except for this, I can now comprehend the fifth holy vein, so there is a slight chance. But where is the fifth Saint Meridian? As Su Yin thought about it, he couldn't help but frown. The moment he frowned, Su Yin suddenly felt a chill invading his body. Because of this whirlpool, Su Yin couldn't touch the water of the profound ice-cold pond. Originally, he couldn't feel the coldness. Why do I suddenly feel this chill? Su Yin frowned as he thought about it. Suddenly, he realized something and said, "It's the wind. It's the wind produced by this vortex. It makes me feel cold." Wind. With this thought in mind, Su Yin was stunned for a moment before he seemed to have thought of something. A resplendent light once again gushed out from his rotating eyes. Wind, my saint bloodline, is comprehended by one bloodline. Every bloodline requires a different element. Why can't this wind become the comprehension of my fifth saint bloodline? With this thought, Su Yin immediately stopped thinking about it. Enduring the endless pain brought by the whirlpool, he gritted his teeth and silently chanted the incantation in his heart to circulate the great sun-colored glaze sword scripture. The moment the great sun-colored glaze sword scripture revolved, Su Yin instantly felt a familiar force invading his body. A gust of wind entered his body. Su Yin was immediately overjoyed. Wind, that's right. It's the hurricane produced by this whirlpool that can form my fifth saint bloodline. Ha! The heavens really don't want me to die. Su Yin laughed. The great sun-colored glaze sword scripture in his body was circulated to the extreme. The countless hurricanes that formed around him constantly entered Su Yin's body. Under the circulation of the great sun-colored glaze sword scripture, it turned into a warm current that flowed into Su Yin's blood vessels. Strangely enough, the moment Su Yin inhaled the hurricane, the whirlpool also gradually slowed down. Of course, Su Yin obviously did not care about this at this moment. He closed his eyes tightly and enjoyed the fifth saint bloodline. The hurricane power exploded in his blood vessels. In the East Palace, the Princess of Chu could not help but be stunned when she saw this scene. When she was at the 6th level, the Princess of Chu had already thought things through very clearly. She had kept all her suspicions and wariness towards Su Yin in her heart. The moment she saw Su Yin spinning in the whirlpool, the Princess of Chu had already decided to save him. And it was also at this moment that the Princess of Chu was about to save him. Seeing that Su Yin had already exhausted all his spiritual energy, a strange force came from his body. This force was so familiar, yet so foreign. How could the Princess of Chu not be stunned? However, after a closer look, the Princess of Chu quickly understood what was going on. Looking at Su Yan's figure, she nodded in appreciation. Su Yin, you really did not disappoint me. You were actually able to absorb the hurricane of the mysterious ice-cold pond and turn it into spiritual energy. As Chu Wangfei spoke, her eyes narrowed as a longing expression appeared in her eyes. The mysterious ice-cold pool. In the past few hundred years, not a single disciple of my Supreme Demon Palace has been able to enter the 8th layer because of this hurricane vortex. Now that you can actually absorb the hurricane power, I think that the 8th level of the mysterious ice-cold pond will be opened because of this. The mysterious ice-cold pond, in the understanding of the disciples, had always only had the effect of tempering the body and the abundant spiritual energy in the mysterious ice-cold pond, which was suitable for cultivation. In fact, the real mystery of the mysterious ice-cold pond was in the 8th level. Others did not know, but as the palace master of the Monster Palace, Princess of Chu naturally knew about this matter. Of course, with her strength, and some elders of the Monster Palace naturally had the strength to enter the 8th level of the mysterious ice-cold pond. But the Monster Palace had always had a rule that only the disciples of the Monster Palace could enter the mysterious ice-cold pond to cultivate. This also caused the 8th level of the mysterious ice-cold pond, which had not been opened for hundreds of years. And because everyone had only reached the 7th level, many of the leaders in the Monster Palace had forgotten about its existence. Even the Princess of Chu, if not for spying on Su Yin today, was afraid that she would not have remembered about the mysterious ice-cold pond. After all, it had been too long since anyone had opened the 8th level. Bang! Just as the Princess of Chu was recalling, a bright light was emitted from the Taiyao ancient pearl. Su Yin, who was still struggling in the hurricane whirlpool, suddenly surged with countless rays of light on his body, and majestic spiritual energy flowed out. The strength of a 5-meridian saint is indeed incomparable to that of a 4-meridian saint. Su Yin felt the strength in his body and could not help but lick his lips. Now he was confident that when he met Wu Yang, he would certainly not be afraid of him, and it would be impossible for him to fight to a draw with him. Even if Su Yin met an 8-meridian saint now, Su Yin felt that he would have the strength to fight. Even if he could not resist, at least he could escape with his speed. As Su Yin was feeling excited, a wave of coldness suddenly assaulted him. It was as though countless sharp blades had pierced through Su Yan's body. Su Yin was stunned for a moment, then quickly came to his senses. He smiled slightly, and the solar-colored glaze sword scripture in his body rotated, and majestic spiritual energy burst out. Suddenly, a frost-light curtain surged up and protected Su Yan's body. Now, I have abundant spiritual energy. How can I be afraid of your chill? Su Yin smiled, but when he thought of the bone-chilling cold of the ice-cold pond, he felt rather disappointed. The 5 meridians in my body are the power of sword intent, the power of heavenly fire, the power of myriad poisons, the power of ghosts, and the newly formed Saint Meridian and the power of hurricane. The 5 meridians are all different elements. And the cold of the ice-cold pond should also be a type of element. But why can't it transform into spiritual energy? Su Yin shook his head helplessly and, at the same time, looked down into the ice-cold pond and fell into a moment of hesitation. If it was the moment of the 6th layer, Su Yin would definitely continue down without hesitation. However, this time, Su Yin hesitated. It was because of this hurricane vortex. Although the hurricane was absorbed by Su Yan's solar-colored glaze sword scripture and turned into spiritual energy and successfully resolved the crisis, Su Yin clearly remembered that if he had not been lucky enough to realize that the hurricane could transform into spiritual energy and condense the Saint Meridian, Su Yin would have been beheaded. Death was always the most terrifying thing. Although Su Yin had been on the verge of death countless times and had forgotten that fear, it did not mean that Su Yin was not afraid at all. He was afraid of this meaningless struggle of death. Now, He did not know what was in the 8th level. If there were any treasures, perhaps Su Yin would give it a try. However, if there was nothing else in the 8th level other than danger, then it would be against Su Yan's style of doing things if you were to attempt it. Forget it. I came here to condense the 5th Saint Meridian. Now that the 5th Saint Meridian has been condensed, it's fine. Today's trip is over, and the 8th level is obviously only rich in spiritual energy. I still have to take the blame. After hesitating for a moment, Su Yin decisively chose to continue to the 8th level. After all, Su Yin came to the ice-cold pond to find the condensed elements needed to condense his 5th Saint Meridian, and now that the 5th Saint Meridian had been condensed, Su Yin did not think that there would be any treasures in the 8th level of the ice-cold pond. So, he dismissed the idea of going down. Of course, Su Yin did not know that the 7th level of the ice-cold pond was the 8th level, and the 8th level was the 7th level. Reaching the 7th level was the 8th level. Su Yin was now at the 7th level, which was the 8th level. Just when Su Yin chose to leave, a loud bang came. Having just been stimulated by the hurricane whirlpool, Su Yin was suddenly startled and hurriedly looked back. As soon as he turned his head, Su Yin was immediately stunned on the spot. The ice-cold pond, which was not vast, suddenly expanded and pushed out layer by layer, turning into a huge ocean in an instant. What the hell is going on? Looking at the strange phenomenon in front of him, Su Yin was puzzled. At the same time, at the moment when the ice-cold pond expanded, a chill suddenly attacked him. Su Yin was suddenly shocked and hurriedly operated the Virokana-colored sun swordsmanship in his body, urging spiritual chi into the ice-cold shield. Unfortunately, the surrounding chill was too strong. Su Yin still pushed his spirit energy to the extreme. He was about to use the second layer of the profound ice shield, the profound ice divine shield, but he could still feel the waves of coldness invading his skin like countless sharp blades. What the hell is going on? Chapter 210. Not only did Su Yin not understand what was going on, even the Princess of Chu was puzzled when she saw this scene. The Princess of Chu was the palace master of the Eastern Palace, the palace master in charge of the entire Monster Palace, but she also did not understand the mysterious ice-cold pond. It was not that the Princess of Chu was incompetent, but that in the past 100 years, the 8th layer of the mysterious ice-cold pond had never been opened. At this moment, the 8th layer of the mysterious ice-cold pond was opened. The Princess of Chu was also at a loss. Seeing Su Yin trembling, she frowned, and the spirit in her body surged, ready to save Su Yin at any time. After all, the Princess of Chu had completely chosen to trust Su Yin. At this moment, Su Yin had been tacitly recognized by the Princess of Chu as the next palace master of the Eastern Palace, and also her husband. How could the Princess of Chu let Su Yin fall in this mysterious ice-cold pond? Su Yin naturally did not know that the Princess of Chu was spying on him. The surrounding cold air was like countless ice blades piercing through. No matter how Su Yin resisted, he could not stop the invasion of the cold air. Why is it like this? Under the pressure of the cold air, Su Yan's entire body trembled. At the same time, he realized that if the mysterious ice-cold barrier could not resist the cold air, then he was afraid that he would not be able to escape today. After all, Su Yin was only a saint with 5 veins. The reason why he could enter this mysterious ice-cold pond was entirely because of the mysterious ice-cold barrier. Only under the protection of the mysterious ice-cold barrier, Su Yin could resist the cold air. Without the mysterious ice-cold barrier, Su Yin had no power to fight back in this mysterious ice-cold pond. This was the sudden change of the 8th layer of the mysterious ice-cold pond. The sudden drop of cold air was always beyond Su Yan's expectations. The mysterious ice-cold barrier could not resist the cold air. Even though Su Yin still operated the mysterious ice-cold barrier to the strongest state. However, he was still unable to resist the cold. Su Yan's entire body was frozen under the pressure of the cold air of the mysterious ice-cold pond. The pain in his body also turned into numbness. Even the thoughts in his mind seemed to have frozen at this moment. Looks like he's going to make a move. The Princess of Chu was slightly disappointed when she saw Su Yan's appearance. Even though the Princess of Chu didn't understand the mysteries of the 8th layer of the frozen ice pond, she still didn't understand. However, the Princess of Chu was still the palace master of the East Palace. She was in charge of the Monster Palace. She didn't know what was in the 8th level of the mysterious ice-cold pond. However, she knew that the 8th layer was the most important part of the entire ice-cold pond. In other words, the 8th layer of the mysterious ice-cold pond was the real beginning of a warrior's trial. Not only that, when the Princess of Chu saw that Su Yan had entered the 8th level, she also had some selfish motives in her heart. After all, the 8th level of the ice-cold pond had not been opened for 100 years. Moreover, in the records of the Monster Palace, the records of the mysterious ice-cold pond were also quite vague. The Princess of Chu only knew that there was a treasure in the mysterious ice-cold pond that could be of great help to the warrior's cultivation. Unfortunately, the Princess of Chu didn't know what this treasure was. In her early years, the Princess of Chu had also thought of entering the mysterious ice-cold pond to explore. However, when she thought of the rules of the Monster Palace, the Princess of Chu finally gave up. Similarly, many elders and almighty in the Monster Palace had also thought of entering the mysterious ice-cold pond to explore. However, because of the rules of the Monster Palace, in the end, nothing was done. This time, the Princess of Chu saw that Su Yan could reach the 8th level. The Princess of Chu also wanted to see what was in the 8th level. Now that she saw that Su Yan could not withstand it, she was naturally a little disappointed. Sigh. I originally wanted to see the true secret of the mysterious ice-cold pond today, but now it seems that I will be disappointed again. The Princess of Chu smiled bitterly and shook her head, looking at Su Yan's figure between the Taiyao ancient pearls. She was about to make a move to save him. Although she was looking forward to seeing the secret of the 8th level of the mysterious ice-cold pond. However, now she was more concerned about Su Yan's safety. After all, at this moment, she had already sealed all of her doubts about Su Yan. Su Yan had already become her first son-in-law, and he was also a candidate to take over the Monster Palace and the position of the East Palace Palace Master in the future. The Princess of Chu had been looking for this candidate for dozens of years. Unfortunately, all this time, there had not been a disciple who could catch the eye of the Princess of Chu until Su Yan appeared. This was a person that she finally had her eyes on, so the Princess of Chu naturally could not let him die in the mysterious ice-cold pond. Just as the Princess of Chu was about to make a move to save him, she turned her head to look at the Taiyao ancient pearls. When she saw Su Yan's figure, she was stunned. Not only her, but even Su Yan, who was in the mysterious ice-cold pond, was stunned. In this bone-chilling cold, Su Yan was almost frozen stiff. Even all of his thoughts were numbed, so Su Yan could not think at all, and could not resist at all. At this moment, Su Yan felt the existence of a familiar aura, and that was spiritual energy. That's right, it was spiritual energy where the holy meridian elements were condensed. Feeling this existence, Su Yan, who was originally numb to thoughts, suddenly woke up. Spiritual energy, this is produced by the surrounding cold air. Su Yan felt the existence of this cold air. At first, he was stunned, then a surge of excitement surged in his heart. What was surprising was that when Su Yan first entered the mysterious ice-cold pond, he had already tried to feel the existence of this cold air and tried to use the cold air in the mysterious ice-cold pond to condense his 5th holy meridian. Unfortunately, at that time, Su Yan could not feel the existence of this cold air at all. Su Yan also gave up on using the cold air in the mysterious ice-cold pond to condense his holy meridian. Now that he suddenly felt the existence of this cold air, how could Su Yan not be surprised? Of course, this surprise was only temporary. Suddenly, a surge of excitement surged in his heart. This was because he could feel the existence of this cold air. This meant that he could use this cold air to condense his 6th holy meridian. Not only that, if he could feel the existence of this cold air, he would no longer be afraid of the coldness of the mysterious ice-cold pond. Thinking of this, Su Yan smiled slightly, withstanding the invasion of the cold air in all parts of his body, withstanding the tearing pain of his whole body, and quickly operating the cultivation method in his body. As the cultivation method was operating, the surrounding cold air suddenly turned into countless spiritual energy and poured into Su Yan's blood meridians. As the cold air surged, the pain brought by the surrounding cold air to Su Yan was also alleviated. When Chu Wangfei saw this scene, she finally understood and nodded her head in satisfaction. Su Yan, you really didn't disappoint me. You were actually able to absorb the cold air of this ice-cold pond. Didn't this kid just absorb the hurricane? How can he absorb this cold air? Thinking of this, Princess Chu suddenly trembled. Didn't Su Yan just absorb the hurricane? How can he absorb this cold air? At the 7th level, Princess Chu was not surprised to see Su Yan absorb the hurricane. At that time, Princess Chu only thought that Su Yan's holy meridian had something to do with the hurricane. After all, stepping into the holy meridian realm at the pinnacle of the life-soul realm, every martial artist had to comprehend their main holy meridian. As for the main saint bloodline, there were all kinds of strange things. There were all kinds of cultivation methods. When Princess Chu saw that Su Yan could absorb the hurricane, she only thought that Su Yan was lucky. Since he just happened to cultivate the hurricane Saint Meridian, it was not surprising that he could absorb the hurricane. Now that she saw that Su Yan could absorb the cold air, she was quite surprised. Does this kid have a dual holy meridian? Chu Wangfei murmured to herself, her eyes shining. She nodded slightly and said, I think so too, but I'm really glad that this brat is so lucky to have dual holy meridians. Both of them are the same as the 7th and 8th level of the Mystic Ice Cold Pool. Dual Holy Meridian. When a martial artist stepped into the saint's world at the pinnacle of the life-soul realm, he would comprehend the main Holy Meridian. However, there were also people who could comprehend another element under the main Holy Meridian. Of course, this was also an existence that was 1 in a million. Although Princess Chu was surprised, she could accept it. After all, there were experts who had dual holy meridian among the Eastern Palace disciples. Thinking that Su Yan had dual holy meridian, Princess Chu's doubts were dispelled. She was just glad that Su Yan's dual holy meridian was related to the 7th and 8th level of the elements. Now that she knew that Su Yan could absorb the cold air of the 8th level, Princess Chu was not worried about Su Yan's safety. After all, the real danger of the 8th level was the irresistible cold air. And since Su Yan could absorb the cold air, the danger of the 8th level did not exist for him. Right now, Chu Wangfei was more concerned about the secrets of the 8th level. I didn't expect to feel the cold air at such a critical moment. Su Yan muttered to himself as he absorbed the cold air around him. At that moment, he thought that he might not be able to get out of here today. And before Su Yan could think of a way, Su Yan was already numbed by the bone-chilling cold air. At the last moment, Su Yan was actually able to feel the existence of this cold qi. How could Su Yan not be happy? At the same time, Su Yan was also a little confused. I've been trying to absorb the cold air before, but unfortunately, I couldn't feel its existence. Now that it's at such a critical moment, why did I suddenly feel it? Su Yan frowned. Could it be that the cold air I encountered earlier was not cold enough? Thinking of this, Su Yan's eyes suddenly emitted a bright light. At the same time, the corners of his mouth rose into a smile. Haha, I understand. So that's why. Sword Essence Saint Meridian, Heavenly Fire Saint Meridian, Poison Saint Meridian, Ghost Saint Meridian, Hurricane Saint Meridian. Every time I comprehend these 5 Saint Meridians and feel the existence of these elements, all of them are the strongest in the world. Su Yan had just comprehended the sword essence. It was because of Cho Bo's Scorching Sun Holy Sword and countless spiritual swords. Although the Scorching Sun Holy Sword was a divine weapon refined. However, its sword intent was the strongest among all the swords. This was also why Su Yan could comprehend the sword essence Saint Meridian.